time, so I was in northern Iraq, in Mosul and Tel Afar. And what was interesting is since the United States announced that they were going to stop or going to withdraw, so they stopped shooting at us. They stopped attacking us because they're like, just let them leave, let them leave. And so attacks were few and far between. But it was truly interesting to witness the withdrawal of all that equipment, as well as to see, like, it kind of like put the nail in the coffin to understand that whole war was bullshit, because it's like, we are still there. People were still dying. Not as often as before, because like I said, they stopped attacking largely, but not entirely. So it's like every person from there on out that died, it's like, this is... So that it didn't occur to me in that exact moment. But once I got home in the years following, I just started realizing, like, this was not okay.
How old were you when you went over there?
25, and I was 26 when I left. I was kind of older, because most people, I mean, there's certainly people older than me, but a lot of soldiers over there was a few people they deployed with that weren't even 21. Couldn't even buy a beer, but there they are with a fucking machine gun.
So crazy.
Yeah. So I wasn't the oldest guy, but a lot of guys in their early 20s. So me being 25 and 26 when I was there, I was kind of like, I was older than my team leader. So that was interesting.
Yeah, man. I had so many people on here who went over there, like a lot of war fighters that went over to Iraq and Afghanistan and saw a lot of death and carnage and destruction, like you were just saying, before they were even 21 years old. Yeah, it's like, it is just ravaged to that, man.
Dude, the fallout is still happening. I know a handful of people that have killed themselves, and then my best friend was killed in Afghanistan, and the fallout from that, he was the oldest of 6 siblings, and what that did to his family is, it's still carrying on. It's the most heartbreaking thing. In fact, while we're talking about this, I'm not the first to say it, but if people want to look into a conspiracy involving Iraq and Afghanistan, look into KBR, which is Kellogg, Brown and Root. Have you heard of that company?
No.
Okay, this is good. So Kellogg, Brown and Root does the logistics and supply chain for the United States military and government. So, for example, when we're in Afghanistan and Iraq, they supply all the combat housing units, all the food, all the fuel. They are the logistics, and so they won the no-bid. They got the no-bid contract. And do you know who was the CEO for Kellogg, Brown and Root before the 2001 or 2011 with George W. Bush when he had taken office?
It wasn't Dick Cheney.
It was Dick Cheney.
It was
Dick Cheney. They scrubbed the Wikipedia page on this. There used to be a ton of info on it. You can go through and look at prior history. But Dick Cheney had stepped down from Kellogg, Brown and Root when he got nominated as vice president under George W. Bush. But I'm like, people need to connect the dots on this. And I have heard other people speak about it. I'm not the first to do it. But it's like, follow the money. People were all talking about, oh, it's Halliburton, it's the oil. I'm like, we didn't take Iraq's oil. In fact, ExxonMobil has like their stake in it and all that, but we ultimately did not pump that oil out and take it. I'm like, if people want to find conspiracy, it's Kellogg, Brown and Root, because they had overcharged, and you can find New York Times articles on this. They had overcharged by many, many billions of dollars, and people started raising red flags, like, what's going on here? Like, what, and so you connect the dots. I'm like, I bet you anything that Dick Cheney, well, here's my question. Let me rephrase it. How many stocks did Dick Cheney own in Kellogg, Brown and Root after stepping down from that company while we were still there? Was he still making money on that company? Because again, it was no bid contract. So, whoever worked for the heights at Kellogg, Brown and Root certainly profited greatly off that.
Yeah, I thought it was Halliburton that was over there.
They were there too.
So it was both.
Yes, in fact, I think those two companies had merged. I think Halliburton and KBR ended up becoming one. I'd have to check this.
Okay. Can you find it?
Or it may have been a subsidiary of the other.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah. Yeah, KBR. Next time you have a veteran on, ask them, because they're the reason why we had steak and lobster tail every Sunday in Iraq. It wasn't Maine lobster, but
really?
Swear to God. Now, and these weren't ribeyes. These were like boiled steaks. They weren't particularly good.
Construction subsidiary.
Yeah.
Wow.
So all the housing units, and I could tell you how price this was. Our housing units said were like $30,000 US, and that's as of 2009. These things were. I made jokes with people. We were all, you couldn't build this for like a few grand at Home Depot, and they were charging $30,000. These were just box houses. These were the most. But between the fuel, logistics, the housing units, as well as paying for the cargo shipping and everything else, because like for example with the tanks, you can fly in tanks on C-17s, but most of them come over on boats, and so it's paying the shipping carriers, and imagine how much that must cost. Heavy equipment.
Oh yeah.
Hundreds of millions of tons of it.
Oh
too.
yeah.
So that's a wild one. The Iraq thing, like I'm very proud to say it now. I didn't know it at the time because I was a senior in high school, which is such an notable age. And my dad was a non-vet. Both my grandparents were World War II vets.
Wow.
And I was and I saw all the movies. I'm like, Black Hawk Down. I'm like, I'm going to go be a patriot. And
yeah.
And so I truly believed in liberating the people of Iraq. And I worked with this guy who was actually a refugee from Iraq. He had fled with his siblings in the late 90s when, because he was from Al-Basra in southern Iraq, which a lot of people don't know, there was a civil war there in the late 90s where they tried to overthrow Saddam, and they lost because Saddam sent in his Revolutionary Guard and the tanks and obliterated them. And then he sent the revolution to every household and took the eldest son from every house, which included his brother, who was 17 at the time, was not a fighter, and he was never seen or heard from again. So from that point onwards, Ali Al-Tahimi was his name, and I don't know where he's at, hated Saddam, and he volunteered as an interpreter, a United States soldier interpreter. There's a difference between like Iraqi interpreters, but he was a United States soldier, and he had deployed there because he had, as a blood vengeance. But he inspired me to enlist because I'm like, his story was incredible. I'm like, Saddam Hussein is the modern day Hitler. We got to liberate the Iraqi people. And then when I was there, I quickly realized, I'm like, these people don't want us here. Let me tell you something. You imagine a zone? This was the biggest surprise of my life. We're driving through Mosul, and I realized that these people are just trying to go to work. They're trying to take their kids to school. And this is a war zone, but no one's shooting at us. And meanwhile, people are just starting to get on with their day-to-day lives. And I'm like, and the looks on their faces, I've never seen such utter disdain in my life. And I realized, I'm like, oh, we're ruining people's lives. They please leave. Like is what they were telling us. And here's something else that surprised me. So we'd go to Iraqi police stations to train their IPs to take control of the country once we were going to leave. And so we would communicate with them through interpreters. And this is something that surprised me, is that they would start and end every sentence with the word invader. They'd say, tell the invader this, looking right at me. And I'm like, oh no, I don't look at myself as an invader. I'm here to help you. This is what Fox News told me. I'm trying to save you guys from having a 9/11 in your own, right. full Jimmy. So I felt like it was very a humbling experience, because I went from, I could never have believed that my own government would have sent me over there for a lie. And it was a lie. It was a lie. Because, the one thing to have bad intelligence and make mistakes along the way, but none of those mistakes have been rectified or addressed. And there's 500,000 civilians that were killed there, women and children and old people, non-combatants. And I'm like, 500,000. And all the fallout from all the soldiers that have come home and gotten in trouble or killed themselves, or people that have been maimed. So, yeah, sorry to start this off on a dark note.
No, it's such a crime, man, and it's so obvious to them. Like, they can't get away with it anymore, right? They can still do it, but they can't get away with it anymore. Like with 9/11, the internet was nothing like what it is now. We didn't have iPhones 9/11, did we?
No, that was 2008.
2008, right?
Yeah, maybe 07, maybe.
Yeah, so the virtual digital internet landscape was nothing like what it is today. And now, like with the wars that they're still trying to get away with, they are getting away with basically now. Hopefully, it's going to change now that Trump's president. But
yeah,
it's just stunning to see how the world is changing, and how, like, going back to Halliburton and those companies that are getting the contracts. I wonder who's going to get the contract to rebuild in Ukraine.
Yeah.
And Gaza.
Yeah, we'll pay for that. Don't you worry. Dan, you're a veteran as well, right?
Didn't BlackRock get the bid to rebuild Ukraine or something?
I thought I saw that somewhere, but I didn't do a deep dive. I don't know.
Yeah.
But of course. Dan, you're a veteran, right, brother?
Yeah. I didn't have to do anything for the reserve, unfortunately. I was out by the time 9/11 happened, and so I knew people that went, but I didn't have to do anything. One thing that's always interesting about this stuff is, ever since Vietnam, we have this kind of consistent thing where the American people are always looking tongue in cheek at the world that they serve. And if you look before that, you find very little of that. You find very little of that from Korea. Clearly, very little of that from World War II for obvious reasons. But even you go back to like the Spanish-American War and stuff, where you can look at it historically, like, man, it's a little dicey. How the fuck did we get there exactly? You didn't see what it was the advent, in my opinion, the advent of putting the person in the trench with the video camera. That's what really changed it. It got American people to just look at this stuff in a different way.
Right.
And now with the internet, like you're saying, I mean, it's completely different. Now, I'm sure. Could you imagine what the drill sergeants have done if somebody was live streaming their bullshit about basic training? I see all the time. These guys are like, oh yeah, this is our basic training today. Here's what I'm doing. I'm like, what the man? I would have been dead. They would have shot me. They would have court-martialed my ass. Not literally shot me, but seriously, that's been considered treason. And now they're just like, oh.
Yeah. So BlackRock, I guess it just says that BlackRock is involved in the rebuilding efforts, and it says according to Phillips Hildebrand, the vice chairman of BlackRock, the development fund for Ukraine will include at least $500 million from countries, development banks, and other grant providers, and $2 billion from private investors. Wow, a lot of money running around BlackRock. A lot of money floating around over there.
You guys want to get involved in the war business? You guys,
Dude, it's like every conspiracy ties back to war. Everything ties back to the military-industrial complex. And like things that you wouldn't even imagine tie back to like military do.
Yeah. Props to President Trump, who just got inaugurated yesterday, because he was the first, to my knowledge, since JFK to say the words military-industrial complex, and he said that years ago.
Did he say it?
Not recently, but he had said, you could find a quote. I saw it, and heard it with my own eyes and ears. But he said, there is a, military-industrial complex. That's what people call it. He said something along those lines, and so that's like, I'm like, all right, he's one of the good guys. But I've long thought that I'm very pro-Trump. Leave negative comments right now.
Right. It's just so fascinating. It's the first time in a long time we've had somebody who's just been advocating for peace, and he's a Republican, right? And when was the last time that happened?
Yeah,
it's backwards.
It's
backwards.
Refreshingly.
Yeah.
Seems backwards.
No, it feels optimistic, man. Did you see Elon doing the Hail Hitler?
Yeah. People are.
What was that about, dude?
So then defend him. I'm like, there's no way he was doing anything related to Nazis. It was a Roman salute, and he is passionate about the Roman Empire. And if they all got the context, which was afterwards, which is throw my heart out to you. And I'm like, some people say he has Asperger's. He's kind of an oddball, and that's not to be disparaging at all. I consider him a genius.
Right.
And I think he's one of the good guys. I adore him. But I'm like, no, that wasn't anything related to Nazis.
Right.
But this one,
Got the clip here.
Is there volume or what?
Here we go.
This one really matters. And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you.
Did he at least think though? Like maybe it's a little close.
My heart goes out to you. Right there.
Right. I think maybe he's like, such like a social media savant. He knew that I'm going to do this Romans and most people are going to think it's a salute.
Right.
So it's just going to get attention and stir up some controversy.
Yeah, I think he was, my best guess, and I don't know the guy, I think he was being sincere, and the Roman salute is not the same thing as the Nazi salute, although the Nazi Romans, but there's a difference there.
What is the Roman salute?
Do you want to answer this? I know that back in times, Roman times,
sorry, demonetization for you, man.
People would throw their hearts to the Caesars because they love them, and so that's where it came from. It was a sign of great respect, but it's nothing related to anything against Jews. This isn't about committing a Holocaust. It was just a symbol of respect and love.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, Elon Musk those people has made. He keeps talking about like, how often do you think about the Roman Empire?
Yeah. And he does say that stuff a lot. If I may, I find it pretty. I think it's the opposite of the social media savant move. I think it's kind of. And you should have probably thought about that. I think Jim's right. Where he's enthusiastic and he's just like, I love you guys, I love Rome. But that's the kind of thing that it's too polarizing. There's certain people that like. There's a huge swath of the population that is too stupid to even like look at the context of a quote. You give them a tiny little snippet, and they're just going to take that. They won't even look what came before or after.
Mm-hmm.
Something like that feeds right into all of their hate. And so I personally, I think that was kind of a bad move on his part. Although it definitely went viral.
Oh my God, the CNN! I saw a set of these two women talking about it. They were just like, "Oh well, you can look with your own eyes, and you can see what he did, and you can make your own decision." I don't know how great that was. It probably wasn't the best thing. I suggest you look at it for yourself. Kind of terrifying.
I will say, and one of the reasons why I'm passionate about defending Elon, putting aside all the freedom of speech and what he's done with X, but I myself have been blasted as a Nazi. You've heard me talk about diet, health, and longevity and nauseam on this podcast. And one of the ways I tailor my diet is to enable my body to stay in ketosis. And it makes a special product which is designed to kickstart your body into ketosis with natural energy and no. And that's Ketone IQ Energy. They recently launched Ketone IQ Plus Caffeine, which is caffeine from green tea and 5 milligrams of ketones. And dare I say, it tastes great. On the day of a podcast, I'll eat a big breakfast, but I have to skip lunch because I'm sitting here talking. So I'll use Ketone IQ as a meal replacement, which helps my body burn fat instead of glucose, which gives me far more mental clarity, energy, and focus during the 3-hour conversation I'm sitting here. Ketone IQ comes in a pouch or a shot you can take once a day and provides fuel that is produced by the body when it's pushed to its limits or starved with carbs and sugar. It has no salt, gluten, or artificial flavors. It is this company that is trusted by the NFL, NBA, Olympians, and the U.S. military. And today, our lucky listeners can save 30% off your first subscription order and receive a 6-pack of Ketone IQ by going to ketone.com/Danny Jones. Again, save 30% off your first subscription order and receive a free 6-pack of Ketone IQ by going to ketone.com/Danny Jones. It's linked below. Now that's the show. I just for sharing my ideas in lost ancient civilizations, I've been called anti-Semitic. I've been called that I'm spreading dangerous Nazism. Particularly because I shared the swastika, which is arguably the most.
Well, the Nazis stole that too.
Exactly. A lot of people are not aware that it's a prehistoric symbol that dates back approximately 10,000 years and is found on 5 continents around the world. And so take all the terrible Nazi stuff aside, throw those people away as far as the conversation.
Mm-hmm.
But I had shared because I'm like, I consider it strong suggestive evidence that ancient humans were transoceanic, that they were traversing the continents and the oceans many thousands of years before we were taught in school. And I had sat on sharing that swastika for like 6 months because I knew that I would get heat for it. And in the back of my mind, I'm like, I just never want to be called a Nazi. Like, I take great umbrage to that. I mean, I volunteered for Iraq because I looked at Saddam Hussein as being the modern day Hitler. And I'm like, I wanted to fight against that. And I'm like, it's just, I said this before, I'm like, it is a grown-up conversation. You have to look at the swastika as something that has nothing to do with Hitler. He bastardized for everybody,
right?
But it was a symbol of peace. And
he turned it diagonal, right?
Yeah, he flipped it or angled it or whatever he did.
That's the Hindu version right there.
Yeah. And, so to anyone listening that's not familiar, the Native Americans utilized the swastika dating back approximately 2,200 years at the Hopewell Mound in modern-day Ohio. You'll find it in the American Southwest, the Yavapai Indians, the Pima, as well as the Hopi Indians. I don't know if I'm getting that right. Yeah, the Hopi.
It's you see it in almost not quite every Native American culture's iconography, but they've got those sacred circle things that quite frequently will incorporate the line coming off of it. Like I said before, to me it seems like it's a symbol for the cardinal directions, north, south, east, and west, and then it's just a symbol for the passage of time. The line comes off of it, symbolizing that line moving. The north is turning. And I could be wrong, but that makes a lot more sense than the ancient Hopi hating Jews, right? So but that's where the conversation, where it is frustrating, where it's like I draw the parallel sometimes. If you're wanting to discuss how well they made the Autobahn, we don't have to talk about Hitler's benefits as a leader or his shortcomings as a leader or the Holocaust or all that, even though he was intimately involved in the construction of the Autobahn. It has all to do with that. We just talk about road construction. And it's the same thing here. We're just talking about whether or not this symbol jumped the Atlantic is really the crux of this. When we're talking about like lost civilizations, but they tried to water that down and turn it into, we were just talking about racism, and that's the same as with Elon's speech. He gives them a loose thread to pull on that some people will, that's all they're going to see is that, well, he did that. All some people are going to see is, well, Jimmy talked about a swastika.
Yeah.
Well, it has all to do with what Jimmy was saying. It could have been any symbol, it just happens to be.
Yeah, to give my haters a fair play here, I did make a tweet. So I had visited Baalbek, Lebanon a year ago, September. There's swastikas throughout the site.
Really?
And I had shared a post on Twitter that said, did Hitler and the Nazis know something about ancient civilizations that we don't? And that's when they started calling me a Nazi. I'm spreading dangerous Nazism. But this was a very sincere question because there was something called Nazi archaeology. Himmler and they had allocated enormous resources to go look for the Holy Grail, the Ark of the Covenant. They were looking for Thor's hammer, which is a mind because of what? Like, what made them inclined to do you shared before? It's like, all right, Himmler had some of this stuff, but I'm like, where does this come from? Why were they obsessed? And I'm not talking about anything Aryan. I could care less about the color of ancient skin. I don't care. This means nothing to me. What I am curious about is why they were looking for the Ark of the Covenant. Did they know something about ancient civilizations we don't? Because through my studies, it is my firm belief that ancient humans were far more advanced than we were taught in school. How advanced? That's the fun part. That's the debatable part. But clearly, what we're taught, there's, as Grant Huck has put it, there's a missing chapter of human history. There's things that just don't add up. We don't know how they built the pyramids. We don't know why there are similarities across the continents and the oceans that shouldn't exist prior to transoceanic sea travel, which allegedly did Columbus in 1492. And so I think there's something. And the Nazis, how all the evils that they did, they were also incredibly advanced. They, whether it's from the rockets and jet engines and other inventions that they had done, they were arguably the most technologically advanced country on Earth during World War II. They weren't stupid. They may have been evil, but they weren't stupid. And so the fact that they had such an interest in ancient civilizations, I want to know why.
Well, to run with that thing, evil but stupid, not evil, not evil but not stupid either, or are evil but not stupid. Something. I'm trying to make words here.
It's not quite noon. 0 okay.
Sorry. Anyway, the Nazis were clearly evil, but they had a powerful government that had gone around Europe looting museums and other governments.
Right.
So if I was to say, what does the Vatican know about ancient history that we don't know? That's not me saying the Vatican is some great organization. That's just saying there are some snaky motherfuckers that have a bunch of shit under wraps. And it's the same thing here, but they twist that into saying...
They gave the Nazis a bunch of money.
Well, it wasn't the Vatican.
Do you want to talk about the Union Banking Corporation? Is that what it's called? The Prescott Bush? Is that what you're referring to?
No, I was referring to how the Catholic Church actually funded the Nazis during World War II. Is that what you're talking? Is that the same thing?
They did both of them.
Oh, really?
So the Catholic Church is one thing, and then you had Prescott Bush, who is the grandfather of George W. Bush, or the father of George H.W. Bush.
Right.
And he was the president of the Union Banking Corporation,
Oh,
which prior in the 1930s, they funded both sides of the war. The Nazis and the Americans.
There's also Dulles and what was the name of that company that his brother was the attorney for? Something Brown.
I can't recall.
Find out what Dulles and his brother's company was that funded the Nazis, or they funded the Nazis through like a proxy or something like that.
Yeah, and they were found of Prescott Bush was found of no wrongdoing, and he later became a congressman. But it's a little known fact they did fund both sides, which I think is as sinister as that. Because you're going to profit no matter who wins. Like, think about that. Right? Who does that?
Oh, there's arms dealers.
Yeah,
gangsters. If in the Bronze Age, if you are a tin dealer, you don't get if it's the Egyptians or the Hittites you're selling it to. Just buy my tin.
I see Sullivan and Cromwell. Company. I always forget the name of the company. It's called something Brown.
Are these the Dulleses that the Washington Airport IAB was named after?
Yeah, that's correct. What was the name of their company that funded the Nazis?
There you go, Brown Brothers.
There you go, Brown Brothers and Harriman. That's what it was. Connections to the Nazi banks, the Schroeder Bank. The arrangement allowed Dulles to continue his financial dealings with the Nazi entities while maintaining a level of anonymity and protection from direct scrutiny. Yeah, man, that's a crazy trap. Going that deep into that stuff.
And the fact that they're trying to cover their tracks.
Right.
That right there, that's the giveaway. Whenever it comes, if you're wondering if people are doing something nefarious, it's always in the cover-up.
Mm-hmm.
Like, so yesterday, or the day before yesterday, when then President Biden had give a preemptive pardon to Anthony Fauci, like we were talking about before the pot, that's right there, the smoking gun that there's guilt. You don't give pardons imply guilt. Like, what's the preemptive pardon for? And by the way, why does it date back to 2014?
It was called a preemptive pardon?
Well, that's what the internet is calling it. He gave a pardon, but essentially, since charges hadn't been brought, it's essentially preemptive. And I don't even know if that's ever been done before. And I know they gave a preemptive pardon to all the January 6th committee. I'm like, pardons only exist if guilt. So apparently you have to have the pardon and acknowledge guilt. And if you do that, you'll never be able to use the Fifth Amendment because there's going to be an inquiry, there's going to be a arrest. But it's like, what for? And in 2014, when Obama then functioned, and it's like, and that's when apparently they started in line with Anthony Fauci leading the NIH. And so it's like, this is a whole rabbit hole, and there's something there. There's no doubt in my mind that he's guilty of some things that is going to surprise the world. I mean, a lot of people already know.
I mean, if 10% Anthony Fauci book is true, RFK wrote, which there's been lawsuits brought against him for publishing a book, if 10% of it's real, then Fauci was Satan reincarnated.
Yeah, bro, you just got to look at what he did to those poor beagles, those dogs, with their eyes.
Oh my God!
You saw this?
Oh yeah.
Anyone listening, just Google Fauci beagles, and they put these dogs, they restrained them, kept their eyelids open, and let flies eat their eyes while alive. I don't know what they could possibly have been studying, but I'm like, that is evil. That is evil right there. Yeah.
Pure evil. No, I wonder because I know there was a huge inquiry on Fauci and what he did, looking into. I know Congress was ripping him apart and looking into him, doing like a deep analysis of what he was doing and what his motivations were and what sort of backhanded money was funneled to him during this whole thing. So I wonder, Steve, like what is the like official, like what state is Fauci currently in regards to the federal government's investigation into him? Is it done, or is it like an ongoing processing thing where there's like future appearances he has to make, or like future court, you know what I mean?
Ron Paul said in a tweet the day before yesterday when that pardon was that this isn't over. No, that's not his exact words, but I forgot. It was a lengthy message, and he said that this is. Isn't this the message?
Oh, Ron Paul vows to continue investigation on what? On Anthony Fauci. Intensifies his investigation into Anthony Fauci, asserting that Biden's pardon only deepens the inquiry. Right, it does, into the pandemic's origins.
How can there be a pardon for crimes against humanity? If he's guilty of what people are suggesting.
Guantanamo, baby.
Yeah. There needs to be Nuremberg 2.0 on his ass.
With an IV in his arm on the way there.
I'm pretty nonpartisan. I'm not a fan of either side of the political spectrum, but I will say that it really frustrates the piss out of me that every single time a new president gets elected anymore, we have parties going both ways. This system shouldn't be working like that. We shouldn't have to, because basically we're no longer catering to the country and like compromising with it's just capitulation. You guys for 4 years, no. You guys for 4 years, no. You guys for 4 years.
Well, I mean, look, the Fauci one, that one's unacceptable.
We've got a gut system, man. We have a system that works. It's like we already let the presidents do their executive orders and kind of subvert our system a little bit. We already give them that. Why the did you guys learn their own pardoning people? Just cut that shit out. Go govern the country, and if somebody let them get crucified.
The one I don't care about is Hunter Biden. I don't give a
me either.
Pardon him. Yeah, it's all he's got left, bro. He wakes up every morning and someone has to remind him he's the president of the United States. His first son died, right? Yeah, brain cancer or something. And all he's got left is his recovering crackhead son, Hunter Biden.
Yeah.
Can pardon him. It's all he's got left, bro. Who cares?
I'm totally with you, and I know that a lot of people disagree with us, but I'm like, listen, man, like I actually feel bad for Hunter Biden, even though he's guilty of all kinds of things, and the Biden crime family is real. They made money through you. There's so much. They're guilty of egregious crimes.
Yeah.
But like,
This ain't the any tiny bowl. It's Super Bowl 59. Get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of Super Bowl 59 and the sponsor for this episode. Touchdowns is key to hoisting that Vince Lombardi trophy. And you have a shot to score big by betting on them at DraftKings Sportsbook, the #1 place to bet on touchdowns. New DraftKings customers can bet $5 to get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Avoid the potholes, long drive, and skimpy cocktail waitresses and join DraftKings Sportsbook today. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use my code Danny Jones. That's code DANNYJONES for new customers to get $200 in bonus bets instantly when you bet up to $5. That's code DANNYJONES for new customers to get $200 in bonus bets instantly when you bet just $5. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 8778-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY, which is 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problems gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort, Kansas, 21 plus. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. New customers only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
I look at Hunter Biden as a sad story. Look what he was
I
born
do
into,
too, man.
and I'm like, look, anyone that's that doped up on drugs usually has suffered greatly earlier in life. That there seems to be a common theme of people that are like that. Not always, so forgive me to anyone listening, but like, there's truth to it. Like, he clearly, and if you look at the stuff with Ashley Biden's diary, the things that were a bit, essentially it looks like her father was, he did some, look, he was showering with her when she was like 15 years old, stuff like that. Like, God knows what else. And she, seems like she's having some real issues. I think that basically they were born into something really bad.
Yes.
And I rather just forget about them. Let them, of all people, I'm not worried about the Biden.
I don't think that Hunter should be crucified like he's the son of the president, but he shouldn't be pardoned any different than the crackhead sitting out in front of Walmart right now should be pardoned. You're a crackhead, you go into the system. I grew up in the 90s, but I have plenty of friends that I had 20 years ago that are in prison right now for doing drugs. Right? They don't get to say, well, my dad was the president and his mommy touched him when he was 16. No. Sorry, dude. Tough shit, man. You can rob that store, you go to prison.
I don't agree with you. I don't disagree. It's an ugly situation.
It's one of the things that happens with fame and I remember when I was young, David got busted in Japan for smuggling weed into the country, and that's a fucking good 10-year prison sentence. He was back in the States in 2 years. Not allowed to tour anymore in Japan. Ouch. He's rich and famous.
Hands rough.
Send his ass back home as opposed to lock him up. Right?
Could you imagine running into Hunter Biden in Ukraine when his dad is the vice president of the country?
Yeah,
around like being a coke dealer, selling coke to Hunter's dad for president. Imagine what kind of favors he's pulling using his dad leverage, bro.
Yeah, he had a lot of. There's no doubt. Actually, speaking of, because going along the lines of his laptop, are the Obama's daughter, I can't remember her first, but showing her credit card next to a line of coke.
I haven't seen that.
Steve, if you could Google this one, this is a good one. If this is real, and this is a few years old, just type in cocaine, Obama credit card, Biden or Hunter, and you'll see. Look at this. This is. I'm trying to remember her first name. He has 2 daughters, of course.
Yeah.
Go to Google Images here.
It says false mail.
I don't trust. Snopes has lied. Snopes is not necessarily reliable, but I would be curious to see their explanation.
Maybe try Google to see if you can find it on Google too. Because Snopes is like blurring out the name and all that stuff.
Yeah, I remember the photo. I'd be curious to see why they say it's debunked. I'm not here to tell you it's 100% real. Like I did say if it turns out to be real, but like.
Yeah. Okay. Let's click on this article. There's a picture showing Hunter Biden using Malia Obama's credit card to snort cocaine. A new photograph of Malia Obama's credit card was found on Hunter Biden's laptop. Oh, it's found on his laptop, along with lines of cocaine on the device that Biden snorted. I'm not taking one photo. What does it say? Keep going. False. Why is it false?
This picture is several months old. There's little evidence to support the claim that this credit card belongs. Okay, little evidence. So what I'm reading on that sentence alone is like not disproved.
This photograph has been online since at least December 2019. At the time, celebrity websites circulated it in articles claiming that Obama's credit card had been stolen by hackers.
A likely story.
Stolen, right, and posted online by hackers. However, we're skeptical if this card actually belongs to Barack Obama's daughter and not another person perhaps named Malia Obama. Right,
Okay. Skeptical does not mean debunked.
No.
Right. They put false on that. They straight up false. They declared it. It's like they should have just said,
But Snopes is Snopes is a little political.
Yeah,
just a little.
They are
right.
So it'll be interesting. Hey, look, we'll find out in the next couple of years if that was true or not. And I don't mean to tear apart the daughters of Obama because, imagine being born into that kind of life. What a interesting card. You know, I don't. A lot of people might be like, "Oh, it'd be awesome to be the daughter or son of president." I'm like, man, your life is significantly changed forever. You can't just go walk around. Imagine not being able to just go walk to the by yourself.
Yeah, man, I can't imagine, especially like when you're born into that life. And I was watching there was a series about Hunter Biden. I was on like Fox Nation or something like that. I forget what it was. It was the Fox app. They do these mini documentary series. And in the first 2 episodes, like my buddy sent it to me and he was like, "Oh my God, you're going to think Hunter's such a piece of shit after watching this." And I watched it and I was like feeling bad for the guy. Yeah. And they were basically saying like right when him and his brother were babies, Joe basically decided to like leave and go to another state to be a senator or a congressman, where he was not home. He was home like 1 day a month, never saw his kids, left the wife home alone with the kids, and like they were going through a lot of issues, and he was completely absent from their lives.
Yeah, that's rough. That destroys children, and
he chose his career over his kids.
Well, yeah, and that's a hard one too. Like I was just thinking, we're talking about Hunter Biden and stuff. It's like imagine being that kind of president. It's a testimony to the power of cocaine, right? I mean, Hunter Biden's got all kinds of options in the world, right? He do whatever he wants. What's he want to do? I go get high on that powder.
Most rich kids I know end up going down that road.
It's because lack of better things to do, man. It's an available thing, and what are you going to do? People are what are they choosing to do? They're bored. They're fucking bored, basically, what it looks like to me. Or they're trying to run 22 hours a day, so they end up doing stimulants. But it's the same kind of thing.
It's not the right way. Your brain's wired differently when you're raised that way and you're given everything.
Yeah,
totally. You know, and you have more than all your friends. Like you're just given things. And you don't understand the value of it because you don't really have to work for stuff. It does some fundamental things in your brain.
It's a disservice. I've had friends that grew up where like they were fortunate enough to where their parents bought them a car. Now, when I was growing up, I had to get a job and get my own car, and my dad helped me out with the insurance. So I get he put it on his name, so I had the lower insurance premium. That was as good as I got it, but I had to have a job, and because I had to pay for it. And his parents were very well off, and they bought everything for him. And then, sure enough, in his young adulthood, he had big problems with credit cards because he didn't understand the concept of saving and spending,
right?
And he got himself in a pinch for a bit.
I actually used Fortnite V-Bucks to teach my kids that shit. I give him
Fortnite V-Bucks?
I $5 every 2 week allowance. And he was buying V-Bucks like a madman.
On Fortnite?
And and then he wanted about a year later, a costume for Halloween, a Fortnite costume. It was like $120. I'm like, well, you need to save some money. How much do you got? He's like, well, I don't have any. I'm like, well, how much money have you spent on it last year? And then he went and loved me something. And now when he looks to buy something online, he's like, I'll buy that game, but I kind of like that skin, but I'm not going to spend $16.
Right.
It's like, yes, see, perfect.
Yep, yeah.
But it's crazy that you've got lessons nowadays, and that was all. The world moves. You either let your kid be in a dust, or you figure something out. You know, let them be the next generation of kids that don't know how to.
Iron.
Yeah.
So I guess we can talk about like some ancient civilization.
I've been known to talk about that stuff from time to
time. Jimmy, everybody knows who you are.
Not everybody. Not everybody.
You need no introduction. Dan, how did you get into this stuff? And how did you, first of all, how did you guys meet and team up?
I made a response video to Jimmy, and he was chill with it, and we talked and stuff, and then just over time we ended up doing podcasts like we did a couple of live streams together, and then Joe Rogan.
Yeah, well, to me, even, you did a dunk on me, and you did it with such class. So I have
a debunker.
Yeah, not bad, but to anyone that doesn't know me, I have a YouTube channel called Bright Insights.
Yes.
And exploring the mysteries of lost ancient civilizations, and I firmly believe that ancient humans were older and more advanced than we were taught in school. I personally think significantly more advanced than we ever imagined, but I don't preach that too much because I'm trying to first show people that what we were taught in school, what is actively printed in textbooks, what they're handing college degrees out for, is wildly inaccurate. Now, how advanced, that's the debatable part. And I had just made a simple video where it was them putting like a 2-ton stone in the back of a Ford Ranger truck, and it blew out the suspension and messed it up. And then you had made a polite response about it. And in my experience, with as large of a following as I've attained comes a lot of criticism and a lot of heat. Not everyone likes me. And a lot of people, when they debunk me, they're quite nasty. I've had people call me a Nazi. I've had, a lot of I don't know how to put it. Basically, people not be nice, but Dan Richards here is a class act, and I gravitate towards him. I'm like, how refreshing that somebody can, oppose to what I'm suggesting and do it with such class. And we connected. We've been friends ever since. and Dan is providing such a unique niche spot in this field where it's like you're bridging the gap between academics and the ancient alternative theorists, as I put it, where it's like you're seeing things from both perspectives, where you'll defend the academics when they're right, and you'll defend or contradict, depending, and you just follow the evidence as you see it, and you communicate it with class.
How did you get into this stuff? You have a background in this?
Kind of. I pre-ordered Fingerprints of the Gods in '95. Like I had it, Hastings had it waiting for me the first day it was available. I'd read the Sign and the Seal a couple of years before that. So I was a Graham Hancock fan, like a long time ago, and read the stuff and was into this stuff over the years. Got custody of my kid in 2015, and like working up to getting custody of him, and then the years afterwards, I just kind of unplugged from all that. And then I come back and I see that there's like this robust debunking sphere community on YouTube, and everybody's fighting back and forth about this stuff now. And so I watched Ancient Apocalypse, and I watched Milo Rossi debunk Ancient Apocalypse, and I'm like, well, he kind of did a half-assed job on that. So I started making videos addressing it, and I was surprised that they started gaining traction pretty quick. And now I just poke at any side. Although a lot of the archaeologists out there will say that I'm not on their side at all anymore. I will still quite frequently defend their positions, just very few of them as individuals, sadly. But that's a different story.
They hate you. I've now seen. No one gets more heat than Graham Hancock. And then I know I get a ton. And now I think you've now pulled the lead on that. They are obsessed with you, actually. If you go take a look on X, anybody, go look at the battles that you're dealing with. It's unreal. They're trying to come after you for anything.
Isn't it weird how people fight so hard online about shit that was going on thousands of years ago?
Bro, it's so weird.
I never imagined.
People are vicious.
It's insane, actually. When I got into this, I remember thinking to myself, oh, I'm not talking politics here. I'm not debating abortion. This would be pretty harmful. And then not too long into it, I started to see, like, oh my God, this is visceral. Like people, I'm debating, I'll say that the pyramids weren't built to be tombs, and people actually seem to hate me for it. They get really upset. I suggest that Atlantis is in the Sahara, Africa, and people hate me for it. And I'm like, I'm not debating abortion here. Like, what? This is very benign. I'm like, I consider this to be totally harmless.
Yeah.
But it turns out that this is something that exists in any realm. It's not connected with other content creators of totally different genres. Nothing related to ancient history. There's internal battles. Everyone's just trying to unfortunately, a lot of people have this crab in a barrel mentality, which is that they try to scare people down that maybe have a louder voice than them. And it's like, my philosophy is like, hey, if you disagree with what I'm saying, become the bigger voice. Just, don't understand the competition.
You just said it, iron sharpens iron. I mean, Jim disagrees when we talk about Baalbek, for example. Like, Jim sees things differently than I do, but where we both see things and where they overlap, we see areas that each other wouldn't see. You can almost picture it as like an overlapping fields of fire metaphor. Different people come at things with different perspectives. And so when you have multiple people that have different ideas on the same thing, with cordial communication, you sit down and talk, and they don't have to fucking agree on a single point, but they have to agree that we're not going to be dicks to each other. You can get somewhere. And if the person, like with Ben and the Bases, I disagree with him on a lot of things, but I know that he's honest and passionate. So I completely support his work, even if I think that he's pointed 180 degrees in the wrong direction, which I don't. But I do think he's headed in the wrong way, but it doesn't matter because his work is honest and his value. It brings data to the table, right?
Yeah, that's the differentiate. Like, Ben's a great guy. That's what it comes down to. Dan and I have connected so well is that it's about principle. Like, I pride myself on honesty, and it's like there's other people in this realm that will embellish things, say things that are otherwise just totally inaccurate, and it's like it comes down to character. So when people try to character assassinate me for having opinions that differentiate from what they were taught in the textbook, I find it's incredibly offensive. And as far as Baalbek goes, that's one interesting thing that Dan and I connect on is that there was a lost ancient technology. And I always say this, it doesn't have to mean Wi-Fi and space lasers. Technology, like a saddle on a horse is technology. Anything used as a tool is technology. However, the evidence appears that the Romans simply did not construct the foundation of the Heliopolis at Baalbek, and I consider Baalbek to be, besides the Great Pyramid of Egypt, if there was one site on Earth, I would say on top of the Great Pyramid, more so than the Great Pyramid. Pyramid is just, I think the Great Pyramid was a lost functional technology, but let me backburn that for half a second and say that Baalbek is a more significant example from the standpoint that it was alleged to have been constructed by the Phoenicians and the Romans, but there's a complete lack of evidence. In fact, the evidence that does exist there would suggest that it just has the capability to move, lift, and stack those 3 trilithon stones, which are 900 tons apiece. And what's interesting about Dan, you pointed out that, like, for example, people will often use the Thunderstone, the bronze man in Russia, which was like some 1,500 tons, and Franklin lifted it in the late 1700s. They need screw jack, they need advanced iron rails, metallic ball bearings, things that the Romans did not have. And so there's like this ground that we share, which is that you might not think that it was some lost technology, but it clearly was done with a method that is completely unknown to the Romans. And I mean, correct me, what you have to say about that?
No, I would say that it would be a technology, but it wouldn't be. I wouldn't consider it high technology. I wouldn't consider it like I don't think it had like power. But
you don't think the ancient civilizations that were around during the pyramids had power?
I don't think they had like electricity like that. Well, like I don't think they were using steam power to big rocks.
So how do you think they cut those giant stones?
I'm not really sure, to be honest with you.
But let me ask you this: what is the reason you think they didn't have power?
Because we have nothing of it in the record except for a few things that can be done in other ways. There's a few exceptions, but like most big ones, we can look at and say, okay, it'll take a long, could eventually cut it. So you can't, in my opinion, it's like, if I could cut this with a spoon, right, this piece of wood, and it's going to take a long ass time, but if you came in here and it was cut in half and the only tool available was a spoon, and you say, well, did you do that with the saw? If I got no saw here, man, you got no saw on the record. I could do it with the spoon. But there are times when you can't do it with the spoon, to follow that metaphor. Like at Baalbek, for example, like Jim was saying, we did need more tech than that to move a big rock. And furthermore, the stones at Baalbek, the 3 that are still in the ground, to me, that betrays the fact that the Romans gave up. It's like you've got 3 in the wall already. Why are there 3 more in the ground that you didn't take out? The 3 in the ground.
Pregnant lady, the pregnant stone, whatever it's called.
Yep. And those 3 in the ground all show signs of being measured with the Roman foot. the 3 in the wall do not show signs of being measured with the
Right.
foot. So that to me is, and Romans built with symmetry. So you got 3 stones here. We're going to put 3 more over here, quarry those things, and the guys pass can even look at it and say we finished.
Yeah.
I will say real quick about Baalbek as far as cutting the stones, those are limestone, and I have no doubt that they could cut limestone with primitive methods.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm. When it comes to Egypt and the granite, a whole different ball. But when it comes to Baalbek, we're talking, again, 900-ton stones that are moved approximately a half mile and then lifting and stacked some 30 to the ground. And that becomes a matter of physics. Like, it's physics defying, let's say. Let me be clear, we could do that today, absolutely. But what it takes for us to do that today is magnificent. Like, when they moved, I like to use this example, which is that the largest stone in modern times is the 340-ton stone that's at the Los Angeles County Museum of Art. And to move it 100 and it took a year of planning. It cost $10 million, and we had to custom build a trailer truck around it. Steve, this would be great photos if you're able to bring it up, because this trailer truck around is 260 feet long, 30-something feet wide, 44 axles, used 198 semi-truck wheels. Jesus Christ. And they moved it. It took 9 days. They moved it at 4 miles an hour. They had to go around certain roads because roads couldn't even stand the weight of it. And this is to move into, so that stone is 1/3 the weight of the Trilithon stones, or at least of the Ramesseum statue, which is 1,000 metric tons.
Yeah,
Let me say that.
That's impressive.
And that's where, that's where like to go back to the cutting of the stones, like the cutting is something we can achieve. You can there's certain things you can throw more man and time at and eventually achieve. Stacking blocks on top of each other, as long as the blocks are something people can move, you can stack them on top of each other. But like the stones at Baalbek, they are so big that you can't, there's no ropes or anything. But with what we've done in history, there's really no way of moving those things with the technology at the time that I've seen. And I've seen the debunkers come at it, and they always skip the parts that are difficult. And there's some things you can't just throw material at. I frequently just slide down the slope with people that just try to say you could just throw more men and material at. How much GDP would the ancient Egyptians have had to throw to get people to the moon? It would have cost, they couldn't. They didn't have the fucking means.
There's some great photos of it.
Insane.
Yeah, you imagine that?
How many tons is this thing?
340.
And which is how many pounds?
Holy cow, dude.
A ton is 2,000 pounds, so that would be 340 times 2.
So 700-something
thousand
pounds.
Yeah.
So
almost 1 million pounds.
And so meanwhile, you have the Trilithon stones that are 1.75 million pounds. And what's interesting is that the Romans, their largest, most powerful crane, could lift 6.6 tons, which means that you need approximately 130-something of those cranes to lift just one of those Trilithon stones.
Yeah,
and it's like there's not space to do it. You couldn't coordinate. Not feasible.
The only way I would think that you might be onto something with there wasn't any kind of electric crazy power saws or anything like that is when you see videos from that guy Wally Wallington.
Yeah.
Who's moving those stones basically like with these little wooden wedges and things and like balancing them properly. Like if you could understand the mass and the balancing and all and the physics of moving these stones and using gravity to help you, I think that could be an explanation if they had some sort of super advanced understanding of mathematics.
Right, which I would think they would.
Yeah. It's not only that. Like I talk about this one every now and again, but stones was up until the Metal Age, man, until the Bronze Age, stone was the premier building material, and not just for humans, but for hominids. I mean, this goes back millions of years, where people were working with stone to make every tool, every weapon that they had. So to think that they didn't have some tricks to work with stone that we've lost since they started working in metal,
Now, let me say this about Wally Wallington, because that guy is a genius. Like that, what he accomplished to move those 20-ton stones is brilliant.
Yeah.
But my pushback on it is that he did it on a concrete. He also used water. He needed a hose to do it. He used pressurized water. So I'm like, when I look at the 80-ton stones, they were
do what? To cut them?
So he would basically like use the water to have the sand below it fall apart, and then use it to shift the weight. And so when I look at the 80-ton stones, the largest stones that were used to construct the Great Pyramid, they were moved some 500 miles and then lifted and stacked a couple hundred feet above the ground. I'm like, Wally Wallington's method, although brilliant, wouldn't be feasible for that explanation.
I agree with you. Okay. That's where it's one thing to say that they would have been able to put one Wally Wallington on the site and have him maneuver the block right into place. I can go with that. Getting it through the jungles, up and down hills.
And to get it up elevated that high too, right?
Exactly.
Now, let me also say this, because the devil's advocate, people listening, like, they moved them on barges, Jimmy, you dumbass. I see it all the time, and I'm like, well, the largest Egyptian barge can move a fraction of that weight. Now, like, well, they have larger barges, and I'm like, okay, it's not in the record. And not only that, the physics of moving it on and off that barge is no little thing. Like, we're talking center of gravity. Like, that's a thing.
Oh yeah.
So
even I had Ed Barnhart on here a couple months ago, and he was explaining to me how the size of the conventional explanation for those Olmec heads is the archaeologists believe they moved them on barges through the rivers. And he was saying, in order to build a raft big enough to float one of those Olmec heads, it would have to be like 4 times wider than the river itself. So he completely thinks that conventional explanation is bullshit. And he's an academic archaeologist.
yeah, I want to go visit the Olmec heads. That is like I haven't done a deep study on ancient Mexico, but the more I'm looking into it, I'm like, oh, there's something here. Those Olmec heads being the largest 50-something tons moved approximately 60 miles or almost 100 kilometers.
Oh yeah, it's insane.
Through jungle and marsh and swamp.
Dude, South America's got all kinds of geeky stuff like that. I recently covered a video of the Aymara language having. It's a guy used the Aymara language spoken by the indigenous people of Bolivia, the ancestors of the Incas, and they use it. This guy used it in the 80s to make computer language, a computer software that was a multi-language translator years before Google Translate, and it could translate.
Oh, I saw this video you did.
Yeah, that to me is fucking crazy, man. It's like
Explain that for people who.
Okay, the language has there's a few things that make the language work. This guy, Guzman was his last name. He's a mathematician. He discovered that this language had a few properties that he was able to use to make the computer language. One of them was that the language, instead of having, where most languages are a binary language, a yes or a no, this one had also incorporated maybe in every sentence. It basically has either an affirmative or a maybe. So that allows for a yes, affirmative, or maybe. So that gives it a 3-point logic. And the language never changes its syntax structure, which is extremely rare. I mean, if you think about like how Yoda talks and how, it's all backwards, right? Most languages, when people incorporate a saying from another language, they change to keep the same syntax as the new language. They don't do that in Aymara. They keep the same syntax every single time. There's a few things like that where they ended up making it where it's actually... It works with computers so well, and it's the only language that has the 3-point logic. It's the only language that doesn't change like that. Yeah, there he is. Ivan Guzman. Yeah, Atomari is the name of the software. And this to me is more impressive than the Rothschild because you don't look at it and see quite as much, but this dude did. He looked at it and he was just like, holy shit, there's a computer language stuck into this language. I mean, not exactly, but an algorithm that will work with computers so well that he put very little personal time into this, and by the time he gave up on it because of age, there was like 12 different languages or 8 different languages this thing was able to do, and they have to still put the words in. The lexicon has to be individual, right? Like you have to type in each word and tell the thing what to mean. And that was all done by volunteer, and in 2006, it was still better than Google Translate. So that's a while ago, but that's impressive.
Yeah, and then just going back to like what we were talking about with the swastikas being in all these different cultures all across the world, like the same thing with these structures, like the truth of like these pyramids and these just giant stone monumental things that weigh so goddamn much that we wouldn't know how to move them or lift them even today without like spending. I think it was Chris Dunn in his book. He interviewed a company who basically cut giant granite, countertops or something like that. And he was asking them what it would cost to recreate one of those boxes that are inside the Serapeum out of granite. And he was like, just the freight would be $250,000. And he's like, we would never do that out of one piece. We would bolt 5 pieces. 4 or 5 pieces together.
That was one of the most interesting things about it. So they wouldn't do it in one piece.
Yeah.
And with modern technology, with diamond tip drilling. And by the way, real quick, to the swastika, I just remembered something random. Because a lot of people say, oh, it's the time, and they say it's like the Big Dipper. Here's something interesting to make people think. The swastika is also found in Peru as well as Bali, which is in the southern hemisphere. And although you can see the Big Dipper from Peru, you're not going to see it from the Peruvian Andes, because like the mountains in the Peruvian Andes, it's just, you just don't see the horizon, because the Big Dipper would be low on the horizon in the southern hemisphere. And to a certain point, the further south you go, you wouldn't see it at all. I'd have to double check on Bali as far as how far south it is, but it's like the swastika seen there makes me doubt that maybe it's not the Big Dipper, because it's not the swastika isn't totally shaped like it. Like they try to say it's the Big Dipper facing 4 different directions, the cardinal points. Right. I'm like, but they leave out a key, part of its symmetry that I'm like, I'm not convinced what it is. And on top of it, the swastika, some people say it's a very basic symbol, but I'm like, it's also highly unique. I don't think it's all that basic and intuitive for anyone across 5 continents to all come up with the same symbol. I have doubts about that. I can't prove it. I don't ultimately know. But the fact that it's found on continents dating back as far as 10,000 years is bizarre. I think that it's indicative of a cross-continental connection that existed before we were taught. But there's other things, like you mentioned, the pyramids found on 4 continents around. They have
cities that are also very similar and very parts of the world.
Yeah, like that number 7, the 7 cities. Going back to Mesopotamia, and that's seen in different.
The idea of mirroring the sky on the ground with buildings, that's something that you see both in South America and in ancient Egypt.
It's like cosmic alignment with buildings.
Yeah, like the Mayan temple with the Alcon with the undulating serpent, or the Orion Giza thing, which I know some astronomers will complain about, but they haven't done their research. So for those of you, go fucking research a little bit.
What is either of you guys, like, what's your favorite theory on what the Great Pyramid actually was? Like, if you were just like playing the lotto.
My best guess, and I don't know. That I always like to say I don't know.
Crazy tinfoil. It's 10 as you want to be. Like, what would you guess?
I really like Christopher Dunn's plant theory.
Yep.
I've been on Giza 3 times, and nothing about the Great Pyramid that resembles anything like it. And when you walk through its layout and structure, I think it was something functional that goes beyond understanding. I cannot prove it. But I think that when we look at that in modern times, the largest things we build are hydroelectric dams. That maybe it was something for harnessing power, but then people say, well, what was it using to power? And that goes down a whole rabbit hole. And so maybe it's not true at all. But I think it was functional. What are your thoughts, Dan?
Well, honestly, I think that probably there might be all kinds of things like what Jim was saying, which I'm more skeptical of. But what I am my favorite hypothesis is we know it was a funerary complex. There's no question that Giza wasn't
later, right?
Yeah, well, definitely later. To me, it seems like, the idea that if you're going to be reincarnated, if you're going to be immortal, you need people to remember you. Like we would joke even with each other today. We're going to don't sing your songs around the campfires for generations to come, right? It's a tongue-in-cheek joke, but that's something that the ancients would have valued. Man. They're going to remember me. I'm going to be dead, but people will speak my name. Well, that's something that a lot of ideas on immortality, they're contingent. People quit speaking my name. I'm not immortal anymore.
Right. Symbolic immortality.
Are we not mentioning names of pharaohs here today? Now, so that's, in my opinion, I think that the pyramid, that's a big part of it. Is just to do that's one of the reasons you make it goofy and mysterious and weird, because you make the bridge to nowhere just to make people scratch their head.
Now, if you want to talk about mortality, if you want to know my most batshit crazy theory on the Great Pyramid, is that maybe it was a device for harnessing DNA restoration. Around different parts of the world, they talk about humans living to be thousands of years, hundreds and even thousands of years old.
Right.
And maybe there's certain sarcophagus that you'll find in Egypt where on the inside of it, on the lid, underneath, a lot of people never see it, is essentially a person with its arms and legs spread up like this, and it's just laying in there. And there's photos they have examples of this at the Cairo Museum, and you can also see it in the Valley of the Kings. But it's just like laying there with the arms and legs. Like that's not how they buried pharaohs like this, with their arms across their chest. And so if the pyramid was a device of kind for generating power, maybe, and this is a wild idea. I'm not convinced of this. This is fun. But what if it was for helping longevity? Maybe it cured cancer. Maybe it repaired DNA. I don't make videos like advocating for this because it's just. But if you're going to ask me a conversation, I'm like, yeah, what if? Maybe it was for because it is bizarre that there's so many legends across the world talking about humans living to be hundreds and even thousands of years old.
Yeah.
Where does that come from? Who would make that up? Is that really a real bedtime story? Because that's what we'll say. Oh, well, this is just they passed it down. It's like, is that what you tell your kids before they go to bed? Oh, humans used to live so long. Like, where does that come from? I'm not convinced of that.
Yeah. No, that is a bizarre one. How there was like telomere caps or something. This goes back to the Anunnaki stuff, right?
Yeah. I love that stuff. That's like the most taboo thing for people. Yeah, and Sitchin may have been wrong about a lot of things, but it doesn't mean that there wasn't truth to it. Like if you want to know my most crazy ideas, that I do think it's incredibly possible that humans were a hybrid species. That when you look at these legends of angels coming down and breeding with the women and all this stuff, I'm like, if we're cloning, pigs and growing human ears on the backs of mice and all this crazy stuff that we're doing now, it's not impossible that if humans on the planet, we wouldn't mess with them either.
Sure.
If there was life forms on other planets.
Billy Carson.
Yeah. Oh, Billy.
But we're talking about this
Baby
stuff,
Billy.
just to be damn the big old wet blanket. We talk about the potential of the pyramid being a technological device. There is one thing I see talks about a lot, and I do have to point it out as a guy who works with electricity. The piezoelectric thing, which if you don't know what piezoelectricity is, it's what makes if you stress a quartz, you get a little electricity. It's what makes your quartz watch work. And your igniters for your gas grills.
Sure.
Okay. So the theory will be, there's a lot of limestone, or a lot of quartz in limestone, therefore a little bit of stress from the limestone. You get these big electric charges, look at all that limestone and make electricity. The problem with that is that each one of those crystals has to have a piece of metal to harness that charge, right? Electricity, otherwise it just. So if you have it, then you've got this block full of those crystals. So they would all have to be aligned in the same. They would all have to be aligned magnetically to begin with. Then you would have to have that entire block sandwiched in metal, and that's only if they were all aligned, which is extremely limited. And we don't see any signs of this. And then you would have to have a place to harness it. So while it would definitely be ripping metal out of the structure, and if it was abandoned, it had a shitload of metal in it, and they were pulling it out. The metal between the quartzes we would find remnants of.
On the cap, right?
The cap's been missing since time immemorial, right? But anyway, my point is that I'm not opposed to the idea of it being a technological device. There's always like the funnel of reality that I always try to kind of bring us back to. It's like, we can, but electricity is getting a little bit too far out there. Not that electricity itself isn't, but the piezoelectricity from the blocks is something that if I was tasked with doing that as an electrician, need a magician, buddy. Sorry.
Friedman Freund, that NASA scientist, did an experiment. We took a giant block of granite and they put two metal caps on each side, and they squeezed it with a hydraulic press, and it literally was creating electricity.
Oh wow, interesting. I haven't looked at that.
Yeah, this is in Chris's new book, The Tesla Connection, where he basically hypothesizes that it's a solid state electron. Yeah. So that's bizarre, and that goes right into that guy Friedman, he was basically studying earthquake lights. How all over the world, like days and weeks before an earthquake happens, there's deep subterranean grinding of the rocks, the igneous rocks, creating these crazy, like some people thought they were UFOs with like orbs in the sky, and they were earthquake lights creating from the electricity from that deep earth igneous rock rubbing against each other, and they were hypothesizing that that's a way that they could mitigate the damage from earthquakes. So if they're seeing earthquake lights pop up above the mountains, they're like, okay, we got to evacuate. There's going to be an earthquake, and I think they actually were able to accurately predict it within 14 days of a couple earthquakes, like over near Indonesia a few times.
That's wild. And the Great Pyramid is built on top of an aquifer.
Yeah.
There's subterranean water that had flown under there. That Nile was much closer. Yeah, I don't know. Like when it comes to the Great Pyramid, you know, a lot of people will hotly debate what it was. And this is where I get into, I'm like, this is why there needs to be further study and archaeological excavation.
Yeah.
Are you familiar with that hidden chamber that they've identified?
Yeah, above the Grand Gallery, right? And the Scan Pyramids project found it.
Yep. And this thing is massive. They still haven't explored it. And it's like, even though they discovered it 8 years ago and it was confirmed in a scientific study 7 years ago, as of today, it has not been explored. There's no plan in place to do it. Although maybe I've heard something that now I can't say it because when people tell you something that it's a secret, you can't repeat it. But it sounds like the topic has got the attention of the right people and something may happen later this year.
It's the size of a 47.
Yeah. And so it's like, with that being said, what's inside this hidden chamber? There could be a lost technology if it existed. There could be answers on how the pyramid was constructed, because that's debated. Nobody knows how they constructed it. Maybe you go in there and be like, oh, so maybe this is how they were stacking those stones. Oh, you know, whatever. Maybe there's a pharaoh.
Boring about it, it'd be like, oh,
even if it's an empty
body
room.
there.
Yeah,
His body was.
yeah. And it was for the pharaoh. What if there's a burial in there? Like, there's so many answers that we could get by simply going in there, and they can do it. They can drill a small hole and send in, you know, an endoscope camera and figure it out in a very short period of time without damaging the pyramid. This is so doable. And, you know, we can have all this conjecture about what it was, how it was built, what was, you know, and it's like, but maybe if we just go in there and look, we'll learn something and that answers some of these questions.
You know what? One of the most interesting things about that void is to me is that in the King's Chamber, there's two shafts that go out, right?
Yep.
One of the shafts goes straight. The other one has all these bends that go around that void. So if this pyramid was something that was, which is pretty obvious that they actually had to plan this out a lot to get this thing so precise.
Yeah.
That they didn't just like go, oh, we're going to have, oh shit, we didn't plan for this void to be here. Now we got to build these shafts around it. It's obviously by design, right?
Everything about that thing has to be by design.
Yeah.
It's like the mathematics to get it to be as symmetrical as it is all the way to the top.
Yeah.
It requires it. Because like if they're off anywhere, you know, it could screw up the whole thing.
It's more square, more perfectly square than any skyscraper in New York City.
Yeah, and that's the kind of stuff that honestly gets pretty. That's where stuff gets pretty tricky because they measure those skyscrapers with lasers and shit.
Right.
Yeah,
exactly.
They're measuring the transits.
I think the skyscrapers can be off square by like 20 to 30, 40 inches.
Yeah.
And what is the Great Pyramid on?
within a half inch.
Within a half fucking inch.
Yeah.
755 feet long at each of its bases. And not only that, like, so it's like a lot of skyscrapers might face north, south, east, and west.
Mm-hmm.
This is within a degree of accuracy that's more accurate than a lot of our modern buildings that are meant to face the cardinal points,
right?
Which is amazing. You know, it's not perfectly, but it's in a few degrees of accuracy, like a very small level. It's basically perfect as far as the eye can see. Or even if you're out there with your own compass, it'd be like.
And that's you got to look at it too, that you're dealing with atmospheric refraction. All these measurements will be taken at dawn.
Mm-hmm.
When the sun's just rising, and Nile River, you can have all this fucking shit. So your measurement is going to fog, and every time it's a measurement off the sun. So when they do their archaeonomy work, that's one of the things they always take into account is how far the make me think about how far I'm from Mike. From the river and how easily they can see things down there because there's a lot of the closer you get to the Nile River at dawn, man, the foggier the air is harder to see the sun.
You know what my favorite theory about the pyramids
What's
is?
that?
Chem.
Yes.
Yep.
Dude, that guy is spot on with his theory. I think it is the most reasonable. I love Chris Dunn's the solid state electron harvest. I think it's fantastic. But Jeff's
Yeah.
what I like about his theory is that it's not, but it also makes so much fucking sense because he went in, like the way he describes how that Nazi scientist Fritz, I think his last name was, who went and basically recreated that ammonia production thing, the device that creates ammonia, and he reverse engineered the inside of I think it's the step pyramid, and that's what his hypothesis is the step pyramid was creating ammonia, and he created a device that completely replicates the inside of the step pyramid that creates ammonia. This Nazi guy who was studying the pyramids, and then he thinks that the red pyramid was using the chemical that was cut of the step pyramid to create. So I can't remember all the names of chemicals. I get so confused, but it's the chemistry stuff gets confusing when you start to get deep into it. But essentially, he thinks that the pyramids were responsible for fertilization and agriculture on Giza Plateau.
Yeah, and that's an interesting one. I've had him on the channel once.
Jeffrey Drum, that's his last name. Drum.
And to be fair, when I said that Christopher Dunn is the one that I identify most, I haven't done a deep dive on Land of Chem's theory. I figured that next time I go to Giza, I'd link up with him personally and do it, like get right from him. So I can't say that when I say about Christopher Dunn, that's not taking anything away from Land of Chem because I can't speak to his theory. Mm-hmm. But now I need to go down that rabbit hole.
So he thinks that the step pyramid was creating methane gas, which methane gas is used for like heating, lighting, and metallurgy. So they could have been using this gas for so many different things. And the methane gas in the step pyramid was then harnessed in the red pyramid to create the ammonia. And I guess there's all kinds of other explanations that he gives for the ammonia.
This is my favorite part.
What?
Well, Land of Chem was the original name of Egypt, and Chem has its base in alchemy, which is where we get chemistry.
Yep.
And they were known for the land of Chem was black.
Yep.
They refer to it fertile.
Yep. The soil off the Nile. And a lot of people don't realize that Kemet was the original name for Egypt before they called it Egypt. That was the original name. And they called Phoenicians. And chematology, like Yusuf Awiyan, and that's the thing a lot of people don't realize. Like that was the Egyptians themselves today. The local populace refers to the Cometians as building the pyramids. That was something that floored me when I was.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and a lot of the locals there don't think that it was for a tomb. I was surprised to see that as well. A lot of them think it was just something amazing. Not our understanding.
So when he was in here, he was also explaining to me how there's this layer of there's this chemical layer that's calcified itself on the inside of the chambers in the step pyramid, the red pyramid, and even in the great pyramid. And it's like by design because those chemicals that those pyramids were creating would have eroded the rocks. So, and the conventional explanation is it's bat shit or like bat piss.
Right.
But
which it reeks of in there. It's so noticeable. Right. It's unreal.
But he also says once you get to the very top, that top chamber in the step pyramid, there's 3 of them, right? And they all kind of look like the Grand Gallery, how they kind of angle up. They get smaller as they go up. He says when they were pushing water into those chambers, it was pushing the gas up into the top of the chamber, compressing the gas, which heats the gas up, right? And that's what could create that chemical reaction into ammonia. And then he also thinks that it was a similar process in the Great Pyramid, but the Great Pyramid, I think he believes, was creating sulfuric acid, and somehow the other 2 pyramids were used. I have to watch that podcast again, but it was fascinating and compelling the way he explained that.
Well, here's something that goes along those lines. I met this gentleman. I was in Egypt on the tour that I was on. He's president of an air compressor company in Canada, and that's what he was saying. He was like, this reminds me of an air tunnel structure and layout. He said that like the way it's designed, you could support enormous amounts of pressure in there. And that was not in the context of anything from Land of Chem. This was like 4 years ago. I don't think Land of Chem was making videos at that time. This is before that. And so like that was his intuitive thoughts on it. Mm-hmm. He was like, this seems like something for, I'm like, that's interesting, but I never pieced the dots on that.
Yeah, man. And then there's like, also on some of those pyramids, there's these underground channels that the conventional explanation is it was for rainwater, to collect rainwater. And there's these conduits that go underground that connect from the pyramids and they come out into these collection bowls. I don't know if you've seen the collection. You've been there, right?
Yeah.
There's these big collection bowls that, like, why would they be collecting rainwater?
Yeah.
And he thinks it was part of, like, the chemical collection process or something they were doing.
So they're just for ceremonies.
Yeah, right.
Right. Come on now. It's religious. Just drop it. That's what they say about everything out there.
The part of Jeff's hypothesis that I found the most interesting, of course, it's the most mundane, so it has the most chance, in my opinion, of being accurate, was they would build things to get zapped with lightning because it charges the ground to make for better harvests. That's something that's something that the ancients would very easily have been able to notice. You know, a lightning striking the ground is the kind of thing you're gonna talk about, man. And if it starts farming better there, you're gonna notice that. And so that part of it is interesting. That part is definitely interesting. The chemical parts of it and stuff are interesting too. Don't get me wrong.
It's like sonochemistry, the way he explained it to me in the Great Pyramid. Like it's like sound resonance. There's clearly some sort of resonant frequency happening in the pyramid. Yeah, and when you mix that with chemistry, apparently that's a real thing.
Yeah. It is. It needs more testing. Same as the digging in the ground and everything else. Which they need more testing. But the first part, that part of it in particular, was I would have had him on and I was listening. That's a nice foundation, a good starting point for this because it's not too out there, man. It's not out there at all.
Yeah. You know what's far more out there is suggesting that it was a tomb for the pharaohs. They've never
Dibble.
Yeah, they have never found, never mind in any Egyptian pyramid ever, because you can say, oh, they looted it. Okay, fine. Never mind that there's no glyphs on any of the walls. Like you'll find it every single other known Egyptian tomb. It is floor to ceiling in glyphs. Amazing artwork that shows the depiction of their lives, and in the internal structure and layout. Like a lot of people that haven't been or are not familiar with the mapping of the Great Pyramid, they would think that it's like a maze to like hide the pharaoh. It's going to be complicated. No, you just go down, you go up, and you're in there. It's a straight shot. It's bizarre, but when you look at it from like a side angle of the map, it is absolutely. It's just confusing. It doesn't feel like a tomb at all.
Right.
That's and perhaps it could have been used as a tomb later on, but if I had my best guess is that it just simply was not designed with the purpose of being a tomb. I really don't think so. I don't know fact, and anyone that says otherwise, it's like nobody really knows, and that's kind of the fun part about this. But it's like that's just not my impression. And I went to Egypt with people that were very skeptical of the alternative theories. They're like, surely this was a tomb. And there was multiple people that said, I'm not so sure about that now. Like after walking through it, they're like, this is weird. So the mystery is real.
Did you ever go in the subterranean chamber?
Yes.
What was that like?
Really creepy. It's like 100 feet underground, and it's dark. Without light, it would be just cave black. You fall through dirt through a tight little shaft just to get into it. And when you're in there, it's just quiet, and it's just the very chamber itself looks so eroded. It's weird. That was really fun to be in there.
Yeah, that was. I don't think I could do that. I'd be too claustrophobic. Like that's just if you're trying to explain that place being a pharaonic burial site or a tomb, how do you subterranean chamber that is like almost impossible for anyone to get down? And then you have that weird little shaft at the end of it on like the south side, I think, that goes nowhere.
Yeah.
There's a lot of. It looks like a hydraulic mechanistic machine. I don't know, man. It's mind blowing.
What is funny is how many people will try to deny any sort of mystery with that when they just try to be like tomb and tomb alone.
Yeah,
that attitude.
Ropes and
when even the Egyptologists can't agree on exactly how it was made, it's like when they. Can we not have a little bit of speculation and have a conversation? But instead, they turn it fight. It has to be that's really where I that really blew my mind. Sticking those in here, like I watched some debunking video, idea how attack politics a lot of this is going down. That part really hurts my head. It's like, come on, man, what in the actual fuck politically do the big rocks the ancient Egyptians have to do with today? Seriously, please enlighten me. I'm lost on that one.
Well, yeah. I want to get to that, but another thing I wanted to talk about was Jeffrey Drum, Land of Chem's theory on how those chemicals were also potentially used, and this is also one of my favorite theories, to explain like the scoop marks in the Serapeum boxes, right? Or even the scoop marks under that pregnant lady.
Yeah. Like the Aswan quarry with all the scoops with the obelisk.
Right. So maybe it was some sort of like, or even when you see those giant saw blades that Ben shows pictures of, those giant saw, looks like a massive circular saw, cut this granite, right? So maybe they were using some sort of chemical slurry to soften that stone and cut through it, or like for in the Serapeum, if they cracked it or whatever, they could use that to scoop it out. I think that makes a ton
I'm
of sense.
very open to stone softening, especially in Peru. Egypt, it's hard to say, but what I witnessed in Peru surprised me. Like, everything, the stones look like they were marshmallowed together, and that's what the legends say there. Mm-hmm. They say that there was a certain, I've heard two different things. One, there's a bird that would nest on cliffs that would use its saliva to, like, essentially melt or not melt, but, like, carve away the stone. It would, like, have an acidic property to it. Then I also have heard that it was actually a plant. But whatever it was, the legends going back in Peru say that there was something they used to soften the stone. And then when I was in Cusco, as well as in Sacsayhuaman in Cusco, when I put my hands between the stone that had essentially been moved through, time and earthquakes and whatever, it was as smooth gets. It was as if the stones had literally been pushed together and marshmallowed together. It wasn't. I was expecting to feel like a saw blade in there. No, it was totally smooth. And I'm like, and when you look at it, it bulges on the sides of it. Right. Honestly, so I'm very open-minded that those stones have been softened. Yeah. What confuses me in Egypt is that when I look at the 1,000-ton Ramesseum statue, I'm like, I'm not so sure that was involving stone softening. And I have seen other marks of evidence of stones that have been cut throughout Egypt with the granite. So I don't know what to think as far as like the geopolymer narratives goes.
Geopolymer is a little different, right? Geopolymer is like concrete.
Yeah, casting.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
right.
The new crave. I'm seeing a lot of things of. But when Peru, I'm like, there's something. Like that stuff is bizarre.
Even when I asked Ed Barnhart, I asked him, I'm like, we could take a time machine and go anywhere in history.
How are you? What up, Pickle Tomb? How you living? What up, Sergeant Sally? Cool story. What's new in your neck of the woods? No one wants to hear that. All right. Well,
why would you say that, Sally?
Yeah, we're just watching podcast, so feel free to enjoy it.
We just see one thing. What would it be? It's like, I wonder how they fucking built those megalithic structures. He's honest. He's like, I don't think the conventional explanation makes sense.
I love it. And it is bizarre, like those polygonal stones found on 5 continents around the world. And, some people say, well, that's just basic human ingenuity. And I'm like, I don't know. I don't know about that. And there's stones there that, like, so they're going to say that it was done with bronze chisels or stone hammers. And I'm like, when you look at the sophistication of these stones, how they're perfectly flush with each other, I'm like, that was not done with a stone hammer. Not on that, not on granite.
Well, they, Garcilaso de la Vega, who was descended of an Inca noblewoman and a Spanish conquistador, is considered one of the best sources from those days, the best contemporary source from the post-colonial days of the Inca. And he talks about the legend of them moving one of the big rocks in Cusco and it falling off of a precipice and killing like 3,000 people, and it took like 40,000 or 30,000 people to move the stone. It describes is basically unreal. Yeah, it's like when you read it, you're just like, okay, this didn't happen.
Right. It was ultimately a failure, as he described, right?
And he describes it as a failure, yes. Which is something that you find a lot. It's a very interesting little tidbit that you see in a lot of South American legends. Like there's the one that's just the legend of Name Lap. It's not even that complicated. There's a short-lived in history. In the historical timeline, it's a short-lived little culture called Name Lap. They had a temple, a couple of pyramids, and they had an idol. According to their legend, they showed up via boat with this idol. They were able to move the idol. They put it inside of the pyramid. Then one of their descendants of their king, after a few generations, wants to move the idol, but he's incapable of doing so. And there's more of the story, but that's my point there, is you see this kind of thing happen a lot in South America, where these little stories of, my ancestors moved this big-ass rock, and I tried to do it and failed miserably. And it's catastrophically in the same case with Name Lab. It doesn't fall and kill 3,000 people. The king ends up screwing a demon, and it causes a flood that kills his people. But anyway, same thing. It's catastrophic. But yeah, it's just interesting. You see these stories pop up a lot in South America, where it's like there seems to have been a tradition of the people before us could move bigger rocks than us.
which is wild. Because like if you go back to Egypt, the most impressive pyramid, the oldest ones, and you get shittier as time goes on. A lot of people aren't aware that there's approximately 118 pyramids in all of Egypt. The ones of Giza get all the attention, but there are hundreds that are they're like made of mud bricks. They get crappier as time goes on, and nowhere near the sophistication of the old dynasty.
What is that?
The old kingdom. Yeah, look at that.
Yeah, that's crazy.
A crap box.
Yeah, and it's the same thing in South America
That's
too.
Fifth Dynasty. Yeah, not very long, not much later at all.
Yeah, there's a lot of shitty pyramids in South America too. A lot of which are thought to have been like ancient landfills. You know, like they were building pyramids for multiple reasons. They didn't just have to be to communicate with the gods and sacrifice babies.
Yeah, like look at this, and the other one above the pyramid of Harara. Look at that.
That doesn't even look like a pyramid.
No, it's mud bricks. When you look closer, it's a bunch of mud bricks.
Yeah, man. Why do you think they won't look into that void in the pyramid?
Well, the number one explanation is they just don't want to damage the pyramid. And I appreciate that. However, they've already drilled the fuck out of it. They used tons of dynamite to blow their way in 150 years ago.
Right.
And the reality is that they could do a small little diameter. They could drill it.
Just like they did with the gate and breaks door, right? They drilled a little hole through that door to see what was behind it.
Right. And so it's like, the fact that it's been 7 years, to me, if I was running the show out there, isn't that like a number one priority? It's like, oh, we've discovered a void.
Right.
Now let's go in and figure it out. And the fact that it's been 7 years since really confused. There's no feasible explanation that makes sense to me. I'm like, especially with how much conjecture there is about how the pyramid was built or whether it was a tomb for the pharaohs. I can't wrap my head around how we haven't done it all.
Maybe because there's too much. There's too much stone in between Where would they start? Would they start from the outside?
I think they go from the top of the Grand Gallery.
Top of the Grand Gallery?
I'm not sure. They would probably be. They might even be able to slip.
Steve, can you find
partially through the horses and stuff from the outside without the stones in it. I mean, I'm not sure. You have to look at it. Look at it, which different possible areas of attack. But yeah, I don't see it being that invasive. I don't see any way it could be that invasive.
And they could just patch up that hole when they're done.
You find the schematics of the
type in map.
There you go, map.
Use Muon if you want to find the
Muon?
Yeah, Muon is the part that they use to find
what was it?
Just type in Great Pyramid.
I thought this was like some sort of like satellite thing they use to find this.
It's basically this thing that launches these solar particles.
Type in void. Yeah. Oh, it's kind of shows it there, but it's kind of small. What is that?
It's like scan pyramid.
There you go. There you go. Click that and freaking blow that up.
Yeah.
It's crazy that thing's the size of a jumbo jet.
Yeah, it's something like 140 or 150 feet long, and I'm not exactly sure how tall. They don't know exact measurements, but they think it's rectangular. But it's they don't know for sure.
Yeah, and it had to have had a purpose.
Certainly. Now, some people say, "Oh, well, maybe it's just for construction." That was how they hauled the stones up a ramp or something like that, and that's feasible as well. But the reality is, like, okay, well, let's go in and take a peek. And then maybe we'll look at it and be like, aha, okay, this answers some questions. I mean, if anything, it's probably, if my best guess is that it's a second so-called Grand Gallery. And I say so-called because I don't think the King's Chamber was the King's Chamber. I don't think the Grand Gallery was this gallery that, we walked up to ascend to the tomb to say goodbye to the Pharaoh after having a wonderful life. Nah, whatever it was, though, you can infer that maybe it was a second Grand Gallery. Now, what's the purpose of the Grand Gallery? Some people have suggested it's for hauling up the stones in the first place. Like, there's a lot of conjecture.
Yeah.
Nobody knows.
Yeah, nobody knows. That's the beauty of the whole thing.
Yeah. But how the hell have they not gone looking at? Like, I really struggle.
It looks like it would be easiest to go through the King's Chamber to get to that thing.
Yeah.
Or the Grand Gallery. Definitely not from the outside. It's like a lot of space from the outside.
Right. Hundreds of feet. That's the wild thing. So when you, a lot of people don't understand just how big the Great Pyramid is. When it had its capstone, it was the height of a 47-story building, which would dominate the skyline in most cities, even around the world. But when you stand at its base, because it's 755 feet wide at all four bases, that means that it's over 100 meters from the base to the center of the pyramid. So when you're looking at it from the bottom, you can't really see the top. It just keeps going and going and going. It just kind of, yeah.
That's bizarre.
Huge. You need to see it in person because when you walk up to
Right.
it, you keep walking and getting, and you feel like you're getting closer, and it's like, it's not until you get closer you realize, like, oh my god, like this thing is, I call it stupid big. Like they could have made it half the size and still blown people's minds.
Right.
It's so stupid big that they're like, well, they're just trying to be impressive and stuff. I'm like, they could have made it smaller and impressed everybody.
Right. When you go there, have you been there?
I haven't. I want to go, but I haven't been able to.
I heard through the people that have been on the show that the best way to go there is to get that dude Yusuf to take you around. I heard he's like got all the.
I've done things with him.
Oh, really?
He has the connections. He grew up in Egypt, right across the street from the Sphinx. His father, the late Akim Abdel Awiyan, ancient wisdom keeper that taught chematology.
Mm-hmm.
And
his name's Yusuf Awiyan?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Shout out Yusuf.
Yeah, he's with the Kemet School of Ancient Mysticism. He's a total sweetheart. He's a very nice guy, and it's very apparent when you travel with him that you see the respect he has from the people that work the sites, the guards and whatnot. He tips his way to get all the things you want. I don't know if I should say that or not, but it's all right. This is the reality in Egypt. This is no secret. Everyone tips. Like it's
just, you can you grease somebody to get like a private couple minutes.
I have done it, and the Egyptian government and the Egyptians, they're not doing anything to stop it. They know what's going on. It's okay.
How many people are going on their honeymoon and like greasing the?
I was going to say I'm waiting for the sound clip to come from this where Jimmy Corsetti admits to greasing people to fuck them in the Great Pyramid.
I've had sex in the Great Pyramid so many times.
Jimmy Corsetti's cult rituals.
I'm launched on the Great Pyramid this summer.
Really doing on swastika
Oh my
covers.
god, bro! Can you imagine?
Yeah, not to YouTuber has sex in the Great Pyramid.
Let's go, guys!
Get the headlines.
There's photos of people fucking on top of the pyramid.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
man,
hilarious.
Have you seen that?
Yeah, that German couple or that friend or maybe from France, that really caused an uproar in Egypt.
Oh, I bet.
Cool,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah.
That's legendary.
That's Mile High Club and a half.
Hey, baby, you want to go fuck on top of the Great Pyramid of Egypt?
Legend.
Also, that view from up there is pretty incredible.
Yeah.
That gives you a pretty good perspective of how enormous those things are. And that's another thing I told to Jeffrey too when he was in here. I was like, God, your theory makes so much sense, but like, what really breaks my brain is that when you look at those monumental, enormous, symbolic structures on the landscape of Giza, my brain wants to think that there are these giant electricity machines that were powering the society with free energy.
Wireless, baby.
I don't want to think it had to do with agriculture. You know what I mean?
Right. And I don't
But it's
think
Occam's razor. You know what I mean? It's kind of like Occam's razor, where it's like it's the most, I think, mundane, reasonable explanation.
and that might be it. You know, what I don't think though is, are you referring to tomb for the pharaohs or just agriculture?
I was referring to his agriculture theory.
Yeah, and that makes far more sense than tomb.
Mhm.
You know, so yeah, I love it. It's such a fun controversy. A fun thing to debate. It's just that I tell people, like, go travel to Egypt and think for yourself. Walk through the Great Pyramid and see if you really feel like that's a tomb, and then go visit the Valley of the Kings, as well as the mastabas. So the whole complex of Giza being a funerary complex, the buildings are called mastabas. And go look through those, known burials. And it's like, oh, this makes sense. It's totally a tomb. I get it. And then you walk in the pyramid. And I remember standing in line there the last time I was there. I didn't do it with a tour. And so there was this other tourist there. And I remember hearing this girl say, like, this is a tomb? Like with total doubt.
Yeah.
And it's like, when you walk through it just doesn't have that vibe. And there was, again, when I visited there was people that went into it thinking it was a tomb. And then at the end of it, they had doubts. They're like, I don't know about that.
Right.
And that was after having gone in the Valley of the Kings.
Oh, wow.
But even if it was like I talk about being part of a funerary complex, like with my idea earlier, like the 3 stars being laid out in the pattern of Orion's belt. Osiris was Orion to the Egyptians, and that was the god that brought you through the underworld back to the other side, right? So it would make sense. But even if it would make sense they would put that there, and those 3 would be part of a resurrection ritual potentially. But even if that was the case, I don't think it was made for any one individual pharaoh. And History for Granted, actually, if you guys know who he is on YouTube, he does a lot of in-depth deep
What is he
dives.
again?
History for Granted.
Okay.
He does a lot of deep dives into pyramid in ancient Egypt itself. And one of the things that he points out is the portcullis doors are set up in a manner that they are designed to be opened and closed again. They're not designed to be dropped and placed there permanently. They're designed to be revisited. And it's almost like this might have been a spot that people, all three of those pyramids potentially could have been placed where it was used up. The pharaoh dies, we do this, do this, do this. This is part of the ceremony. This is part of the ceremony. This is part of the ceremony. That would explain why when we did crack the one sarcophagus that was in, I forget which pyramid, sarcophagus they found still sealed in the pyramid. When they opened it, it was fucking empty.
Which is bizarre.
But if it wouldn't be so bizarre if they were all symbolic. You just bring the pharaoh in here and sprinkle him around a little bit, set him next to the sarcophagus, and then take him out after a month. This is just step one of. And if you look at their theories or their legends, excuse me, they have like 42 gates to go through, depending on what time you're looking at which dock. They have all these different ideas about how many gates you had to go through, how many stations you had to go through, the wing, the heart, and all that shit. Wouldn't be outside of the realm of possibility for them to emulate that on the ground.
The pyramids were 100% tombs.
Oh, yeah.
And anyone that disagrees is a Nazi. It's very clear.
Yes, exactly.
It is kind of funny, actually, how you can't have that discussion with some people. I mean, we've all got people like to give the archaeologist a little bit of a fair shake here. We've all got people in our comment section that are on the other side of things that are like certain that their theory is right. And they'll come in there and be like, you're a fucking idiot. Look, man, all you got to do is watch this one video, go read this one article, and you'll know everything you need to know. So it's not like it's just the debunkers, the skeptics that have that attitude.
Right.
But fuck me, that they seem to be the worst about it. And they're certainly the ones that stand between guys like us and actually getting into that fucking hidden chamber.
Yeah.
Right. And so that's and some of the attitudes, like some of these people, like when you were asking about Göbekli Tepe and you started bringing that up, and John Hoops, the archaeologist that has made a career basically of attacking Graham Hancock, he went out of it. He made this post that was like, as far as I'm concerned, they can encase the Göbekli Tepe in concrete. We've got enough to keep all of
that.
Yeah,
It's in writing.
It's on Twitter.
A tweet. And he wasn't, I wanted to believe he was joking, but like, nah.
Even if he even says, though, they could use a visitor center like they do the Lesotho. He's like, fucking straight up. He's just, and even if that's not where he's standing, even if that's not his position, if it's hyperbole, the fact of the matter is this: in this PR discussion about what to do with Göbekli Tepe, we have Jimmy Corsetti, aka the Nazi, aka the fucking pseudoscientist,
Pseudo-archaeologist.
yes, the nut job, the conspiracy theorist, versus the tenured scientist. It's an educator.
I studied at Yale and Harvard, sir.
Doesn't that guy have special permission to like edit Wikipedia articles?
Well, it's not special mission, but he's been doing it for so long that he's just in charge of a lot.
He controls locked accounts. Like, I can't.
How the fuck does anyone get access to do that?
It's a good question.
I think eventually, what they end up doing, I could be wrong. I think what happens is you end up kind of consistently getting other people to moderate, because there's Wikipedia moderators. So eventually you work your way up into being the Reddit mod of Wikipedia. Well, now it's your fucking Reddit page. Right?
I was reading something on, I can't remember who, on one of your guys' tweets, where it was saying that John Hoops on his Wikipedia said he encourages his students to do the same thing.
Yeah, he teaches them. He says actually part of his curriculum.
Which is crazy.
Fucking insane, man.
This is a guy he got his undergrad, I believe, from Harvard and his PhD from Yale, or it's vice versa, but he studied at both. So that's supposed to be very prestigious. And he's gone on to be so toxic. Like you said, he made a career out of just attacking Graham Hancock.
Right.
And let's be real clear there. With that tweet that I'm talking about, we have Jimmy Corsetti saying, go do some fucking archaeology. And we have an archaeologist going, nah, fuck you. I don't like Jimmy. I don't want to do the archaeology. And it's the same thing with so many. Look at Danny Hillman-Nadi with Jaja's work. Got attacked because of its association with Graham Hancock, right? If it hadn't been for that, we wouldn't have had a retraction, all that shit with the Gunung Padang, right? That's the guy who did Gunung Padang. It's the same kind of thing. It's just like your association with the wrong people encase it in concrete.
And the thing is that all I'm doing is advocating for further study and excavation. I'm trying to give these people jobs. Like they talk like Jimmy Corsetti hates archaeologists. They say this, and I'm like, no, I don't. That's what? Who? Wait, no, that's ridiculous. And I'm trying to give you guys jobs here. If I was like, king of the world, I would be signing, I'd be flicking my wrist to be like, okay, you guys now have jobs. I'd give it to all of them. Like, just dig these sites up and let's all learn together. This is a win-win for
Right.
And I never realized I would get as much backlash as I have. Like, this happened way before the swastika thing. That was just icing on the cake. For a couple of years before that, they were coming after me hard. And I had never done anything to them. Flint Dibble and John Hoops had people before I had any type of correspondence with them at all. I had never spoken about them negatively, nothing. And I was blocked. And I'm like, what? Like, I don't understand it. And so it's just been a war ever since. And it escalated after season 1 of Ancient Apocalypse with Graham Hancock, that they were preemptively telling people not to watch it. They were telling people to give it a thumbs down before it ever even aired. So let me just clarify that. Before it aired, they say that once it does air, hit thumbs down on it. And I'm like, you haven't even seen it. And I'm like, you're just trying to destroy that. Like, and even with like other people like Mini Man, who I have nothing against personally. I think his name's Milo Rossi. He has a channel called Mini Minute Man. It has over 2 million subs. And he's more along the academic mainstream side. For example, he had done a whole expose on debunking Graham Hancock. He said, I watched Ancient Apocalypse, so you don't have to. That's the title of the series. Okay. He got many millions of views.
Oh, I have heard of this guy.
And he's a young gentleman, and I think highly of him. Him and I disagree on a lot of things, but I like his spirit. He's highly engaging.
Yeah.
He'd be somebody to bring on this podcast. Like, talk to him. I like him, even though I don't think he likes me. I don't think he no longer likes Dan.
Yeah, me and him used to get along well, but the whole Flint Dibble debacle. And
so the thing about Flint Dibble is so interesting to me, right? Like, the YouTube comments are such a fascinating thing. It's why it is incredible. Some people hate them. Some people love them. I think they're super fascinating because a lot of times if there's an overwhelming opinion in the YouTube comments, there can be a lot of truth to it. I see it in my own videos. But also, another thing that's true at the same time is there's a pylon effect on YouTube where there's all these comments saying the same thing. Somebody doesn't want to come in who thinks differently and state that they think differently and just get attacked. They want to go with the flow or what everyone else is saying. There's like this weird thing. And when the Flint Dibble Graham debate happened, I watched that. Before reading any comments, I listened to it. And I was like, wow.
How you living, Romeo?
I was like, Flint is compelling. Like, Flint, I was like, wow, he body bagged Graham. Like, that was my gut reaction to it. I'm like, he was fucking taking things that Graham was saying. He was finishing Graham's sentences. He was filling in the gaps, giving context to shit Graham was saying. And then I felt like Graham was like on his heels the whole time. Then trying to come at him with the anti-Semitic. He was saying that Graham was like a white supremacist.
So are you in your phone?
Which bullshit. I think that's completely shitty of him. I hate that. But like I felt like he didn't have the evidence or the knowledge to come.
Okay, so it's a different account now.
Combat what Flint was providing, the evidence that Flint was providing. Then I read the comments and I was like, am I retarded? Am I seeing something that no one else is seeing? Like, what's going on here?
So,
and then when I had Flint on, the amount of backlash that
it was saying it was in one account, now it's saying it's locked on another. Okay, I'm just throwing this out there. Remember, you bought this phone randomly, and you said it came with a receipt, right?
Yeah. But the problem is that I'm not able to find a receipt.
Okay, that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter at this time.
That
doesn't matter at this time. Couldn't somebody have just created a receipt and stolen an iPhone and then just tricked you?
I mean, he had the box too.
Yeah, I mean, basically, if you're able to steal the iPhone, you steal the box, and then you just create a receipt, and you think it's a brand new iPhone.
It's not a brand new iPhone, like it was suddenly used before.
Nevertheless, I mean, basically, if I had a receipt printer, I could just take that, buy bricked iPhones and then just sell them, right? Okay, no big deal. So before it was saying you have to be authorized to do it's under some system that MMI or whatever,
Yeah.
and now what?
And now it's saying that it has an activation law.
Okay, what does that mean?
Okay, so activation law basically means, okay, so if you buy an iPhone from someone and they forget to find my iPhone before restoring, then the next person tries to restore that iPhone, will face an activation law in which it will ask the previous owner's Apple ID and password.
Okay, so obviously, did you put your Apple ID and password in, see if that worked?
I tried, but it didn't work.
Okay, well, didn't you say that when you tried to jailbreak the phone, you skipped a step? Don't skip the step.
No, the only problem, like when I tried to jailbreak it, first of all, the jailbreak didn't work because I wasn't able to find, like a particular kind of iOS for it. And second, I used a third-party tool to deactivate it, and then it's showing an activation.
Okay, try to jailbreak it with a different version.
I tried, didn't work.
Okay, try with a different one.
Mm-hmm.
Try with like 4 or 5 different ones.
Not 4.5. I'll say my iPhone is running the beta version of iOS 26. Okay,
I know.
and the late version of jailbreak is available for 18.5.
Yeah, I know.
I tried that. So I tried that a few times, but it didn't work. It was incompatible.
Okay. Did you try with iOS 18?
Yep,
iOS 17?
it's too old. Like it's too old to support this.
I mean, you could always try.
Or I can, but it's still like at this point it's like two versions older. It's not going to support.
You never know until you try, dog.
True. But right now it's an activation that which is like really pissing me off.
All right. Let's see if there's a way around it.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Activation law prevents anyone who is not the owner from using this iPhone. So unlock this iPhone, enter the Apple account and password that were used during setup. That's what it says.
Okay. Um. Are you able to get into the settings of the phone?
Nope.
So you can't get into the phone at all?
Nope.
What happens when you press the home button?
It doesn't have a home button.
Okay. You can't go to menu or anything?
Nope.
Okay.
I can only connect to Wi-Fi and that's it.
Okay. So there's an iCloud bypass tools that you can use. So try to download. It's called DOULCI Activator.
Wait, what?
It's DOULCI Activator.
DOL?
DOULCI
Okay. DI?
CI
Oh, CI. Okay.
Activator.
Okay. Is it like free or something?
I believe so.
Okay, it says bypass iCloud. It's
Where there's a will, there's a way, big dog.
like this same situation has happened to me like 3 years ago, but I forgot how to install it. It's like native.
Sure, dog.
By the way, she texted me.
What'd she say?
She said, I'm sorry, but you should know that I'm tired of waiting.
Did you tell her it's 77 days?
I did tell her that.
And what did she say?
She didn't see my text.
Okay. So just be patient.
Alright, by the way, the site opened.
All right.
Like, what's next?
Do what it says to do.
What?
Do what it says to do. Download its software or whatever.
I don't see anything that says, that to download it. Any other things?
Just a moment.
iPhone is working.
What did I tell you to download? What was it called? What was it called? What was it called? Your microphone isn't working. Can you say that again? Yo, are you speaking? All right. Can you hear me?
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, the laptop is not
That's okay. Go to iremove.tools. Go to iremove.tools.
I remove.
Yeah, iremove.tools. All right, I see this costs something.
Then
It says up to iOS 18, but that might it may or may not work for you because you got fancy with your phone. Um, what was the name of the software that I told you to use?
the one before this one,
Yeah.
Dolce something.
Can you spell it?
DOULC. Yeah, DOULCI.
Thank you. All right.
Okay.
Okay, it seems like that was patched. I mean, you may be done with this phone because you were on an unsupported iOS version. But try using the jailbreak for iOS 17.
Alright, let me try that later. I'll get back to you.
Sounds like a plan, big dog. Peace, big dog.
I got from having Flynn on was unbelievable.
I saw that and I didn't like that because I'm like, props to you for bringing him on. Like Flint and I think very differently. And in fact, I think Flint hates me. I don't hate Flint. But like, props to you for bringing him on. Because yeah, you got like all kinds of backlash for that. And it's
we
like,
have
what?
we have a what was it, our Discord,
The
Steve?
Discord moderator.
Oh, we have a guy who created our Discord, right? Who like did it. We didn't pay him or anything. He did this like for free to help us out because I guess he was a fan of the show, and then he built this crazy Discord thing for our Patreon community, which was great. And then when we released that that Flint Dibble podcast, he went and like basically deleted that thing. He like wiped out our whole Discord and then left.
Oh wow,
That's how passionate these people are about this stuff.
That shit's crazy to me.
it's
I
almost
don't
a
care which-
religion.
I don't care
Actually,
which
It
side
is like a
of the
religion,
fence,
man.
fuck.
It really
Yeah.
is.
yeah. I will say this about that debate. I bet you have a lot to say.
It's not-
Um, my impression of it is that Flint did not facilitate what I would consider to be an entertaining conversation to the mysteries. For example, they started talking about Yonaguni, the so-called underwater monument off the coast of an island from Japan.
Mm-hmm.
And are you already familiar with this? It looks like steps underwater.
Yeah. I remember it from the podcast.
So that one is, I consider an enigma. I think that it was made of some kind, and if that's the case, it would have happened 12,000 years ago was the last time the site was above water. It doesn't look, and the reason why I think that it's not natural, and I've repeatedly asked for it, I've even gone and shock and said, if this is natural, then okay, show me just one other site from anywhere else on Earth that even looks remotely comparable to this. It's been cricket since. But circling back to when they were having the conversation on Rogan, Graham brings it up. It was going to be a whole topic of conversation. Flint's like, this is just natural, the end. And like the conversation just moved right on. And I'm like, hold on a second, there's more to discuss there. So Flint, you know, I want to hear Dan's thoughts on this, because like that's no one has dived into this more than you.
And then Flint, there was a part when they were discussing that those underwater structures where even Rogan was looking at it, and I think he was like compelled by Flint's description of it being natural. Even Rogan was like, yeah, this looks natural. Like, Graham, explain that.
I don't remember it that way, but you could be right.
Well,
I'd have to go.
in places, in places, the only thing it does look like it may well be natural. I mean, to play devil's advocate, if it did sink 12,000 years ago underwater, it's been underwater for 12,000 fucking years, man.
Sure.
It's going to have some natural looking shit, right?
Sure.
But what Jim was pointing out with that, Flint was not just dismissive of it. A better example of the same thing was when they talked about Gunung Padang, and they were talking about the potential artifacts, the Kajang stone, and Flint just laughed at it. Literally laughed. And it's like, okay, ma'am, I talked about this before. Carl Sagan was a great science fucking communicator, and one of the reasons he was because he knew who his audience was. His audience was interested amateurs, and interested amateurs didn't come in because they wanted to know the spectrometry star.
Sure.
They wanted to know about aliens and shit, right? So
there's a lot of arrogance that goes in some of these scholars.
So when you come in and somebody asks about this site, this is Yonaguni, an underwater monument, and you're just, what you have effectively done is not only have you dismissed this interested amateur, but you've left the vacuum open for Jim, for me, for Graham to be the one that fucking says, hey, this is what Yonaguni is. And then they cry about it afterwards and say, why does nobody like real archaeology? Well, because you deliberately made it fucking boring. You wear an Indiana Jones hat because you know that Indiana Jones was the reason you started getting into this. You know that's what's interesting. You know that's what's fun. But you don't want to look for no lost art.
Even I got Flint to admit on this podcast when he came in here, I think it was towards the front of the podcast, that a lot of his people that he works with in archaeology got into archaeology because of Graham Hancock. So now he says that they don't believe what he says, whatever. But like going back to the Flint conversation with Graham, I thought Flint did such a good job. Not Monday morning quarterbacking it. I know a lot of the stuff that he said was actually wrong. Whether he lied intentionally or whether he was just trying to win, quote unquote, win the debate, which I don't think makes sense in the debate. It's not supposed to be a MMA fight. It's supposed to be something for people to learn. It's subjective, right? Everything
how it should be.
it's all of it's like who you think won or whatever. That's completely subjective. And I learned a lot from it. Like when you go on Twitter and you subtweet everything Graham says about like, Graham, you fucking lost. Look how I killed Graham in this debate. That's not a good look. You're shooting yourself in the foot by doing that.
Well, it also betrays the. There's a couple of things that betray the mentality going into it. One, I have a hard time with the maybe he didn't lie because, as you said, he's finishing Graham's sentences. He just fucking.
Yes.
When he's putting the wrong slide on the screen, that's not a mistake, bro. That's not something you could just. Sorry, man, I handed you the wrong piece of paper. Fucking, you've been preparing that one a long time to begin with. But also, in addition to that whole afterwards, he posts video right away talking about, I'm feeling good. I kicked Graham's ass. Oh, just mean people. Okay,
like come on, really, if you really did that good, let the people talk for you. You don't have to be the one pounding your chest.
Why do you think that he had? Do you think that mentality just immediately sprang into his brain after it was over? Fuck no, that thing was fostered there.
Yeah.
It's been there all his life.
Yeah, I don't think he went into that with an open mind.
I think he went into it to be combative, and to be honest with you, I felt like that podcast, like to have a debate that's engaging for the audience. I look at it like a dance. You need a good dance partner. If you're a good dancer, you need a good dance partner. And I feel like it didn't do Graham Hancock's 3 decades of work justice, and that he has shared numerous mysteries about ancient civilizations, and that debate did not allow that to be showcased. I felt like it was just so many times that Flint had just scoffed off certain things through some giggling and some laughs that didn't allow the true mysteries that Graham Hancock has shown to the world for so many decades to flourish. I thought Graham did the best he could, and in my mind, I thought he won because in my mind, I'm thinking like these mysteries of ancient civilizations have not been addressed. The mystery is still there. The part that bothered me the most, though, it's one thing to misrepresent certain data or whatever on things that people have said that he lied about. The part that bothered me the most was that he tried to portray that he hadn't associated Graham with white supremacy. They brought up an article, and Flint said, "These aren't my words," but it was actually from an exact tweet of Flint's, and I ended up putting that on blast.
Yeah, he was doing crazy jujitsu to try to weasel his way out of that one.
Yeah, and it's like, because he did the same thing to me. I'm like, he's saying, "I didn't say you're white supremacist." I'm like, it doesn't matter. You're associating it with, and that's exactly
People
what
are reading the headline of those articles and they're taking that from. They're not going to go down to the fifth paragraph and try to like actually understand the context. Because people don't have time to do that. Like, you know what you're doing.
And let's be clear. I mean, he, as a scientist coming in to weigh in on his field of science, or pseudo version of his field of study, why the fuck are you talking about this political shit? What the fuck does that have to do with rocks in the ground and fucking all this metallurgy, all these evidence? No. This is a red herring, specifically designed so that when you Google, you see that headline. It's a scorched earth tactic, 110%. And the guy's done it to me with the scientists that I've tried to talk to and stuff since then. And it was, and Barnhart was the guy I'd like to work with, but I know that some archaeologists have been hounding him and telling him that I'm a bad person that I shouldn't be smoking with or whatever. And I know I've been told by other archaeologists that they want to work with me, but they're afraid to do it because of their career. So even other YouTubers that aren't archaeologists that are just like, I watched him the ice core specialist. I watched Flint in real time lie to him, say that Dan believes he's wanting this to prove ancient high technology exists when he knows as well as you guys do that I don't believe in ancient high tech as far as I go. So it's and he knew that before. Like I'm different than Jim. I got along with John and Flint when I first started making
John
videos.
Hoops?
Yeah, I was considered kind of a tolerable conspiracy nut, right? I'm the one that's he'll at least turn around. He might say that we're wrong about this, but he'll turn around and say they're wrong about that too. So we'll put up with it. He's usually following the science. But when I started pointing out that when they talk about racism, particularly the letter that they sent to Netflix about Graham Hancock, the Society of American Archaeology, that letter, I started hammering away at the falsehoods in that and how this narrative isn't quite accurate. You guys are bullshitting things here to make things seem a little different than they are.
What was that letter?
They tried to get Netflix to make the documentary series a science fiction series.
You want it relabeled from documentary,
and they wanted the thing there was they said that what I took real umbrage with was they said that this idea dated back to Ignatius Donnelly and his books, and then they tried to tie it in with him being white supremacy type of person, and the stuff came from before that. It gets really complicated, but the bottom line is this bullshit. The guy Ignatius Donnelly, his Wikipedia page has fucking his sources on there that were not racist. Thought the Mayans were the Atlanteans. They weren't white supremacists at all. But they skipped that because they can't say, they want to make it look like Atlantis hunting started with white supremacy, and that's how they portray it to Netflix. So when I called them out on it, it was kind of fucking radio silence for about a month, and it was during Christmas time, so I let everybody chill. But after I started pushing on it, I started making enemies really quickly. It was like, this is a political thing, clearly. It had fuck all to do with the science, and that's when I started losing friends that were archaeologists pretty fast.
And to be clear, in that letter, they associated these theories with dangerous extremism.
Yep.
They have those words in there.
Yep.
And, far right and other things. And I'm like, that's going too far. That's not what this is. We're talking.
Click on that blue link there where it says the SAA's letter. You can read the letter itself.
See where it says letter in blue?
It's short and it's short.
This is the actual letter.
Scroll down to the in between two pages and you can read the spicy bit.
Yeah.
The host of this series repeatedly and vigorously dismisses archaeologists and the practice of archaeology with aggressive rhetoric, widely seeking to cause harm to our membership and our profession in the public eye. Netflix identifies and advertises the series as a docu-series, a genre that implies its content is grounded in fact, when the content of the show is based on false claims.
No, it gets worse than this.
I don't understand
this is mild.
Okay.
This is not
Keep going.
But this,
Further down.
It is a documentary. How is it not a doc? It's a docu-series. It is a docu-series.
and really quickly, if you scroll up for 1 second again and look at those really fast, notice that both of those first two, they give something away very telling here. This is complaining about the science,
So
right?
they're throwing in these things like racist, white supremacy ideologies.
If they're complaining about the science being wrong, why does it say it vigorously dismisses archaeologists?
See, that's
and
a cop out. When you're trying to say things like they're threatening Netflix to say racist, white supremacist, and it threatens indigenous people. Okay, now you're holding a gun to Netflix's head. Is basically what you're doing, because you can't present a reasonable argument, so you have to throw in these threats, basically, that you're going to be associated with white supremacy, which is the same thing Flint fucking did in here. We had this great conversation about Atlantis, and he convinced me. I mean, he did a really good job of convincing me why Atlantis could possibly be bullshit. And then I asked him about the vases, and he like laughed in my face, and he said, I talked about a guy you guys both know, Matt Bell. Yeah, wonderful guy. Great guy. Lives right down the street from here.
You see, probably throw a rock at his house.
Who buys these vases off the antiquities market, and I was asking Flint, like, what do you think about these? He goes, I can't even be in the same room with one of those, because anybody who purchases these things is literally threatening people's lives, and they're funding cartels and funding cartel violence by purchasing these things. So you're like, you're dismissing the argument and by creating this bullshit excuse why you can't entertain the conversation.
Was he talking about cocaine or vases, man? I mean, what the fuck are we on about here?
Matt bought those legally,
Yes,
and if he wants to make that
market.
argument, you could say that there are no greater looters than archaeologists. Yeah, I could use that same argument. Says you guys are grave robbers.
Yeah.
You're literally digging up graves and taking it and putting it to other countries, and
let's be very clear. Any of the vases that have good provenance in a country like the United States will be repatriated. It's the very fact that Matt is able to purchase those tells you that there's an issue with the provenance, which is why guys like David Miano will take it to Providence and say, well, we don't know for sure these came from ancient Egypt. And it's also why Matt, it's funny, they play sides of this.
Mm-hmm. And let me just say on that, people say they'll doubt their authenticity. I'm like, well, I've been to Egypt, I've been in the museums, and those same vases are in there behind glass. Same examples. Really? Yeah, they're right there. I have pictures.
Well, yeah, and Matt spends stupid fucking money on these vases. He's not alone, right?
Right.
Adam Young spends stupid money on these vases. You think that the antiquity dealers that are selling these things are going to be like, oh, you know what? Fuck this guy. Fuck all my credibility because I'm going to get 10 grand off this thing.
No.
They ain't going to deal with fakes.
But if they think they're fake, then go to the Cairo Museum where you can see them balancing like on an eggshell. You know what I'm talking about, with the real rounded bottom where it like it's sitting balanced. It's hard to explain. It's like an eggshell bottom.
Yeah, they don't sit
flat.
Right. I have one. You want to grab that little 3D print right there?
I pointed the one right behind you.
That's a better example.
There you go. Because it's got the eggshell bottom that you're talking about.
Yep. And so to the audience, I'm shooting this camera.
I can't even be in the room with that. Yeah.
It's like,
it's
amazing.
It's crazy.
And yeah, they have those at the Cairo Museum behind glass, and they look. It's the same material. You can see it. And like these are the same. When I handled Matt Bell's, look, how can I say that they're authentic? They're real granite and they're amazing. And he has certificates of authenticity, but people can just argue that away and say, oh, everything, but I'm like, I have no doubt that they're real. But the discussion is that how was this a granite piece like this? Well, this is a 3D, but I'm talking like the real life deal. Mm-hmm. How is that constructed with the alleged primitive methods with hand tools when they're so symmetrical down to like thousandths of an inch? And to balance the way they are, I'm like, how is that done with hand tools? Like, that's the real discussion. And to say that it was done with, stone hammers and bronze chisels. Okay, well, if they want to advocate for that, then simply create one with those methods. This is the one thing I keep saying, like when it comes to like, the cutting of granite. I'm like, okay, if you say that these stone boxes were created with stone hammers, as they allege, I'm like, okay, well then just create one stone with the alleged primitive methods. And it's just nothing but crickets after that.
Well, it was trying to tell me that somebody did do it online, but I remember watching the video. There's a video on YouTube where people tried to recreate one of those, and I think it took them more than a year, and it was like completely
it was imperfect. Yeah, not anywhere near in the realm of what these real ones are. So
yeah, not even, and they'll miss the hard parts of it. It's like, okay, except that granite can be cut with a abrasive. You use copper tube and abrasive, and you can drill a hole in granite. I don't think anybody's going to deny that. So it's like, yes, you can make the blank of the vase with the fucking whatever. Right, that's fine. Now make it precise. That's where the rubber meets the road. And they consistently are doing that. It's honestly, it's kind of embarrassing because, as you know, they're trying to do this skeptical debunker and taking the hard part. They're being fucking lazy about it. And if you're like, if team science is fucking lazy, well, then where does that leave team pseudoscience? They can run amok, man.
Yeah.
And so it's really irritating to me because I do value science a lot, and I think that in all honesty, we need both sides of that human psyche to find where these things came from. We're gonna have people that look at that and they're gonna just like 1,001 ideas, and then you need other people to bring that back into reality. Between the two of them, you end up with an answer at some point.
Mm-hmm.
As it is, we have this disconnect, and when you remove the scientists from the discussion, or the skeptics from the discussion, you end up with, well, as I like to bring up a lot, Einstein famously said that the theory of relativity is almost unrecognizable to me now that the mathematicians have gotten a hold of it. Right? Einstein, he writes a theory of relativity, and he gets fine-tuned and fine-tuned and fine-tuned and fine-tuned and fine-tuned at 1,000 different scales. He's got this idea that's generally accurate, and then it just gets beat into actual science. But it didn't start there. And not that he was a pseudoscientist, but he was more of a dreamer than the really hardcore number crunchers that got in his way. And it takes fucking both, man. That's all I'm getting at. And we're really eliminating half of it right now. They've eliminated themselves from the conversation. They won't be like Carl Sagan and say, let's talk about aliens. Pat us on the head if you need to, whatever. Sit down and fucking talk to us. They won't do that. They're just going to look at us down their nose. And so,
yeah. And then another thing they do is they try to, and I don't understand this argument, but they try to say that saying that the Egyptians didn't build the pyramids like racist to Egyptians. Like, how does that make sense? If it was just an older version of the same people, it's just you're saying it's your ancestors. It's not saying it's some white Aryan race did it, right?
That in my mind is, I think that comes from a psychological.
It's a cop out.
They want to. A lot of these guys are really diehard lefties, and if you're anti-racist and you want to fight racism, boy, wouldn't it be serendipitous to wake up one day and find out the thing you went for school for just happens to be just miraculously aligned with combating racism?
It is interesting that like there is a common denominator with these, I call them mainstream archaeologists, that almost all of them seem to be very left wing as far as politically.
Yeah.
There's a common denominator there, and it's hard to know what to make of that, but there's something there. And if you want me to be as opinionated as I am, I look at hardcore leftism now. This isn't about equal rights. This isn't like, oh, let same-sex marriages or whatever. Like, that's not what it's no longer about. I look at hardcore leftism as this ideology of people that just trust a higher authority without doing the research themselves. And they just like go read the headlines. Like someone asked me yesterday on Twitter, at what point will archaeologists admit that ancient civilizations were more advanced than we were taught? And I said, once CNN and MSNBC blast them as a headline, and then it'll be like, oh, now, because it seems to be like this herd mentality there. Because I can't wrap my head around like you can't even just utter out of their mouths the mystery of it. Like going back to the debate with Graham Hancock and Flint Dibble, I'm like, at no point did it highlight the true mysteries of the Great Pyramid, which is that we don't know how they moved 80-ton stones 500 miles and lifted and stacked them 300 feet above the ground. Like that right there. Like, you know what I mean? I'm like, that's, so people are like, oh, well, Flint debunked Graham. I'm like, but there's so many other mysteries that he has showcased for 30 years that are still outstanding and we don't know.
Yeah. They kind of ran out of time towards the end of it. I feel like they could have spent a lot more time on the Egyptian stuff. So what would you say was the ultimate premise of that debate? Like, what were they actually, like, I know they got into a lot of different things, but what do you think the ultimate?
I think that's probably where the big disconnect was to begin with. Graham came in with, we're going to debate and discuss whether or not there was a lost ancient civilization.
Right.
And Flint came in there with the idea of, I'm going to explain to him why, I'm going to prove why there cannot be one. He says that multiple times. I'm going to prove to you why that could not.
Why there cannot have been
ancient civilization. I think Graham was caught aback by that. I know I would be if I was sitting down to talk to a scientist. Because as soon as those words come out of their mouth, they're not a scientist anymore. And scientists don't say, I'm going to prove to you why this cannot be.
Right.
All the evidence currently indicates. I'm going to show you why. I'm going to show you why archaeologists don't think that. Mm-hmm. That's how you say that. So as soon as he says, "I'm going to show you why that cannot be," Flint had the mindset of, "I am going to do it." Graham had this mindset of, "We're going to discuss ancient mysteries."
And to be honest, I think Graham also had it in the back of his mind that he wanted, and I can't speak on his behalf. This is just my own opinion, that he was deeply hurt at being labeled a white supremacist. and other things, and being associated with Nazis, that when he went into it, and that Flint had, been one of those people that had pushed that, I think that Graham fired to hold him accountable on the stage to say, like, you said this. Like, and so I think that Graham was going into it wanting to address that, because, poor Graham has been going at this for 30 years with good intentions to share the legitimate mysteries and unanswered questions about our past. And I would argue that he has probably done more than anyone else on earth to share that, because his books have been sold in hundreds of countries. And I think that he has been deeply hurt. Like, I was hurt when I was labeled a Nazi, and these people like Flint, like in John Hicks, I've seen them literally say that when they're attacking somebody, they will tag them and spell out their first and last name every single time because they want to blast it out there. Like Jimmy Corsetti is spreading dangerous Nazism, and everything that we say involving racism or Nazism, they include the first and last name, and they're doing it because they want it to show up on Google. They want it so. Let me give you an example. I have a good friend, and this is after the first season of Ancient Apocalypse came out, and she had recommended it to one of her close friends / coworker. And so he gave it a Google. He typed in, Graham Hancock, Ancient Apocalypse, and he said to her, he's like, I don't know. They're saying he's a white supremacist. I'm not so sure this is my thing. Yeah. And this is somebody that doesn't know anything about the ancients. She was trying to say, hey, check this out. It's a really interesting show. And that's what showed up.
And were you saying that just gave every archaeologist watching this so much they're all like, fuck yeah, that worked. Yes.
Yeah, it's cancel culture. That's why that's why they associate people with racism now, because it's a quick way to cancel somebody. Be like, oh yeah, you know what? I don't want to hear what they have to say. That's a stupid person. Because that's what, if you're calling someone racist today, you're saying that they're stupid. Like, if you literally just judge somebody because of how they were born, like I was born a certain race. Yeah. Then you're just, in my mind, I'm like, you're not even saying that they're a mean, bad person, although they are. You're saying a racist. I'm saying you're saying that they're fucking stupid. Exactly. If you're a racist today, like, I don't like someone just because you were born with a different skin color than mine. Okay, you're fucking dumb. That's a low IQ thing. Like, it's like, really? You can't learn something for somebody because they look different than you? You're an idiot. Yeah. And I think that's kind of like that angle on it.
Imagine how hard that must be for him too, considering that Santa's black and that he married her in the 70s, back when there's been a lot of white folk that probably called him race traitor back in those days. So he goes through that, raises his kids, deals with all the bullshit that probably got involved in that, and then he gets to the time when society finally turns. He's like, all right, fuck yeah, now I've been through it. I've been through now I'm a racist because I like to think that somebody else is Egyptian. He goes, what the actual fuck is going on?
And I've never used this publicly, but my ex-wife is brown. She's Hispanic. I'm like, I've never pulled the card because I just don't care when they call me racist. They actually too busy calling me a Nazi. They call me racist, but mostly Nazi. But I'm like, I've never pulled out the card. It's like, my ex-wife is brown. She's hot. And I should show a picture of that. I don't disrespect her like that, But like,
Selena Gomez.
Yeah, so it's all below the belt, and I think that the real message that, like, the one thing I want everyone to circle back on, and I did throw an olive branch out to Flint Dibble probably about 2 months ago, where I said, hey, let's mend this bridge, and let's advocate for 3 things. Exploration of the hidden chamber in the Great Pyramid, further excavation of Göbekli Tepe, and to explore the subterranean chamber/tunnel at Göbekli, which may or may not be natural. We'll never know until we go digging. Those 3 things, I would argue, in my mind, are the 3 oldest and most mysterious ancient structures on Earth that still stand to have further exploration of them. Yeah. So why don't we all just, like, put all the visceral stuff aside and just, like, advocate for that. That's okay. Because what am I asking for? I'm trying to give them work. It's not going to be Jimmy Corsetti or Dan Richards that's doing the digging. So what, they have to do that. And unfortunately, he didn't bite back at that. And I was being sincere. I'm like, hey, I'm literally saying, like, squash the beef. I didn't want to get into it, but I apologized to Flint. He was very upset with me at different things that I'd said to him in the past when we went back and forth. And I did apologize to him, and he rejected it. He said it wasn't public enough, that I didn't address all the things, and he just threw it in the shitter, and then he left me blocked on Twitter and went and talked shit about me just 2 days later. And I'm like, bro. Again, Flint, if you're listening, man, like, there's no hatred here, man.
No, yeah, it's unfortunate. Yeah, like, again, to what you're saying, Flint, if you are listening, like, I like you, Flint. I genuinely liked the guy when he came in here. He was a nice guy. I just completely disagree with the way people try to cop out on arguments about alternative theories to how this shit was made and try to associate it with racism, which is, at the end of the day, it just waters down what it was to what the Nazis were or what racist people are.
When
you use it every day, you're watering down the severity of that term and what it actually means. You're changing the meaning of it.
Yep, that's something I've been saying that one in the same regards to Trump since 2015. It's like, if you guys don't stop just screaming every time he gets 2 scoops of ice cream instead of 1, you're going to inoculate supporters to the point where they won't believe a goddamn thing that you say about him. That's what happens.
Yeah.
One of the things that's funny with you asking Flint, as you're saying, this is what you asked. We should just excavate these 3 sites. I'm shaking my head because I joked with you about it before, but this is the reality of it. So I've seen the way that they react to Jim mentioning the sites. If he was to just get on Twitter and then once a week be like, you know what, we need more excavations in Rome. I think they need to dig underneath this. I need to dig it. But we'd have all these archaeologists. We've excavated enough in Rome. We don't need to dig any more there at all. You could kill the entire fucking field in a year or 2, just like pick every site. And by the end of a couple of years, there's only like 3 sites left. You'll have all the archaeologists fighting to go there because they'll have already said no reason to go to the rest.
Yeah, it's at the point now, anything I say, no matter how sincere, it just is the most pushback ever. And they don't see it now. But one day I'm optimistic that they'll see that I'm actually helping them. I think my place in this field is to shake things up, make some noise, and bring as many views to the legitimate mysteries and unanswered questions to our lost past. I'm not pushing space lasers. I'm not pushing, immortality in the Great Pyramid. I'll talk about it personally, but I don't make any videos saying that. I have no idea. The one thing that we all have in common is this niche interest in this topic of ancient civilizations. Man, how many people out of 100 walking down the street don't know almost nothing about anything involving ancient history? It's a niche community. There's many millions of people around the world, and it's growing. There's many people between for the general public. It's like, since we all share this interest, not just unite in that one little thing,
I completely agree, but to me, the smoking gun. The worst example of that was when you were talking on Rebecca Teppan.
Yeah,
it's like they're defending it and saying, "Oh, that's fine. It's no big deal. This is the kind you do." And blah, blah. It's like, fuck no. I can find numerous archaeological papers on the problem with having trees on fucking ancient sites. Come on, there's no break it, man. All the trees damage foundations. This is not surprising.
Are you familiar with that Göbekli Tepe, the controversies involving the site with trees and all that stuff? Have you heard about this?
My understanding is that they planted a bunch of olive trees or something so that government wouldn't be able to hit or something.
So
pay them more, but go ahead.
So essentially, they first started excavations at Göbekli Tepe in around 1995. And then approximately 10 years later, the Turkish authorities wanted to purchase the land because it was owned by farmers. And so the farmers had planted at least 800 olive trees on the site in order to increase the value of the land, which I was very skeptical at first. At first, I was thinking straight up conspiracy, they're covering it up, preventing excavation. However, upon visiting and researching it more, it seems entirely likely that that's exactly what they did. They were just trying to get a higher price for the land. However, with it came what I would consider complete and total mismanagement of the site, because again, this was 10 years after excavations had begun, and they planted trees literally on top of ancient ruins. I've seen video myself recently, as of August. A gentleman went there upon seeing my videos where I raised the controversies, and let me just say this: I established with an archaeologist who had worked the site, a gentleman who no longer likes me. He blocked me for just no good reason on Twitter. But I asked him, yes or no, like, were any of these trees planted on top of ancient ruins? The answer was yes. And then I saw it firsthand with a gentleman that went there and recorded, and you can see trees planted, and I'm not kidding, just inches from the actual tree trunk is ruins stabbing out of the ground. And what they said is that these trees are going to be harmless because this particular species of olive tree will grow horizontally. It's not going to go down and destroy the ruins below. But I'm like, well, now I'm seeing ruins that are literally right next to them. So, and then their stories have changed. Dr. Lee Claire, who is the head of field work and research for Göbekli Tepe, Flint Dibble interviewed him on Flint's podcast. And he has basically said that he's like, we're now monitoring these tree roots to make sure that they're not being ruined. So essentially the story has changed. It said that these tree roots are not going to cause any damage. And now they're saying, well, we're keeping videos showing that, no, this is a problem. And if nothing else, let me say this. Never mind damage to the ruins. And to anyone listening, just understand that when any trees are planted in a municipal area, make sure it's not going to stab a sewer line or electricity or damage sidewalks. Like, tree roots are notoriously destructive. But put that destruction aside. These trees are covering vast portions of the site itself, which is preventing a full excavation of the site. These trees are in the way, and unfortunately, it turns out there's an olive law in Turkey, which means established in 1935, where it's illegal to cut down olive trees in the country of Turkey.
And let's be clear, the idea that these roots are somehow magically not going to be damaged, that's just ridiculous. Like, when I was reading the archaeological literature on the problem with tree roots, so I got this from them, not from Jimmy. Tree roots follow water, crazily enough. So especially in a dry area like Göbekli Tepe, say they built one of those enclosures around a well, which would be perfectly reasonable. That one's going to have tree roots shooting right the fuck down the thing. And the problem is this can cause. For example, in one place, because of that, it penetrates, you know what stratigraphy is, right? Okay, so it penetrates those layers, chops right through them. So there's a snail, for example, that I forget the species, but in the medieval Europe, they used this snail to determine a timeline because it only shows up in certain areas in England after a certain date. But in areas where the tree roots punch through wells like that, it shows up before that. It fucks their dating all up. So it not only does it damage the site on a very real, you can see it level, it damages on molecular level. And for fuck's sake, tree roots are an entire, ecosystem. It's not just the plants. Tree roots. There's going to be bacteria and all kinds of enzymes and shit growing around with them. It's going to change the chemicals, and so to me, the very fact that they would argue that they're not scientifically literate people, but they don't. And Corsetti, and he brought up tree roots on top of Göbekli Tepe. And that's really where I end up focusing so much of my energy in this sphere because it's just so goddamn weird. It's like we've got interested amateurs, we've got experts, and you just want the interested amateurs to fuck right off. But where do you get your funding from, bro?
Right. Yeah. The crazy thing about it is, like, I understand where they're coming from, where the academics are coming from, like Flint, from the aspect of people like you guys, people like Graham, who are self-educated, just interested in the mysteries of this stuff, going on podcasts, getting millions of views, getting all this attention when you literally spent your whole life reading books, going to these places, like Flint puts it, eating the gruel, doing the boring shit, getting a PhD, and no one fucking recognizes you for it. Yeah, and you just are fucking pissed about that.
I think that I've said this to Graham personally. I said, hey, I really think this is biblical shit from the standpoint that ego and pride, this stuff goes back thousands of years, where they describe that, it's the haves and the have-nots. Like, people, I basically think that it's bitter envy. That Graham, he might not be an archaeologist with a PhD. However, he's sold God knows how many millions of books. And so he gets all the attention. And so I think that there's jealousy there. And it's really unfortunate, but like, I firmly believe most of it comes down to that. Because they're like, he's this asshole Jimmy, the YouTuber who never studied this stuff. And why is he getting more views than me? And I'm like, listen, guys, you got to enhance your craft. Like, learn how to publicly speak, for goodness sakes. Like, become engaging, or focus on the things that are unknown. Like, you don't have to be a rabid conspiracy theorist, suggesting that the pyramids are a power plant. However, you could also acknowledge the fact that at, say, Gunung Padang, which could be a 24 to 27,000-year-old pyramidal structure. It's highly debated. We'll tell you that, right? The dating and all that could be. It's there's discrepancies there. It's not for sure. However, they say that basically the subterranean tunnel and chamber, which has been identified through ground-penetrating radar, the geologist Danny Hillman, I always mispronounce his last name.
I got it wrong too.
He's interpreted the data to say that there's strong likelihood that subterranean tunnel chamber could be man-made. The other side will say no, this is likely just natural because it's a lava tube that was built on a site that was volcanic in nature in itself. And I'm like, hey, so why don't we just drill a hole underground, throw a camera down there with a light, and just see what's in this chamber? If it's just a natural lava tube, this is not a huge investment. They could pull this off. This is not a big deal. I'm not talking about bringing out heavy equipment and digging the whole site up. Just, drill a hole and see what's down there and end it right there, end all the conjecture. So I'm like, why not just go find out what it is? Because if it is man-made, that right there will be one of the biggest discoveries of our time, as far as from an ancient human perspective, I should say, because a pyramidal structure like that shouldn't exist 20,000 years ago into the Ice Age, if that's what it is. So if that was the case, that would rewrite the textbooks, because that's not supposed to exist that far back in time.
But if they found it was man-made, it would prove that there was an advanced civilization how many years ago?
So the dating could potentially be, let me use the word potentially, 24 to 27,000 years old. There's all kinds of conjecture about this dating. Can you explain the reason why?
Yeah, the reasons why was Dr. Hillman Nadiwajaja is a geologist, not an archaeologist. So in the site, what they did was they dug down to the first layer, and underneath the first layer of stones and stuff, they sunk drill cores, and they pulled up big cores of soil and stuff. And what they found is some of what they're calling filter. So that's what he's using. He's saying that there's different places that there's dirt there that's nowhere found in that immediate area that was put there, must have been put there by humans. And they're dating the biological material, which is some stuff. It's not like there's human bones or charred artifacts. And that's the biggest problem, is there's no artifacts or burnt bones or anything. There's just that Kajong dagger and Kajong stone and a couple other small rocks like that. But they didn't find, since there was no archaeologists out there shaking screens, they don't have a bunch of little chips and flakes and 150 different little artifacts like they normally would. So that's a big one right there as to why there's so much skepticism involved from the archaeological community towards that idea. But something I want to say really fast, though, to prove is absolutely fucking jealousy. I keep invoking Carl Sagan as a science communicator. He was not a YouTuber. He obviously had a degree and stuff, and was a teacher, and he got a shitload of jealousy from his colleagues, a shitload of shit from his colleagues. You're not doing real science. You're just out there talking to the layman, talking to the masses.
Yeah.
What's wrong with you?
Right.
So it's the same kind of thing. Let's be real clear about scientists. Some of these guys, a good chunk of humanity that is really good with data and stuff is just not socially adept. They're just a little awkward or a little off. And there's nothing wrong with that. But that can make it fucking hard to be a YouTuber, man.
You can't, There's a big difference between being super proficient in the scientific endeavor and being a communicator.
And the recognition of that is something that the ego makes it go, because, as I keep saying about career advancement, it takes two different thinking. With Jim's more apt to dream about something than I am, and I'm more apt to say, hey, Jim, I don't think that's quite accurate. But between the two of us, we can only just fucking fine, and we come up with good ideas as far as I'm concerned. So, as a metaphor for all of us, it's like we could be going that route. But instead, what do we get? We get polarization. We get anger. We get basically a mirror of politics all across social media.
It's disgusting. It's disgusting. Wasn't there, I read on, I think it was your Twitter, that they're hiring a DEI person
Yes.
for hundreds of thousands of dollars. What was that about?
So the SAA, the Society for American Archaeology, the same organization that was trying to get Grant Hancock's Netflix series renamed, and they're also the reasons why he couldn't film at Serpent Mound, correct? They're the ones that contacted them.
I don't know that
They
for a
wouldn't
fact.
let him film at Serpent Mound?
Serpent Mound was contacted by somebody.
In Tennessee?
Yeah, Serpent Mound wouldn't let Grant Hancock film there. Neither would
So that same organization has posted just this month a DEI specialist position. I don't know what the salary is, but it's 4-year degree required.
Can you find that, Steve? I think it's on Jimmy's Twitter.
Yeah,
That's
you
so
type in.
funny to me. That's like when I retweeted that, I was like, the SAA, we're past being racist. Archaeology's no longer racist. We're past all that. It's you pseudo blah blah blah. Also, the SAA, we need to hire somebody to help us not be racist.
And DEI is literal racism. It's just blatant racism that you're going to give anyone preferential treatment. You know, it's like, oh, I'm going to favor someone because of their skin color. That's racism.
There's
No, it should be colorblind and merit based.
Yeah, 100%.
There are times when it comes to archaeology, I would look at it.
Not that crap.
I just, you said DEI, right?
Yeah, type in.
DEI.
Yeah. Type in
It's on there, bro. Just keep scrolling, you'll see it. It's just shocking that they would be doing that now. When it seems like there's a huge, the pendulum is swinging.
Right there, second middle.
Yep,
Right there. Boom.
There we go. DEI Specialist for Society of American Archaeology.
Posted on January
6th, 2025. Is there a link to the website where we can actually see it on their website?
Yeah, it might. It might be in the subsequent tweet below. I usually include my sources.
That's not it.
if I remember, you posted this before. You posted once about that before you posted that.
Yeah, I've made 2 posts about it. It won't be on the right, I guess. That's weird.
You have to go out of there, Steve. Keep searching. You can do it, Steve.
Oh yeah, scroll on maybe that one. Full-time DC position.
Scroll down. Scroll down.
Yeah, I found it on Google under DEI specialist in Washington.
Click that one, salary details.
There you
Benefits, 100% paid health and dental benefits for single coverage, 50% contribution to a TIAA retirement account, flexible spending accounts. Learn more. There's the link right there. Sway.cloud.microsoft.
So we'll let you click it. That's a screenshot.
That's hilarious, man.
This is a real thing, though. It's a
4-year
career
degree.
HQ.
Yeah, and that's that's the Society for American Archaeology. So I'm wondering what's even up with that. Like why they use DEI and that. I mean, I can understand like if when you're dealing with like tribes and stuff, it's just like that whole racial aspect, and I
Native American ruins and stuff like that.
well, yeah, I'm trying to be like respectful of that. Like up in Washington State, we have a lot of that going on. It's not the tribe power, and they frequently are stopping archaeologists or working with them. And so I could get where you would need, but I don't think that's what DEI does, right? I mean, it's not like a.
It has to do with hiring.
I was gonna say it's not hiring like in-house. What the fuck do they need that for, man? I mean, can they just get an app for that?
How does the
No, really, isn't there just an app for that? You just press like a few different buttons and you get your like. Seriously, that doesn't make any goddamn
how does
sense.
this organization make money?
They don't. They steal it from the government.
It's all government.
Well, they have
funded?
member dues, so you can be a member, and I don't know how much they charge.
And that's where the majority of their actual operating costs come from the membership fees. They also middleman money for the government. Like every year they go to Congress and say, hey, we need a bunch of money for all these different armies in the country, and then they divvy it up. Now, according to the archaeologists, of course, they don't keep any of that for themselves, but
Just to clarify, a bunch of money. We're talking over 400,
half a billion.
$450 million a year. And here's where I think it's a scam. So essentially, the Society for American Archaeology consists of approximately 7,000 archaeologists and academics that are paid members of their organization. And a lot of them work in government agencies like the National Park Service or whatever. There's a number of them. And so they advocate for funding for those organizations that those people that are members of are employed with. So they'll essentially say, we're not taking the money, but it's their own self-interest that they're orchestrating and they're directing, the allocation of funding in the hundreds of millions of dollars that are going to go towards people that they employ. So it's like honestly it's a circle jerk of money. They are benefiting from this. I'm not saying that they're taking that money into their own pockets, but it's indirectly. It's like me giving, hey, Danny, I want you to get $100 of Jimmy's money. You're not getting it from Jimmy. You're getting it from Steve because you're going to give Steve the money who I know you.
Right.
And
It's a middleman.
And to let you know how corrupt that stuff can be, the majority of archaeology done in this country, the vast majority, is what's called cultural resource management. And that's where you're going to build a bridge you got to make sure it's not being built on.
Sure.
Okay. So
Golf courses.
these are private institutions. There's no Florida State CRM firm or the Florida State CRM organization. There's private businesses. So you hire them and you pay them. And so if the Society for American Archaeology is like, we really need to get some CRM work done over in this part of the country, for example, and they advocate for money over there, they're literally advocating to give it to a private corporation. So there's a lot of room for shitty things like that.
Yeah, it's pay for play. Trump has talked about this publicly, where he ran into these same issues when he was building in New York, that he would come across these environmentalists. It's the same thing. The environmentalists and the CRM people, it's the same function.
Yeah.
They hold up whatever it is you're trying to do. They charge enormous amounts of money.
Right.
And if you pay a different organization different money, all of a sudden it's streamlined. So essentially, it's just a middleman of people that are making enormous sums of money.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying they're not doing any good. I'm not, hey, listen, let's not destroy ancient ruins here. It becomes something else. I'm seeing this at Phoenix Skyhawk. I'm from Phoenix. The airport is going to build a new terminal, and they're not going to break ground for like another 4 years. And so I start looking in, I'm like, oh yeah, they're bringing all the environmental people. I'm like, the airport's there. It's already asphalt as far as the eye can see, and they're holding up a new terminal for a handful of years. I'm like, I don't understand. And then but because once you learn that the corruption, and corruption's a big word, maybe I should be more careful with that. But like, that's what I see it as. I'm seeing it as like, it's like, okay, let me give you another example that anyone listening can wrap their heads around. The appraisal business for houses, or home inspection people. Like, if anyone's been trying to sell a house, you hire a certain inspector, they will find so many things that aren't issues, but they have to write down everything. And all of a sudden, a deal will fall out because, like, oh, this house is, they make it sound worse than it is, by nitpicking every little thing. It's like, this is a non-issue. The structure's sound. Like, shut up. Like, do you know what I'm talking about? Have you ever seen this? Like,
of course, if you try to like pull equity out of your home, the equity company, the bank will send its own person out there to inspect the house, to purposely find all this shit to devalue the home so they can give you less money.
Bingo. With that guy.
Right.
So it's just wild like that.
That was fascinating to hear Trump talk about that on Rogan podcast. I think he was talking about one of his buildings in the up there near the Panhandle. I think it was New Orleans, maybe roughly near it's no longer the Gulf of Mexico, it's the Gulf of America.
Yeah,
it's the Gulf of America now.
That's wild. But yeah, so he has an understanding of this just from being a builder. Be like, oh, is Trump qualified? It's like, yeah, he's run into it, and he said like, oh, you just pay someone else instead, and all of a sudden it's not a problem. All of a sudden,
right?
So it's like, there's people that are basing their entire career and livelihood on positions like that. So of course it's going to come with issues.
It's an industry. It's an industrial complex. Just like there's a military industrial complex. There's a complex for every man. There's billions of dollars involved.
Yep.
And there's people that are siphoning money, and it's unfortunate.
Oh, it's too bad.
What did Ahmed say? Greed stains the soul with the stench of ruin.
It's too bad you can't really get it out of science even, but it would be nice if you could at least remove some of that corruption from just the basic stuff. You're always going to have corruption like that. Like, I worked as an electrician for a long time, and I've seen it 1,000 times where a homeowner would be like, I can do my own, but they're building a really rich home, and the guy's clearly a white-collar guy, and so when the inspector comes in, the guy's like, you got the money to hire one of us. I was an electrician for 20 years, I wouldn't be a fucking inspector. You got the money to hire one of us, and you didn't. You didn't do that outlet right, you didn't do that right, and he doesn't tell him that. He just says, you failed because of this outlet, you failed because of this, and where if I was standing there, he would have been like, dude, you just need to fix this real quick and I'll sign off. Okay, cool, have a nice day. It's just the way the world is.
Yeah,
So,
no, it is.
yeah. What do you do?
I want to talk a little bit about Atlantis.
Yeah. There's a great Disney movie.
The casino in the Caribbean, correct?
Yes, exactly. It's a great
It's
casino.
all inclusive. Yeah.
One of my favorite casinos. I love their place. Your videos about Atlantis are fascinating, and they have millions of views. And I think you talked about it on one of your podcasts that you did with Rogan, where you talked about the reshot structure in Africa, the Eye of the Sahara. Have you been there?
I have not.
Has anyone been there? Can you get there?
Yeah, people can visit.
Okay.
Absolutely. it's inhospitable. It's a pain in the ass.
Right.
It's a little bit dangerous, and so essentially you'll go through Nouakchott in Mauritania. This is in the Western Sahara, and yeah, you could rent a car and go out there, but you bring all your own supplies.
Right.
There's no gas stations on the way. There's no water. It's inhospitable. And the deal to do a document. One of the reasons why I haven't visited is that there was a deal that I was under for doing a documentary there, which, long story short, did not materialize. But basically, I came across a documentary back in 2018 called "Visiting Atlantis" by George S. Alexander and Natalis Rosen.
Mhm.
I've since learned that there's a gentleman named George Sarentitis who apparently had visited the Richat in 2008. So I don't know how he came up. So if there was one person to give credit to who first postulated the theory of the Richat Atlantis, it'd be George Sarentitis. But I don't know how he developed it. All I know is that I came across the documentary that was from 2011 from George S. Alexander and Natalis Rosen, where they showed the site that I had never seen or heard of before. And when I first started making a series of videos on this in late 2018, there was literally tens of thousands of comments on my videos saying, how have I never seen or heard of the Richat structure before? It is one of the most bizarre geological features in Earth. I mean, look at it
from space.
Yeah. It was first identified by astronauts in the Gemini 4 missions in 1964. And it's approximately 16 miles wide, and it's made up of concentric circles. The consensus among scientists is that it's a collapsed volcanic dome. Although that's not 100% proven. They've never drilled the site. Like when you ask if people have visited it, one thing I like to point out is that there's been no archaeological dig at the site. Mauritania actually forbids it. It turns out there's an abundance of gold there, and they won't allow any digging. However, it has been studied from geologists, because at first they thought it was potentially an impact site from a meteor. They've ruled it out. There's no signature traces of anything to suggest that. But I consider this to be by far the most likely location for the lost capital city of Atlantis. And I point out the capital, that's the key there. Because Atlantis was said to be a king or an empire made up of 10 kingdoms. And the capital was said to be made up of concentric circles. 3 that would be of water, 2 of land that would match the Richat if it had water in it. An opening to the sea at the south, and right there, that is a southerly facing opening that you can see in the lower corner right there. To the right, right, a little to the left, right, bang, yeah, right there. It's also made up of red, black, and white color stones. It had a mountain to the north that just so happened to be called the Atlas Mountains, which was said to be the very first king of Mauritania. And it turns out that the very first king of Atlantis. And it just so happens that the first king of Mauritania was also named King Atlas. And basically, there's more than a dozen similarities, which I consider to be the most consequential similarities to what was described of Atlantis. And it's just incredibly fascinating. The theory that I have is that the reason why it no longer exists is that it was bulldozed with some sort of catastrophic fluvial erosion. I know Randall Carlson does not think that this is the site of Atlantis. However, I
wanted to ask you about that.
Yeah. However, he did say that, through him studying this, that there's evidence of at least multiple fluvial events that may have happened over this site to essentially obliterate it and collapse the volcanic dome. You can see signatures of salt or natron that is in the white blemishes along it, which I have suggested is evidence that seawater had settled and later evaporated there. It is just bizarre.
How would one go about determining whether this was or was not a collapsed volcano?
To be honest with you, so I've looked at pictures of other known volcanic domes that collapse, and they don't look like this.
Well, there's nothing on Earth that looks like this,
No.
is there?
And so I don't listen. I'm not a scientist. The consensus is that's what it is. But if you look up, collapsed volcanic domes, nothing anywhere on Earth looks even remotely similar. Like you can see, evidence where things had collapsed and looks different, but not the concentric circles. It's truly bizarre. What are your thoughts on this theory?
I'm trying to figure it out. I don't know. One of the things that I've been asking people on here that come on the show is that people that believe in it, what is the smoking gun? What is the one most irrefutable piece of evidence that Atlantis did exist?
I love this. So a lot of people aren't aware that the legend of Atlantis originates from the Egyptians. And it was, so Plato made it famous, but it was actually his distant relative Solon who had visited Atlantis 2,600 years ago. And what's so interesting is that he had said that the Egyptian priest had said that Atlantis was destroyed 9,000 years earlier. And when you add 2,600 plus 9,000, that's 11,600 years ago, which coincides precisely with the Younger Dryas climate catastrophe of 11,600 years ago, where there was a massive shift in temperature on Earth, a rapid end to the last ice age. And I'm like, what an insane coincidence to be so specific to say 9,000 years. And one thing is say, oh, this was 10,000 years ago. But 9,000 years, 2,600 years ago coincides precisely with we know scientifically this Younger Dryas climate catastrophe. What caused it? That's the debatable part. Whether it was an impact, a pole shift, sun cycles, whatever it was, that's the debatable part. However, there was, mass die-offs of various animals at that time, rapid rise of sea levels. And so I would say that more than anything, in my mind, goes beyond a coincidence. Mm-hmm. And then you have the site called the Rothschild structure, which just so happens to match such specific characteristics. Like when it says, made up of concentric circles, specifically 3 of water and 2 of land. And that was, so here, it comes from Plato. Okay. The legend was passed down from his uncle of 6 generations apart, who had written about it, made its way to Plato, and then he communicated it in his the Critias and the Timaeus. So he didn't know Solon. He had died 100, 200 years earlier. Right. So this is where people will debate. I'm like, well, how reliable is this?
Right. It's like the Bible, right? It's like the people who wrote the Bible, the canon, right? Is written. It's shit that wouldn't hold up in court, essentially, right? It's people about things that happened, no witness testimony, right? And shit that happened hundreds, if not thousands of years prior, right? And then also got rewritten and copied by people throughout the millennium, right? So it's like a game of telephone.
So that's one of the reasons that myself, to answer your question about the evidence for Atlantis, I would take it, Atlantis is a term that I kind of use as an umbrella term. I think a lot of people do, but I think it's one of the important things to note out the gate. You're looking at, for a lost civilization, that's possibly one structure, a Rothschild structure. That's quite possibly where they got the idea of Atlantis from. But that idea could have come from multiple different things. And in addition to it, like you read Plato's account of it, you imagine if there was a lost civilization from 10,000 years ago, and go back a few thousand years, and 7,000 years has passed or whatever, the people are writing about it, they're going to inject their culture into it. And so you read Critias and Timaeus, and you see that they happen to use the same metals on the wall that the Greeks used in their temples too. Who would have guessed, right?
Wait, what?
They use
Orichalcum, or what's it called?
The Orichalcum. It's the Atlanteans. Their temples had the same precious metal that the Greeks liked to use.
This is according to Plato?
Yeah, allegedly.
Okay. And they had, they had a democracy, and they had all this. This is stuff that was very Greek, right?
Yes.
And of course it was, because it's a fucking Greek story, man. Right? So I think that's one of the things to look for, or to pay attention for, is when we look at different cultures, we might find the same story in Japan, and it's going to be way different. It's not going to have democracy. It's not going to have Orichalcum. It's going to have fishing. It's going to have more focus on the sea. So, to answer your question, back to it, there's a few things that are like the shared God you mentioned earlier. The Master of Animals, you've probably seen that one before, like there's pictures of a woman with either a tiger on both sides of the snakes. Okay?
I've seen that.
Very common. The navel holding statues. You see this seems to show up.
Like the Moai has, and the Gobekli Tepe.
Yeah, and you see these in South America, and it also seems to quite frequently correlate with the origins of low-level metallurgy. The things like the stone clamp, the metal clamps that are used, the fact that those hop the ocean. Like the nubs are one thing, but the clamps, to me, like if you go to a house and the studs in the wall are on 16-inch studs, right? Yep. It's okay, this is a fucking machine. This is how you build a house. When I wired the house, the staples go every 18 inches from a bend. So when you look at certain sites and you see like a Pumapunku at the top of each H block, they stick a little clamp. It's like, well, this look like
I'm not familiar with the clamps are you talking about?
The metal clamps that are poured. They'll take a seam of stone, and they'll have like an eye-shaped deal on you. It's like
Okay.
they pour metal into this indentation. We see them a lot in Egypt. They're bow tie shaped in Egypt a lot. The ones in South America are more eye shaped. But the fact that Pumapunku, for example, we know that they were used a lot in the Old World. They show up in the New World a little bit in Bolivia. And at Pumapunku, they're using these H blocks on each one, and it looks like a guy's standard operating procedure. Is what it looks like to me. It doesn't look like somebody's over there experimenting. These two stones might wobble apart. Let's do it. It looks like he's dealt with these problems before and knew exactly what to do to solve it. And it was the way they built things. So things like that to me seem to. If you look up, can you type in clamp?
That? You could even type in Egyptian clamp. I bet Ben Kirkwood has a bunch of photos.
Yeah, you see
there we
right
go.
there. Like
Oh, wow.
Okay, and so you see what I like. Look at that second one down there. Like you see,
Holy shit.
okay. Now these show up all across the world.
How have I never seen this?
This is one of my favorite. To me, again, I focus on a lot more of the mundane stuff because that's where I really end up. Like, this is like kind of a smoking gun. We see it all over the world, and it's like a nail. A nail is going to look the same in a lot of different places, right? Wherever you innovate it. But this specifically using metal or wood, and specifically used in a manner that's like, okay, does they fucking need them there? Are those stones still together 1,000 years later? Well, they didn't fucking need no clamps there, but they put them there. Why? Because that's what they did when they put stones together. And so this wasn't their first time doing it. I don't think that was their first rodeo. And we don't have any sites in Bolivia like really shows innovation. It just kind of pops up in a couple of places and goes away. So to me, that's another smoking gun for this lost civilization that a lot of people would call Atlantis. A lot of other names might get ascribed to it. And a lot of the details, in my opinion, definitely be left in history. There's no question. But things like the Rothschild are very interesting, where it does bring details that there's really, I don't see how the Greeks could have gleaned basically any of that. Of traveling to that spot, even in ancient Greece, I think the hair desert, right? So
it is interesting to mention that the Egyptians, so in that same tale, he said the Egyptians were colonists of a civilization that was destroyed in a flood cataclysm. And that same tale has been taught and told on hundreds of cultures across 5 continents around the world. And like, there's something to it. It doesn't have to mean that the Peruvian Andes and Himalayas were covered in water, but when the fact that there was a 400-foot rise sea level at the end of the last ice age, which happened, how fast it happened is so debatable. But really? Well, some people say it was over thousands of years, and some people will say that it was over a relatively short period of time where there would have been increments of flooding that could have been 100 feet in a day. I've heard different people say different things. Truth is, I don't know, but here's the fact that people should look at is that almost half the world's population today lives on or near a coastline, at least within 60 miles or 100 kilometers. Many have suggested that number of percentage would have been higher in ancient times because of more abundance of resources and easier to travel up the coastline. But if there was a sudden rise in sea levels at a particular period of time, that would have been apocalyptic, so to speak, for so many people around the world on different continents. Even if it was just, a few, I don't know how many.
It was apocalyptic right here 3 months ago when that hurricane came.
Yeah,
it was insane, man. Everyone lost their houses on the beach. It was like Mad Max right here.
And how high was that storm surge? How many feet?
It was like 9 feet.
Okay, so imagine if it was dozens of feet. It would have been. Would anyone have been left to talk about it? No.
And in addition to that, this is one thing that's important to mention in the record. Look in the record and say, well, it took 1,000 years for the ocean to rise this much. So that 9 feet you experience is 10,000 years from now is going to be a part of the record of the ocean rising so much over so many years. They're not going to see that 9-foot flood. That's going to be that doesn't show up in this permanent record. Like when they look each year, what's the sea level? What's the sea level? They don't account for hurricanes. They don't account for this. But something like that happens and it reroutes rivers. I mean, I lived in Illinois near the Mississippi River in '94 when they had a major flood there, and it engulfed St. Charles, Missouri. They had the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers had to reroute the fucking river. They didn't have one 10,000 years ago, man. The city gets swallowed. The city gets swallowed forever, and then in the record, The sea levels rose 2 inches a year. Well, they did, but right here at that time, completely wiped out overnight.
Yeah, my biggest skepticism when it comes to Atlantis is the Plato stuff, because the Greek experts, the Greek philologists that I've talked to, one of them being on this podcast, they say that when you're in school and you're learning about Socrates, for example, and a lot of the stuff that you learn about Socrates comes from Plato. They say that the teachers teach you that anything that you read Plato, Socrates was most likely bullshit. You can take it with a grain of salt because Plato was a known liar. He wasn't a historian. He was a philosopher, and he came up with hypothetical thought experiments like the cave. And it seems plausible to me that, like in the Timaeus, that when they're talking about this war between Atlantis and Athens, is that it was some sort of hypothetical war game that they were trying to play out. And Atlantis was like a philosophical allegory, the same way Plato's cave was. And Plato, Aristotle obviously said a lot about Plato being a liar. And there's like Homer, like Plato was big into censorship. He wanted Homer to be censored. He wanted to restructure society in a better way that was based off of like the philosophers ruling and all this stuff. So there's definitely, that's interesting to me.
Speak on that real quick. Yeah, he was a philosopher more than he was a historian for sure. But if you draw a parallel to the modern day, say you're trying to convince one of your friends that the West is falling, the Western culture is disintegrating. Say that's what your argument is. Would you cite Harry Potter or would you cite Rome? Why? Because it's real. So if Plato was trying to make a point, wouldn't he cite a place that at least his contemporaries believed was real instead of just making some fucking land up? Oh, that one place, he would have at least, in my opinion, he would have definitely taken something that people knew. That people had believed in a lost civilization. They believed in Atlantis or whatever. Maybe they didn't have a name to it. But he, in my opinion, if he was using a miracle or an allegorical tool, there's no fucking way he just conjured out of thin air. It has way less teeth.
It is worth mentioning that apparently only somewhere between 20 and 30% of Plato's work is actual allegory. So you get a lot of people saying, well, he made things up, and it's like, well, most of his work wasn't. But what do I know? You know what I mean? Like,
exactly. I can't read ancient Greek,
right? And that's the thing. It's like
it's just people's word for it.
Yeah, and so it's like somebody, it could all be all made up. The thing is that I just find that 9,000 year mark.
I believe there was an ancient. I think that there was a cataclysm. I think that there was, especially when you look at things like the pyramids, that there was some sort of reset on humanity. I think that makes sense.
Yeah, and when it comes to Atlantis, I have a friend. What she had said was, let me give her a shout out, Nikki Anna Jones. She had said that she looks at Atlantis not as a place, but as an epoch of time. The time of when people were traversing the continents, doing great things that was lost to time. That was Atlantis.
That's a great way of putting it. Because that's like why you ask for the evidence, and I'm talking about things that span the ocean. Because that's, to my mind, is exactly what it is. It's evidence of a civilization that's doing things that we wouldn't give credit for.
It would be the missing chapter of human history, as Graham Hancock has put it. When it comes to the wrist shot, though, that is just such a fun mystery, and with the fact that it matches other striking similarities, like, for example, that the outer walls of Atlantis were said to be lined in gold. It turns out that Mauritania has enormous gold deposits that prior to the discovery of gold in North America, Europe got most of their gold from Mauritania. Really? That's the reason why they don't allow digging or ground penetrating out there. They're still protecting their gold. Also, other things like having abundance of elephants. And now that we know that the Sahara was green up until approximately 5,000 years ago, and there's studies that show that there would have been a massive network of rivers throughout the Sahara, as well as the largest freshwater lake. And these studies have shown that it would have been massive routes for human migration all through the Sahara, which is now, of course, a big dust bowl. But I consider that more suggestive evidence that if there was a lost capital, why couldn't it be in the Sahara? And if the colonists went to Egypt on the other side of the continent, it's not that unreasonable to suggest. And I also say this, a lot of people say, well, it's not an island, so it couldn't be Atlantis. So I'm like, well, the part they leave out is that the ancient Greek word for island was Nessos and Nesson, which had 5 different meanings, one of which was island, the other was peninsula, promontory, as well as land within the continent surrounded by lakes, rivers, or streams. And one of the key details about this is that Atlantis was said to have a river that flowed from the mountains from the north. And so that Atlas Mountains, which is in modern-day Morocco, well, it turns out that Tamanrasset River flowed at the same period of time of Atlantis up until approximately 5,000 years ago and flowed either directly through the Rishon or just north of it. And you can see this in maps. This is scientific studies that have nothing to do with Atlantis. But as far as water, you could argue that it came from the Tamanrasset River. So yeah, it's a fun topic. Like it's, I can't, I've been clear on this in the past. Like I'm not 100% certain that Atlantis existed, or if it did, that it's the Rishon. But to me, I'm like, there's so many striking similarities that it is. I still say it by far the most likely conclusion if there was one. However, yes, if there was to find evidence that this was the site, here's the part that's really fucked up. So for this theory to be true, it's dependent on a catastrophic flow of water that flowed over the Western Sahara. And if that was the site of Atlantis, people would say, well, where are the ruins? Well, that means it would have been blown out into the Atlantic Ocean off the western coast of Sahara. And there's a fascinating study that talks about the Mauritanian seafloor slide that just off the coast, right in front of the Rishon structure, extending like 150 miles north and south and a few hundred miles from east to west, is this layered sediment under the ocean. It's layered over 1.5 miles deep, like 3,000 meters or something like that. And I'm like, well, that's further suggestive evidence, not proof. Suggestive evidence that if it was the site, that whatever that flow of water would have bulldozed that portion of the Sahara and caused all that layered sediment what's now under the ocean. So if they were to go looking for relics of Atlantis, the gold would survive because gold doesn't rust. And, it'd be a task for seafloor mining people, look for gold off the coast. But, that could be a needle in a haystack. This may never be known. But if they were to find abundance of gold in that seafloor slide, I would say that would be, I don't want to use the word smoking gun, but that would be probably the only way to figure it out. I imagine.
Yeah, and the other thing too is when it comes to whatever caused the flood that wiped out humanity during this time, whether it was cosmic impacts or whether it be like some sort of solar ejection. The one idea that kind of talked about with Randall a little bit, and I know you've talked about it before, is the pole shifts. Yeah. Where like if there is a huge, and I can't really remember exactly what he said, but he said like if the ice cap is really, really big, it's going to hold down the Earth's crust.
Isotopic rebound is what he said.
Isotopic rebound, that's what it was. And when it gets smaller, it kind of offsets the balance of the Earth's crust somehow, and it causes a little bit of like a wobble.
Yeah, it's like a sponge effect that the crust will rise again. My wild theory is that, because it's interesting. You have Graham Hancock that's very a big proponent of the cosmic impact hypothesis. You have Robert Schoch that disagrees greatly and says that it was a solar outburst. Isostatic. What did I say? Isotopic?
Isotopic, yeah. Well, wait a minute. What's he getting wrong? Okay, yes, there it is.
Isostatic, thank you. And then you have other people suggesting the pole shift. And I'm like, so there's no smoking gun evidence for any of these individual things. However, there's strong suggestive evidence for each one of them independently. Not enough to conclude it. So let me give a shout out to Ben Davison of Suspicious Observers. Are you familiar with that?
I've been trying to hit him up for years.
Oh, well, let me text him. And I can't imagine why he wouldn't want to partner with you. Great guy, by the way.
I think he got back to us once, but he was busy.
Okay. Yeah. I know he's, well, it's not for me to say, but I know he's a single parent. He's got a lot of things going on. I know that.
Fascinating channel. I've been watching this stuff.
So what if it's all the above? That essentially there was a pole shift. And one thing that he informed me of is that there was something called the Gothenburg pole excursion of 12,800 years ago, which is the same period of time as the onset of the Younger Dryas that went until about 11,600 years ago. And I'm like, I've never heard of this. There was a geomagnetic pole excursion 12,800 years ago. Why? How haven't I heard of this? And this study goes back to the 70s. And so here's the theory that I would, if I had to suggest, is that everyone's correct. That with that pole shift, it caused a diminishment of the Earth's shield. The atmosphere diminished, which made us more susceptible to solar activity as well as cosmic impacts. And if the pole shift happened, let's say 12,800 years, and then maybe 11,600 years ago, there was cosmic impact. And somewhere in between, there was a solar outburst, because the Earth's surface will be more susceptible to solar activity as well as cosmic impacts. What if it's all three of them? Which, I'm sorry to say, that means that the Earth is far, if this was true, the Earth is far more volatile than any of us even want to believe. That means that, like, there's periods of time in Earth's history where it's, like, really, really bad. It's like, but that would explain why all we have left is stone and these unanswered questions.
Right.
That it's so much worse than people imagine. And although Ben Davison doesn't identify with continental crust displacement, it's still possible that during a pole shift, if it's caused by the internal movement of the iron core in the middle, the liquid iron core, and then the liquid molten core that's in the mantle, it's said that that's what causes a pole shift, is that it's the movement of the iron core. And how significant of it
Softens a little bit?
It's already soft, it's
Okay.
liquid, but it moves. And essentially, it's a difference between a full-on pole flip, which does happen occasionally in Earth's history, but geomagnetic pole excursions, which are a partial pole flip, happen intermittently. Not consistently, but there's evidence of going back every 12 to 13,000 years. I'm going to make a compelling video on this in the next couple months. But basically, the idea is that if let me give you an example that we can all wrap our heads around: is earthquakes. Some earthquakes originate in the crust when there's movement in the crust and it causes an earthquake, and others originate in the liquid outer portion of the mantle. If something happens inside the Earth's core and we're floating on top of it, is it really that unreasonable to suggest that it wouldn't cause cataclysm on the surface, whether it be through earthquakes, continental crust displacement, which, let me just say, mainstream science totally disagrees on this. This is total pseudoscience. They do not agree with what I'm saying at all. Let me be clear. But it's still possible. And as well as what am I looking for? Supervolcanoes. That's another enigma we don't fully understand. However, at certain periods of time of known geomagnetic pole excursions, such as the Toba super eruption of approximately 2,000 years ago, which is what the fossil record shows that humanity may have been diminished to just a few thousand people worldwide. That just so happens to coincide with a geomagnetic pole excursion. Now, I'm only connecting. This is not proof. But what if that's what causes supervolcanoes? So one of the things that it's the internal movement, rapid internal movement of inside the Earth's core, and it causes displacement of the surface. Which, that's my point.
Well, I was just going to use crust displacement theory when we talked about that as it's not accepted science, but the model of it, Charles Hapgood, the best explanation that I've ever heard is if you think of a core, or if you think of an orange that's detached from the peel, and if you think of it as the Earth's crust and the Earth's core, and you imagine the peel shifting over like you're spinning it on a string, and then it just shifts a tiny little bit. That's your Earth crust displacement. That's where you end up with. The idea is you end up with different pieces of the Earth on the poles, like the entire crust shifts. Chicken Little sees the sky fall because the stars did. Right? That's Earth crust displacement. Einstein was even working on it with Hapgood back in the 50s, but it has lost out to tectonic plates and all that stuff. It's not the accepted model by any stretch of the imagination. But I wanted to put that in because I always had trouble imagining that until I read the orange metaphor.
And isn't there evidence that, or isn't it showing that like the North Pole is moving a certain amount every single year?
The magnetic stuff.
Like 38 miles a year. It's accelerating.
38 miles a year?
Give this a Google. This is real. So this is mainstream science. That we are actually living within a geomagnetic pole excursion. It's happening right now. It's been happening for like since the mid 1800s. And there's several hundred that are known in Earth's history. And we're overdue. And essentially, the poles are moving. They've had to update airport runway numbers around the world over the last couple of decades. It's happening. Now, to be clear, mainstream scientists will say this will not be cataclysmic and it's going to go on for another 1,000 years before it's completed, but they don't actually know that.
Movement of the geomagnetic poles is not a constant rate, but varies over time according to recent data. The North Magnetic Pole has been moving at an average speed of 55 kilometers or 34 miles per year since 2020, which is faster than the historical average of about 10 miles per year.
Yeah.
This acceleration in movement began around the mid-1990s, with the pole currently drifting towards the northern coast of Siberia. Holy shit. And what is the conventional explanation for why this is happening?
It's for unknown reasons other than it has to do with the internal molten iron core, that it's shifting.
It's pretty basic magnitude if you really think about it. Like, you ever seen like a Jacob's ladder with electricity going up it? The electricity doesn't just straight across in this bar, right? It moves, it dances, it's like fire.
Okay.
So imagine if the Earth is, just to make it simple, imagine the Earth was just a metal antenna with electromagnetic, with a magnetism popping off of both poles, right? That's going to dance. It's going to weave around and stuff. So coming up the top of the Earth, where that pole's created, it's never going to be stable. It's always going to be a fire. It's always going to be a lightning. It's always going to dance. So yeah, it's never going to be stable. But and sometimes it's going to be a little wonkier than others. Now, since the Earth is that's created through the spinning metallic core, there's all kinds of forces that could fuck with that. Like, all kinds of forces could fuck with that. The impact could fuck with it. Probably a lot of things that we don't even take into account.
Yeah. So how bad would it get? Like, if the Earth is spinning, right, at the rate it's spinning, I don't know, how many million miles an hour.
1,000 miles an hour at the equator,
1,000
right?
miles an hour.
And that's
okay.
how they go with the 23,000 mile plus circumference, and
And that's spinning, and then you have the Earth, basically the crust, like this, rotate that way while it's spinning. I can't imagine anyone would be able to survive that.
Oh yeah, it would be devastating. That would be devastating.
Unless maybe you're in an airplane. Could you survive if you were flying?
Well, they say that. So this is the pseudo part, but they say that because of it, the winds, you're going to deal with the winds.
Yeah. Wind.
Let me just be clear: a NASA scientist debunked Jimmy Corsetti. He says I'm totally wrong, and he says,
Did he really?
Yeah, they responded. There was here's something that I think is really interesting. So I had shared that on the Joe Rogan podcast I did with Ben Kirkwood.
Yes.
And I was talking about the Adam and Eve story, which talks about the pole shifts being the reason why Earth's civilizations keep getting reset. And I shared this as I shared what was considered mainstream science and what wasn't. But Media Matters, which was funded by George Soros, did a hit piece on me in the weeks following that. And I'm like, why is Media Matters doing a hit piece on Jimmy Corsetti, the YouTuber, talking about some ancient conspiracy theory, which I made clear isn't based on total science. Some parts of it are, but like they did a hit piece on me, and it was actually nasty. And I'm like, that makes my conspiracy wheels go that I'm over the target in some way. It's like, why? And I'll tell you why they would debunk it. Is because it contradicts, or at least throws a wrench in the man-made climate narrative, which is that if there are things happening that are so much worse than anything we could do on our surface from pollution, that they don't want those. Like, why are they so opposed to cataclysms in general? Like Graham Hancock they don't even want to entertain. Look, the dinosaurs were, wiped off the Earth from an asteroid impact, but nothing much has happened since. Shut up about it. That's kind of like the mentality. I'm like, come on, guys. Like, there's evidence of extinction level events. Since then, Younger Dryas was 75% of all mammals in North America going extinct at that time. It's like things have happened. But when it comes, so let me tell you what they'll say is that when it comes to pole shifts, the geomagnetic, they say it will not be cataclysmic. They say that the worst that will happen is they cause telecommunication systems and satellite issues, as well as issues with the electrical grid. And I'm like, and that's it. And I'm like, hang on a second. I'm like, if you're suggesting that the power grid will go down, or that our satellites will stop working and telecommunication issues, like our internet would collapse. If that happened, that's cataclysmic. If the power goes out, that means your city water pumps will stop working once the generators that are run off fuel run out. Imagine if the internet went down right now. Almost every single cash register at any major store or gas pump will stop working. You won't be able to tender your
Take it a step further.
You won't be able to use your credit card anymore.
If all the zeros and ones disappeared off of this planet's hard drives right now, how much money is left?
Your bank account says zero.
Fucking zero on
That
zero.
is crazy, dude.
That's when you think about it like that, things get fucked. Okay,
So
you talking Mad Max? No, you were talking hardcore Mad Max.
and imagine this: like if the power grid went down, never mind that you can't buy anything, it would just be wide scale looting, and electricity goes down. If it happens in winter, many people would die. But here's something else: is water. purified water, which is that once those city water pumps and the treatment facilities down, people are going to succumb to waterborne illnesses. Like, this is weeks after, but like in the event of a grid down scenario, the fallout from that, even the collapse of the supply chain involving prescription medication. So my ex-wife was a pharmacist, and I asked her, I said, how many people actually need their medications to live? Like, because people go in there for anti-anxiety and other things, but like, how many people their medication is keeping them alive, whether it's heart issues or whatever it is. And she thought about it, and she was a smart woman. And she's like, 5 to 7%. And I'm like, okay, that's a small percentile, but like, that's actually tens of people.
Yeah.
And so
And
it's
how
like,
many of those medications need to be refrigerated?
right. So, so this is, so they can say that none of this crustal displacement will happen. The Earth's, nothing's going to happen. Like, okay, but if you're saying the grid will go down, okay, it's like that's a big deal because we're so dependent on it. If the power grid goes down, civilization is Mad Max.
And they try hard to. It's almost like a psychological thing in humans ever since Darwin to try to not scientific humans anyway to not inject catastrophic means into anything happening. They call it, the scientific debate was gradualism versus catastrophism. In the early days of science, it was expected to prove the Bible, right? So when you're looking to prove the Bible, you're looking for floods, you're looking for comets, you're looking for fires. When you look to prove Darwin right, everything's slow, everything erodes over time. Now, after the KT impact in 1980, when that was accepted, they started accepting what they call punctuated equilibrium, where they accepted that you could have generally slow times with the occasional catastrophe. That's only fucking my age. I mean, I was 5 years old when science finally accepted that shit. So when they look at things like what's going to happen when the geomagnetic poles wiggle around, it's almost like this scientific knee-jerk to just be like, well, that's going to be fine. No, it's not going to be bad. It can't be bad. That would be biblical proportion. It can't be biblical.
You want to know something interesting? Is that there's actually hard scientific evidence that contradicts their. When I said that they say that the full pole is at least 1,000 years away, they not only do they not know that because we've never been around to actually document and measure this, but there's actually a volcanic region in eastern Oregon. I forgot the name of the mountain chain, but this was a NOVA documentary from maybe 15 years ago, where they essentially were able to measure that during a sort of pole shift that had happened in Earth known history. It accelerates. So it starts slow and it gradually accelerates. And the reason why they're able to measure it is that so an active volcano at that time, as magma turns into lava and then solidifies, wherever magnetic north was at that time of when it solidifies is where it's like a time capsule that your compass today will move as you bring it over that volcanic rock to wherever magnetic north was back then. And what they discovered was that during that pole shift that happened to have happened at the time of that lava flow, was that the pole shift accelerates. It starts slow, and as it gets more and more dramatic as time goes on, to where it's undergoing its full flip. They say it happens so quickly that you could probably watch your compass slowly move throughout the day during the flip. So essentially, extremely fast. Wow. And that's hard science. This was a NOVA documentary. I forgot the name of it, but it's a good 15 years old. It's hard to find, but I could dig it up on YouTube. It's out there somewhere. And they share that. And so I'm like, any article I read on pole shift, they say it's not going to be an issue. It's not going to be an issue. It's 1,000 years away. I'm like, you don't know that, and you're ignoring the part that the best science you have is that actually it's like a tabletop that you spin on top of the table or the dreidel, and it'll stay steady, and then it'll go eventually just boom, 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 topples over.
Right.
And that's how that documentary described the pole shift. It said that that's essentially how it works. It just starts slow, and then once it gets going, eventually it'll hit a point of no return, and then the flip happens. So don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's fine.
We gotta get a hard drive on the moon ASAP.
Yeah. And a seed vault.
Because nothing's gonna be here. It's the pyramid.
My Bitcoin drive up there.
Yeah, Stonehenge.
Yeah.
It's crazy when you think about it. And when you look at what happened when the solar flares hit about 100 years ago, 150 years ago, and they burned up
Carrington.
telegram wires and shit got burned up. Like that's. you start. We get to that kind of point with the poles flipping and stuff, and I predict what's going to happen. I don't think there's anybody can predict exactly what's going to happen because you got electricity doing the Earth is our ground. I mean, it's half of all of our electricity. The Earth is half of the equation. So you start fucking with that polarity in our society, where everything's electrical.
Yeah.
It's just going to get weird. We're going to be definitely in uncharted waters.
Didn't the WEF, didn't that have something to do with Göbekli Tepe as well?
So, yes and no. So this is conspiracy, and I'm the one that had kind of blasted that out. Basically, I suggested that there's a correlation between the WEF and Göbekli Tepe as well as a Gunung Panang. So Göbekli Tepe essentially, as of 2015, the Doges Group, which is a business conglomerate in Turkey made up of 250 companies, the CEO of it is a longtime member of the World Economic Forum. And since the Doges Group took control of Göbekli Tepe, excavations have diminished and slow, and now they say it's going to be a 150-year time frame. And then I saw that the Gunung Padang, the minister of the Ministry of Research, Education, Technology, whatever it is in Indonesia, is also a known global shaper of the World Economic Forum. So I suggested that the World Economic Forum could be playing a role in preventing excavation. And in my mind, it would be because they don't want anything to contradict the man-made climate change narrative. Right. Let me be clear. This is a conspiracy theory, and it may not be based on truth. I have more doubts now than I did back then when I suggested it in the video. I still think it's possible, but for this to be true, I'm going to need to see this at other ancient sites around the world. So as of right now, I think it's responsible for me to say that the WF connection, although there may be something sinister there, because the WF wants 15-minute cities. They want to get rid of gas-powered cars and stoves. These people are insane. They're the initiative. They're the one perpetuating that out to the world. So I'm like, these people are not looking out for best interests. But it could be far-fetched to make that correlation, and a lot of people give me flack for it. So I acknowledge that it might not be based on truth, but here's what I do know, is that the people running the show at Göbekli Tepe have, and this is all in writing, they are no longer doing the large-scale excavations that they were doing in years prior. They're focusing now on conservation of the site, and they now say that there's a 150-year time frame of when they'll be fully excavated. Now, the naysayers will come out and say, well, we never fully excavate sites as it is. I'm like, okay, that's true. However, Göbekli Tepe is a bit interesting in that it's made up of concentric circles or I should say concentric circles, pillars, T-shaped pillars that are in circular enclosures. And they've only excavated somewhere between 5 and 10% of this entire site. The most recent study on Göbekli Tepe suggests that it may be the world's oldest lunar solar calendar, which is super interesting considering it's almost 12,000 years old, or at least was buried 11,600 years ago. It could be older. The best data we have on it is 1,600 years old, at least the time of its burial. And so since there's more than 100 of the T-shaped pillars that are still buried, all of which seemingly are depicting something, could be telling us a story. Some people suggest that it was purposely buried to preserve knowledge of the past, or that it was documenting a cataclysm. That's all conjecture. What I do know is that we're never going to fully understand what this site was, and that's until we fully excavate at least the pillars. Just dig up all the pillars is what I'm advocating for. And if it's a 12,000-year-old lunar solar calendar, that right there is significant, because the academics will say that this was built by primitive hunters and gatherers. This is not evidence of a civilization yet. This is not evidence of a civilization. This is, and I'm like, man, this site is so sophisticated. I don't think this was built by random cavemen people.
Right.
Like there's more to the story than that. Yeah. And so, especially if it's a lunar solar calendar, that is mathematical brilliance. Where
lunar solar calendar come from Dr. Martin Sweatman. And one of the things he's gotten a lot of grief for is that he interprets a lot of the animal symbols as different constellations, and other people have interpreted different animal symbols as different things. And then there's other people that are very skeptical and that say these are just fucking animals. What are you getting into here? This could even be proto-language and stuff here. The thing is that we've got every pillar we look at, we see new symbols. Every pillar we unearth, we see new symbols on. This is further back than anything we've seen like this. there's no reason for us to not. There is a lexicon of old iconography staring us in the face. It's buried under fucking ground, and they're advocating not digging it up because we don't normally do that. Well, look, man, if you go to fucking Greece, you dig up a column, the next column and the last column were the same, but we know it. Go back to that, and you dig up a T pillar, the next column, the next T pillar, and the last T pillar was different. So dig up more fucking pillars, man. This is not the same thing.
And they have, let me just be clear, this is not a matter of funding. The Doges group had poured in $50 million from the get-go to install, so this is where the real controversy comes in, is that they had built all the infrastructure for tourism out there. The roads, the sidewalks, the viewing platforms, and roofing structure. And it was in the name of tourism and conservation. And unfortunately, that caused a lot of destruction to the ruins in the process. The wife of the late Klaus Schmidt, who was the initial excavator of the site, was an archaeologist herself. And then when she was invited out there in 2018, following the construction of these platforms, she went public and documented that they had poured concrete on ruins, that some of these roads were put on top of ruins. She said there was destruction to ancient ruins out there, and she got a ton of flack for it. This is an archaeologist sharing what she witnessed. She had worked the site with Klaus Schmidt. And so I suggest that, like, two things. One, it's incompetence and mismanagement. They blew it. They fucked up when they built these things. But on top of it, the fact that this stuff is on top of ruins signifies what I've been saying, which is that it's preventing a full excavation of the site in the first place. It's an issue. And, it's like they fucked up. And same thing with the trees. Okay, it wasn't nefarious, because this is where the conspiracy is like, they planted a species of tree that's illegal to cut down, and by having the trees there, you can't fully excavate it. That's conspiracy. Or maybe it's just money, and the people, the farmers that sold it, are just trying to make a buck, and they all fucked up in the process by allowing the trees to be planted where they were. Whatever it is, there are unanswered questions about our past under the ground at Göbekli Tepe, and I think it is entirely inexcusable to not dig up those pillars, especially with a study that it could be a lunar solar calendar. Like, this is important. This is showing that humans were more advanced than what they were supposed to have been 11,600 years ago. And, so I look at these things and I'm like, that even ties into the Flint Dibble Grant Hancock debate. And I'm like, they're arguing about different things. I'm like, hey, we need to focus on the fact that, like, there are answers waiting to be dug up. And
they won't even agree with us there. They won't even get on board with that.
Yeah,
and that's where it feels like. I mean, that's where it's like. That's just off the top.
Yeah. And let me say something else, if I may. One of the other pushback they gave to not fully dig it up is, like, they said, and this is according to Dr. Lee Clare, the head of the field work there, said that, well, we're going to wait for technological developments to advance before we further the dig. And I'm like, what? Like, is there a magical shovel that's waiting to be invented? Is there, like, a new pressure hose that doesn't exist? Because, like, honestly, these are just stone pillars that are buried in dirt.
Right.
And if there had been an issue in the past, let's just say they had broken a few pillars. They're like, they're digging them up and they're breaking them in the process. I could understand the argument, which is like, okay, let's take a step back. We're ruining the site. That has not happened. This is not an issue. They're just, like, they're gaslighting.
The only technology they're going to use to save stuff would be stuff to, like, stop the damage, undo the damage the tree roots did. I mean, fuck.
Right.
Come on. At this point, clearly, like, again, there's stuff there that we don't know. It's about the prehistory of humanity, some of the earliest, most complicated iconography we've seen anywhere from that time period. For fuck's sake, man! It's like if we had two manuscripts and you know where the rest of them are, you're gonna want to read the rest of them. And the opposition to it, honestly, is one of the things that is it makes a guy like me even get a little conspiratorial, because there is no fucking reason on God's green earth to not want. It's one thing for them to say, okay, man, it's going to cost a lot. This is going to be a problem. But how much could it possibly cost? But the vitriol, the vitriol that we see from it's insane.
Yeah, no, it's a shame.
Here's a fun little fact, which is that most of the people that are digging out there aren't getting paid to do it because they're PhD students that are doing their field work.
Right.
And so it's like, bro, I would dig out there for free.
Right.
Invite me out there. I'll do a half day's work until my hands are blistered.
Yeah.
But, like, No, it doesn't cost. It costs money. You got to feed people. You got to house them. Like nothing's free in this world. But just to be clear, no one at the site that runs it has said that this is about money. And there's a lot of money out there. And if it was about money, oh my God, they could crowdfund that. That is not. It's not about money, because that's what some of the people say. Well, things cost money, and I'm like, okay, but just to be clear, the Doges Group is $1 billion conglomerate, and they're not short of funding here,
Right.
and they haven't said that they were, and it's not an issue, and it is just inexcusable. And like you said, there's not a reason God created the earth to not further study it.
Right.
And if I had to come up with a conspiracy on why they would not want to do it, is that considering the evidence shows that Göbekli Tepe was buried 11,600 years ago, the same time of the Younger Dryas climate catastrophe, perhaps there's information there that would illuminate that. Perhaps it's the very fact that this site is, I think, very strong evidence to show, like as Graham Hancock puts it, and they just blow them off, but it's like, this site is an enigma. This is not supposed to exist 11,600 years ago. And the academic naysayers come out and say, well, it's not that impressive as it is. There's no reason to rule out that this wasn't created by primitive hunters and gatherers. And I'm like, have you seen the damn thing? It's like cutting these stones, 20 tons, it's like, and the fact that it could be a lunar solar calendar,
Right.
that's a dance.
Not only that, the fact of them saying that it can't be built by hunter-gatherers. I'm old enough to have been studying anthropology as a young adult, and that was the way that it went down. Was humans harvested food, they stored food, we had a surplus of food, then we built. That's when we start actually making it. Before that, we just built these primitive granaries. After that, we started building megaliths and cities, and so Göbekli Tepe turned that completely on its ear. Now they've rewrote that order. They're like, well, I guess you can get a surplus of food from hunting and gathering, and then build the city, and that could make you want to become a farmer and become more sedentary. That one site is so enigmatic that it flips things 180 degrees in that regard, and it's still like that might even be part of the reason that they're kind of opposed to digging it up. It might still be a little bit of a black spot in some of the other guys' eyes. I mean, it might irritate them.
And one other thing to say about it is that, correct me if I'm wrong, but from what I remember, Flint Dibble, one of his arguments against Graham Hancock when discussing Göbekli Tepe on the Rogan podcast debate was the lack of evidence of farming, correct? Of agriculture. I'm like, that doesn't prove a lack of a civilization. Like, no one's really suggesting Göbekli Tepe was somebody's home.
Right.
And it's like, well, because, it's like, here's the evidence of the agriculture. They have to grow food to live. I'm like, that's not proof at all that it wasn't constructed by people, or I don't even, to me, I'm like, that's a side point. I'm like, they got food from somewhere else. It doesn't, or the farm is gone.
Yeah.
Like let's be real. Are we really going to pretend that evidence of growing plants is 100% going to survive after almost 12,000 years?
Like the assumption would be that the crops survive, right? So or that we could find it in the record from back in those times and find genetic changes and variations. But that's something that they really are they spot the record. Like when I talked about before the rice thing, it's really, really difficult to pin down when certain crops became domesticated and when they didn't. And it's the going back and genetics. When I was studying that stuff, the genetics on that is sometimes the margin of error. When you get back 10, 12,000 years and you're looking at fucking seeds and stuff, sometimes that margin of error is half of that date, 6,000 years, give or take.
Yeah. And I think we should consider the fact that the climate has changed significantly since 12,000 years ago. When I look at the Sahara Desert,
We're in a climate dip right now, are we?
yeah,
Like a huge climate dip.
yeah. And if I always like to bring up the Sahara, but this needs to get people's minds going, which is that if the Sahara was a lush green tropical paradise up until 5,000 years ago, imagine how much differently the region of Turkey would have been as well, which isn't all that far north of it. Like it's geographically, if you're looking at the globe, it's kind of right there.
Yeah.
It's not right there, but it's not far. And what we're seeing at Turkey today being pretty barren, at least in the region of Göbekli Tepe. Like, who knows what that climate was like 12,000 years ago?
Right.
And has since erased whatever was there. I don't know.
No, you're right. And a lot of that stuff, they can tell climates in some ways, but usually, like an area like Turkey, they're not going to be able to get a whole lot of data for that part back. Usually they go through ice or a bog or something like that where the weather is somewhat recorded in the record. But an area like Turkey where it's just all sand and dust, and They can give you some inkling of what the planet was like a long time ago. Like they can tell you about the Green Sahara a little bit, but they're not. It's nothing like they can tell you about parts of the world where it's colder or hot or weather. Like they can give you some pretty accurate dating about England because of the peak bog and stuff. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff they can spitball. A lot of stuff that's a framework that they've built based on different things. Like the Greenland ice cores end up being like this huge part, or the Barbados coral. That's how they measure the sea level around the entire fucking world.
Where?
Barbados.
Really?
Yeah, because it's on the edge of a continental shelf, so it's they're the least likely to go up and down. And coral is very stable and been there for a long time, so they actually go measure the coral in Barbados. Yeah, they measure. That's how they measure the sea level rise.
Wild.
Yeah, so and then that measurement they will apply.
And it's been the same for how long?
To the globe. I forget exactly, a long time.
Yeah.
It's where they go to do it. So, and again, a lot of it's just hypothetical. They assume because it's on the edge of a continental shelf that it hasn't moved much over time. But
Yeah.
if it has moved, it's entirely wrong.
The island is rising due to tectonic activity with an average uplift rate of about 30 centimeters every 1,000 years. The steady uplift has allowed the island to lift up its encircling coral reefs, creating a staircase-like topography that extends from the shoreline to the highest point of the island. The highest point, Mount Hillaby, records sea levels back to 640,000 years ago.
Yeah,
that's bizarre, man.
And so yeah, all from one spot. Crazy. But I love science because of that. But it's also, I always find it's interesting to look under the hood a little bit because the things that are presented with such certainty. We know exactly what the sea level was in South Africa at this time. Well, after we measure that in Barbados.
Right. Well, hey, you guys got flights to catch.
Oh, shit.
So thank you guys so much for coming. I really think this is a super fun conversation. We just did like 3 hours and 40 minutes.
Wow, Denny, it was a pleasure. Thanks for the invite. Let's do it again.
Thanks for the invite.
Tell everybody where everyone can find you guys on YouTube and all that stuff.
Debunking. My name's Dan.
Debunking. Always, not debunking, debunking.
Debunking. With a D. 2 Ds, like my head.
Okay. Yep. And I'm Bright Insight, Jimmy Corsetti. Follow me on YouTube. Follow me on Rumble. Follow me on X.com, formerly known as Twitter. Jimmy Corsetti, Bright Insight 6.
Yeah, I'm on Twitter as well. Yep.
Beautiful.
All right, man. Thanks
again.
Bye, world.
Appreciate it.
What's your name? Frank. I just got back here. I was in Hong Kong. Anybody been there? Yeah? Hong Kong sucks, okay? One, there is a lot of Chinese people there. Alright? And you talk about a city that needs a dental plan? I thought I had a big time.
So are they rolling right now?
I don't know. Are we rolling?
Yeah.
Okay, yes, we got that. So, wait. You were explaining to me how I could give myself to Jesus.
Yes.
Is this okay?
And the answer to that, phenomenon, knows what I'm going to say.
Mm-hmm.
It's simple faith and trust in Christ. Jesus said, if you're going to follow me, you have to deny yourself, pick up the cross, and follow me. Now, picking up the cross is an allusion to all sorts of ways of self-negation. But you have to make God's will your will. You have to want His thoughts to be your thoughts, and to live a life pleasing to Him. That's not a perfectionist journey. It's a journey of faith. Of the Bible talks about gradually being transformed into the image of Christ. That can take a lifetime. It certainly can take a lot of years and months. But it means to stepping off one path to the other path by saying what Romans 10, 9 and 10 in the Bible tells us to say. It says, if you believe in your heart that God has raised Christ from the dead, and you confess it with your mouth, you will be saved. But with the heart, man believes the righteousness of God. With the mouth, he makes confession to that truth. Now, I've added a few colloquialisms there in it, but
just to make it understandable to you in basic language.
Do I have to go to confession? Do I have to confess my sins to anybody?
To God,
Just to God.
here and now. You know what they are.
I confess my sins on every podcast. I don't hide anything.
Of course you have sins. The
Like what?
first sin is rejecting Christ.
I don't necessarily reject Christ.
Yes, you do.
I don't think I reject him.
It's not
I believe Christ was a real person.
you're rejecting who he said he was.
So that's where
We're not talking about a malicious, malignant, evil, deliberate defiance of God.
right.
We're talking about
I'm skeptical.
that's
I'm
fine.
skeptical.
It's fine.
It's my job to be skeptical. I'm a journalist.
Then maybe this is your first step on the path to God. For some people, it doesn't happen necessarily in an instant. It's progressive. But they have to at least say a prayer that quantifies the possibility of who Christ is and what he's done. So if you say, and I've had many people who on their own have just gotten on their knees and said, Christ, if you are who Christianity says you are, if you are truly God, I need you to show that to me. I need you to prove that to me in some way. God's willing to do that. It may not happen today or tomorrow. Could happen now, but it might be a process. There are any number of things happen that are just God coincidences. And
My skepticism comes in where people like you and you and people like you say these things that sound good, right? But all of this stuff is coming from texts. And I don't know how to read the texts. And everybody says the texts say something different.
not everybody says that. Certain individuals may say that.
People in Christianity and theology that subscribe or ascribe to that religion, they all say the same thing.
Right.
People that are outside that religion say different things. People like Dr. Hillman say different things. Everyone has their own interpretation of these texts.
Okay.
I don't know what.
Okay. You simply say, Jesus Christ, if you are the Son of God, if you are the creator of all that exists, if you gave me the breath of life, I need you in some way to show that to me. Because I'm not ready to make what Kierkegaard called legal faith.
Right. So I need to ask that.
You need to ask him.
See what happens.
Just repeat after me.
Okay.
And don't say anything you don't want to say.
Okay.
Say, Jesus Christ,
Jesus Christ,
if you are God's Son,
if you are God's Son,
if you always existed in eternity past,
if you always existed in eternity past,
if it is true,
if it is true,
the only forgiveness of sins
the only forgiveness of sins
is your death upon the cross,
is your death upon the cross.
I need to know that.
I need to know that.
Show that to me, Lord.
Show that to me, Lord.
And
Going up gang sign.
I will hand you all of my sins
By the
hand you all of my
gang
sins.
line.
to be forgiven
To be forgiven.
and walk in newness of life.
And walk in newness of life.
Now, if you had really meant that and you embraced Christ now, I'd love to get some water and baptize with it. I won't do that. We're not ready for that yet. What's your decision, bro? What kind of
What's in that water?
nothing?
How do you make it?
A prayer.
There's no chemicals in them?
No. Baptismal water is simply a symbolic representation of dying to self and living to Christ. Because the scripture says in Romans chapter 6 that we are buried with Christ in baptism in death, that as he was raised from the dead to the glory of God his Father, we will be raised again to a new life in Christ. So it's just one of what's called the ordinances or the sacraments between the theological position of the church. And through that, you express faith. So now you put God on the spot, so to speak. If you meant what you said, now you have to be open to God working in your life. You don't know how that's going to happen. It could be one of a million ways. But God now will step in and show you what you were made for and created for. You have a brilliant mind. You have a quick mind. You have the ability to do incredibly great things. I'm not saying that to be facetious. I'm saying that in all honesty, you are. And you're essentially a good person.
I try to be.
Yeah. With what tools you have.
Mm-hmm.
But you have to understand that the Christian life, Paul said, this life that I live in my body, I live by the faith of the Son of God. For it is not me, but it is Christ within me. If Christ was not in me, I would have been dead a long time. Because the demons would have killed me. But they can't. Because I belong to Christ. And so what you basically do is you build these walls of protection around you and your family by faith in God. Now that's not to say nothing bad will ever happen. Sometimes bad things do happen.
Now let me ask you this. By repeating all those things you just told me, am I opening myself up to any vulnerability with demons?
No, absolutely.
No,
in fact,
quite
the contrary. You have just served notice on the devil that you've taken a first step toward God. Now they have to step back away. Not a long ways away, but they start back. Oh no. What are we going to do now? They're scrambling. They're thinking, we got to do this, we got to do this, we got to do this, we got to do this. Right. Don't worry about that. Keep your eyes on God. Just take some.
So now I can watch out for any sort of signs that I get.
You got to be looking for them.
Throwing the big signs, Rabbi. Eating penny.
I'm looking for that truth. I don't want to wax poetic here, but it might be a sunset. Like you just be a beautiful area, and you just say, "Wow, I'm grateful for this day, God." Oops, when did I say that?
I understand.
I'm thanking God for life.
Right.
There it is.
Okay. I understand.
See what happens next when you got my phone number.
Okay. I want to ask you if you think, based on everything you've learned about this podcast, do you think that he is truly possessed by a demon?
Unquestionably. I can't see his face. That's the only problem. He doesn't do his lights here, but that's okay.
Put some light on my face.
I can't.
Am I gonna look like trash in this?
No, you look great. Can you show a picture of Amin on the camera?
I can't see past his shirt.
There we go. Go to the solo. Go to the solo on.
Look, I have a glow.
Look at him. He looks gorgeous.
God. If you can't get in with that, something's wrong with you, baby.
He wore that shirt for me today, and he knows it.
I did. Do you know who this is?
You tell me.
That shirt? No, that's okay.
I mean the shirt on the outside.
I'm not your tour guide. I have a question. I have a question from the devil. The devil keeps telling me, Bob, he keeps telling me, yeah, but the problem is Bob has never read the Bible. I tell all my seminarian students when I was teaching in a seminary, I told all of them the first day of class, I said,
Oh, sorry, hold on.
oh, is this a hearing device? Sorry, Bob.
Sure.
Sorry. I tell my seminary students the first day of class, you've never read the Bible, and they all give me a dirty look, Bob.
Why
They all give me a dirty look. Well, let me go there. I'm a classical
why
philologist.
go there? I know where
This
you're
is
going.
why the Harvard people won't come. I am a classical philologist.
I know what you are. Watch the videos.
And you have never read the Bible. Tell me what a Christ is. Okay, what is a Christ?
I'm not going to tell you that.
Because you don't know,
No,
Bob.
no. Wait a minute.
What is a Christ?
Wait a minute. I did not agree.
How is he supposed to believe? If
I
you don't know what a
did
Christ
not
is or what a
agree to
gospel
this.
is, that's why the people at Harvard
And I will either get up and walk out of here.
Okay, why? Because cowardice? If I am
Let's
possessed,
be
you
respectful.
should not.
Let's be respectful.
No,
and
he
debate
just-
the text.
No,
Okay.
no,
We
we
gotta be nice to each other.
Okay,
We gotta be nice. That's
I'm
the
serious.
only way this is
We
gonna
do
happen.
Understood.
Okay. Now, let's just discuss the
Yes.
facts, the text, and everything we're here to discuss, and let's not call each other names or be rude.
Thank you, Dan.
Okay, is that okay, Bob?
I was thinking as I stepped out of the room a moment ago that it would be a good idea. Where are you in New Mexico?
I'm in Taos, New Mexico.
Taos.
Right,
Of course. Why not? The
Right off
capital
of
of New Mexico.
right off of, no, not into it. With this stuff, I can't stand it.
Okay.
I've been
So,
I've been
I would
studying
suggest-
Greek and the Bible for the last 35 years.
I
That's what
know
wanna talk
what
about.
you've done.
I
I
want
know.
to talk about the Bible.
I would like to suggest
Yes.
that to really have a candid conversation, no cameras. You get in your car and drive down to Phoenix,
If that makes you look like a coward.
and I will be happy to spend time with you. Normally, we ask for a donation to help cover my staffing
Of course,
and
because you're greedy,
facilities,
Bob. It's flim flam.
but
You gotta be nice. Listen,
I will be
Oh God!
I will be
Put the
happy.
devil back.
I will be happy to provide you with a complimentary exorcism session.
No, thank you.
I
I don't have a
but-
demon,
but wait a
Bob.
minute.
I wanted to talk about the Bible. I don't have a demon. I'm
Which
not
would
here.
be
first of all,
to talk
wait.
about
We
the
have to appreciate the fact that Bob is the only one who has the balls when they talk.
Oh, that's kudos. Big balls.
No one else will do
Kudos.
it.
Nobody, Bob. This was Harvard
Okay,
people.
okay,
This
so
was Harvard.
Let him go.
Who else?
but you're not letting me talk.
Let him talk.
You're not
Please,
letting
go
me.
ahead.
You're trying to control the agenda. So
No, that's
just
why I'm here.
let me finish speaking. Where it's just you and me, and maybe a ministry associate there with me, and we have a candid conversation about you and your life and your beliefs, and I'm very happy to do that. But that would have to be in a setting where there's transparency and honesty, and we can have an exchange without playing to the galleries.
Yes, definitely. That's a great,
so
wonderful
let's-
idea. If I were demon possessed, Bob, but I'm not demon
Well,
possessed, and I
wait a
don't
minute.
need your spiritual help. I was coming to you as one former man of God to another person who appreciates the Bible, Bob. And I just
You're
want to
trying-
know, please tell me, why was
Yeah,
Jesus
this is
arrested
the
in a
reason
public
I
park
didn't
with
want
a
you
naked
around
kid?
in this room when I talked with him, is because you're a control freak trying to get the upper hand on everything. So just be a
One
human.
answer. That's the
Just-
only question I'll
just
ask
talk
you.
to me.
That's it.
Talk to me as a human being.
Just
Okay.
ask him
Do you
kindly
think
what's
it's
your question.
possible? Do you think
As a
it's
human
possible?
being,
When,
okay.
when Jesus was arrested in
I-
Gethsemane with a naked kid,
I
screaming, "I'm not a
well,
child."
we know what you think about. Okay.
Could it
Okay,
be that he was
listen, we
actually?
both have
I have
turns.
about 30 seconds to walk it out.
We have to take turns. I'm gonna ask the question, and then we can stop and we can let Bob see who's wrong.
That's reasonable.
Okay.
When Jesus Christ was arrested in Gethsemane at 4 a.m. with a naked boy screaming, "I am not a child," with lace stays in Greek. Could it actually be, Bob, that he was doing creepy things?
Bob, stage is yours.
Are you suggesting that Christ was a prophet?
No, I'm saying.
Are you saying that he was a pedophile.
No,
Are
I'm
you saying
the
that?
text says that Jesus
Are
Christ.
you saying that Christ was a
No,
based upon
no,
what
no.
you think the text said?
I think what he's
no.
saying is no. He doesn't believe it. He's not stating his own beliefs.
No, I
what
have
he's
no
saying
argument.
is he's.
Yeah,
what
that's-
I'm not interested in arguing. I'm
okay.
saying the text. I want the real Jesus.
That
When Jesus
is
was arrested-
intellectual dishonesty, and you know it, and you're not going to overpower me the way you normally do people. It's no wonder no one wants to talk to you. Okay? So if you are suggesting in any way, shape, or form on any evidentiary basis that you have in your mind that Christ did that, there's no dialogue that we can have.
So
I'm
let's
still willing to meet with you in private, where there's no need for you to have to play to an audience, and no need for me to prove anything to anybody.
Have you read this? Have you actually read the Bible?
You're just a broken record.
No.
You
I
don't-
want to talk
you do
about
not
the text.
possess the. You honestly don't possess the intellectual latitude to move outside of a predetermined frame of reference where you can beat your drum, and I'm not going to buy into that. Okay, you're not.
Is that me or
Why
Dean?
are you questioning? Why are you questioning whether or not Bob has read the Bible?
Because-
what do you think?
because-
if there's something, if there's possible he missed something, what do you think that is?
You know, because Bob does what Bible scholars always do, and New Testament theologians do, because they don't have access to that ground-based material.
And you're referring to the original sources.
To the philology. They don't have access to the text.
Well,
right?
what
And
we
you
have
talk
here-
about-
Okay, hold on.
What we have here is you against the world, you against 2,000 years of church history, you against the most esteemed scholars in the world, and quite frankly, I don't think you match up, and I'm not willing to have that debate because it's a dishonest debate.
What's a Christ?
In my opinion. Okay. No, I know where you're going with that. There's no
Why,
point.
Bob, you tell,
You're
you
asking
tell
about
everybody
it.
what a Christ is?
So-
You just converted this man.
Just tell me.
What is a Christ?
Well, we didn't convert him. What we did was to nudge him along the pathway.
I just
Yes.
gave up. I just gave myself to Christ. I just.
Where is the
I'm
Christ
hoping.
that
I'm
you
hoping
Just
my
give
heart
a
to Christ.
measure of your life to Christ, and that is a great step to take.
So Ahmed
Now-
told me, and 2 million people on my podcast, most of which believe what he is saying, because we have no way of discerning whether he's telling lying or not. We have no way of finding out reading these texts. But the way Ahmed described it to us, and there's millions of views on this stuff, that the word Christ in ancient Greek, the first time the word Christ was ever used in the history of humanity was for somebody that was using drugs.
Okay, well, that's the gospel according to Ahmed.
No, not
So-
the gospel. He's
No,
talking
no,
about
no,
text
no,
here.
that's the gospel according to him. That I'm saying. All right.
No, that was divorce
So-
officially.
So we're going to discard the canonization of Scripture, all the councils of the church that have been held throughout the ages, at great time, effort, and intellectual energy to go through all of these issues over and over again. And we're just going to, because of this guy, throw them out the window and say they don't matter anymore because I am the Greek scholar who knows the
I
truth.
don't think
No,
we
I
need to
don't
throw anything out the window.
No,
All
no,
I'm looking
yes,
for,
yes, we are.
I'm not personally, and I know you're not.
But
I don't think.
but
I
he
think it's
is.
okay that he is. I think it's okay that he is. But I don't think.
Why isn't anybody required to be?
Of course, so are you, and so am I. But
And-
my goal here is to just have a dialogue. No one's willing to have this dialogue, and I think it's freaking incredible that
We're
able to
not
have this
having a dialogue. We're not
We're
having a
attempting to have
dialogue
here.
because he is stuck like a politician on talking points, and he's going to stay there and not move off of that to deal with the larger realm of church history, the Hebrew scriptures, as well as the Septuagint.
Did
which
you
he
read the
disdains.
Septuagint, Bob?
And so, as a result of that, he's got a couple of basic talking points that he's just going to keep throwing those out there over and over and over,
Did you actually read
which
the
is
Septuagint?
intellectually dishonest.
Do you read the
What
Bible?
I would
The
like,
Septuagint.
what I would
I
like,
know you're going to get up and leave because you're a
what,
coward.
what,
But the devil asked me to ask you.
Okay.
Have you actually read the Septuagint?
If I hear one more ad hominem argument, this
Who do
is
you
over.
think you are?
Okay.
You want to walk out? Take the money and walk. Take it and walk. You're a coward. You don't read these texts, and people just like you are afraid. The head of Dallas Theological Seminary's Greek program, come here, Bob, and sit where you are.
May I ask
Because
a
none
question?
of you actually reads ancient Greek.
May I ask a question?
Yes, it's your turn. It's your turn.
You are a self-confessed former Christian.
Yes.
Okay. And you were born again.
Definitely.
Huh?
Definitely.
Okay. And then at some point, you walked away from that.
Definitely, yes.
Okay. Okay. Now, without trying to make it sound like Greek and Hebrew had you walk away from it, can you tell me what that negative epiphany was?
Yes, it was Aristotle's pure muse. It was that genius. It was that genius in the Greek, which is far harder. If you studied any, you know that Greek is capacity that English can never achieve.
We've all heard this before from you. I want to know from a personal standpoint. No, that's it. That's what you claim as an intellectual vortex, but I want to know what the practical decision was based on to walk away from your faith and to deny Christ to the extent which you have. So, to call it a file. How did you get from here to here? I just want to know.
Wait, what's the primary?
How did you get from your original view of Christ
Yeah.
to Christ?
Oh, that took years of study. I wrote in the book, Bob, The Chemical Muse that I published, I wrote in that book that Hebrew was the original language of the Greek, of the Old Testament, just like everybody else says. Just like any panel scholars would tell you. I wrote that in the book. Why? Because it was not until I actually read and reread and worked with those sources until I realized, oh my God, this thing is not a translation. This is gorgeous, perfect Greek.
Okay.
And it's precise.
Okay, we've heard all this before on his show.
Yeah.
So, who published that book?
The Septuagint?
No, the book that you just referred to.
Septuagint.
Oh, no. He's talking about the Chemical Muse. You're talking about the Chemical Muse, the book that he published?
Yeah. Who published that
Oh,
book?
Who published Chemical Muse? Macmillan?
It's Macmillan now, but originally it's St. James. No, what's his name? Saint.
What was the name of the publisher?
Yeah, I'll think of it.
Steve, Google it.
Thomas Dunn Books and St. Martin's Press.
St. Martin's Press.
Yes.
Okay. I'm just curious. No.
Why is that relevant, though?
Well, it's very relevant.
I'm curious.
Because that's not a respected Christian publisher. It's a publisher that puts out a lot of crazy stuff out there.
I wasn't trying to
Well,
target
I'm just saying.
audience, so it was just general.
There was no. And was there a theological overview board that passed off on what you wrote in the book? No.
Bob,
It wasn't a theological book.
No, it was no.
It was a
Oh, is that
history.
It is a history book. Bob.
It was a history book on Roman fathers.
I stand by the offer that I made, and I think it's a good offer. I'm getting a little tired of the devil staring me in the face with your shirt.
Why would you? Okay.
We're just here to let the audience learn from you guys and listen to these ideas.
Well, but
And I think this is fascinating.
but you have a clash, as I've already stated, you of apostasy and a departure from the faith, virulent apostasy. That is demonically based, in my opinion, and it's very difficult to have dialogue.
How do you think it's done?
Well, I think you're being aggressive and a little bit nasty, and that's not really lending itself well to
Is there nastiness?
So I just asked a practical question and really didn't get an answer as to
Okay, what was your question? I'm sorry.
how and when leaving the Greek and the Hebrew out of it and all
Yes.
of that intellectual posturing, just how and when, what age did you walk away
I
from the
was
faith?
21,
Okay.
and I was sitting in the room that I was renting with Jose, who's a veterinary student. It was a great time. And I was sitting there reading Aristotle, and I realized, oh my God, the gorgeousness of this universe and the reason. It's so beautiful. It must be the foundation of everything. And it clicked in my head. Something classical clicked in my head. And I said, oh, I get it. I understand the burden of sin. Right? Because I was a Bible scholar. I was a student.
Okay,
I was
so what do
writing.
you mean by that? I have a question.
So
What did you understand the burden of sin? What did you mean by that?
The beauty of the universe is in the design that it is perfect. Right, and the classical world understood this, and they worshipped, as Bob will tell you, they worshipped as a result nature, and the organization of music. I mean, a third of education is music, right? Yeah, harmony, baby. If you don't understand what harmony is, it's because you don't worship nature. So that's what I was thinking about when I was reading Aristotle.
That was an abrupt U-turn from where you were at theologically and personally. And so,
Definitely.
okay. And so you chose Socrates, you chose Greek philosophy.
Socrates, no, I didn't. Socrates, I got to think about
Greek philosophy and all the gods and goddesses that come along with it, and that understanding of a worldview. That became...
Hey, demon, help me here. I think I'm going to pre-identify. You're going to identify as a demon.
So you basically adopted a Socratic worldview.
No, absolutely not. It was not that sophisticated. I was sitting there reading Aristotle, and I realized the beauty and harmony of the universe. The first thing I said, I've got to go get laid. And I went to a bar, and I picked out the first girl that was good looking. And I said, you must take me home, and you must fornicate. And she said, great. I said,
are you being facetious or truthful?
Absolutely not. I was taking the bar that I went to. It's a country western bar.
Wait, you talked
about this in the first podcast.
Wait, you had a moment, and you did what? You went to a bar.
I understood the beauty, and I realized, holy mackerel, I want that beauty. I was a virgin, Bob. Yeah, it is. When you're in the church, you got to keep that virginity going, right?
Can you just stop editorializing and give us some facts here? You went to the bar.
Yeah, Your Honor, I went out and I got laid because I was 21.
Can you hear him okay?
Aristotle. You went to the bar.
Yes.
And then you went and got laid.
Yes.
Okay.
Fantastic.
Okay.
Well, and then was there something about your first sexual experience losing your virginity that had something to do with this?
Yeah, it didn't feel guilty. It felt good. And
okay.
I thought,
let me ask you this. I don't know the answer to this.
Well, hold on.
Were you a virgin because of your devotion?
Definitely. I've listened to Jay Vernon. Do you know Jay Vernon McGee?
Do I know Jay Vernon McGee? Bless his dearly departed soul. Of course I know who he was.
So you...
What a man. That was a man.
Well, yes, we have a lot of theological prejudices, but that's not the issue.
He was not a pervert.
Yeah, that guy was straight up. Understand this. Yeah. Born again Christian.
Yeah.
Loving Jesus.
Yes.
As I understand, admiring me and what I did.
Yes.
Okay.
Let him interrogate you.
Sorry, am I?
And then Aristotle's view of reality, of good and evil, of the cosmos and how it exists and why it exists, turns you around. You go to a bar and then get laid and it felt good. That's what you said.
Exactly.
Okay. Guilty as charged.
Of what?
Of apostasy. But that obviously,
but with demon or not?
Obviously, in my opinion, you turned. You made a moral U-turn. Remember I said earlier, people don't have as much of an intellectual objection to the gospel as you have a moral objection to the gospel. So rest my case. You had a moral objection, and you decided to go down that path, which was contrary to the path that preceded you.
Correct.
To which you were very devoted.
Oh God, I used to golf and get so depressed because Jesus was watching me golf. And I knew it was bad, man. I knew it was bad.
Did that affect you? Like, did
Oh,
that
wait a minute.
Oh yeah, every time I was coming home from college, looked up at his billboard, they had this
You
Hooters
don't
thing, and I was like,
know about your masturbation practices.
Well, he was saying that. I think the reason he was explaining that was because he felt like he was sinning by actually going out and having sex with a woman. So he had to masturbate, and he said, I think what he expressed, he felt guilty of that.
Okay.
yes, the guilt is
So
masturbation.
finally, you dispelled that guilt by going out and having sexual intercourse.
I dispelled it all night long.
And
Did that make him?
you sinned and you loved it.
Definitely.
And it's been downhill ever since.
No, that was the beginning of my training. It's been glorious.
Okay.
So your life has been better since you left Christ?
Oh God, if you can't find Aphrodite, right? Christianity blocks you from Aphrodite, right? And that's a whole part of existence, the Great Mother. That's why you can't worship a Great Mother in Christianity.
Why can't you worship it? Is that true? You can't worship a great mother?
Well, this could get rather interesting. I've been to Ephesus. I've seen the statues of Aphrodite, which is this goddess with multiple breasts.
That's Artemis.
That's Artemis, but it's also Aphrodite.
No, it's not. Artemis is a virgin. Artemis is a virgin.
They're basically interchangeable.
No. You have sex in the
Okay,
temple
well,
of
that's okay,
Aphrodite.
that's okay.
That's an ancient. You can't say Artemis is a
with his head, with breast hanging from her.
yes.
And it was in front of statues like this that the maidens were devoured to become advocates of the goddess. I mean, there's all sorts of hideous stuff.
Okay.
It's almost all of it. The Greeks were highly sexual.
Yes. Right.
And
I think
this
we
is
made that
what
pretty
they
clear.
did, and this is what the culture was based on, and then this is what he got into. So this part of the conversation has been helpful for me to understand. But what nationality are you?
Oh God, just a mixture. Just all of them. Some Dutch ancestors, some Germans, some Scottish. I say no. People just love, man.
Dutch, German, Scot.
Yeah.
Is that basically it?
No, supposedly there may be some native in there as well, but
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's, to me, as an exorcist, consistent with what you're telling me.
How so?
No Scandinavian, though.
Well, thank God he doesn't have the Vikings you do.
Yeah.
By the
How
way,
so?
I should have had you break that curse. So, I think what we're talking about here, in my estimation, as an exorcist, is that the occurrence that you just described was not as epiphanous in a negative sense as we might think of it. It was the end result of a process that was intergenerational and probably going back to these ancestors. And there was something highly sexualized and debaucherous back there that was looking for a way to work itself through. And it found a victim, and he was that victim. And unfortunately, he did what he did. But I would like to say, I want to make one more experience. I'm just going to finish by saying, to me, the mystery of Christ is that even I could return to the fold and become an advocate for the grace and the mercy of God. Paul killed Christians. 2 thieves were crucified with Jesus. 1 repented.
Oh, they were thieves.
I do not. What?
The thieves were crucified on both sides.
Yeah, one repented, 1 didn't. I'm just saying that I marvel at the grace of God that even you could return to faith in Christ. I don't know what it would take. I don't know how it could happen. I'd be
It
happy.
could happen.
You'd have to
I,
explain to me. I would love to
Like
play
those
some
thieves.
part in that process.
Like those thieves. It doesn't say they're thieves, but
But-
it
but-
says they're child.
but you
people worthy of death in
right now, the
according to
problem-
Roman law.
The problem, as I see it, is that you've dug such a deep hole by being so vehement in your opposition to historic Christianity as we know it. In 2,000 years of church history, it would take a lot to turn that ship around.
Bob,
But
you understand-
God is
it would.
powerful, and God could do it.
Yeah.
Like so my perspective, and I think a lot of people listening to this hear the history of the word laestes and the translations of the word laestes, which Julius Caesar famously called the guys that kidnapped him, the pirates that kidnapped him and held ransom for him. He crucified them and he called them publicly laestes. Right? These guys were people who kidnapped a child. Julius Caesar when he was a child. So when you see Jesus saying, being caught in this scene in the Bible, or in the public park with the kid, and he goes, I'm not a laestes, I'm not a laestes. And then 8 hours later, he's crucified, which is what happens to people who are kidnapping children.
That's the gospel according to Amen.
No. But that's the true history of what happened to
No,
Julius
it's not
Caesar.
the truth. No, it is not the history.
That's not what happened to Julius.
Why don't you consult independent scholars about those questions?
I've asked independent scholars
Well,
about the history
Now,
of
you've
Julius
asked them
Caesar.
to be on your show, but
No, this is off the show. This is private conversations I've had.
okay, well, I always suggest that you do that. So, as I understand, were you dismissed from Dallas Theological Seminary?
No, I left. I went
Okay.
and saw the president and I left. And I told him, I said, your program's not what it's up. It's not
Okay,
the standard
so
as it was
that-
under J. Vernon McGee. And
Dallas-
he agreed to me. This is Walford. He said, I know that.
You said
Right?
that?
Yes, your Greek program is terrible. It's fallen off.
Okay, but
And at
I
that
would
point, I already had
suggest
a
that
bachelor's. So it was a waste of time.
I would suggest you take that question to a conservative seminary like Dallas.
He did to Dallas.
And there are
Wouldn't I want to take that to an unbiased source? Because by definition, somebody who's in a seminary is going to be biased.
you're
towards
taking this from a bias.
I agree,
So
but I have-
they're all going to be. Everybody's
I've
biased.
asked people who are in the middle of this, people who aren't on the religious side, people who aren't, who think Haman is full of shit. I've talked to people who think he's completely full of shit, and I asked them about this history of Caesar, or Julius Caesar, and crucifying laestes and the word laestes being used, and they can agree on that. They don't necessarily agree with his theories, but they do agree on that principle. Well, that's what I'm just asking. Do you understand my position? Why
I
I'm
understand
skeptical?
your position. You're not a great scholar.
Do you understand why I'm skeptical? How can I be a great
I
scholar?
understand that because you've been tainted by him.
Hey, now you're getting it. Yes.
Okay?
I love it, Bob.
And he's not credible.
Oh,
Okay?
So he
So,
does have a PhD in classical
well,
philosophy.
but he appears to, and he, he wants to be considered that, but in the bigger scheme of things, I understand maybe you haven't been able to facilitate the forum that would allow the proper scholars to be here and debate that.
What makes
In
you think I'm
academic
like
setting.
I think this will open the door to it.
But
Now
I
that you've
think
kind of
that-
broken the seal, I think now this will open the door to it.
I do think that somebody who claims to be following Christ, who suddenly throws that overboard for Aristotle and a night of hot sex, is really not credible.
that's what you guys think I'm doing.
Yeah,
You realize you can't read
So
this
my-
book.
my-
You realize you can't read this is
my-
great, Bob. Would you like to translate for
my-
us? Here. Here's the Bible. It's the
My
Bible,
original,
Bob. The devil told me to do this. It's the Bible, Bob.
He thinks
Can
the
you
devil's
read it for
talking to
me?
him, Bob.
Watch people. Look at your audience.
he's
Bob,
not talking, he's manifesting demons.
You don't want
He's
me.
manifesting
You
demons.
don't want to play this, Bob. Don't let Danny show the world that you cannot read the Bible. You flim-flamming. That's from the devil. He
That's not from him,
Make
that's
sure
from
and
the
get the
devil.
flim-flamming. Make sure you get the front back.
I,
And you said something
listen,
about the incubus of your
you're
wife.
digging your hole deeper, Amen. You really maybe should stop.
Oh, God. You're
By the
afraid.
way, I do have a question.
They're afraid.
The people,
They're afraid.
We're doing this to.
I think we're learning a lot.
May I ask a simple question?
Sure.
Who
Is
knows?
Amen your Christian name?
It is my third name. It's my second middle name.
Exactly. Has anybody called you out on that?
Here, it's on my driver's license.
No, but it's not your Christian name.
What the hell? What does that mean?
What did your parents name you?
My mother gave me 4 names when I was born. David, Charles, Amon, Hillman. And I go by Amon because David murdered a bunch of people.
Wait. Why did they give you Amen?
Let's see the driver's license. We need proof. Can you punch it on this, Steve?
Well, I'm just asking. Why did they give you? I'm just curious.
Charles, it doesn't say Amen.
Oh, they didn't put the Amon on them. It's on my person.
If you don't stop using the F word, I will leave. I'm not going to put up with
Can I
that.
bring Chewy and just tell him that it's on my birth certificate? It's my second name.
We need to make this. Hold on.
Yeah. Okay.
We need to make this something that people can learn from. That's the purpose of this. Not YouTube friendly. No, just respectful so people can learn from this. We need to make this.
Where did the name Amen come from? Where did the name Amen come from?
My uncle's name is also Amen. His first name, so I don't know. Yeah, I really don't. We're a bunch of immigrants from Europe, man, from all different places. I have no idea. No idea. Yeah.
Just curious.
Yeah, no, that's okay.
What makes you curious? I don't know. Maybe the Ammonites.
Who are the Ammonites?
Ask him. Who are the Ammonites?
Oh, there's nobody. Isidore said.
Huh?
Isidore, Saint Isidore. He wrote.
I'm talking about the ancient civilization.
I know you're talking about the That's as my southern relatives preachers would say, Ammonites.
They say
I get
Ammonites.
that. I get
say,
that.
and I'm just curious. I don't know. That may be just a red herring, but it's. I find it rather interesting that you were given that name. If that is what you were given,
yes, I haven't given it my
and you want to tell this man what the Ammonites were like? They did.
It was one of the groups that they wanted to destroy.
Israel.
In the Septuagint, they're talking about.
They were the enemy of Israel,
and they had to.
And they practice human sacrifice.
He's letting you talk. Let's let him describe.
I'm not sure he's going to tell you. I'm not sure
if he doesn't, then you can correct him.
They were one of the people that was genocide in antiquity. Yeah, because
the Ammonites was genocide.
That's what the text says. Okay. There's not much evidence for it.
But just who were they historically? Who were they historically? Who did they?
I think you're probably going to say Moloch or something like
Moloch,
that. Yes,
and they practiced infant sacrifice,
infant witchcraft,
and blood rituals, and all sorts of sexual licentiousness.
All sorts.
Okay, so I don't know that there's a connection, but oftentimes a name, as you well know, from ancient Hebrew culture, always designated something spiritually about the progeny. Now, is it possible that there's a curse of Ammon on this man, and it was put there, maybe not deliberately, but perhaps deliberately by an ancestor? I don't know if he's telling the truth. If he's telling the truth, if this is an ancestral name, I would say I'd change my name. But he hasn't, and I'm suggesting.
Well, your name, your public name was D. What'd you call it? Did you ever call yourself David, or was it
DCA Hillman? Was what I got.
When did you change the
publications? I didn't change anything. My mother.
You now want to be known as
When did you kill David?
When did I get rid of? Yeah, when I realized that he was.
You now want to be known as Ammon. And
no. Carl Ruck was sitting with me one day. Dr. Carl Ruck, he's a classicist. He's sitting with me one day.
Harvard classical philosophy.
I turned to him and I said, hey, David was a mass murderer. I hate that name. And he goes, why don't you use your middle name? What is it? And I said, well, I've got two. Ammon. And he goes, that's a good one. That's a true story.
Has a better ring to it.
That's a true story.
There may be nothing to that. I just find it interesting. I find it interesting because everything that you're suggesting is consistent with that type of a belief system.
What if I told you that Saint Isidore said the name of the Antichrist is almond?
Could be.
Yeah, he said that.
Well, what?
Wrote
But
that down.
could be many names.
Yeah, no, it's interesting. Like you, I find it just interesting.
If you sacrificed your children to Moloch in
Oh my God!
a bloody ritual, I would say that could lead to the Antichrist. It could lead to a lot of things. But really, at a bottom line here, you're not interested in renouncing the devil and renouncing the path that you're on to receive an exorcism at this point. You're not.
I wouldn't dare step forward and renounce the devil. I wouldn't.
Okay.
Just like I wouldn't dare step forward, renounce Vishnu. Right? I'm not a renouncer. And I can't do that.
Okay, so you're not willing to renounce that.
No,
and as you know,
my brain says I have to have this.
Every historic Christian baptism included the renunciation of the devil.
Of course.
Okay. And you're not willing to stand with historic Christianity?
No. Because what we have now is not what they have been doing.
You've rewritten Christianity, you've rewritten the Bible, you've rewritten all these things, the gospel according to Ammon. So there's really no discussion here except the possibility of a private discussion in which you might tell me some things you won't tell in front of a camera.
You know, in antiquity, Bob, the pagans and the Christians.
You're not responding to what I said.
I am responding with this answer. In antiquity, the pagans and the Christians, prominent intellectuals, would come together, and they still have that classical civilization's focus on the gymnasium. And they would come just like you and me, and they would debate back and forth, right? I am looking for any sort of ceremony with crosses. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me, Bob. What matters to me is the facts that are in this book that I have dedicated my life to study.
You get that,
right?
May I ask just an obvious question? What is tattooed on your head?
Oh my goodness, Bob! That's the point the devil was
I can't see it. I can't see it. What is it?
Read it, Bob.
Well, I can't read it.
It says Medea.
It's Greek, Bob.
And why is it there?
Where's the one on the other side? That linear B?
Yeah, you want to do the same name. It's this, Bob.
And why? And why is Medea there?
It's the same. I'm telling you that. It's the same name in Etruscan. Matia. She is so well known in antiquity, the first Christ, that she was known all the way from the Black Sea to Spain. Imagine being that popular in antiquity.
Why was that so popular?
Difficult because of what she could do. What could Christ and drugs?
No. Leave from Medea to Christ.
She was the first Christ. Historically.
You're not telling me what she did. What did she do?
What did she do? Like, what was her job?
Huh?
She was the queen of Babylon.
Yeah. Queen of Babylon.
Yes.
The fountain of all witchcraft. Babylon.
The Medes.
Babylon the Great is fallen. I've
Yes,
shown
I'm
you
telling
those
you,
words. Yes, you're right. Babylon, the symbol of ultimate evil.
The witchcraft, the sorcery, the porneia.
And that's
Very central.
basically what you have on your head.
Not basically, that is what I have on my head.
And you think we can have a reasonable dialogue? You really think that?
What does that mean?
I think this is fascinating.
You're tattooed with the symbol of witchcraft and sorcery. And you
On my
put a
head.
dialogue.
On my head.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Why do you put tattoo names on your head in antiquity?
What you come on now, Armin. Can you drop the public persona for a moment and just be really real here? You went from believing that Jesus Christ was your Lord and Savior.
Yes. Definitely.
That you were a sinful being
Definitely.
in need
Master
of forgiveness. Overnight. Because of Aristotle.
Not overnight, instantly with Aristotle.
Enjoying
Yes,
fornication.
definitely.
And then
She enjoyed it too.
tattooing on your head
Yes,
the whore of Babylon.
yes.
Wow.
That's
That's an interesting leap. If I did not believe in the grace of God and the power of Christ, I would think you are hopeless, but you're not. You're not hopeless. There have been worse than you who have turned again to Christ.
What is your understanding of Lady Babylon?
Huh?
Yeah.
What is your understanding of Lady Babylon? Your personal understanding.
Well, Babylon has both literally and metaphorically stood as the ultimate example of sorcery, witchcraft, and rebellion against God. Over and over again, it's referred to ultimate rebellion against God.
Okay.
And in the end of time, Babylon the Great has fallen. It speaks of this kingdom finally being judged by Christ now.
Okay.
At the end of the age.
The morning star. By the morning star.
And so he has this on his head.
And who was Lady Babylon? What does she do?
Well, this is just a symbol, okay? The symbol is of rebellion, of witchcraft,
Okay, I see.
of the worship of the devil, of human sacrifice. You name it, all the licentious possibilities that are there.
What about medicine?
Okay, that is tattooed on his head.
Did you know the word medicine comes from
The
Medea?
guy
Jesus Christ?
who tattoos this on his head stands in judgment of Christ as a file. I'm done. I'm done. I don't have enough Celsius to keep going.
That has nothing to do with the Bible, though. I don't
But
understand.
my offer still stands.
Yeah.
My offer
Because
still
you're a
stands.
flim-flammer. I'm not going to
You'll
take
come
your
to see
offer.
me personally.
You came here to get $5 grand. That's
No,
what you fucking came here
no
for.
microphones.
Yeah.
Just you and I talking man to man.
You're a scared little man. And that's the problem. Just like the
He's
folks
not.
at
He's
Harvard.
sat here and he's been talking to you for 30 minutes.
No, he doesn't want to talk about the Bible. He doesn't want to talk about the Bible because he can't.
Okay.
Just like the people are.
I am
What is
not-
a Christ, Bob?
You know,
How was Medea the first Christ?
I'm
How
not-
explain how Medea was the Christ?
Diodor Siculus, the historian, comes along.
I
and
told you
says, "This is
if
what
there
Medea
were
did.
any
She
more ad
Christ is
hominem arguments, we would be done.
my tattoos. You're
Okay.
such a hypocrite. Just like the Christians
no,
everywhere.
But you didn't
A
deny
lover
what I
of
said about.
lies.
You did not
You
deny
lied.
what I said about the tattoos. You did. So look,
What if I picked out your ears and I said, "You
Why
bigoted
don't you,
bastard"? You take it personally,
why
Bob.
don't you let me say a prayer?
You can say a prayer all you want.
I
I'm
would like
not
to.
restricting you.
I would like to say a prayer.
Please.
Let's do it.
Okay,
Let's say a prayer.
and I would like to put some holy oil on you when I pray.
You can take that holy oil and shove it in your ass, Bob. I'm not one of your victims.
Wait a minute, what'd you just say?
I'm not one of your victims.
No, that's
You wanna
not-
hit
no,
me with
just
your
before
cross,
that,
you
what did you-
psychologically abusive.
Why is the Holy
Wait a
Water
minute,
psychologically abusive?
What did you just? I say I could do with
I
this.
He
said
said put the water
I
where the
said
sun
you-
doesn't shine.
Do you
Shove
know
it.
what this is a symbol of?
I think it's a symbol of
Of
your
the Holy
desire
Spirit.
to invade my space, weirdo.
It's a symbol of the Holy Spirit.
Yeah.
And you said I could
What's
shove
the
it
word?
where?
What's the word for Holy Spirit? What's the word for Holy Spirit, Bob? You don't even know that. You're a flim-flammer. You have any snake oil?
What is the word for Holy Spirit? I don't know.
Seriously, Bob, look. These are all his terms, dude. He doesn't even know gospel. What does the word gospel mean, Bob?
All right.
What did I do with
Are we wrapping it up, Bob? Or are you got a book or something?
Coward. The devil told me you were a coward, Bob.
All right, we're wrapping it
I
up.
will not listen.
I appreciate
kind of abusive, filthy,
Look-headed.
negative language.
all right, that's enough.
Years.
That's, you don't need to call names.
Yeah.
Bob showed up here.
I do not have to put up with
He
that.
engaged
I
with
will not
you.
put
You're
up
still
with
gonna
that.
pay him?
He engaged with you.
You still gonna
If,
pay him?
if he agrees to let me publish this, then
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
Well, I'm
That's
not
what-
going to pay him
Bob,
to donate this tree.
Remember, Bob, that's what you're all about. Remember that. When he makes his charitable donation, that's you, buddy. That's you.
Let me see that envelope. Is there cash in here? Oh, I was going to rip it up.
That's your
Well, I won't do
prostitution
that.
money. You just haven't given it to your church, you flim-flammer.
All right, let's not do that.
Dude, he said I was demon possessed. You think he can't take it back? Well, you can say, "Oh, I'm aggressive with the devil," but when the devil gets aggressive with you, you're a coward. You back down. You go live the rest of your life knowing the devil got the best over you.
I think this audience sees clearly what has happened here, and your reframing of it
They
is
will.
not,
They do.
is not
They
going
do.
to work.
You're exactly
I
right.
will let the audience do that.
Exactly right. You're exactly. That's the best thing to say. You should have finished with that. You should put that on the thing. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. I really appreciate
Don't
that.
touch my daughter on the way out either.
What?
Don't touch my daughter on the way out.
Are you recording that part?
Yeah, I'm recording.
Oh, Bob, I'm a dad. I'm just giving you advice. You do the same thing with your daughters. Bob, how many times do you talk about molesting children on the show? And then you have the balls to look at me and say, "You got tattoos. You must be possessed." You've got a lot of gumption. I thought for sure you'd come here because I knew you when I was young. And I said, "This guy's got balls. He will confront." And then you were sitting out there talking about confronting the devil, and now you're all afraid.
He's the only one.
So,
Dozens of people who came here. He's the only one.
are you going to let him play the whole thing? Or are you going to tell him you can't play
As I
parts?
say,
Yeah.
I'm going to stay with my.
You
Thank
have
you,
the
Bob.
right?
Thank
Okay.
you, Bob. I appreciate it.
Don't tell me, Bob.
Liquid Death, you know, they're not really doing us any favors. It's expensive water, but it's cool. The kids love it. You know what I mean? Demon infused water.
Marketing shit. He doesn't care. If you give the devil to try to get through that door, Sin just don't give him any chances. He gets in this, and as I have gone through 50,000 exorcisms over the last 5 decades, I've learned that demons attack from the most unexpected, unusual circumstances. It's just not what you think.
How did you first come across a demon?
Well, I was at university in pre-med. I planned to go into medicine. I had several family members who were doctors, and that was supposed to be the track I was on. So I bought this round-the-world airline ticket. Back then, on the now defunct Pan American, you could buy a ticket as long as you could go in the same direction. You could stop at endless places. So I went out to see the world. When I landed in the Middle East and Africa, India, and Asia, I was in for a shock. I saw things, of course, that I've never seen before. And from a religious standpoint, I had just become a Christian. So I didn't know much about. I was in my early 20s, and I saw demonic ceremonies, self-mutilation and ritual ceremonies. People would pierce themselves with knives and skewers and beat themselves bloody. But whenever they would go through these rituals, they would always go through a ceremony to invite the spirits to enter into them. So this was part of the preparation. So they would go through these ceremonies, and when the time came for the spirits to enter into them, they would go into these catatonic seizures, scream, yell, thrash about, roll around the ground. And I said, "What's going on?" And they said, "The spirits have entered into us. They give us the power to go through these rituals." Wow, that sounds like demons. And so I thought, does that happen in America? So I came back to America, and a few years later discovered that indeed it does happen.
How much of that do you think is psychological, though? You know, there's a tribe in Haiti who practices a ritual similar to that, but it's a drug ritual. They get high on like toad venom,
and then they bury themselves in this like zombie ritual.
Yeah.
But the problem is like how much of that is drug induced and how much of that is psychological belief.
You're talking about the rainbow serpent.
The rainbow serpent, exactly. Yeah, maybe you can. I probably butchered that. Maybe you.
Well, I've been to Haiti.
Okay.
And I've been to the voodoo ceremonies, and I've interacted with the priests. It's part of the research I've done all over the world.
And for people that aren't aware of the rainbow serpent ritual, can you explain what that is?
Well, it's there are numerous rituals in Haiti where they call up the spirits, but generally they make what's called a veve, which means they take some sacred powder that they've done their thing over, and then they make this drawing on the ground. And the nature of the drawing has to do with the kind of spirit that they're going to call forth for possession. And very fascinating to watch.
Me too.
They make the drawing, just like that. The spirit comes and takes over the people who are there, who are part of the ritual. Now, they've also learned that the voodoo priests can have more of a sense of awesome power if they can make zombies out of people. So they've learned these psychotropic ways, like with the toad and so on, to put people into a temporary coma, bury them, and then they go out in the dead of the night and dig them up. And then people say, "Oh my God, I just saw this person alive, and then they were dead, and I saw them buried, and there they are." However, I have talked to other voodoo priests who disavow anything disingenuous about what they're doing, that they believe it really is the power of Satan and the voodoo spirits that are bringing about this miraculous event. I don't know. Could the devil do it? He absolutely could do that.
Yeah.
But sometimes the devil needs a little bit of a helping hand. So, who's to say? I think it happens both. I think it's both a psychological and a psychotropic phenomenon as well as a spiritual phenomenon.
Yeah, I think so.
This is the
and
worst.
So, for people that aren't aware of you, you're a exorcist.
Yes.
And you've done how many exorcisms?
Well, I need to update the stats, but it's been over 50,000 and counting. And those are documented cases. Those are cases on which we have files. And I've been doing this for 5+ decades.
Now, is there like a protocol when you're doing this where you have to like file this with the church?
No,
or like submit
you don't
to the Vatican?
have to file it with anybody. But I do it for my own benefit, for research purposes.
Okay.
Also, sometimes people come back for a second or third or fourth exorcism. All right, you don't always get all the demons all at once. So then you have to back and look at your notes and say, well, I dealt with this. But, now there's something else here. There's another layer of evil. Different levels, different devils.
Different levels, different devils. Okay, so you were, we were just talking about how you were in your 20s, you went to Africa and you witnessed these tribes partaking in these rituals. And how did that lead to you becoming an exorcist?
Well, of course, what I saw was unfettered by the constraints of the cultural eyes of a Westerner, the real thing. In the Western world, we've been overtaken with scientism, with philosophy and logic and all the sorts of things that say there is no supernatural world, there is nothing out there that's metaphysical, it's all imagination. And then even though I was a Christian and I believed the Bible, that there's a lot of supernatural things in the Bible, but I'd never seen it with my own eyes. That was the difference. So it kind of shattered my westernized illusions.
What do you mean never seen it with your own eyes? Like the
well,
stuff that the Bible
I've never
about?
seen the supernatural of Satan.
Right.
It's there in the Bible, many instances, but I'd never actually seen it until I got back to America. Because my eyes now were attenuated, if you will, to the possibility of evil in a real, very distinctive way that projected itself from the unseen world into the seen world.
Yo, dog. DEFCON 1.
When did you first read the Bible?
Yo,
When did I first read
baby.
the Bible?
Maggots in the basket.
I was raised in a Christian home. I never read the Bible.
Magnets in the. Oh,
I wasn't a Christian. My goal was to be a rock and roll musician. And
Oh wow.
I taught myself to
I
play
love
about
that. I love
half a
that.
dozen
theory.
instruments. I was
That's
a guitar player,
maybe
had my
my
own
favorite
band.
theory of all time.
Recorded songs, traveled, played in bars when I was 13. And
Yo,
that's kind of what I wanted to be until the family said, no, you need to be a
DEFCON
doctor.
1. I don't even know what that
You
means,
have
son.
several uncles who are doctors. You need to follow along in that tradition. So that was my plan. Then I radically became a
Magnets in
Christian.
the basket.
And,
Radically.
well, yeah, pretty much so, because I'm like, wait a minute.
Look at this
I've
move.
heard this all my life.
Doug,
I've just
look at
never
this
embraced
move.
it. I'm going to embrace it now.
Look at it.
And so over a period of time, I decided that it must
Look
be a
at this
different
move.
path I needed to take. And this
Look at
journey
this move.
around the world, seeing the supernatural was part of that path. I didn't know you were going to have a two-headed demon staring at me the whole time I'm here.
Look at this.
This little idol over here. Look at that.
That
What
two-headed
is
demon
this?
with
Where did that
his-
come from?
with his short phallus is from the Amazon rainforest. I had a gentleman in here named Mike Corey, who he travels all over the world and visits uncontacted tribes. And this was a specific tribe in the Amazon who cuts off heads and shrinks them. They make these. They're famous for the little shrunken heads that you see.
This is holy anointing oil. I'm not going to sit here with that thing looking at me.
Are you gonna christen it?
I'm going to anoint it. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Both of them. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. So, just in case it's imbued with any kind of essence, I bind it by the authority of the Lord Jesus Christ, based upon what this man has said, its origin and what it represents, and I resist it by the blood of Jesus Christ. I take no chances. When you're an exorcist, you don't take chances.
Wow.
Actually, I've taken some I shouldn't have taken. I've learned better.
Sometimes when you're an exorcist, you gotta take chances to save souls.
Yes.
You know.
Yes.
Sometimes it's more about the souls than it is about yourself, right?
Amen, brother.
Yeah, that came from. I think they used to burn that. So this comes off the top, and they put like bodily fluids and herbs in there, and like drugs in there, and they would burn it, and then that would be a part of their ritual.
Well, if this was actually used for that,
I don't think this one was
This probably
used. This is
was-
just
in a tourist stop.
exactly.
But even so, it's representation. It's an idol.
It's an idol. Yeah.
It's a representation of a belief system of the demonic supernatural. Okay? So it doesn't have any power in itself. As the Apostle Paul taught us in his letter to the Corinthians, an idol is just an idol.
Right.
But it represents demons. And Paul said, when you worship idols, you are worshiping demons. So that has been an object of demon worship. Even if it's representational, trace it back to the origin, that's what you've got.
Yeah, but what if he's just like hanging out? I'm not worshiping him. Like he's just like observing. It was a gift from a friend. That doesn't mean it's evil, right?
You could be affected by it.
Really?
Of course you can.
How?
Well, are you a born-again Christian saved by the blood of Jesus?
I don't think so.
Okay, then you can be affected.
Okay.
So you
But
need,
how?
You need to become a Christian. You need to get saved. You need to renounce the devil, then you won't have to worry about that thing. In fact, what you'll do is you'll take it out and smash it.
Really?
Yes. But you're not ready for that.
I might be. I don't know. We'll find out.
This interview isn't over yet.
That's true. So, what type of people do you do exorcisms on? Are they all of a particular faith? Are they all Christians?
They're all over the place.
Okay.
First of all, there's no stratification from the socioeconomic standpoint. of who gets demons and who doesn't get demons. It strikes all socioeconomic areas. I have Harvard graduates, doctors, lawyers, especially lawyers.
Oh yeah, I bet
We know what Shakespeare said. Kill the lawyers, in case you don't know the quote.
Is that what he said?
It's a joke. It's a Shakespearean joke.
I don't know how much of a joke it was.
All right. And I deal with people in Hollywood.
Ooh, a lot of demons in Hollywood.
Oh, yes. I deal with pastors, priests, nuns.
Lots of demons in the church.
I have made the comment, I'll go to my grave, never saying the names of well-known people that I've cast demons out of, who've come to me in private.
I respect their privacy. That makes sense.
Yeah. My point is, anybody can have a demon. And we're talking about all aspects of education in life, from blue collar to no collar to clerical collar. Demons are no respecter of who a person is or what they do. Demons simply want to possess the soul of a human being and destroy them.
Okay, when somebody comes to you, what do they say? Like, what's when they reach out to you? Hey, Bob, saw you on YouTube or Dr. Phil or whatever. I heard you're a great, the world's top exorcist. What do they respond with? Do they think they have a demon, or do they think that they are having some sort of crisis in their life? Is it a psychological issue?
All the above. All the above. But most of them have a kind of haunting feeling that something isn't quite right. That, for example,
Everyone's spoken.
The individual says, I've got these 6 strange diseases. I've been to every doctor. Had a lady the other day said, I've been to 15 doctors. Nobody can solve this problem. Why am I like this? Could it be a demon? Now, there's good and bad about the age in which we live, because this is the age of occult supernaturalism and witchcraft and Satanism, and all of these things are on the rise. So people are thinking more in terms outside of the box spiritually. That's bad, because some people go down that road. But for the people who don't, they're thinking, well, maybe there is a real world of the supernatural out there. Maybe my problem is that. And there may be people who come to me with legitimate mental health issues. And so we always ask the question, are you under the treatment of a psychiatrist, a therapist? What medications are you on? Has there been a clinical diagnosis for your condition or the things that are happening in your head? But then there are the people who can tell you exactly when the demon entered. And these are people who have been in the New Age, the occult, various types of demonic supernaturalism, and they know when that spirit entered. They feel it, they sense it. Many different types of psychological ways and physical ways. Whatever the case, they come to me either knowing they have a demon, because many of them have actually invited demons into them. They've gone that far, all right? And in a kind of stupid moment of maybe they were on drugs, maybe they were high, maybe they were drunk, maybe they just were so bitter and angry at God, and that's a big category, people who are mad at God. And so they go to his enemy, and then they find out, whoops, I shouldn't have done that. So all those people, it's a mixture. But when people come to see me in person or virtually, most virtually, they fill out an intake form. I look down through that intake form, very specific questions, and I can reasonably,
what kind of questions?
Questions like, what was your family life like? List your instances of abuse and trauma. Have you ever thought of or attempted suicide? What kind of drugs have you taken? What type of alternative religious belief systems have you been involved in?
What do you mean by alternative?
Well, non-Christian, essentially.
Is that a
But-
red flag for demon possession if they're not Christians?
Can be, not necessarily. There are many people of different faiths who have a good conscience about moral values and the sense of higher being. That's not necessarily going to keep you from the demon, but it's better than the person who is reading the book of Satan and checking out some local ritual group where they can drink blood with a nude on the altar. Now, okay, that's very diametrically opposite. So it's all over the place. But these people have a sense something's not right and there's something evil. So they'll say things like, stuff is crawling all over my body, inside. And a very common one now, I first encountered this decades ago, but it's become extremely common, is spiritual. Yes. So, I mean, I've talked to people, especially women, they're more victimized by incubus spirits as opposed to succubus spirits, who vividly describe being spiritually at night. And they often approach me as saying, I want to tell you something I've never told anybody before, because they're afraid people think they're some nymphomaniac or they're crazy. No. Oh, who's gonna believe that? I believe it. In fact, one of the books I wrote, Jezebel, I wrote the book almost 10 years ago, included a chapter on incubus. This is the first time anybody in the religious community had come forward in printed form to talk about this. So this is, somebody says this is happening to me. And I look at them like, you sure you're not just a little, have some over-eroticized fantasies? No, it happens. I wake up, it's happening. And I say, is it tactile? Do you feel it? Yeah, I have an orgasm.
Wow.
So when somebody tells you that,
So they liked it.
no, they don't like it. But it's enforced upon them. Almost always starts out,
Yeah, but how would they have an
it almost starts out in a kind of sleep paralysis state.
Right.
They're immobilized. Now, not all sleep paralysis is demonic. There is a psychological phenomenon to sleep paralysis, but there's also a demonic phenomenon to sleep paralysis. So it starts out that way. They're asleep. They start waking up. They're immobilized. They can't move. And they will say things like, something is on top of me. I could feel its pressure. Sometimes they can see the thing. Sometimes it's visual. And then they, without getting too indelicate, afterwards have all the symptoms of having been. Now, this is not one person, and this is not mentally disturbed people. I'm talking about people who live otherwise perfectly normal lives. But a door has been opened to the devil. At some point, it could be generational incest. It could be ancestors who practice things like this. Going back to Egypt. Going back to ancient Canaanite civilizations.
Like epigenetic trauma from thousands or hundreds of thousands of years ago?
Well, now you're going down the road of epigenetics and the idea of inherited psychological trauma.
Yeah.
And sometimes it is that. So a properly trained exorcist, and there aren't that many, frankly, will try to figure out the difference with God's help as to whether or not this is a re-experience of something that an ancestor has gone through, or whether they are experiencing it in real time now.
Right, but couldn't it also be the same thing? If they are experiencing it in real time, they're experiencing something that came through the past.
Well, then you have to deal with things like the physicality of it.
Right.
I mean, they are very sometimes quite direct in explaining in private what has happened.
Mm-hmm. Well, you're saying if they have the symptoms of it, then it has to be physical, right? So even if this is something that is happening allegedly in their minds, but there's physical manifestations, is it real? I think so.
That's when you do the exorcism. That's when you say, if there's a demon behind this, if this is more than in this person's mind, but the power of Jesus Christ, God from eternity past, having defeated the devil at the cross, I command that spirit to come forward. If there is a spirit of incubus or some such thing, I command you by the blood of Christ to come forward and face me.
And the demon will respond?
If he's there, maybe not immediately. Sometimes just like that. Sometimes it takes a little while. It depends on the nature of the situation. Every situation is different. If nothing responds, it could mean that this person is having a psychological problem, and then you have to ask some indelicate questions about the demons elusive, about their sexual life, their history, and so on, and what has happened to them. And sometimes these things are projections of past abuse, like which hasn't been resolved or dealt with. But in far too many cases, this is just one of the many things that will happen. But then you have to go down the trail. Did this just happen because of this person's life? Or is this an ancestral evil being visited on successive generations?
With the demon, how much information will the demon give you? Best case scenario. Do they tell you how old they are, where they're from?
That's not the issue.
Okay.
The issue is, within reason, how much information do I need to know to help this person? No more and no less. This is the only infallible rule of faith, as the Stoic Creed states. You go by the Bible. So when you get into an extra biblical context, you're sort of flying by the seat of your spiritual pants, so to speak.
What do you mean by that?
Well, I mean that it may not line up exactly with what Scripture says, and then you have to make a determination of whether or not there's deception going on, or there's just something about which the Scripture doesn't go into specifically. Case in point, what we just talked about. Now, the Bible does tell us about things that happened in olden times, going back to Genesis chapter 6, where there was demonic cohabitation with women and sex between spirit beings and human beings. But now that gets into another whole issue, another whole track. That's another whole show about the Nephilim and other creatures and giants and all that sort of thing, which is a hot topic today, and as to whether the procreative abilities of demons ended, which I believe it did. But then, are they still trying to do what they can't do? That's the question. As you can see, exorcism is much more complicated than Hollywood would have you to think.
How do you define a demon? What actually is a demon?
Well, again, there are various theories about what a demon is. But the historic position of Christianity from the early church onward has always been consistent. Fallen angels, those who rebelled with Lucifer against God and were cast from the heavens to earth. And then Jesus in John 10:10 defined the mission as Satan comes to kill, steal, destroy. Doesn't get any more basic than that. So these are discarnate beings who roam the earth looking for ways to bring about the purposes of evil. A simple illustration I've given many times is that the devil's disembodied. All spirits are disembodied. Okay. So the devil is a time, space, place being.
Mm-hmm.
So he gives the appearance of omniscience by sending forth his demons, highly regimented and under command in his name, to go out and do these things. So they have specific assignments to attack so-and-so, to attack so-and-so, to do this, to do that, on various strata, which could be political, which could be cultural, which could be highly personal. And then they seek to bring about their plans, and they're looking for victims. And the question is, does someone want to be a victim, or are they an unwitting victim? That's also part of the exorcism process.
How far back into history do exorcisms go? Like, when was the first exorcism, do you know?
Well, first of all, you have to understand that every religion has some type of ritual or belief system about expelling evil.
It's a new year.
This was not new to Christianity. It was certainly not new to Judaism. And it's there with every single religion. And, you can just pick the most basic ones of Hinduism, Buddhism, Islam, and they have rituals for expelling demons, and they believe in a cosmology of demons. Okay, so that's not unique to Christianity. It was not unique to the Jewish faith. What amazed the people in Bible times is how Jesus cast out demons, because they had all these complex rituals that they went through. So it was about what you did to get the demon out. Jesus came along and said, in my name, by my authority, who I am, you will cast out demons. And that's why the Pharisees were dumbfounded. They said, who is this man? He must be in league with Beelzebub. That's the only way he could get out demons. So they were trying to wrap their heads around this, and they couldn't do it. I mean, this man just speaks and demons leave. He tells them to go and go. We can't do that. Wow, this threatens our whole political institution and our religious institution.
So in antiquity,
we're talking millennia,
right?
4, 5, 6,000 years before Christ, this was going on.
Okay, but when Christ was performing exorcisms, he was doing it to people that were involved in religion, there was medicine involved.
No, there's no medicine involved. He wasn't always involved with people that had religion. Some of the people Jesus did exorcisms on, there's no indication that they were necessarily people of faith. There was, for example, the daughter of Abraham that the scripture speaks of, which means a godly Jewish woman who'd had a demon that entered her 18 years prior to the time Christ met her. Now, she was godly. There was the man in the synagogue, Mark 1. Well, he was a godly man too, because he was in the synagogue. So there were those kinds of people. But Jesus did countless exorcisms we know nothing about, let alone the ones that are recorded in Scripture. It just says Jesus went about doing good and healing all who were tormented by the devil. But we don't know who these people were. We don't know what religious system they came from. We don't know what culture they came from. But he cast out their demons.
And where is this? This is all in the Bible?
Yeah. And the purpose was to demonstrate that he was God, but also to relieve human suffering. He came along, upended this system of belief about exorcism. I'm fascinated by museums like the Hermitage in St. Petersburg, Russia, especially like the British Museum in England. And when you go through these places, I look at are all the areas of antiquity, and you can see in them, like the British Museum, the Hermitage has it too, so do other museums, sections where they will show all the various ways that the ancients made curses and tried to destroy curses.
Right.
And all the objects and amulets and charms and things they did to ward off evil spirits. Evil spirits.
So in antiquity, science and technology was nowhere near as evolved as it is today. So when people were psychotic, having epileptic seizures, any of these things that we understand and have studied today, wouldn't it make sense that they would have just attributed this to spirituality or some sort of ethereal beings, demons, angels, whatever it is?
Partially. Undoubtedly, there was a lot of misdiagnosis. There always has been a lot of misdiagnosis, and still is today among people who really don't know what they're doing, and they try to go out and rid people of demons and don't have no understanding of mental health issues, don't even try to understand just the basics of it, you know. Or one of the common questions I ask people is, have you seen a therapist? Have you, you know, they say, I have this. I say, is that a clinical diagnosis or a self-diagnosis? So when somebody says to me it's a self-diagnosis, I'm highly suspicious. And, you know, sometimes I make people angry because I won't cast out their demons.
Really?
In other words, I will not solve a problem they don't have, but they think they have. They want it to be a demon. Because if somebody can come along, and there are plenty of preachers out there on YouTube doing this, out in the name of Jesus, and you're okay now, and you go your way, it doesn't work like that. And so they want that to happen that way. And understand that. You know, if you're psychotic and delusional, you don't want to admit that you live in unreality. You don't want to acknowledge that fact, because that means that somebody else is going to get control of your life. Somebody else is going to administer drugs to you. You might have to be institutionalized. And they don't want to go through that. So they can build an alternative religious fantasy of demonization. That's very possible. I see it all the time.
And if someone comes to you and they believe wholeheartedly there's a demon inside of them, they're possessed, and they just come to you, they're like, Bob, well, diagnose me. Do I have a demon? Can you get rid of it? How do you know that they don't have a demon?
Well, I got a checklist in my brain. All right. So I ask the basic questions. You have all these symptoms. Have you seen a medical doctor?
Yeah, but you don't have to see a medical doctor to know you have a demon.
No, but have you had a physical lately? The brain does strange things. People have hormone imbalances, or they have infections. People can become delusional from infections. So, have you been sick? Have you been to a doctor? You know, and then I get this typical anti-allopathic attitude that says, "Oh, they're just in it for the money. I don't see it." Go see a doctor. Just for my benefit, get checked out.
So if the doctor says everything's kosher,
okay, well, now we may be at a mental health level.
Okay.
So, have you seen a therapist? Have you seen a psychologist? Have you worked through some of your issues? So you were molested at the age of 6 and to the age of 15. And the common answer I get is, I've never told anyone but you. Because people are afraid to talk about these things. They're terrified of their trauma.
Couldn't a demon enter them through the molestation process?
Absolutely, and I would say in the majority of cases, that is a demonic opening, even if it's not the person's fault. But more to the point. So if a person is just, for the very first time, getting that off their chest, so to speak, then I try to determine, okay, it doesn't mean they don't have a demon, but it may mean that they've not therapeutically worked through this properly. They've not really had a process. Now, in the Christian community, we call this inner healing. In the deliverance community that does understand some need to free people from the devil, we call it just the basic healing of your soul. And it just means being a good friend, a kind, loving Christian, to listen to people's stories and try to help them through their trauma. Okay, but the majority of the people who come to me have not done that. They've not done anything. This thing has been buried like a time bomb inside them. So my job, with God's help, is to diffuse that and determine, well, is this just a mental issue, or is there a demon? And if there's a demon, within a matter of minutes, I'm going to know.
How often is it the case that you know it's a demon, but the person doesn't believe it's a demon and is not religious at all, doesn't believe in God, doesn't believe in the devil, none of this stuff?
Well, the question is, why would they even come to me in the first place?
That's a great point.
They wouldn't.
They wouldn't come to you unless they actually believed that there was a demon and they believed in it. And
in most cases. Now, sometimes the person is sent to me by somebody, a husband, a wife, a parent, and Oftentimes in those cases, I end up upsetting them because I say, look, you're trying to get me to solve a problem that's not there. This is not a demon. And that happens with a lot of the problems today, like in the area of autism, of the whole the spectrum of Asperger's, et cetera, and so on. And people jump to a conclusion, it's the devil. Now, it can be the devil, partially, but almost always there's something systemic or psychoneurologically wrong with the person to begin with, and maybe the demon's taking advantage of that, but the real problem isn't a demon. Look, I have enough on my plate of people coming to me with real demons, real demonic manifestations all day long, every day.
Have you ever been possessed by a demon?
No.
Has one ever tried?
Pardon?
Has one ever tried to enter you?
Not that I know of.
You would think, since you're
battling all these demons, they would say, we got to get rid of this guy.
Well,
or Satan would just kind of like conjure up his horde of demons and be
you
like,
know what?
we need to start a war against Bob.
I'm a child of God. The Bible tells us in 1 John, greater is Christ who is in me than Satan who is in the world. Through Jesus Christ's presence in my life, I'm more powerful than the devil. Not as a person, but through Christ. That's the first thing. The second thing is, what I've learned through the years is the safest place to be free from the devil is to be running at him in the name of Jesus, running away from him in fear.
How come Jesus called himself the morning star?
Jesus didn't call himself the morning star. The devil was called that.
Yeah, but Jesus also called himself the morning star. I've had multiple Bible scholars on here that say
Well,
that.
that is referred to, yes, but not in the same sense that Satan was the star of the morning.
How is it different?
Because Christ is God from eternity past, and the devil was a created being. Now,
The devil was a created being?
yes, like he was number 2 in heaven, so to speak, in the realm of the heavenlies.
Mhm.
And he had great power, and he had great brilliance and great beauty. He was the originator of all music, originator of a lot of human intelligence. But then he rebelled against God and got kicked out of heaven because he wanted not only to be like God, to be above God. I will exalt my throne above that of God, he said.
Mm-hmm.
And the scripture says, you will be brought low like a rotten carcass trampled underfoot.
God said that?
Yeah. Isaiah says that. That's not very bright and shiny. But the devil wants you to think he's bright and shiny. He wants to think that he can offer you all the things of this world, every pleasure, every hedonistic impulse fulfilled. And he tried this with Christ and failed. And he still does it today. But his biggest temptation is, as C.S. Lewis famously said, is to get you to think he doesn't exist. That he's not real. It's not a presence that's looking to enter your life to any door that he can find. And if you don't believe that he can do that, you've taken the first step towards self-destruction.
There's a famous quote, I forget who the quote's by, but it said the devil was the best friend of the church because he kept him in business.
That's Anton LaVey's quote.
Anton LaVey.
Well, but that's ridiculous. The devil isn't a club that Christianity is used to get people into a position of faith. It's just plain stupid. It's a stupid statement. It's not true. Now, in times past, there have been eras when the church was not as rigorous as it should have been in its faith system, in which there were particularly during the Middle Ages times like plenary indulgences and other things like that, where people were coerced by a belief in the devil into clinging to the church. That error has been made from time to time, but it's not been consistent with faith throughout the ages. No. Jesus is the best friend the church ever had. He died for her. He gave his life for her and for every individual who becomes part of that church.
Now you've been on like a lot of big shows, like Anderson Cooper and Dr. Phil.
Bill Maher.
Oh, you are Bill Maher too?
Oh yeah, I used to be a regular on his old show, Politically Incorrect.
So you have a lot of people that criticize you.
I used to tell Bill Maher, you just bring me on as red meat Christian to throw before the wolves of the world. And he just laughed and he said, yeah, you're my token Christian.
You're my token Christian. What kind of things do these skeptics or these critics of you like to say? What do your biggest critics say about you?
You know, I don't pay much attention. I've outlived most of them. They're
How
dead.
old are you?
They're dead.
How old are you?
What do you think? You don't know how old I am?
I would say
I'm not going to drink liquid death to that.
60s, mid-60s.
Thank you. You know what? Fighting the devil is the elixir of youth. I see every kind of doctor on a semi-annual basis just to make sure that everything's working perfectly. By God's grace, I'm in absolutely perfect health.
You look great, man. Sharp as a tack.
At 80.
80? Stop it. You're not 80.
I'm 80.
Wow. You look great, brother.
Thank you. Good living.
Yeah.
Wonderful wife. Great children. Incredible friends who love God and fighting the devil all day long.
Fighting that damn devil.
Oh, that's right. Well, let's say he's the damned devil.
The damned devil.
All day long.
So you won't drink liquid death?
I will not drink liquid death, and this is another thing that's kind of interesting.
You made it so before we started the show, I offered you liquid death, and you refused it. So I went and got it.
Let me tell you something. Okay. Let me tell you a story about that, which will drive it home.
Yes.
I had knee replacement surgery about, I think it was 12 years ago, and I came home from knee replacement surgery and walked in the house the day after and collapsed. And I thought, wow, okay, I'm just weak from surgery. So my wife helped me get in bed. And I was the sickest I've ever been in my life. I woke up in the middle of the night and I heard the voice of God. It's the only time in my life I've heard God's voice. Wow. And the voice said, "You're dying of a heart attack, call 911. And I yelled out to my wife in the other room. I said, "I'm dying, call 911. Next thing you know, the paramedics over there checked me out. They said, "No, he's fine. Just let him get some rest." I looked at them. They said, "I am dying. Get me to the hospital." Took me to the hospital, wheeled me in, did the MRI, did the echo, did all these things. And this doctor, very serious, walked into the room, and I'm laying there in the gurney. He said, "You are dying. You're full of blood clots. We need to perform immediate surgery."
Full of blood clots.
You have blood.
And that was from the knee replacement?
From the knee replacement.
Oh my God.
They hadn't properly thinned my blood. Okay. So he said, "We're going to wheel you into surgery." My family, my 3 daughters were sitting outside. And he said, "I'm going to bring them in. I can't guarantee you'll make it till the morning. I would encourage you to say goodbye to your family." So I'm laying there, and my wife and my 3 daughters, I might say I wouldn't be who I am today without my wife and my family, because they have helped make me who I am.
That's amazing.
By God's grace. They're all crying. And I said, they said, "What's going on?" I said, "The doctor says I'm dying. They have to do surgery immediately, and that I should say goodbye to you." And there's this long pause, and my middle daughter looked at me and said, "Dad, I don't understand something. If God woke you up and spoke to you to get you to the hospital for surgery, why would he let you die here?" And I said, "You're right. I'll see you in the morning." The surgery was successful. Just before that, I had climbed Mount Kilimanjaro. I'm in excellent shape. And went from climbing Mount Kilimanjaro to my life being at risk, just within a space of 6 months. And
sometimes that can do it to you. The elevation changes. Yeah. A lot of people die from that.
So my point is this. The doctor said to me, I'll never forget these words. This is what I'm getting at. While I was laying there, he says, I just want to ask you a question. Do you ever drink alcohol? I said, never. He said, do you ever smoke? No. Ever do any drugs? No. He said, you have a chance to live. He said, if you did any one of those things, your body would be so compromised, I'm not sure we could save you. Back to your question. One of the reasons I don't have any demons is because even when I wasn't a Christian, I did my best to live a clean life. Now, I'm not saying somebody who smokes or drinks or whatever is going to hell. I'm just saying, you want to live long? Stay clean. By the way, if you want to know if I have demons, I have it. I have the proof right here.
What is that?
This is, I thought I'd bring it just to show it to you.
Thank you.
A 1733 edition of the Ritual Romanum. Hand calligraphy. The Ritual Romanum is the Roman Catholic ritual of exorcism, which was established, and we can talk about that, and that's kind of interesting why the Roman Catholic Church did this in 1614. So this is about 100 years later. This is the original in Latin with the proper songs and everything. And it's all hand done, signed by Father Gabriel Amorth, who was still alive that time. They recently did a Russell Crowe movie about him, who was known as the Pope's exorcist. Wow. They sent everybody from the Vatican who was believed to be possessed to him, and he did exorcisms all day long. So I went to the Vatican, spent a day with him. I brought this with me. It's signed Father Gabriel Amorth, one of the greatest men of God that's ever lived.
Can you Google him, Steve? Can you pull him up? Do you mind if I?
Yeah. The page is kind of loose. So
I'll be very. How do you spell? How do you spell his name? For Steve. How do you spell his name? Father
Gabriel Amorth. Amorth. It was the most famous Catholic exorcist.
Yeah.
But here's my point. This is why I'm telling you that story.
Oh wow, this is
during the time that I was with him.
Mm-hmm.
My wife and I were in his private exorcism chambers, where he does with a group of nuns exorcisms. He did all day long, every day. That's the guy, Father Amorth, great man of God, wonderful man. I said to him, Father Amorth, I would like you to pray over me to see if I have any demons. So he spent some time praying over me. And then he looked at my wife and me with a big grin on his face. And he said, no demons, only angels.
No demons, only angels.
So my point is, I have it from the highest authorities. I don't have any demons.
Il Cribator Quis and Quae Cur Sacramante.
Look, I studied Latin, but I've long since forgotten Latin. I've never stayed up with it. And I don't know.
Latin's for those hut-dwelling Romans, they say.
But I have a complete English translation of the Ritual Romanum, and I've read it, and it's incredible. The language, it's very classic language from 1614. And it was revised again in 19 99, I guess it was, in Vatican II. But when you read this, I'm going to tell you, these old monks knew what they're dealing with, and they were dealing with real demons. In fact, that was the period in church history when there was a major shift in this whole exorcism thing with the Reformation. And not too many people know about that. Want to hear about it?
Of course.
Well, the Reformation, which started in 1517, when Martin Luther nailed his theses on the Wittenberg door, his grievances against the Catholic Church. Before then, there were what was called the Reformers. Throughout Europe, various theologians who were starting to depart from the Catholic Church, because at that point, the Catholic Church was all it had, basically.
Right.
So they broke away in these splinter groups, the Anabaptists and so on. And Martin Luther congealed all of that with his theses, which formalized the beginning of the break of the Protestant Reformation. But what most people don't know is that much of the battle that was being fought was not about theology, was not about plenary indulgences, was not about the papacy and the infallibility of the Pope ex cathedra. It was about exorcism. They were fighting about exorcism, because if you could cast out demons, then that proved you had the truth. So there was this exorcism competition going on. The Catholics were casting out demons. The Protestants were casting out demons. And they were saying, our method's best because we're Protestants. Our method's best because we're Catholics. And the Catholics, that's why they finally codified this. They said, wait a minute, this is getting crazy.
Yeah.
Everybody's got their own idea. We are going to commission these monks to do a deep study of this and come up with the theology of exorcism, which this book contains. And that's where the battle started. And then gradually, Martin Luther believed in exorcism. He instituted his part in baptism. He cast out demons. He believed in evil spirits inhabiting people. Now, it's gotten away from that over time. Even the Catholics have gotten away from it over time. But there's a resurgence now. My point is, I want you to understand, this business about exorcism is not an individual like me coming along as some kind of spiritual entrepreneur decided, well, nobody's casting out demons, I'll cast out demons, and Dr. Phil will talk to me about it. Come on, that's disingenuous. What I'm doing is what many today are trying to do, is to get the church back to the reality of what is known for 6,000 or so years, what the church, both factions, knew during the Middle Ages, is the demons are real, the devil is real, we have a battle on our hands, and we have to go fight it in the name of Jesus Christ.
Whether it's... Okay, so a moment ago we were talking about drugs. Do you think that the use of drugs is directly related to demons? Or do you think using drugs opens portals to demons entering you? Or what are your thoughts on that? On drugs in general?
You are kidding. You are kidding.
No.
You know my answer.
No, I don't.
Yes, of course.
If I knew it, I wouldn't ask you.
I understand. Of course. It's one of the main factors that I deal with in getting rid of demons. And
how do you distinguish between the drugs is a very broad term. There's all kinds of drugs. There's drugs that can help lower your cholesterol. There's drugs that can help you enter another dimension. How do you distinguish which drugs are related to the devil?
Let's just talk about street drugs. Or weed, which used to be a street drug.
Okay, but weed is a plant. Is grown out of the ground.
I cast more demons out of people from smoking weed than anything else. You want to know why?
What makes weed so demonic?
Google Shiva and marijuana.
Okay, let's look it up, Steve. Shiva and marijuana.
So there's three main gods in Hinduism.
Correct.
Right. Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva.
Lord Shiva is associated with marijuana.
Destroyer.
is associated with marijuana because he consumed bang to alleviate the pain after drinking the poison hala hala during the churning of the ocean. He was using it to alleviate seasickness.
But there is a multi-millennial tradition in the East, and particularly India.
Okay, here it says in Hindu festivals such as the Shiva Ratri, devotees consume marijuana as a form of praising to Shiva, or as a form of praise to Shiva, symbolizing their love and devotion. So where is the evil stuff here?
Shiva
Shiva's evil?
is the Lord of Death and Destruction.
Oh, really?
That's what he's known as.
Oh.
Now, of course, philosophical Hinduism has ways to try to
So it's like the Hindu devil?
nomenclature to get around that, but he is the Lord of Death and Destruction.
Okay.
Okay.
So Shiva, Steve, can you find out like Shiva's what is the Google call Shiva? I'm assuming it's the Hindu devil.
Well, no, Shiva is a Hindu god, but you will see pictures if you look far enough of Shiva smoking ganja or marijuana or cannabis. Okay. He's the god of destruction. See it?
No, the destroyer within the Trimurti is known as the destroyer within the Trimurti, the Hindu Trinity.
Remember what Oppenheimer said when the first atomic bomb went off?
Destroyer of worlds.
I am become Shiva. Now
that was a Shiva quote.
The film changed it a little bit. They didn't tell you the truth.
That was from the Bhagavad Gita, right?
Yeah, but his exact words are, I am become Shiva, destroyer of worlds.
That's what he actually said?
That is what he actually said.
Who changed it?
Huh?
Who changed it to I am become death?
Oh, they political correctness.
Really? Fine. We gotta find this.
But you could find it.
I didn't know this.
Okay.
Scroll up, Steve. It's telling you in the AI. Oppenheimer did not actually say, I am become Shiva, destroyer of words. The quote is known for I am become death, destroyer of worlds. The phrase comes from the Bhagavad Gita, the sacred Hindu text. Oppenheimer recalled thinking of this verse during the Trinity nuclear tests, the first detonation of a nuclear weapon.
But the point is, I'm become death. I am become Shiva. Shiva is the Lord of death. Same thing.
Right, but he didn't write I am become Shiva. He wrote I am become
well, some say that he did, and I don't know what text you're pulling from there, but there's a bit of a dispute.
This is
over
AI,
that.
I think. This is the Google AI.
Okay, but my
Google,
point is,
great.
When someone comes to me and tells me that for a long period of time they've been smoking weed, I'm going to say over 50% of the time I can call forth the demon Shiva.
But what about all the...
I'm just telling you.
What about all like the people that come back from war with PTSD and all these mental illnesses and these hypervigilance, these issues that they're having, and they're literally prescribed weed and it alleviates weed, CBD, all these things that alleviate their stress and bring them back to normal.
Wait a minute.
And save their lives.
Wait a minute. You're talking about the difference between somebody who's under medical care, medical supervision, who's being administered a drug.
Sure.
Could be any kind of drug.
It's a drug that comes out of the earth.
Exactly.
God-given plant.
Well, no, wait a minute. If it's used properly by the proper people for the proper purposes. Okay? So if you've got a doctor...
Does it say that in the Bible?
If you've got a doctor who is administering any kind of drug, which has psychotropic qualities, and that doctor is administering certain dosages under his supervision,
right,
that is very different than a 15-year-old kid buying stuff off the streets that is laced with God knows what. And that's what I deal with. Okay? That's a very different scenario.
Okay, but there's a difference. You're talking about a 15-year-old kid buying something off the streets who is most likely is involved with crime, bad parenting. There's a lot of shit going on here.
Exactly.
You can't You can't cherry pick the marijuana out of there and say the marijuana is demonic because there's all kinds of other influences going on here.
I asked the demon under penalty of judgment by the Holy Spirit to tell me, how did you get there? And he laughs and he says, weed.
He says weed?
Yeah.
Then why did God put weed everywhere?
Wait a minute. But by that he means the illicit use of it. So,
okay,
heroin as a narcotic,
poppy,
used in a proper derivative form, that is as an analgesic, as some form of medication. What is morphine?
Same thing.
Yeah. Okay. But if it's under a doctor's care and supervision, and the quantification of it, and the regularity of it.
What if that person doesn't have the access to a doctor?
They want to play Russian roulette with their mind? That's a very dangerous thing to do.
Okay. Is that the devil? If you don't have a doctor prescribing it?
It could just be them. Could be a lot of things. I'm just telling you. I'm an exorcist. This is what I deal with. This is the ugly truth about what's going on. And this is where the devil works in the lives of a lot of young people today. And I see it every day.
What about psilocybin mushrooms or DMT? Because DMT is a molecule that we make inside our own bodies. It's in our lungs, it's in our brain, it's in every plant, every living organism that exists on this earth. It's in this table. It's in the wood in this table. People can take DMT and have an incredible psychedelic experience where they quite literally leave this dimension and enter another dimension. It's like, it's been described in antiquity as dying and being born again. Like they literally, their soul leaves their physical body and they enter another dimension created of light.
So they think.
And they come back.
You don't know that happens. That's
I've
what
done
they,
DMT. I know
that's what they describe. But they're describing it in a drug state. They're not rationally analyzing this from a biochemical standpoint. They're telling you what they see and feel and experience.
Correct. It's anecdotal.
The devil is the angel of light, the Bible tells us. He loves to give people these experiences. I deal with people all the time. They come back from Peru, and I dealt with a lady the other day. She made 6 trips to Peru to do ayahuasca. Do you think that woman had demons? Yes.
Really?
Lots of them. Of course. I'd love to do an exorcism on Aaron Rodgers.
Really? You think he's possessed?
How many times did he?
I mean, to be honest,
how many times
I'll give you this. Let me give you this.
How many times did he take ayahuasca?
I don't know, but I'll give you this.
And look what happened. Look what happened to his career.
The second he started taking ayahuasca,
ask the New York Jets if they think this guy.
It directly correlates with his downfall in his football abilities.
I don't know that. I'm just throwing that out there. It's kind of interesting to speculate.
No, I'm with you on that one. I think you might be honest on there. I think Aaron Rodgers might be possessed by a demon. I would love to make that happen.
I did not say he was. I just said some strange things came out of his mouth and brain after he did those ayahuasca trips.
Like what did he say?
Ayahuasca is shaman direct. We spoke glowingly of ayahuasca. That was the greatest thing that ever happened. Changed his whole world. And then he did this whole hermit go in a cave and do the silent thing in darkness for a week.
Meditated, right?
Well, I don't know if he meditated. I don't know what he did in there. But it didn't help his throwing arm any. It didn't increase his passing accuracy any. I can tell you that much.
That's hilarious.
But Satan is a multifaceted evil being. Man, he's coming at you from every which direction. The Bible tells us in 1 Peter 5:8, the devil is like a lion who is roaring, walking about, seeking whom he may devour. Here's the bottom line. As an exorcist, I want to stay as far as possible away from anything within reason that might open a door to the devil. Why would I be that dumb? Why would I want to walk into his lair? Why would I want to give him a shot at me? Why would I want to go try ayahuasca and let a shaman give me a guided journey into the world and whatever? Of course not. The Bible says in Philippians 4:8, Paul said, think on these things which are true, just, honest, lovely, and have a good report morally. True, honest, just, and loving. That's what our brains are supposed to be on, not floating around in the ethereal consciousness of some metaphysical reality. No, doing good in the world. Being pure, being honest, being just with our neighbors, with our friends, with people we do business with everybody in our life. Loving God and loving your neighbor as yourself. Why don't we focus on that? Let's just love everybody the best that we can.
That's one of the best. That's one of the best things you can discover on drugs, especially psychedelic drugs, is love. That's what you get out of psychedelics.
This is what you get.
What is this?
The Bible.
This is the Bible.
This is what will give you what you're looking for with a poor substitute that runs the risk of getting a demon.
What did you just say? I don't understand what that means.
I just said, this is the real deal. Everything you're looking for is in Jesus. Everything you're looking for is in the Bible. It's not in psychedelics.
You don't think Jesus used drugs?
If you're arguing from an empirical basis, you need an exorcism.
Can you diagnose me? Do you think I'm possessed?
Have you done psychedelics?
Yes.
Okay. The possibility's there. You could be the nicest guy in the world, and you are genuinely congenial. Pleasure to be with you. But the devil buys his time, so he worms his way in. He's had an open door, he gets there. You're a nice guy now. Now, I'm going to talk about your wife and kids, and you seem to be a reasonably decent individual. I don't know you, but I assume you're a good dad and a loving husband, okay?
Thank you.
All right. But if a demon got in through psychedelics, he doesn't have a striking out. Life is long, friend. Many years ahead of you. You know, as the Beatles said, it's a long and winding road. You don't know what's going to happen. You don't know.
I think the psychedelics made me a better person.
You don't know
dad.
what challenges you're going to face in your life. You don't know what bad things might happen. You don't know what type of crises you may face. Morally, spiritually, mentally, physically, with yourself, with your family. Like, I'm just saying, he's going to look for a moment. I'm not saying you have demons.
Right.
I'm saying if you had them,
Right.
they could be hiding, and they wouldn't be shown now because you're not making yourself available for that kind of intervention.
Mm-hmm.
But if somewhere down the road, Satan sees an opportunity to strike you, he's got this card he can play. So what you need to do is renounce ever having opened your mind to that realm of transcendentalism through the psychedelics and ask Jesus Christ to close that door. And that if anything came in through that door, that it has to go through the power of Jesus Christ so that you can continue to be the kind of husband and father you want to be. Just that simple. But you have to put faith in Christ to do that. Because it's Christ's power that accomplishes the banishing of it from your mind. And you don't want him there. You don't want to take the risk. What if you were laying on that hospital bed and the doctor said you're dying? And you said, Oh, doc, I did psychedelics. And he said, that could be a problem.
Psychedelics don't kill people. Alcohol kills more people.
You're absolutely right, but not directly. You know, and we are, it's like Timothy Leary has risen from the dead, what's been happening in the last few years. There's been a cultural shift in this whole psychedelic thing now. Now it's coming in through the guys, you know, John Hopkins is doing all this research on it and so on. And so now there's a certain legitimization taking place.
Legitimization.
I am an exorcist. I cast out demons. I have the track record to know how demons get there. And it would be amiss of me, the dereliction of my spiritual duty, if I did not give you this warning for your children. Because the devil always wants the next generation. He might not strike you. He might start pulling some stuff off with your kids. And you might be calling me 10 years from now, and I'll still be around casting out demons by God's grace. Who knows? This is a divine appointment.
So, a lot of historians will claim that, especially I've had people on here who specialize in the Dead Sea Scrolls, who specialize in the Hebrew history, who specialize in the Greek pharmacology. I've had, a wide spectrum of biblical scholars and classical scholars on the show. And pretty much all of them agree that there were ancient pagan drug rituals going on before Christianity, and that Christianity borrowed from these drug rituals.
No. BS. No. Didn't happen. I don't care what the credentials are. Come on. That's being ignorant of church history.
But they're taking
that's besmears the name of every martyr thrown to the lions in the arena who died for their faith. Quo vadis. They gave their lives for the sake of the gospel, not because they were in some secret Gnostic ceremony getting high. Come on. No, that is not true. That is a manufactured lie. There were subsects.
Let me clarify. Are you saying that there were none of these pagan religious drug rituals going on?
Oh, no.
You're saying that they're not at all connected to Christianity?
Not with authentic Christianity. Okay. There were all these sects, heretical sects that the early church had to deal with after the 1st century, especially after the 4th century. And there were these groups claiming to be Christian who did these things. And that's why they had a series of church councils to roundly condemn this and to show its error. And they developed the creeds, which were not the result of secret rituals and initiation ceremonies and all that other balderdash that gets thrown in there. No. That was dealt with by the church, and that was thrown out. There were people who did that. There have been nutty people who've done stuff like that. They do it today. But it's not authentic Christianity. It's not biblical Christianity. I don't care what anybody tells you and what they think their credentials are. Measure those credentials against the larger academic community in the Christian world and see how that measures up.
Yeah, but here's the problem with it. Why does the academics? Why can you only look at the academic scholarship in the Christian world? Why can't you look at it outside of the Christian world? We have our history, right? We have all of our history, and then we have this narrow lane of Christianity. It's all part of history, but some of the scholarship only stays in this one lane of theology, and they don't look outside of the theology and all the other texts that existed at the same exact time. And everything, they don't take the context of everything in history. Right? They're only taking into account what the Christian history is.
This is the canon of Scripture, and it was declared to be the only infallible rule of faith God inspired. When we move away from that, it's a free-for-all. Sure, pick and choose what you want. Throw in what you want to throw in. Does it say it in the Bible? Does it say it in agreement in the original languages with a cross-section of respectable theologians, all of whom are accountable one to another in terms of the translations? So,
yeah, it does, according to the translators.
Huh?
According to the people who read the text, they say yes.
Do you know anything about the translation process of the Bible and the canonization of Scripture? No, not really.
I know a little bit.
A little bit. You don't know much. Because it's incredibly rigorous. It's letter by letter, word by word, and it's not just one person. It's a large group of people,
right?
All and they're not outside of the framework of a commitment to Jesus Christ. Now that's what it really all comes down to. The person who says these things, the Gnostic who did this or did that, are they worshiping Jesus Christ as creator of God, God from eternity past to eternity future, the only hope of salvation of the world, who died on the cross, who defeated the devil in the wilderness, who crushed him with his heel by Genesis 3:15, and who rose again from it? The people who believe that gave their lives. They sacrificed everything. Peter said, crucify me upside down. Paul said, I live, but yet not I, it is Christ who lives within me. That's really what it's all about. And do you think I could cast out demons if I didn't believe that? Are you kidding me? Wow. I would have been toast a long time ago. No, when you face demons, they hate this book. In fact, sometimes when a demon won't do what I'm telling it to do, once in a while I use some videos, I just smack them with it.
Smack him with the book?
Yeah, because that's sort of spiritual psychodrama in the sense that I'm taking a physical word and treating it as a spiritual word. I just go boom like that. They scream. They cry out. That thing I live us and doing an exorcism. Everything away from me. Get that thing away from me. I hate that thing. See, he's doing it right now. This is I'm an exorcist. I see this happen all day long, every day. Mm-hmm. So I followed your train of thought. I would be an exorcist. I couldn't get rid of demons. And marriages which have been saved, the family's been restored, the people who are now off drugs, out of their pornography, and living good, decent, godly lives. None of that would have ever happened unless I believed this.
Yeah, I think there's probably a few people that do benefit from that, legit. But my point was, I think there's also a lot of people who really, really benefit the same way from psychedelic drugs, from things like ayahuasca, psilocybin mushrooms, these things that come from our earth that God created.
Just remember what I warned you of, and it may not be next month or next year, but God makes no mistakes. And no moment is ever lost on God. And someday, sometime, you will remember me looking at you now and saying these things. And you will have an oh my God moment. Why didn't I listen?
I don't know, man. I think we need to get you to try some DMT.
Get me what?
Some DMT. I got some in the other room. I think you won't regret it, man. It'll be an eye-opener. You might meet God. Face to face.
You will meet the devil appearing as God. Okay? You won't meet God. You're meeting God face to face now. Not with me, but with his word, with who he is. He is the Logos. He is the living word. And as I speak that word to you, you are facing God. Mm-hmm. But as Billy Graham once said, people don't have intellectual reservations about being Christians. They have moral ones. I think that's true. I've seen it.
Mm.
The intellectual
people that don't want to be associated with the child and stuff.
No. Don't pick the extremes. People have moral reservations.
That's moral.
There's a moral. But they have moral reasons for not wanting to be a Christian. That's not an accusation, by the way. I don't know. Sure, could be. I don't know. I don't know what's in your past. But if you came to me in an exorcism, I'd want to know, and I'd make a detailed list. And I couldn't get your demons out unless you told me everything. And you might not want to tell me everything.
Right.
And
well, I mean, I would only go to an exorcist if I was like really, really, if I believed in God and I believed in the devil. If I was a religious person, I would believe exorcism was real and would work. If I wasn't that kind of person. I probably wouldn't. I would think exorcism is bullshit. So why would I waste my time? Kind of to what you kind of pointed that out earlier.
Well, I guess it comes back to your belief system. What is your core definition of truth?
Exactly.
Is it Jesus said, "I am the truth. I am the truth. I am the way. I am the life. No man comes to God but by me."
Mm-hmm.
Well, you can argue any way you want, but again, I'm an exorcist.
Mm-hmm.
I see the real evidence of truths such as that every single day.
Right.
I have no power over a demon. I can wave my Bible, wave my cross, but unless I am doing it with faith in Jesus Christ as the Son of God, brought back from death to life and living eternally, no demon is going to go anywhere. Everything is going to collapse. But you see, I'm in a life and death struggle today for people. And the demons look at me and they say, "I'm going to kill him. I'm going to kill him. I've got a plan. I've already done. I've already got it working." I mean, these people have already had suicidal ideation. They're cutters. They're self-mutilators. They have done all sorts of things. They're self-destructive in nature. And the devil just looks at me like, "I'm going to kill him. I've got him. I'm the spirit of death," or whatever. And then I'll look at them and say, well, maybe they've fallen by the wayside. But have they at least once in their life put their faith and trust in Jesus Christ? The demon says, "Yes." I said, "Then they're not yours. They belong to God. You got to go."
And the demon obeys.
You need to be with me in an exorcism.
I would love
A
to.
real exorcism.
I would love to. That's why I brought you here today. I wanted you to exorcise the man in the other room. This was going to be that was the plan.
I know that. I want to exorcise you.
You do?
But I can't do it.
Why?
Well, because you're not putting yourself in the faith position to be able to do things. And
Yeah,
that's okay. You're not there right now. That's fine.
I don't understand. That's the part I can't get past.
No.
That's the part I can't get past. Why do I have to believe in you? Why do I have to believe in the devil and God to have you exorcise the demon from me?
How can I cast out a demon you don't believe in? If you don't believe that
If the
it
demon's
exists,
in me, the demon's in me.
if it's not an existential reality to you, you're not going to get rid of any demon. But if it is, and if you've got some dark secrets in your life, and I don't know, but what maybe you have. Most everybody does, and if any of those are open door to demons, you've already told me several of them, then you likely have some demons, very congenial ones, but sometimes they are.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't mean you're a bad guy. I just told you, I cast demons out of priests, out of nuns, out of pastors, because there's been a open door in their life somewhere. And oftentimes it's the ancestry. What's your ancestry?
What's my ancestry?
Yeah, what's your ancestry?
I am like, I think I'm like 80% Norwegian.
Uh-oh. Case closed.
Devil worshippers?
Case closed.
Please tell me. I want to know.
I'm a quarter Norwegian.
Are you?
So that's my disclaimer. Yeah.
So I'm good.
You believe the Marvel myth. Loki's not a good guy. He's a demon. So is Thor. So is Odin. And if you have Norwegian ancestors, I would say there's a high probability they're somewhere in your bloodline. And if you've never renounced those gods, do you know your history? They were brutal. They pillaged, destroyed. They came into the British Isles. They burned the churches. They killed the priests.
The Norwegians did?
Yes. The Vikings did.
Right.
You're Norwegian, you're Viking.
That's metal.
It's bad.
Yeah.
Really bad. I'm not joking. And so you've got that in your ancestry. It's in your DNA.
Maybe that's what gives me my instinct to want to rebel.
Well, maybe. But what did they do? They condemned.
What did they do?
The Huns and the Mongols created
the
the German civilization. Look at the German civilization, and I'm half German.
The Nazis wanted to recruit. They wanted the Norwegians.
They were into Nordic stuff.
Yeah.
Deep, dark Nordic stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. That's where Hitler got his power. Goebbels got his power from that. They
Mm.
knew that stuff. And they knew the history. Read the paganism history of Germany. It's very fascinating about the Nordic influence that was there. But now you just kind of told me so much.
And the occult stuff that they were into, a lot of dark shit.
Very dark. Very dark. I deal with Loki, Thor, Odin, Fenrir, Freya, and Balder, and the likes.
These
of
are all
them.
demons you're talking about.
These are all demons.
These are all
but they're
Nordic
gods. They're
demons.
Nordic names for the pantheon of the superhuman beings who are in reality demons.
Okay.
But they were characterized by these various names.
Okay, understood. So,
If Fenrir the wolf manifests, and I've seen it happen many times, it is one of the most vicious things you can behold.
please explain.
The person becomes an animal.
Have you seen it?
Yes, I've seen it many times. Growl, snarl, come at you.
They become
Their
violent.
teeth extended. They become a wolf. We're not going to talk about lycanthropy here or Wolverine. No, we're talking about the real deal.
Mm.
That's your heritage. A quarter of that was my heritage. So what did I do about it? I said, Lord Jesus Christ, all the evil of my Nordic ancestors, I cancel. I cut myself off from it. I renounce their evil deeds from passing on to me, my family, and my children. That may not be my heritage. And also did that with my Irish part and my German part. Don't tell me you got Irish.
I don't think there's any Irish.
Okay. Norwegian was enough. I mean, I'm not joking. I'm dead serious.
Right, no, yeah, I believe you.
And you know, if you read the characteristics, again, not the Marvel comic series kind of vulgarization of this, read the real thing about what these guys were like.
Right.
It's you. Somewhere back there, your ancestors were that. So you need an exorcism.
Let's do it.
Can't. Why? See, that's what people don't understand.
Because I don't believe, because I don't believe in the devil. I'm not religious. I haven't accepted Christ into my heart.
Yes, but there's this triangulation. God, me, you. That's what every exorcism is about. The exorcist, the supplicant, and God. There has to be triangulated agreement. And we know God wants you to be free. God wants every person to be free from the devil. I want you to be free from the devil. Do you want to be free from the devil? So God cannot and will not enforce his will upon man. We are free moral agents. I cannot enforce my will upon anybody who doesn't want to get rid of their demons or the possibility that they might have them, and that they do so with the measure of faith they have at that moment. I mean, you don't have to be an delivery from demons. You just have to want God.
Right.
And stop getting high in psychedelics.
What is God, though? I don't know what God is.
Oh, now we're going far afoot.
Do I want God? Depends what your definition of God is. Right. I think you can find God on psychedelics.
Read the Bible. Just read it. You don't read it.
I don't read the Bible. You're right.
Okay.
So I will read it. That's my New Year's resolution, to read the Bible. I'm serious.
Good.
I'm gonna read. I've heard it's a very hard read.
No. Depends what translation you get.
What one do you recommend?
Huh?
What translation do you recommend?
I like the New King James Version. It takes the lofty language of the original authorized King James Version and takes out the these and thous, but it keeps it very close to the real. That's because that's what I started out as a student in ministry to memorize scripture. So you had to pick a version. Back then, they didn't have so many versions. That's the one I picked.
Right.
But it, the essence is the same. The basic truth is the same. If it's a proper translation.
Right.
it's not a transliteration, it's a translation. There's a big difference. But look,
The crazy thing is, it's all translations.
you're just at bat. You haven't even swung yet. You got to start swinging in the right direction and open up your heart to the possibility that God is there, that Christ died for your sins, that demons are real, and you don't want demons. Look at that. I don't want demons. These priests are trying to get rid of them. That's kind of a archaic way to look at it.
Baby in the bottom
The
left.
Sacred Heart of Jesus is zapping those demons, and they're going. Okay, so do you think these people were all nutcases? No, a lot of them probably. No, these were holy men. They feared God, and they wanted people to be free from the devil. I think they're all totally mentally balanced. You're not. Certainly not after all the psychedelics.
I think they make me more mentally balanced.
Exorcism is ridding people of an alien entity. It is an evil spirit who seeks to take over psychoneurologically every part of the mind, the nervous system, the psychopathology of the person. They want you to emote and to think and to respond to things the way they do. They want to become you because they don't have any other way to express themselves. They're just a body. No matter how evil they are, they can't to try. They can't pull the trigger of a gun and shoot somebody. They have to be in somebody to do that.
Sure.
Okay. So if there's a woman in the subway, the fire's going to be lit and burn her alive and sit there and laugh at it. Well, they can't do that, but they can be in in the subway and lead him to do that. And much of what goes on in our society is demonic. Not all of it. Some of it's just fallen, human, depraved of people who are indecent. But most of it is demonic. And that's why exorcism is needed to help the people who are driven to do those things. I can't wait to get to heaven and the Lord tells me about all the people who would have killed themselves, who would have killed somebody else. I remember one night, want to hear an interesting story? Yes. I was in Christchurch, New Zealand, and I was speaking in the public forum, and this guy starts screaming in the audience. And I go back, I say,
were you going to talk, a public talk or something?
Yeah.
Okay.
And this guy starts screaming, so I go back to him, and I said, what's going on? And he said, I'm filled with hate. I'm going to kill my father. I hate him. What? He said, the whole childhood, my father mocked me. I want him dead. But he said, I'm a Christian. I know I shouldn't think this. And I said, well, you got demons. So we cast the demons out of him. Demons of murder, hate, etc. When it was all over with, he said, can you come outside of the car for a minute? I said, okay. So I had a couple of people with me in the dark and I'm going out to the car. He lifts the boot, as they would say, the trunk. And he reaches inside and grabs an axe about that long.
I thought you were going to say his dad was in the trunk.
He says, I'm not going to be needing this. He said, I was on my way to my father, chop his head off. And I decided I would give God one last chance. And so I came to this meeting hoping somebody could get rid of this demon. If that alone was worth my lifetime of commitment to exorcism, that would be enough to save one life. But I'm convinced that I and others who do this have saved many, many, many lives of people who might have done horrible things had they not gotten rid of their demons.
Does God punish anyone?
Ultimately, yes, the devil.
But he wouldn't punish a guy who his own son.
Yes, unless that individual seeks the forgiveness of God's grace.
So God saved that guy's life, who was his own son.
God's merciful. That's hard to understand. God is merciful. But God says in the Word, vengeance is mine, says God. I will repay.
Mm-hmm.
So the minute human beings decide they're going to take things into their own hands and wreak vengeance, trouble always results. Because we're in no position to cast the first stone. We don't really know what's in a person's life. But I can tell you something about that father that I've learned from being an exorcist. You know why he did that? His father did it to him. High probability.
Right.
And so on and so on. And that evil compounded until that night it was canceled. Because this young man did not murder because of what his father did. And now he's gone on to live a decent, productive life. That's what exorcism does. It stops evil in its tracks and says, you have come so far, no more.
Do you believe in extraterrestrial civilizations and aliens?
Absolutely not.
No?
No.
You know the Vatican's starting to explore that stuff, right?
What?
The Vatican.
Well, what about them?
They're starting to explore that possibility.
Well, they're exploring what it's about, but they're not exploring the idea that there's extraterrestrial life, because the Bible is pretty clear.
I think the head
The
of
heavens declare the glory of God. Oh, yeah, there could be some people there.
people there think
But
so.
you're listening to people who are not in the Vatican.
Yeah, the guy's in the Vatican. He's like the guy who's a part of the
You actually talk to the guy.
No, I just, I read it online.
Well, okay.
Same one
you
place
read
I get all my info.
Let me finish. What?
What does this say? Here's the report right here, says Steve. From where? What's the source here? We need the source. We can't just be taking anyone's word for it. Go up, scroll up.
Sure,
Washington Post. Let me read it.
The implication.
Damn it, tell me, Steve. The Vatican has shown interest in the possibility of extraterrestrial life, but does not seem to be actively searching for aliens. In 2009, the Vatican held a conference on astrobiology, which included discussions about the implications of alien life for religion and science. The Vatican's chief astronomer, Father Jose Funes, has stated that if aliens exist, they could be considered part of God's creation and might not need redemption.
Wrong. Dead wrong. That right there. That's it. That's the core of it. Wrong.
It's wrong.
I'll tell you why.
Please.
Okay? Want to know why?
Yes.
But the Bible teaches that the fall of Adam and Eve was cosmological. It was not earth-centric. The entire of creation, the Bible says, groans and travails. It's in agony, awaiting for the completion of God's purpose for the universe. So all of the universe, all of it, outside of heaven, of course, was affected by the fall of Adam and Eve. Sin has corrupted the entire universe, but particularly Earth. Christ came to Earth. The Bible is very clear about this, to die for the sons of Adam and Eve, who have been affected by their original sin. If there are civilizations on other planets, dead wrong. They do need redemption. But then you have a philosophical question and a theological question. How many planets did Jesus have to repeat going to and die and rise again from the dead over and over and over and over?
Only chose Earth?
No, he did it once for Earth. And citizens of Earth, the descendants of Adam and Eve, complete the spiritual redemption of the cosmos, ultimately. And so, what are these beings? I deal with them all the time. How?
What do you think's going on? Because there's lots of accounts throughout history of people explaining.
Look. The beings who are not figments of people's imagination, they're demons.
Like the classical explanations and accounts from, for example, Professor John Mack, the Harvard psychologist, who interviewed hundreds and hundreds of people who believed they were abducted by aliens, took up into a spaceship and had their sperm and their
I've interviewed them.
eggs extracted.
I've heard the same stories.
What do you think's going on there?
First of all, the devil knows the transmutation of energy and matter. He knows its interchangeability. E equals mc squared. He knows that. He knows how to manipulate that. If you go back to when Moses confronted Pharaoh, and Pharaoh's sorcerers or magicians, Moses threw down the rod of Aaron and it turned into a snake. What did the magicians of Pharaoh do? They threw down their rods and turned them into snakes. Although God's snakes ate the Egyptians' snakes. But they did know how to change matter into animated life of some form. There was no illusion. They were real snakes. All right. Wow, that's pretty interesting. If the devil knows how to do that, why can't he, in the skies at night, or whenever, change energy into matter and for periods of time create an objectified sense of reality that defies the laws of thermodynamics and do all sorts of crazy things because it keeps people interested not in the problems of sin down here, but the fascination of UFOs out there. It is so disingenuous, it's almost laughable. And so I meet these people. I talk to them. I was abducted. I went to the spaceship. Oh, yeah, they impregnated me. They did this. It's possible. It is possible in an interdimensional reality that could have taken place. I don't deny that. But it's not a permanent physical reality. It is a temporary phenomenon designed for deception. That's my belief system, because if it was a common phenomenon, it would be everywhere with the same objectified forms of materialization. But it's always different. It's
very similar, actually.
Read the writings of Jacques Vallée.
I have.
Who he is?
I have.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Well, he said these things were extra-dimensional.
Yes.
That was his ultimate conclusion. Okay. Well,
he thinks they're not only extra dimensional. He was obsessed with the devil, and he was obsessed with the medieval stories of angels and demons. He had a book. I had a woman in here who met Jacques and went to his house, and she showed it. She actually gave him the Book of Satan.
I didn't know that.
It has 666 pages.
Wow.
He told her, he said, if you want to know what these beings are, he's like, you need to understand this book. And it was the Book of the Devil.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that. I'll have to check that a little further. But the point is, so the devil creates this phenomenon because while people are fascinated, as are many of your guests and many of your viewers, listeners, by all of that, they're overlooking this. Their time is spent conjuring thoughts about what might be there and who it is. I have a slight interest in it.
I think it's a very similar thing. People like to fill the gaps of knowledge they don't have with things like God and aliens, right?
Very well put. And Whitley Strieber is a good example. You had him on.
Oh yeah, you familiar with Whitley?
He told. I debated him on Oprah.
Oh really?
Yes. He told you he had a chip in his head.
How the hell did I not find that interview?
I didn't see you follow that up. I'd like to know where that chip is, and if it's medically provable he has an implanted chip in his head by aliens.
Yeah, he gave us a video. He gave me the video of it.
Well, then that's interesting.
Have you seen the video?
I haven't seen I've seen your video, but I haven't seen anything else that proves he's actually got an implant.
It's in his ear.
But what's interesting is the thing that the demons do to people is consistent outside of the whole spaceship thing. What they also do to people. We started out talking about incubus and succubus and demonic sexual experiences. Well, this is just another form of it in an interplanetary mode. They're either having sex with these beings or these beings are probing them sexually. Almost every person I've talked to who claims to have an alien encounter, there's some sexualization connected to it. I'm not saying all of them, but the ones I've talked with, it all comes down to something sexual. Well, that tells you something. That's not godly. That's evil. Well, if it's evil, is it a manufactured material reality from another realm and just sitting back and laughing at this while we're all so fascinated by all of this? I'm not. And meanwhile, we're forgetting. Are we forgetting there's a war in Ukraine and people are dying? Are we forgetting that the international order is being upended and we don't know where things are going to go? Are we forgetting about human trafficking? Are we forgetting that our kids overdosing on drugs and the admissions to emergency wards in the hospitals because of psychosis from psychedelics and weed laced with fentanyl is exploding? Are we forgetting this is the real problem? The homelessness, the hurt and the pain of people, that every day somebody's being damaged for life because of an evil individual. Let's get our eyes off of that and get our eyes down here, and let's do good in the world in the name of God to change things. That's my mission, because every person that I can save through Christ, of course, is going to be a changed life who's got the potential to be a loving human being and make somebody else's life better. That's exorcism. That's Christianity.
I think going back to what we were talking about Jacques Vallée, I think whatever people were seeing or witnessing back then that are described in the Bible and biblical texts as angels or demons, things like Ezekiel's wheel. I think Jacques Vallée believes that those were UFOs, aliens. It was the same thing going on back then, and throughout history, human history, people have either seen them as biblical ethereal entities or...
Are you trying to channel Eric Van Doniken?
No, I've never read anything from Eric Van Doniken.
Well, Chariots of the Gods.
Right, I'm familiar with his book, but I've never read it.
Okay. Well, I mean, you're just spouting what he thinks. I mean, this is... What is the point? What is the point? If our neighbor next door is in need and we don't recognize it, if the people in our family are going through some type of a crisis and they need our love and care and concern, isn't that where we should be putting our time?
Sure, of course.
Look at what's going on with the emotional breakdown of people today, the amount of institutionalization, people living in the streets because of fentanyl. Why aren't we doing something about these things? It's easier to worry about what's out there than to roll up your sleeves and do something about what's wrong down here.
Well, there's diffusion of responsibility. There's so many... A stammer. If you walk around New York City, you can find somebody overdosing on fentanyl, foaming at the mouth on the side of the road. People just walk right over them. Somebody gets in a car accident, they're bleeding, pulling their child out of the car seat. People just walk by. You know, people are psychopaths. They're losing their connection to community and to other beings because of technology, because of population, because of urbanization of these cities. There's lots of reasons.
But right, even as we speak, where is God? I'll tell you. He's with those firefighters in California who are risking their lives to save other people. They may or may not be Christians, but they're doing good in the world. They're doing something that changes another person's reality so they don't suffer. They're doing their best. They're risking themselves.
Yeah, definitely.
That's my job as an exorcist. I'm not a firefighter. Those are brave men.
Yeah.
But I am fighting fires. And I'm trying to change people's lives, one individual at a time, into somebody who is no longer indwelt by this visceral sense of evil inside them that torments them day and night. And if I rescue 1 or 2 or 10, I've done the work of God.
If you could rescue one public figure or somebody in politics or somebody that everybody knows, who would it be? Who is the most demon-possessed person in politics right now?
Oh, have you had that in your hip pocket, just waiting to spring it?
Yes.
There were so many candidates.
I think U.S. politics is run by demons.
Well, greed.
Greed, yes.
Spirit of mammon.
Spirit of who?
A mammon.
Oh.
And the spirit of Leviathan, the spirit of pride, runs politics. I know how desperately you wanted me to say Nancy Pelosi or Bernie Sanders or Kamala Harris, but I'm not going to do it.
Maybe Trump. Maybe Trump's got a demon.
Maybe. Anybody could have demons. And Some of those people override those impulses by trying to do the right thing with a belief system that is good. But
What I'm really getting at is Hillary.
you don't know how they sleep at night, and you don't know what they're like behind closed doors. None of them. And that's the thing. It isn't how we act in public, it's how we treat our families, our innocent children, our spouses, our friends. Jesus said, greater love has no man than this, than to lay down his life for a friend. That's pretty simple, isn't it? We don't do it.
Sure.
A few do. A few brave soldiers, firefighters, emergency workers, people like that. That's kind of obvious, doctor. You know. But I mean it in a broader sense. We lay down our life for somebody else. We give up of ourselves so that somebody else's life is better. That's what the gospel of Christ is all about. Jesus said, if you don't deny yourself and follow me, you're not fit to be in the kingdom of God. The rich young ruler came to him and said, I've done everything right. I've kept all the laws. I've been a moral man. And Jesus said, there's one thing you haven't done. And he said, I want you to sell everything you've got and give it to the poor and follow me. He walked away. We don't ever know whatever happened to them. It's this impulse of pride, of power, of wanting something we ought not to have, whether it's some psychedelic transcendental experience or whether it's some orgiastic high. When Jesus said, follow me, I am the way, the truth, and the life. And when people are beset by demons, they say something in common. They say, I try to read my Bible and I can't. I go to church and I get sick. I try to receive Holy Communion and I feel like I want to throw up. Is that psychological? Could be. Most times it's not. When you get that much evidence, it's likely a demon because they're trying to do something holy and good, and the devil doesn't like that. So, we have to get rid of the demons. We need more people who are out there fighting demon hunters, out there fighting down the devil, looking down the devil, taking him head on, boldly, aggressively, with determination, saying, I'm not going to allow, by God's grace, any more evil in this world. I'm going to fight with everything that I have.
Have you ever encountered somebody who's demon possessed who smelled like sulfur?
A couple of times.
Because I've heard through many people, including Alex Jones, that Hillary Clinton smells like sulfur. I'm serious.
Okay, I would not think Alex Jones is the paragon of Christian virtue to make that determination.
He's a Christian. He's a very devout Christian.
Well, he's devout in his own kind of way, but I think the Sandy Hook thing did him in, shall we say. Okay. Yeah. I don't want to go there. I haven't met the man. But I'm not concerned about whether she smells like sulfur. What's the relevance
because
of that?
If she's so high up in politics and she has so much blackmail on so many people because she was related to Jeffrey Epstein.
Children from a pizza parlor. Yes, been there, heard that. Again, what are we doing? We're focusing our attention on the odd, the strange, the unusual, the chaotic. No, we're going to go jousting windmills. No. People are in need around us. The people who sit in front of me on a Zoom monitor every day of my life.
Right. Yeah,
4, 5, 6, 7 a day.
ton of exorcisms on Zoom.
Yes. I remember when I started doing that on Skype, going back some years ago.
Back to the Skype days.
CNN said at that time it's their number one reporter. And even Comedy Central, what's his face? He used to host a show. My mind went blank. He's retired now, got a beard, and he's a political pundit.
On Comedy Central?
Yeah. Okay.
I don't remember.
Noah, whatever his name took over.
Oh, Noah?
Yeah, no, not Noah, the guy before him.
Oh, I don't remember.
Of course you do. We just can't remember his name.
Yeah.
John.
It's irrelevant.
Okay,
Jon Stewart. He wasn't on.
the Stewart. Yeah.
Was he on Comedy Central?
Yeah, he had his own Comedy Central show.
Okay.
So anyway, he sent a reporter out, and the news media, the word had gotten out. I was doing Skype exorcism.
Yeah.
This is like 10, 12 years ago. And they were like, you can't do this. I said, well, I'm doing it. Well, you can't do that. I mean, you can't cast out, and they interviewed some Catholic priests. They said you can't do it. Now Catholic priests are doing it. But there's a point here. It's better if I'm physically here.
Yes.
It would be better if I could cast your demons out of you right now. But I can do a Zoom with you later. Okay?
I'd rather do it in person.
All you have to do is be face to face with that person to see how they respond to certain things. And I do it all the time, all day long, 5, 6, 7 days a week sometimes. Wow. And the most amazing things happening. I mean, it's just astounding. The complete turnaround in these people's lives. And then all over the world, 50% of what I do, people are outside of the United States of America. They're in India, they're in Bangkok. I did a major exorcism of a guy in Dubai this week.
So the way I learn about stuff on this podcast is I have people come in and explain to me what they've learned, explain to me what they've studied throughout their lives, explain to me what they believe in your case, about the Bible and Christianity. And Amin, in the other room, when he came in, you heard the podcast that he did with me. Well, I can't get anybody. I can't get a Bible scholar. I can't get a classicist. I can't get any kind of religious person who studies this stuff or has a PhD in this stuff to combat the stuff he talks about or to combat his theories and dispute what he says.
Mm-hmm. Well,
so how I can't get an alternative or a reasonable pushback to any of the theories he has, other than people that tell me over the phone he's wrong, it's completely bullshit, he's blasphemous, but no one will actually step into the arena with him and confront what he's saying face to face. So someone like me, when that happens to me, what that tells me is he's got to be right, because nobody can come up with a reasonable pushback.
Get that logic? Where did you get that?
Because nobody can come in here and debate him and prove to me and let me and the audience make a decision to what is actually real and what's right.
You just constructed a logical fallacy.
You got to battle ideas with better ideas, right? That's how you learn.
No. So, as far as this particular individual is concerned,
yes,
the people who come to me want to forsake, to put behind them the life that they have been living. Mm-hmm. They are repentant, which means godly sorrow for what they have done.
Yeah, I understand.
They want to stop that evil. They want to quit it immediately. You don't get rid of a demon so that a person stops sinning. They stop sinning so they can get rid of their demon. In fact, the people who have the greatest success are the people who fast before they come to see me, which is a spiritual, biblical practice to prepare one's spirit for what they're about to receive. And there's a difference between someone who questions the faith, someone who is unsure about the faith that they have, and someone who has become an apostate, which means a clear departure from truth. They have once known the truth. Christ speaks of this. Peter speaks of this. Paul speaks of this. There are some who, having known the goodness and the grace of God, deliberately turn against it, and they become an enemy of the faith. There's a difference between an ambivalent person and an enemy of the faith.
Okay.
When someone is an enemy of the faith, that is not the basis for a reasonable discussion, nor is it definitely the basis for an exorcism.
But you are an enemy of the devil. So why can't you debate the devil?
I don't debate the devil.
But you've done many debates.
I have debated the best on national television in open forums. But that's very clear. It's them versus me. They're not apostate. They just don't believe.
Right.
They have not been at a place of belief and deliberately walked away from it for whatever reason.
Right.
All right. And remember something else. When someone comes to me, they do an intake.
The form they fill out.
I want to know everything about them, including the deepest, darkest secrets they've never told anyone about what they've done in terms of moral transgressions. Because
You know
not
what
a,
that sounds like?
what?
That sounds happens in Scientology when they go through the auditing sessions.
No, I'm not having somebody hold a couple of tin cans called an e-meter. This is not about a galvanic
That's
response.
what they gotta do to get
No,
blackmail
it's
on.
not. It's about due diligence to understand where the open doors of the devil are. Where
Right,
are
but
the
if someone's
open
telling you their deepest, dark, if they're truly,
Well, look.
honestly telling you their deepest, darkest secrets, they are submitting their will to you. If they're going to trust you with
They're
that
submitting
stuff,
to God.
they're right. But
I am the instrument of God in human form, bringing them to that place.
okay, if you're telling them that, at the same time that they're telling you, honestly, their deepest, darkest secrets, they are submitting everything, every fiber of their being to your power.
No, it's not about my power. Come on. It's about honesty before God. They're asking me to bring them to a place with Christ where he will set them free. So if this person, let's just take a simple thing. They are a serial adulterer on their wife, okay? And they're living that life and seeing prostitutes and going to strip clubs on a regular basis.
Some of
And
the best people I know do that stuff.
so they're going to hell. And they need to be saved. And they need an exorcism. And you have my phone number. So send it to me. Okay. I'm serious. So let me give you an illustration. I had a lady who believed her house was haunted. All right. And so I flew halfway across the United States to go to be there. Took another Christian friend with me. Walk in the house. We go through the whole house praying over it. We take the whole oil. We put the oil everywhere. Put the sign of the cross everywhere. Go through the whole house. And then to cleanse it of the evil spirits. Right. And I'm walking out the door. And after all of this, just as I'm literally standing at the door, she says, do you suppose I should have told you that I'm currently having a sexual affair with a pastor? I said, well, I'm late to catch a plane. I can't do anything about that right now. But yes, you could have evil spirits in your home because of that. Oh, I said, sorry, I'm late to the plane. You see what I'm saying? She just, I understand it was such a painful, horrible for her. She couldn't bring herself to confess that, to bring that into the open, to break the bondage of Satan on her life. Mm-hmm. She waited till the last minute to tell me. Right. Well, no wonder she
was on the fence.
No wonder that she had demons in her house. No wonder there were spirits haunting her house. She had opened the door to them.
Right.
So this is the point. If somebody has something that is the open door to the devil and they don't tell me, it's not that they have to bare their soul to me as a human being. They're doing this to God.
Right. So the thing that frustrates me the most is you have a guy who grew up in Christianity, studied the Bible his whole life, devout Christian. I'm talking about Amen over there in the other room, and started reading the ancient Greek literature, the classical literature, the stuff that surrounded the Bible, all the medical stuff, all the legal stuff, all the
philosophical stuff, all the comedy, the arts, and all this stuff that was happening the same time that the Gospels were written. Before, after, during, the same time. And devotes his life, 30 years of his life, to reading the actual original sources in Greek. And it pulls him out of Christianity. He almost studied his way out of Christianity and devoting his life to Jesus.
Well, that's what he says.
So somebody who is so freaking educated in this stuff,
That's
right?
that's his story.
Okay, even if it is, so let's just say it's a lie. Let's just say it's a lie. If he's lying, right? Why can't I get another scholar to come in here and call him out on his lies?
I don't know how hard you've tried to find the appropriate scholars.
God, so hard you would not believe.
But
I've gotten like 18 Harvard scholars turn it down.
Well, okay, I can't speak for them, but I don't think we have a problem of intellectualism here. I don't think this has really anything to do with the veracity of Scripture, nor its credence with respect to the original Greek. I don't think that's the issue. Back to Billy Graham. Most people have a moral reservation. Now, that doesn't mean that I'm sitting in judgment. It just means that if I don't know the whole story, it's like a doctor diagnosing the disease and you don't tell him where it hurts. You don't tell him the problem you're really having. So any individual who comes to me for help, and I've had it happen many times, and then they come back again a second time and they say, I just didn't want to tell you about this. And it could be anything, but usually it's a moral transgression, a pretty serious nature. I'm not pointing fingers. I'm just saying that's often the case. Or a serious theological transgression. You know, they experiment with Satanism or some metaphysical cult or some sorcery practice of some kind. You know, it opens them up to a demon, and that demon, of course, is a highly intellectualized demon. Most of the demons are in academia. They're not on the streets.
Really?
Yes. Of course. What do you think's destroying this country?
Academia?
Yes.
How so?
Look at the kids that are coming out of that. Look at their thinking about the country, about the society, about the culture.
Their political ideologies?
Huh?
Their political ideologies, you mean?
Well, they're political ideologies, but they're also what the Bible calls doctrines of devils. Okay? Which means the people who walk out of academia and they say, let's blow up the country, let's destroy it. It's worthless, it's hopeless. There are young academics who are saying that today. You well know that.
Sure.
Okay? But that's just as demonic as anything, but more to the point. The point is...
So do you think there's a distinction between good and evil when it comes to political parties? Like if they're left-leaning or right-leaning?
No, it has to do with the moral qualification of the belief system. But the belief system says, I want to burn it down, I want to destroy it. That conflicts with what the Bible says about proper order in government. But that's another whole discussion.
Okay.
The point is, the individual who wants to be delivered from the demon has to repent, renounce, and break the curses of all the things they have done to open themselves up to demons, which have created the intellectual delusion that has them see things in a very different light than truth. Jesus died on the cross. He rose again from the dead. That's the teaching historically of the church. That is the teaching of the Bible. Is that the same person who could possibly be impugned from being a child? What kind of intellectual honesty is that? And what basis for dialogue is there grounded on that premise? None. Now, that doesn't mean that I want to cast the first stone, or does that mean that I want to not be friendly, even to enemies of the faith? My goodness, sat down with, as you know, with Satanists,
Mhm.
with Zena LaVey, back in the day when she was trying to get out of the Church of Satan.
Is that his daughter?
I've sat down with neo-Nazis, people who were accomplices to murder. I've sat down with dozens of Satanists and debated them and gone head to head because they're an enemy of faith. They know they're the enemy of the faith. There's no pretense about this.
Sure.
There's no intellectual argumentation whatsoever. We hate God. That's it. Okay, I'll talk with them because they're not departing from the faith. They ain't got it. They don't want it.
Right.
That's the difference. I'm not sure why that's a block, but that does create a different dynamic. The paradigms are not the same. Now, whether that individual or anybody in that position comes to me and says, I want to return to my faith. I want to come back to Christ. I want to put my trust in his death on the cross, the shedding of his blood, and his resurrection from the dead. And I'm willing with sorrowful repentance to make that fact known to you and to all, and apologize for what I have done to defame the Son of God.
Mhm.
And as the scripture says, to re-crucify him. Hey, now we're getting somewhere. Now let's talk. Now let's do an exorcism.
Understood.
Okay?
Bob, thank you. This has been a pleasure. I really enjoyed this conversation, man. This has been fun.
This has been fun for me too. It's been rather interesting.
I really appreciate you taking the time to travel down here.
Guys,
How can someone get themselves to you?
you know, I think you would be a great exorcist.
I would love to.
You would be great. You've got the heart for it.
You think?
You just
Really?
You do. You do. You know what? I believe every meeting I have is ordained by God. When it's something like this, I'm here for a reason. I don't know what it is. You know, Paul started out killing Christians.
Did he really?
Yeah,
And what changed him?
Jesus. Jesus had to knock him off his feet and appear to him. Could happen.
How do I give in to Jesus, and how do I become born again?
By recognizing you're a sinner and you need God, and that you can't handle everything that comes as.
I'm interested. I want to learn more about this.
Yeah.
I'm open to it. But I have to take a leak real quick.
See, I was going to lead you in what's called a sinner's prayer, and your bladder.
We're going to do that. We're going to do that. Pause. I'm going to use the restroom, and we're going to do the sinner's prayer, and we'll bring it on. My following guest is one of the world's leading classical philologists and experts in ancient Greek, who was famously accused of demon possession and portal opening by the Catholics, the church, before he was ejected by his university. Due to the highly disturbing nature of this episode, it had to be heavily censored with parts redacted. I know you can handle it, but YouTube can't. If you really want to see the parts that were cut out and avoid the ads, it's available on Patreon. Hammer that subscribe button below and enjoy the show.
All right, kiddos, we are rolling.
Yeah. Welcome back, brother.
Hail Satan.
How's that tobacco?
Oh, God, it's wonderful. Thank you for having me.
Of course. It's my pleasure. My pleasure. We you caused a ruckus on that first podcast we did.
Okay.
And I've learned so much since that first podcast. Some of the texts that we're going to go into today are going to make me want to throw up. So I brought my barf bag. I'm ready. The Greeks were sickos. The Greeks were into some nasty shit.
Yeah, so was Jesus. I've got a text for you today about Jesus that we're going to go with him out in the back. And
In the back alley?
He takes her up into the woods.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm going to show you a text that's going to make your skin crawl. But this is the way, brother.
We've been trying to set up a proper debate with you and a biblical scholar, and we can't get anyone to step in here and talk to you. I think people are afraid of not just what you're saying, but your performative behavior. I think really confuses and terrifies people.
Oh God, I love it, don't you? Doesn't that make it special?
I think it makes it great. It makes it so much more fun.
Why do you think they run?
Like I said, I think they run because they don't know. I think they're terrified by the performative behavior that you put on. You're theatrical in the way that you translate this stuff and the way that you teach this stuff on your YouTube channel. It's fun. And it's cinematic, and it's thought-provoking.
Yeah, no, you're very generous. That's why I like you, Danny Jones, because you're very generous. I appreciate that. The thing that really draws me that I want people to understand is the souls of the people. Once you show them the reality, oh God, it's like you break open some kind of new portal and you're able to push the person through. It's like they come alive. And the basis of that are texts. And the reason people are afraid is, this beautiful, beautiful thing that we have called Ancient Greek, this mother who's so sexy. You have to really know what you're doing and have experience and training in the language. And all of our evidence from antiquity, I wouldn't just sit here and make up stuff with you, Danny. I wouldn't. All of our evidence from antiquity, that's what I handle, and people are afraid of that, right? People are afraid of that. So, good. That's why I'm going to show you today Jesus engaging in sexual, drug-induced cult with Mary. You're going to love it. You're going to love it. It's just a text. People ask me, Dan, I wanted to say, and that's one of the things I put on the interview, misconceptions. People have misconceptions about me. They do. I don't have any opinions or judgments. I'm not selling you a theory. I have nothing. That's why Lady Babylon on YouTube is not monetized. I have a contract with the devil. Everybody knows that. I'm open. I can't make a cent on this. So that scares people too.
That does scare people.
Yeah.
And I think that's medalist that you do that.
Awesome.
Because explain why you don't want to bring money into this. Do you think that bringing money into the stuff that you're doing and kind of poisons the well?
Yeah, beautifully. I'll put that back on, but
yeah, go ahead.
Beautifully. I need to participate in this because you just hit the nail on the head. You poison the well of inspiration when you sell it. When the minute that you take that coin, the material loses its attachment to the reality by the quantum physics that they called the muse. Right? You have to keep that well pure. And that's why the devil's writing it into all the contracts. You can't get what you want. You can't get that esoteric knowledge. You can't get that vision of what is that quantum reality, right? Without the integrity. The Greeks said it this way in a chorus of Furies. They said, your greed stains your soul with the stench of ruin. So it's a process of all the Greek religions, a process of purification, that mystery religion. Those are all purifications. That's one of the pollutions, man, is that greed. So that's why I can't monetize Lady Babylon. And I don't want to make any money. She's not I'm not hooking. You know what I mean? It's brothelery.
Yeah.
There's a lot of brothelery. YouTube smells like a brothel, doesn't it? A lot of brothelery. And that taints the material. The muse isn't going to speak to you, baby. Sorry.
Yeah.
That's it.
No, and you're not beholden to anything. You're not beholden to any sort of any institution, any university, anything like that. You're, like you said the last time, you're Ronin. You're completely detached from anything, right?
It gives me a freedom. Some of the stuff that I'm going to tell you today, some of the stuff that I'm going to bring you is I could only do because I am not a professor anymore. And I am not in any academic institution.
And sorry to interrupt, for people that maybe didn't watch the first episode, tell us your actual academic history.
Just really quick, classics, PhD, right? Masters, of course, classics, but also bacteriology. Love it. We've got a little molecular biology background. Love it. Lab work. Oh, God, I love those heads. Brains. Give me brains. By the way, Danny, can I just say, you are setting up something gorgeous here. Bringing people together to be able to look at this material and to be able to engage at this level. That's fantastic. That's better than journalism. That's the beginning of the end, man. That's I love it.
So last time you were on here, the first show we did, I made it clear up front that I wasn't prepared for the conversation we had. Although I read your book and I listened to your podcast with Hamilton, but like going back to like how I started the conversation to explaining your performative way of teaching this stuff, it has inspired me to be fascinated in these things and continue to dive down this rabbit hole. And I've invited like half a dozen people on the show since to either corroborate what you're saying or shut down what you're saying, or at least show some sort of counter evidence or give me some more context to what you're saying, because there's nobody else that's saying what you're saying.
Yeah.
You can, or at least I can't find it.
Right. There wouldn't be.
So, and that's like a common thread on this show. I will typically have people on here that will say something, right, that many people won't agree with. And then other people will reach out and say, hey, this guy's full of shit. Let me come present my evidence, right?
Which is good. That's a gymnasium.
Yes,
that's
exactly.
an ancient Greek gymnasium.
Correct.
It's wrestling.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Well, a lot of people made videos kind of like responding to what you were saying, like edited videos, calling out bullshit on you, saying that you messed up, you were lying, you were taking stuff out of context. Yet so people know, we quite literally reached out to, I don't know, Steve, what was it, 2-3 dozen scholars?
Yeah, there was a lot. There's a lot. I asked an AI to give me like a list of 50, and half of them were dead.
We a few of them were from Harvard. A few of them classical philologists from Harvard, theologians, biblical scholars, all of which said they would not be comfortable to come debate you.
Let me tell you again.
So I got to keep rolling with this until I can find somebody
Yes.
to prove you wrong.
We just want to talk about the Bible.
We just want to talk about the Bible.
You've got to bait them, Danny. You've got to bait them. Look, if this is going to work out as my place of feasting, you've got to bait these people better, right? They know. Here's the problem. What makes them afraid? What makes them afraid? It is that old reason that sits in our brain and tells us, I don't believe in fairy tales. I want some science. And they know that that's what a classical philologist does, is they work with the science of the language. And when you look at these texts, it's going to blow your whole mind what you thought.
Did you say on the last podcast, or have you ever said that you're the only one who knows this stuff?
No, of course not. No. Any classicist, and there's a few who have started studying Galen, right? Any classicist can come to you and say, hey, the sources that he's talking about, like Nero's arch-physician that's in Galen, that talks about the drugs that are being used in the death rites, him. And they can look it up. They can go to their classes. They can go look it up. They can check the Greek out.
Right.
Now, classical departments have been falling behind. And that's why it's particular to me. That's why you don't have hundreds of people coming up and say, oh my God, did you know Christ is a drug? Right? You don't have people doing that. So your guys at Harvard or Yale, those people are smart enough to know that I'm just talking text. And they can tell whether or not I'm a trained classical scholar, right? What you call a philologist. Is that dude a classical philologist? They can tell. And unfortunately, the fakers and the phonies can tell as well. And that's why when you invite people and they don't come, it's because they're unable to. One of the people that you invited is now on a big show. Correct?
Oh, yes. Yeah, because he did a debate with somebody that blew up.
Right. And he's not here now.
No, he's not here.
No.
But in all fairness, he's a very busy guy. He had a lot of stuff going on in his life, and you get a call from that show, and you kind of have to do it.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's sad. It's a shame. But the way I understand it is there's like the Bible, and then there's Christianity. That is like this veneer that people don't like to look through. They don't like to look past that. But behind that, there's a whole nother universe of history with all this other stuff, from poetry to comedy to musical stuff to philosophy to medical texts. That is just like, once you can penetrate that veil of Christianity and the church, there's so much more to learn.
Yeah, you got it. Listen to that. You just cracked the ages. You know what I mean? Right? When you see through that Christian filter, and I don't want to say Christian, it's a monist filter, because the same thing happened to the Egyptians, like in the 14th century BC. They had a monism that came along. One God, and everybody else has to be ignored. Forget her, Lady Justice, and forget. And those were the followers of Aten, right? And anyway, whether it's Ottanism or Christianity or Judaism or Islam, those are monist traditions. And monist traditions follow patterns in history. And if you can penetrate that monist lens and get back down to the classical civilization, you can explain what those very earliest Christians were doing, because their writings are at the same time. Here's the big problem, people. This is why the world is so screwy, and why the history that you think you know is not the accurate history. It's not the factual history.
This episode of the podcast is brought to you
because you're looking through a lens of theology. You're looking through a lens, and it's distorting the way that you're perceiving the world. And the reason you're doing that is because the focus was narrowed to the biblical or Christian monist texts. So outside of that, world is an entire other world. It's what surrounds it and makes it operate like Christ. Jesus didn't show up and become the first Christ.
The first Christ was Lady Babylon.
The first linguistic reference we've got to an historical person, the Queen of Babylon, the Medea. She was first portrayed as Christing herself. But when Jesus is there, 1,000 years later, when he's doing his thing, that word is going to be very important. It's history and everything about it. People, here's what I mean. Let me crack the lens a little bit for you. There are 5 words in Greek, ancient Greek. They're the most prominent words that you're going to hear in Christianity. And those 5 words are all drug terms. They're all drug terms. Are you ready? Christ, Savior, baptism, mystery,
Resurrection.
No. Oh God, I forgot the 5th. I'll think of it in a minute. Where's that?
Too much tobacco.
I need some more of the tobacco to jog my memory. But all of those, gospel. See, it works. Gospel. People don't realize it. That's the beautiful one. Can I?
Of course.
Please, is that? Tobacco. Yay. What is the? Oh God, where's a lighter?
It's there, isn't it?
How can you?
There it is.
It's under my hat. It's under my hat. Gospel. People don't realize that the word gospel is the word that you use when a drug is given to a person. It's the drug's efficacy. The gospel is what brings you salvation. Salvation. Right? And remember, there's no clear delineation between drug use and religion and medicine. Those are all part of the same world. This is why you have prophets. Anybody knows, and this is I'm going to rock the world with this. Are you ready? And people are going to be, how can he say that? Look at the text, people. The only thing that a prophet designates is somebody who sees visions via drugs.
And prophets were people who were bombed on drugs.
Yeah, not just bombed, but like integrated into their whole.
They were like shamans?
Repertoire. Yeah, that you could touch their clothing and everybody knew you're going to get some kind of blessing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, a vision, perhaps. A vision. I'm sorry. Am I yelling?
No, you're fine. No, it's great.
Vision.
But what do you say to all the people online? There was many of them who said and people that I've had on this podcast since that say there is this semantic range and the word Christ had many different meanings. And just because that you say it was a drug term doesn't mean that that's the only meaning it had. There were many other readings, and you're broad brushing the word Christ to mean what you want it to mean.
Those people don't read classical Greek. All of those critics, right? None of them actually does classical Greek. If they did, they wouldn't make such a stupid statement. Right? The role of the classical philosophers, the job is to find that lexical reality. What does that word mean? And so what you do is when you read works over a period of 1,000 years, because remember, that's what we do. We read stuff that takes place over 1,000 years. Okay, so it's not just like, this is not, I tell my students, you're not just learning English. You're not just learning English or German or French.
Right.
Right? You're learning over a millennium 2 millennia. You're following the track of the Logos. I love you, Mr. Box. You're tracking the arc of the Logos, right? And that's why those terms like that, there's a whole physics behind it and whatnot. And the classicist has actually had the privilege, if they're good, of reading everything around, right, over a 2,000 year span. Boom. And then when somebody comes to you with a text, for example, the Bible, you've got a broad context of where that thing sits and where the meaning has drifted or not drifted or augmented or changed, right? Because that's where the meaning does. That's why they say semantic drift and whatnot.
Semantic drift, right? The meaning changes over time.
Yes, right? Because they're living. They grow and they develop, they age and they die. Right? Language is living for anybody who didn't figure that out.
What is the semantic drift of the word Christ?
Yeah, it starts out as the bite. It's the bite of the fly.
The gadfly.
The gadfly, right? Which brings you the oestrus. Now, wait a minute. You say, what? Stop. It's the culture. What are they using? They're using arrow poisons.
When is this? What year?
So, say late Bronze Age.
Late Bronze, so
late Bronze Age. You can say like 1600 to 1000.
Okay.
Right? Just talk about that period of the Bronze Age, right? This is when all this tech is coming about. It's all coming through arrow poisons. The very words in Greek are what betray this, right? In addition to all the references. Right? Now you can say Eohiera, the poison.
Where do the arrow poisons come from? That's snake venom?
That's Black Sea stuff, baby. It's Black Sea stuff. And it's coming from combos of venoms, combos.
Okay.
Which is incredible.
Right. Multiple venoms mixed together.
Multiple venoms mixed together. And they're blending it up. Even the midwives are using it to deliver children.
And the Medusae would shampoo their hair in this venom.
Well, it said they carried the venom in their hair. I don't know
wrap
if
their hair around
shampoo it, but
well,
I'd probably just oil it up. I've never had the pleasure of oiling up a Medusa, but I can imagine, that hair is the container for the eos, they called it.
Right.
So do you understand why they had prophets and oracles? Because they were using the eos. Now, this is something, look, I'll give you something fresh. Okay. Because I know, that's old material, man. I told you that, baby. What's the fresh stuff? You know that rod? You know what I brought you today?
No, go ahead.
I have brought to you the rod of Hermes. Oh, God. It's like that guy's rod. Yeah, they knocked them all off. Alcibiades, those... Oh, I'm sorry. No,
it's okay. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, and anyway, the rod. Oh, God. This is something people don't know. The serpent. 2 serpents wound around a rod. Do you know what that...
Copulation.
No, God damn it, no.
Well, I heard Ruck talking about this. Carl Ruck said, when you see a serpent copulate, it opens a portal to another dimension. And also, when you see a serpent copulate, you have a sex change. What the...
Because he knows in the cave of Eternitas, above the entrance is the Ouroboros. He knows that. So he knows that's the snake that consumes itself.
Oh, okay.
Right, that he's talking about. Yeah, definitely. He's talking about that old, oh, God, Earth Mother, the first oracle. Definitely. Now, why is it between the rod? What is it separating? The rod is separating 2. It's separating 2 snakes.
Right.
It is dote and antidote.
Right. That's
right.
Explain.
No. I didn't explain that last time because I just learned that. It's dote and antidote.
By the way, can you? It is kind of a terrifying image. The image of 2 snakes having sex. Have you seen it?
Not having sex.
Can you look it up, Steve? Just type in snakes mating.
Do they have their anal flaps
It's
open?
crazy looking.
They have dual
No,
peens. They have, what do they call those?
You find it, Steve? Yeah, hold.
Hemipene. Snakes have
Just images, not
penises
just
with
go to images.
2 heads. 2-headed penis.
The snake does?
Yes.
Really?
Oh God. I massage my snakes.
Look at that. Look at that right there.
What?
Oh, this thing.
Yeah, look at that. How wild is that? They're like braid themselves together.
Yeah. They love it
And
when
I'm sure they bite each other.
Yeah, you rub them. Oh God. Look at it comes out. Where's the hemipene? Show us. Give us. It's dual-headed. It's dual-headed.
What does that mean when you see a snake? Look at that on the right. Yeah.
Yeah. It's gorgeous.
How crazy is that?
We're just
man?
enjoying snake.
Yeah, we're watching snake porn right now.
I love that. It's a dance, huh?
Watching a snake is like opening a portal to another dimension,
Yeah.
says Rock.
Yeah. It's getting me going, that's for sure. I'll tell you that. Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Roth. Appreciate that.
So
No,
the
here we
semantic
go.
drift of the semantic drift
Yeah.
of the word Christ.
Yeah.
Christ starts in the Bronze Age, late Bronze Age.
Yes.
That's the first time we ever see the word Christ.
No, it's the first reference to an individual who was from that period.
It's a first reference to an individual.
Yeah, who was Christing.
And who is that individual?
Medea.
Medea.
That's the oldest one
right.
that we've got. So we know that
So
the
that's
concept.
the first time we ever see the word Christ.
It's the first time we ever see okay, it's the earliest don't say it's the first.
Okay, sorry.
It's the reference to the earliest Christing historical person. Reference to the first time we see someone somebody got Christed.
Okay.
Yeah.
But was the term ever, do we find that word any time in literature earlier than that?
No.
No.
Oh, in literature earlier than that. Oh, yeah, no. There's a whole bunch.
There
Like
is?
Euripides is earlier. That's a historical reference. All right, so that's a historian, a Greek historian. Remember, the Greeks invented history, right?
And
It's
how
all
is
the
Euripides
language
using
stuff.
the word?
He's using it the same way. He's
The same
using
way?
it for a sex drug.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. No, it's never different from the fact that it's a drug.
It's always
It's
a
always
drug.
a fucking drug, people. Right? It always is
Yeah,
a drug.
Right. It's a new year.
So I don't, the only reason, and people will say, Danny, you're being bamboozled.
Right.
Right?
Everyone's saying that.
How does this one guy come up with this thing that nobody else knows? You know why? Because I've read the medical literature. Right? The first time I saw it, it kind of excited me too. I was like, wait a minute, did that just say somebody Christed someone? Yeah. Surprised me.
When is the first time it is? So, starting, it goes, Euripides talked about it before Medea.
Yeah.
And then
No, Euripides talked about it before the historian who wrote about Medea.
before the historian.
Before he wrote.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is hard to navigate the history. We're talking about
No,
things that happened, and we're talking about when it was written
It's
about.
over 2,000 years.
Right.
God, it's so confusing.
Yeah. So, when is the first time the word Christ is used in a different way? That's not a drug term.
It's never used in a different way. It's not a fucking drug term. I'm sorry. I gotta stop the F-bombs. I should put the hat back on.
When did they start saying that it was something different? It was what did Dan McClellan say?
That-
Dan McClellan said it meant a revolutionary. When did that come about? When did they start saying it meant a revolutionary?
There's never does. They're smoking a
Oh no,
theology.
never mind. He said lay stakes meant revolutionary.
Yeah, oh yeah, no, that's
He
the
said-
same. That's the same drug he's using, though. It's the same drug he's using, right? You put up a boundary. Here's what happens. You said in the very beginning, which is genius. There's you reach a point where Christianity took over the writing of the history and the analysis, the education.
Mm-hmm.
And when they did, you lost something, right? We're looking at that, but we haven't penetrated yet that lens. That's still theology.
Yes.
That you're getting. It's always a Christing.
So it's
But
always a Christing
the
until
later-
the church.
Yeah, until it becomes a tradition in the church. And then they define what this thing is. It's fantastic.
Okay.
So
And Bible scholars wouldn't know this because Bible scholars don't read medical texts.
No.
They don't read philosophical texts. They stick to the Gospels.
I can bring any Bible scholar in here, and I hope this doesn't scare you away. Because I'm waiting. I'm so hungry, Daddy. I'm so hungry.
This is an open invitation for anyone. And I think it would make it better if we got 2 Bible scholars in here to debate you. So it's 2 versus 1. The table's a little lopsided.
Do it once. Yeah, no, it's
Or classicist, Bible scholar, anybody.
Yeah, any classicist, right? Come sit here. Let's talk about it. Isn't it wonderful they're talking about it? You know what I mean? Hey, classicists should be drawn like flies. You know what I mean? They should love this stuff.
Right.
Yeah, classicists.
Is there any reason they would be afraid to do this? Not in the aspect of getting things wrong or getting quote unquote steamrolled by you, but like, would they get any sort of backlash from the universities, or they like lose tenure for engaging with you and talking about this stuff?
Traditionally, I don't know about the atmosphere right now, but traditionally, classicists don't mingle with biblical scholars.
Right.
Why?
I'm talking about another classicist.
Because it was their text, right? And they don't want people saying things about their text. You could get yourself in big trouble if you start talking about what's in there, right? You can. It's very easy. I'm telling you, there is stuff I'm going to show you today, a new one. You guys are going to love this. Oh, God, eat my. Galatians says Jesus Christ, it's alive.
That's what we told Mary on the mountain.
Yeah, in the woods. He took her out in the woods.
Yeah. We actually read about this on a previous podcast that we did with somebody. Who remember we like read through this?
Did you?
On a recent pod, we saw it on a blog post where there's a guy who was calling it it was Bart Ehrman or something. Bart Ehrman. Yeah. He was explaining this something about Mary, and he talked about how Jesus was making Mary. He was
the greater letters of Mary.
Greater, yes, that's no. He was calling it the greater questions.
No, that's it. Is it's questions.
Questions of Mary. Yeah,
it is. Oh God, what do you do? It's a clear reference. And by the way, it's one thing I can do is I can unlock for you the fact that when Jesus talks at that moment about bringing the woman from his side. People always think, and you think back to Eve, and the presentation of Eve in the Septuagint, which was a Hellenistic document. And not a Hebrew one, it never was. And when you think about what he did when he said it brought a woman out of his side, is a process of, I can show you text, is a process of sexual activity. And engaging the flanks. Have you ever engaged a woman in the flank? Do you understand what I'm saying? You put that energy into the flank. Boom! Bring it from both sides. Shoot it right in there. You know what I mean?
Both sides?
Yeah. Boom! Just shoot it right in. You know what I mean? And it's the sex cult. That's the thing that's so cool about this is there's a lot of sex cult stuff going on.
Yeah. No, you made that clear last time.
Yeah, and it says that it says in the text, in the Greek text. Now remember, people, how is this person getting this stuff? How is Amen getting this stuff? It's just text out there in Greek, and you can look at these people, and this one says something beautiful. This one says something beautiful. It says the kids were afraid of the drugs. They were afraid of the drugs that Jesus was talking about.
The kids were?
Yeah, because he wanted them to eat his ejaculate. That's what it says. He engaged Mary sexually out in the woods. And then he said, you've got to eat. You've got to eat my uncle, Roya. You gotta eat my blood. That's life. Right? Eat my flesh and
Who wrote
drink
that?
my hyma. And people say, hyma means blood.
They want
You
to
look
change
at-
the meaning of the words, yeah.
Oh my God. Just look at the text, people. It's really cool. I'm sorry, Dan, to go on a rant like that. Yeah, go ahead. What's next?
No, I was just going to ask you who wrote that Questions of Mary, the story about him being on the mountain with Mary and doing that.
Yeah. I don't know. No.
So didn't you read it?
Yeah.
You read the primary?
Oh, yeah, we have the text, but who knows? You mean who wrote it originally?
Yeah.
No, who knows? I don't know. Does it matter? This is biblical scholars. They say, yeah, you wrote this. Oh, God. It doesn't say.
So when you
The document is the
read
evidence.
but when you read the document, don't you consider where it came from and when it came from, or no?
You do, but you determine that through the language.
Oh.
Yeah.
So by reading the Greek, you could figure out who wrote it and when?
You were trained as a classical philologist to be able to read Greek from the late Bronze Age, right? Into the right. That goes into the linear B. From that period down, okay, starting with Homer, working your way all the way forward to 1000 Anno Domini, where you're reading Homeric scholars who are writing ancient, who are writing Byzantine explanations and commentaries of Homer, right? Because remember, Homer is the way that we teach grammar, right? It's a science, and you program somebody. That's why the second thing on my little thing here was, why are we so far behind the Greeks? Right? Listen to their education. It's music. It's in 3 branches: music, grammata, grammar, and gymnasium. Where you and I are gonna get naked together. Steve's gonna watch.
And what's the gymnasium?
Yeah, I'm telling you, we're gonna get naked together.
Okay.
And then,
With the candles?
No.
And the Bible. We got the Bible.
Well, no, we don't need the Bible.
We need the Bible if we're going to get
Not in the gymnasium.
Okay.
Not in the gymnasium. We're going to get naked and we're going to get oiled up.
Mm-hmm.
And you and I are going to slug it out. We're going to put some bands on.
Okay.
Right? To prevent any serious damage.
Oiled up, butt naked, boxing.
Yeah.
MMA. Ancient MMA.
Right. Wrestling. We're going to practice submission and taking somebody down and submitting them. So their education, the standard Greek education, is 1/3 music, 1/3 grammar, the spoken language, and 1/3 MMA. Yeah.
No math?
It's part of, believe it or not, it's part of MMA.
The math is part of MMA?
Yeah, everybody's sitting in the stands. You know what they're doing? They're reading Pythagoras, baby. Right? These are Greeks, man. Where do you think libraries come from? They didn't come from any civilization but one alone. That was the greatest language, the most complex language. And everybody's sitting looking at everybody's sitting looking at the pyramids. Oh, God. Big deal.
Pyramids?
The pyramids.
Not impressed.
Not impressed.
Why?
Rocks piled upon rocks by a bunch of sweaty slaves. And do you understand why we can't figure out how they built the things? Because they weren't smart enough to develop a language that would allow them to describe it, to hand it down to us. If you read anything, any sort of translation from Egyptian, read it. I had to read the medical stuff, right? Because I was looking at their technical level. You read the Book of the Dead, man. You read the By the way, the whole Middle Eastern thing too, all you scholars out there, and the Middle Eastern thing, you know that language is garbage.
What language is
You
that?
know, it's all of them. The Assyrian, the Akkadian, all of them. Now, the Assyrians had a little bit of medicine. That was it, though. Right? Read the Epic of Gilgamesh. Oh, my God. Listen, people. I already set this up.
What is the Epic of Gilgamesh? That's written in Sumerian?
Yeah, it's... there's several. Sumerian, Babylonian, Akkadian, I think, is in there.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Middle Eastern languages, we're talking about Gilgamesh. They got it from the library of Ashurbanipal, right? Which is mostly a bunch of laundry lists. Anyway, the master work that they came up with was this Gilgamesh, and I just want to read to you. What I'm going to do, audience, this magic trick that I'm going to do, is I'm going to flash before your eyes two things. The first thing is Gilgamesh, and the second thing is Aristotle. Oh, God, this guy's going to... He's going to totally bash us. Yes, Timmy. That is the purpose.
Yeah. You want to hit the lights for us? You want to?
I think I can
Should
do
we?
it.
Okay.
This day on which Enkidu dreamed came to an end. Yeah, and he lay stricken with sickness. One whole day he lay on his bed, and his suffering increased. He said, Gilgamesh, the friend on whose account he had left the wilderness. Once I ran for you, but he's having some kind of delusional fevers here. So for the water of life, he's going for the water of life. And I now have nothing. A second day he lay on his bed and Gilgamesh washed over him, but the sickness increased. A third day he lay on the bed. He called out to Gilgamesh, rousing him up. Now he was weak in the eyes. He was blind with weeping. In 10 days he lay there suffering. Crazy. Oh my God, does this ever stop? And Gilgamesh wept over him. Oh God, finally died. I'm so happy. Right? Okay, now think about the language that it takes to express that. Just linguistically. Right? Do you hear the repetition? Do you hear it's very simple verbs, very simple actions? It's very, repeated. That's what languages that don't have many words do that. They use repetition as a crutch.
Right.
Think of it as like a kid developing his speech, developing his ability at speaking. Okay, now let's fast forward to Greek and let's compare it. This is Aristotle. Harmony is celestial, since its nature is divine, noble, and wonderfully wrought. Being in its operation naturally quadripartite, it has two means, arithmetic and harmonic, and its parts and magnitudes and excesses are manifested in conformity with number and equality of measure. For melodies are given their form in the range of 2 tetrachords.
What the f does that mean?
Oh, do you feel as dumb as I do?
Yeah.
It turns into huh. After a while, it turns into huh.
Uh-huh.
Okay, that's Aristotle. Right? If you look at what he does with the language, it's miraculous. It's like watching a gymnast with a routine.
Right.
They're just able to reach out into the ether and grab something and pull it in. Oh, God. Oh, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. And the earth was tohu wabohu. And you're going to say, what? Tohu wabohu is the Hebrew. Right? It's not the original. The Greek is oratos and kataskewastos. Those are two very different terms. Very, very different. And the Hebrew can only translate them into empty and empty because Hebrew only had 7,000 word vocabulary, dude. All right, so as you're looking at languages, as you're looking at people who are analyzing those languages, realize what you're dealing with. Languages are not all the same. They're not. And I'm sorry, but Mother Greek is just sexy, sexy, naughty. Yeah, man, there's poetry, such so naughty poetry.
So you're the only person on this earth, on this planet, that says that the Septuagint was an original Greek.
Am I the only one?
Is there anyone else?
Yeah, there is.
There is?
Yes. Yeah.
Who?
He's dead. Does that count?
Kind of, I guess.
Okay.
Maybe you get like a half a point for that. Who is he?
He's
John Scarborough.
No. He's a dead longer than that. He was a scholar of Greek, a grammarian, like they used to grow. These are the guys who started everything. Because the language, you can't go where the language has to lead you there. Yeah, and he said, hey, Origen, who's a Christian, right? His name is Africanus.
Oh, Africanus,
Yeah.
He's the only other one. He's been dead a long time.
He said that a portion, right, of the Septuagint at least, there's no way it's a Hebrew.
Do you know what portion?
It was several books. Yeah, Daniel. He uses examples from Daniel and from Genesis. Now,
so we had Gad Barnea on here.
Yeah.
He was trying to explain to me, Steve. He said it was like Jewish Greek.
Yeah, I wonder if it was that Keon Greek, but he definitely said it was. Yeah, I wonder. He doesn't say that. He just says it was Jewish Greek.
Okay.
That doesn't exist.
Jewish Greek.
You should know that. It doesn't exist. There's no Jewish Greek. What is Jewish Greek? What do? You take all the Jewish...
Can we play the clip?
Do you take Jewish authors and throw them? They have a whole separate Greek. Give them equality.
We're gonna love this. Let's bring him into the museum. Let's bring him into the arena here. Oh, virtually into the arena. What? Oh God! You got the full podcast. Are you gonna find it? You know where it is? You know what spot?
What? Where does he date Judaism to? He dates it really late, like 2nd century BC.
I'm not sure, but he did say that the Septuagint was Hellenistic, and he said that he believes it was written in the same time frame as... He said that translation happened within, I might be picking this up, but I want to say within 30 years, 20 or 30 years, he said. So he thinks it was, around the same time, or, it was still Hellenistic. I don't know. I don't know what he was saying. We're going to have to listen to him. If you can find it, Steve.
I have this clip right here. Where
you have the clip?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's play it.
That's what it is.
Let's play.
Okay. Now, another really important point a lot of scholars miss is that the Septuagint is not Greek as such. It's not Greek. It's Judeo-Greek.
For people who are new to this stuff, can you explain what the Septuagint was?
So the Septuagint is the Torah of the first 5 Hebrew Bible to something that is Greek. And the reason I'm saying Greek related because it's not actual Greek. It's Hebrew Greek. It's Jewish Greek. It's Judeo Greek.
No. Oh my God, because it doesn't exist.
So I come from classical.
Oh,
so
really?
Me,
Bring it.
And reading the Septuagint, which is an extension of Septuagint in terms of language.
No, it's not. Not at all.
It was almost shocking. It was almost uncomfortable.
No, he's making it up, dude.
For anyone coming from classical Greek or from Greek Greek.
No.
To read the Septuagint because it's not. In some cases, even it seems to be wrong.
Right.
Some of the terms that it's using don't make sense in Greek.
Oh, really?
The Hebrew term
behind it. Give me
really?
Give me an example, dude.
So it's Hebrew. It's really very much true. A lot of people listening to this know about Yiddish. So Yiddish is Jewish German.
Right?
Dude, Jewish German.
What is that from?
Hold on. Let's finish it. I didn't even know that.
Yeah. So okay. So Yiddish is Jewish German.
Okay.
And it's based on German. It has a lot of words, also kind of sprinkled And that's the same thing with the Greek of the Septuagint. It's not so. For Ptolemy or anyone to commission a work Greek, not mixed with.
Yeah, why would you create Jewish Greek? Why wouldn't you just make it?
So that was probably the Greek that was by the Jews of Alexandria.
Probably.
So it was written for that's the language
Greek
that they had.
All right, that's good, Steve. What is he saying? What is
bullshit?
Can you for a second try to elucidate or clarify his position and what he's saying for people that are listening to this and they're confused as right now?
His position is
can you clarify his position?
Yeah, it's flim-flam. There's no Jewish Greek. Just like there's no Italian Greek. There's no Turkish
But why
Greek.
is he saying that the Septuagint is Jewish Greek? How is it different?
I don't know, because he's trying to pull the authority. Right? He's trying to say, you really can't read this text because it's not Greek, it's something else. Oh no, it's beautiful.
But it is Greek.
It's beautiful Hellenistic Greek, and I would put it at the level, compared to people like Callimachus the Tatar, because he's so elevated. Right? The prophets, the prophetic writings that are there, remember, prophetes is a Greek term, right? The prophets that are there, they're reaching I'd say a mid-level 5 or 6. I give it a 5 or 6. So it's not up to the standard of the museum.
It's not up to the standard. So we were talking before we started about the Koine Greek. Koine Greek is like a McDonald's hamburger Greek, and then you have Aristotle, which is like a Wagyu fillet or like a tomahawk ribeye, like a prime rib.
I would put Aristotle just a little. I wouldn't put him at the top. No.
So where on that range, on that scale, is the Septuagint Greek?
About a 5. It's somewhere in
halfway.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's very stylistically. It's I'd put it a good 5.5 or 6. She's not going to the Olympics or anything, right? But there is considerable drift from Alexandria lexically. The meanings of the words are like penetrating, getting out there, right? That's why we're talking about Uranus and Gaia. So you can see that influence from Alexandria. And that gentleman just said that there's a Greek and there's some other kind of Greek.
Jewish Greek.
It does not exist. It does not exist. If you want the
you don't learn about Jewish Greek in classical programs.
It sounds so funny. No, why would you get why would you get Jewish people writing things then in Greek if they had this other language that this whole book was made up of? No, it's gorgeous. It's gorgeous.
I have a question.
Classical Greek. Yes, Steve.
Okay, so we can kind of apply that to today, right? So a great analogy would be like English. English is English, right? But then you have American English and UK English, right? We don't really differentiate that, but there is a difference, especially in the written words, like color, COLOUR versus America's COLOR.
Yeah.
They put a lot of OUs in there. For instance, aluminum is our word, but aluminium.
Yeah.
So
it's not quite. Wait, you're halfway there with that because that's dialectical differences, right?
Do you feel tired?
That's one level of how language can change or evolve, right? It's through dialect. I'm talking at a deeper level with the lexical capacity of the language. What is the language able to describe? And the difference between Koine Greek and some kind of gorgeous Attic steak like Aeschylus is a drop in its lexical complexity, right? It's a dumbing down. Koine is a dumbing down process. And koine can happen across dialects. Think of it that way. It's like a virus, dude. Once you've been infected with koine, you're in trouble. And the Greeks try to revive their own standards back up to 5th century Athens, because that's when Greek is its most elegant.
5th century.
Yeah, when all that democracy stuff's going on, and all the tragedy and comedy and all that kind of stuff, all the civilization is happening. It's when they're developing it. This all started because I said I wouldn't put Aristotle at the top, right? Because there's Aeschylus. I put him at the top, and he's using this old Dorian chorus, and it's like, God, it's like it's a beating heart of civilization. Once you penetrate that monist film that obstructs your vision, and you reach that reality that you actually have in history, that's why I tell people, you don't know history, you don't get it. You can ask a Christian today, and I intend to do this to anybody today that comes to us, to tell me what the Christ is. I already know what they're going to say, and I already know how to bat it down. And I suppose I could get a couple of New Testament scholars in here, and I could stand on this table and provide you the seed and the blood that you need, by bombarding them with text after text after text of Christ and turning people into sex fiends. Oh, God. Satyrs with weapons in the medical treatments. Do you understand?
So Koine Greek, the Septuagint was not Koine Greek.
No,
it's much better. It's much better.
It's in an intermediate period when stuff begins to degenerate, right? But no, it's very much got the Hellenist. It's still got a little bit of a twinge of the Hellenistic intellectual stuff that was coming out of the museum in Alexandria, the library, all those great artists. Essentially, Danny, that's another point for the paper.
Mm-hmm.
Look, people, the problem is you're not ruled by musicians, right? You people are ruled by musicians, and that's the problem. And people don't recognize either. Society.
I don't drink from Ganymede's rectum. That's why I'm not in charge.
No, but the musicians were.
Yes.
Right? And they can drink from Ganymede's rectum. And you, mucker, is the word in Greek. Metrokoites. The society that's coming up with things like democracy and scientific method, that society that's getting so advanced, they're founded by rock and roll people, right? They're founded on the backs of lyre players, men and women. And for those of you who don't know that, check it out. You're going to find a whole lot of guitar playing people. And this is the first time we see Metrokoites is with this group. And that is mother. That's how it's translated. I've seen a translation with that. And why? Who would give us such a thing? It's iambic poets who give us such a thing. What is iambic poetry? It is that poetry, that satanic vein that is sent to wake you up. It's the gadfly. You want to know what it means to be Christed? It means to be inspired. To be inspired by a drug. A drug with a gospel. A gospel that leads us to salvation. And that's all in the text. You've got it all in the text. I don't know why the monists try to cover it up, but they do. They come in. And just like you said, something happened in antiquity. It's that film of the Christianity.
That's what you're doing. You're inspiring a new generation
Yeah.
of time travelers to go back
Yeah.
and excavate the truth of antiquity
Correct.
and what was going on, the mysteries, the drugs, the sex,
Yep.
the pharmacon,
Yep.
everything.
Everything.
They were roaming around. There were no cultural sanctions on these people until
the Christians come
the
along
Christians come
and make laws, right, in order to manipulate and to control and seize estates. Libanius tells us this. He says those goddamn Christians, they've broken onto the estate and they're claiming we're violating laws by burning this incense. We've got to get rid of it because fumigation is a big deal. That's how you get a group of people high.
Mm-hmm.
They
would walk through the town and burn weed, marijuana.
Medea did. Yeah, that was one of the things she used. Yeah, and just fumigate. You just fill the air, right? And what does that do? It cleans people, they would say. You clean this person up, but too goddamn emotional. You can purge your population that way. I'm sure the CIA should already be a step ahead of us on this, right? But
of course they are.
Using drugs to control a population is a very ancient practice. Only the best culture does it.
When you say they use the fumigation to purge the population, what do you mean by that specifically? How do you purge them? How does that purge them?
You purge them of that naughtiness.
You purge them of the naughtiness?
Yeah.
Or you mean you're purging them psychologically is what you're saying?
Yeah. Imagine if I took you and Steve and 12 of your best friends up into the mountains and I drugged you all.
Mm-hmm.
And I gave you drugs that induced a 24/7 erection that can last for 7 days before you'll keel over dead. Which, by the way, that's when you get your tattoos that we were talking about, motherfucker. That's when you get them. Do you understand? You know the guys in the cult, if he can pull it out and it's full attention, it reads something, right? A message that disappears. Do you understand? Yeah. It's not a joke. It's not a joke at all. That's where the language is taking us. And it's gorgeous, man. The real history is actually more beautiful than the fairy tale. Let me give you an example. You think of religious writings. You think, oh, God, they're so wonderful. Let me give you a religious writing, a monist one that will crack open your head. Are you ready?
Mm-hmm.
This is from the Talmud. The Talmud says,
oh, God. Why were the Jews not Christians?
Why were the Jews not Christians?
Does that make sense? Why weren't the Jews Christians? If Christianity revolves around this figure who died on the cross who was Jewish.
Yeah.
What's going on there?
Because the gangsters. He ran afoul of the gangsters. He wasn't the main hotshot. He's the guy kicking over the tables in the temple where they're doing this to the children. Mary with her fingers in the temple, her purple fingers in the temple, feeding from the angels. Everybody knows that. Like, what did you think? In antiquity, they thought there were angels people? You thought they're, oh, flying. What are you, oh my God, your modern culture. Why the hell are we so stupid? Why do we buy the fairy tale so quickly? Here's the one about Jesus.
So Jesus was... He was an exotic figure who was Hellenistic, but based on Dionysus. Is that right? His story is based on the story of Dionysus?
No, you've been fingered by an academic.
That was Carl Ruck who said that.
No!
It was. I listened to it this morning.
It doesn't matter. You've still been fingered. What do we have to... I cannot go to any interpretation I have to stick with those texts. What do those texts say? We know it's the dude who's Christing.
So Jesus had nothing to do with Dionysus. There's no connection there.
No, Jesus had a lot to do with Dionysus because he is performing a mystery. He is involved in baptism. Who the hell gets involved in baptism in antiquity? Right? It's religious extremists who are going through mysteries. But when I say extremists, you can go through the big one in Athens, like everybody who's anybody does, right? And you can be born again, right? So, but it is what most of us would call a religious extreme of what's going on in the religion. Now, people don't realize baptism is a drug term. Baptism is a drug term. I need to bombard scholars with all of the
And
medical.
Carl and Ruck, who you hold in high regard.
Admire for the world. The man is such a seasoned classicist.
Who was one of the first classical scholars to talk about the use of drugs.
Yes, sir.
In his book about Eleusis.
He held the breach when nobody else would.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he doesn't believe that Jesus was a historical figure.
Yes, that's correct.
What do you think about that?
I think it's a cop-out. Because he knows something. Dr. Carl Roth knows something.
He's a mythicist by definition.
What the hell is that? He's a human being.
He's a human being. But a mythicist are people that don't believe Christ ever existed.
Yes, no, he's not a mythicist. Bullshit. He's a superhero. And when he's out in public, he draws people to him and his goodness. Even dogs love to hump him. Ask him. He won't admit it. This is why he won't come on Lady Babylon, because I'll force him. Right? He knows. It's okay. Copulating turtles, too. He and I watched 2 turtles. Copulate in Thrace. And then we went and drank some Retsina.
Have you really seen Carl Ruck naked?
This is very true. Very true. It was an accident. No, it was. I was prepping. I don't care because it's a positive story. I don't care. I'm going to tell you the truth from just my experience. We were staying at the same place for a conference, and I was sitting there and going over my notes, and he had gotten a shower just then, and he walked by, and his towel accidentally, it was a total accident, because I could tell by the way he reacted. But he had to bend over. And suddenly in my mind, I saw that bull-horned altar. And I was like, oh my God, I get it. It's like a centaur. Right? It's those big ones. It was like glory. It was like I was Priapus is right there.
He's got a pet iguana living in his shorts.
No, I wouldn't say that. It's just, he's ample, and he's a great ample man, just full of talent and incredible kindness and tenderness. And he's getting called saying, "Time to stop." No, it's the unbenefit of not being blind. Oh my God, I think I confused the double negatives. He stood in the breach when people used to tell Carl Rock, "Oh, you're talking about drugs and you must have a drug agenda," and it was scary, man. Dude could lose his job for that kind of thing. And he held the line because he loves the text, and that's where he's truly strong.
And I think he believes that the reason that he got smeared the way he did by his university was because when he was coming out with this stuff was the same time as the psychedelic renaissance, right?
Yeah.
And the academics didn't want to prop up any of this hippie bullshit. They thought that we don't want our ancestors and the ancient Greeks to be these hippies that we see today protesting the Vietnam War. Like, they weren't the same. They wouldn't have done such a
Yeah, It's the same resistance, and he wasn't interested in what their ideas were. He was interested in what those texts said, and he knew it. He had read all that stuff. He'd seen the ecstatic. He coined the word entheogen.
Yeah.
Right, that's from Greek, baby. He knows what he's doing. Exactly. So I think it's a little bit of an excuse. Knowing that Jesus is around all this drug activity.
So you think it's a cop thing that he said this was not a real person?
No.
Story.
Yeah.
He thinks,
No, I think I don't think he even thinks. I wouldn't dare to think what's in that genius mind of his. But I know this. He's got to stay with the text. It doesn't matter whether Jesus was real or not. If the texts are saying that Jesus was in a public park with a naked kid screaming, "I am not a child licker. I am not a child." Linguistically, he can go there. And I think it was irrelevant, right? That he's a philologist then. So Carl Rudd, please say something about Jesus. Please say something. Christ, tell us. You know Euripides.
he
You
said,
know it's a sex.
is that he wasn't a boy, he was a young man.
Yeah, a young man.
But I don't see the big deal. I don't see the big difference there.
The difference is the diminutive. It's not a neonius. A young man is a neonius.
Okay.
A neoniskos, that iskos suffix, is a diminutive. It
Meaning
means
he's old.
you take the thing and you make it smaller. You make it younger. My little Paides.
Little man.
My little Paides, because you're a big girl. And I.
Where should we take the time machine next?
Yeah.
Also, Steve, do you want to turn the lights on, or is this good enough lighting for?
I mean, let's stick with what we got.
Okay, let's do it. Then I'm going to tell you. What am I telling you? I'm looking at the word. For have. To pit somebody sexually, and who's it referring to? It's referring to Jesus and the little bits of questions of
Mary on the mountain.
Yeah, and it says that he wants her to receive his seed to be eaten. To be eaten. And the beautiful thing about it is, because she's hesitant, he says, look, you just don't get things for epi-urania. They're epi-uranian. And if you don't know what that is, it's a Greek word. For that, I'm translating now as heavenly urania. Let me tell you who Leah is. She is the one that you set up. She, the queen, Scythian band that uses the arrow poison to give them the inspiration to play the lyres. She's the huntress, who is the Sotera. She is the earliest savior. And her mystery is the mystery that ultimately forms Christianity. And that mystery is what Jesus is reflecting here and saying, hey, you got to eat it, or you're not going to have salvation, lady. And he's like, you don't believe me because you can't think on things that are epi-urania. Lady, who's Urania? She's Aphrodite, you sexy beast. What do you think Mary Magdalene was for? You need a China because there are purple flowers in the world, people. There are purple flowers. Oh, by the way, the apostles didn't want to do it.
They didn't want to eat his.
No.
Why?
And they said it's his ice. They acknowledged openly he wants us to eat directly his seed, his semen.
Why? And
I don't know. If you were a kid, would you want to eat?
no, but what was there any? He obviously wasn't an antidote because he wasn't a eunuch, right?
It was gonna save you. It was gonna give you
what was the
bionic
pharmacological
vision.
How though?
Whatever's in his semen, baby.
What do you think was in his?
I don't know. I don't want to find out.
Neither do I.
Yeah, no. Fuck that, man. Bring these guys to justice, you know?
How could he have any sort of chemicals in his semen that would get you high?
Because they're using the body to process drugs.
Yeah, but he did it. He wasn't a boy though. You said the boys were doing that. They had to be young so that they could create the antibodies to be the Antichrist.
When he's with Mary, he wants her to eat his. And he uses very specific terms like fellatio.
Oh.
It's through the fellatio that he's getting. Yeah. You could be negative. You know?
I mean, just say you want to blow. I mean, you don't have to pretend like your life is the Da Vinci Code. Just ask her for a blowy.
I think that's why the apostles were like, no. I think that's why they were passive. You got to think so. He said that's why you don't understand heavenly things.
He's
sorry.
a cult leader. He's trying to. This guy just wants sex and drugs, and he's trying to paint this mythical, this cosmic, godlike connection that he thinks he has to make people follow him, so he can get more sex and drugs.
You got baptized, baby. You got baptized by John. He was with the devil for 40 days, bro. Do you know what I mean? No. You don't know because we haven't been initiated.
I can't. I have a hard time sometimes parsing through the poetry and the soul and what you're actually trying to say.
Yeah, he went.
He was with
the
the devil.
Everyone. Yeah, he was baptized and he went void.
Oh yeah, so he did drugs.
Right.
He performed a ritual, a mystery.
When he did the baptism, he saw Uranus open. Right? What do you see when you see Uranus open?
He met the devil.
Epi-Urania.
So he got high.
Uranian.
He got high and he met the devil.
Yeah. It says that.
What still happens today?
Yeah.
People that you hear people talking about all the time. I got too high and met myself.
Do you get blood when you get high and meet the devil?
I wish.
You're
Once or twice.
probably a cult leader. Wait, seriously? Then
Not when I'm in the depths of hell.
right.
Or maybe when I'm coming out of hell, or when I'm descending down into hell. I've participated in the rituals, but
no, you gotta suck those gates, man, or it's gonna kill you. That's why he's walking around telling you know Jesus encouraged people to use drugs. And I say that, and people are like, no, absolutely not. He encouraged people to use drugs. Where did he encourage them? He said, look, you're going to hold up snakes. You're going to drink this thanasimon, this death inducer, which is a cult compound. Nero's got the freaking formula for it. Do you understand? This is a big deal in antiquity.
yes.
And he's involved in this stuff. Jesus Christ is involved in this stuff. He's even got the poison garment. Right? He does what those who were Christed do. He kept casting out demons.
So you also said on the first podcast, you mentioned that when Jesus was caught in the park, he was high as
yes,
he was tripping balls.
Correct.
Cops captured him.
Yep.
And he was crucified 8 hours later.
Yeah.
He was captured at 4.
I don't know if
crucified
it was a full 8. I don't know if it was full 8 hours, but by like 3 o'clock, he's dead.
3 o'clock. He's
So
dead.
I think it's noon. He starts getting.
He
crucified.
died early.
Yeah.
Right.
He died prematurely.
And
right?
they offered, and he screamed. He was screaming out. Some people say he was singing.
Yeah.
And somebody offered him. His followers were trying to give him a sponge or something full of vinegar.
Correct.
And you say that Nonus wrote about that vinegar being an antidote to the horned African viper.
He says it's an antidoton, so he uses the Greek word antidote for the deep sass, which is identified as the North African horned viper.
Okay, let's put a pin right there.
Because of its symptom that it causes, that is extreme thirst.
Right.
When he's on the cross, he's screaming, I am thirsty. And there is a document. The reason that Nonus is telling us this is the Geoponica also shows that the word that you and I are translating vinegar is the word for the antidote, commonly for the specific snake venom that is used in their religious rites. Jesus is pushing those very same drugs in the Gospel of Mark.
When was Nonus? Who was Nonus?
Yeah, fifth
Anno Domini.
AD, and he is an author of a work called The Paraphrase of John, and he's an expert grammarian. And we don't have these anymore, but they're called grammaticoi. And he was able to reproduce this ancient form of Homeric dactylic hexameter. He's able to bring it down because it's the cult language. He brought it down to the fifth into the sixth,
and he quite literally wrote about that vinegar being the specific word for the antidote for the viper venom.
He actually wrote, you can look it up, it's in a work called The Paraphrase of the Gospel of John.
The Paraphrase of the Gospel.
Where he goes through the whole Gospel of John and he explains to you what's going on. He writes it in his own beautiful, like, lofty Greek. It's not Attic Greek. It's Homeric. And the fact that he could master their vocabulary on top of his own is quite dramatic.
In the 5th century.
Yeah, he's 2 minutes late. But he says it's an antidote, which the Geoponica, which is a Byzantine farming manual, it actually has the recipe for it, and it says the vinegar, and then it treats the dipsass and blah blah blah. So I'm not making that up. It's in there. And
so does anybody else who's read that? I imagine Ruck has read that, right? He's read Nonus.
Why would he have read the Geoponica?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Is that not a common thing for classicists to read?
No, totally.
Where did you find it?
Dr. John Scarborough put me onto it. He said, hey, get this Byzantine text. I was like, what's that? He's like, it's full of drugs. I was like, good. So, yeah. And it has the whole explanation of what the vinegar is and what it does. So when Jesus is up there going, oh, I'm so thirsty, right?
But he was translating John's gospel. And the way John wrote was not complex. It was very primitive, right?
No.
And John wrote it in what language?
Greek.
In Greek.
It's Greek.
Was Nonus's Greek better than John's?
Nonus's Greek was a
more detailed.
Think of it as if it's 2 guitarists. It's somebody who's a master of the guitar. Compared to somebody who is, proficient and able to perform in bars, but is never going to take a stage of a group and infatuate 1,000, 100,000 people, because of their level of artistic, gain. That's what you're dealing with. You're dealing with somebody who's, and you get that. There's all sorts of different sorts. Some of them, look, I'm sorry, you read the Aristotle. It makes you feel stupid, right?
Yeah.
Okay, you're not as smart as I'm not. I don't think anybody else around us is, to be quite honest. So, you see that reflected in the language gives them that sword, that sharp sword to be able to use, to be able to bring you some kind of ecstasy. Right? Why are we so far behind? Why are we just hearing about emperors on drugs? Why are we just hearing about the sex industry, the kink and antiquity? You know what I can do? This is what the word is. Give me a eunuch. What do you do with eunuchs? You don't even know. You don't even know.
Sell them, trade them.
Yeah, yeah. What
You can get the
if you
antidote
buy
with them.
some, if you buy some, if you and I go out tonight with Steve and we're like, let's get 2 eunuchs. Okay. What are we gonna do with those eunuchs?
You tell me.
No, what do you want to do? I don't know.
I don't want 2 eunuchs.
It was your idea. If you're gonna do this and we commit, I don't want to be there. And you're like, oh, I don't know.
I'm not committing to 2 eunuchs. I'm not going to do that. I don't need the eunuchs. I don't need an antidote.
But let's say that. Let's just say it's the world. Just a thought experiment.
Okay.
A
Let's
thought
do a thought
experiment.
experiment. Okay.
Yeah, 2 eunuchs.
I hope somebody clips this out of context.
We're gonna bring these 2 eunuchs back here, right? And I have some things I want to do with them, right? What would you like to? Just as a, we're producers. We're gonna bring this thing forward, right? Now you know why performing the mysteries was highly illegal. Right? It's only a priesthood that's allowed to do this. Right? That's why they protect it, man.
You couldn't do it recreationally.
No, this because it turns into a Remember, you're protecting oracles, baby. You have to have a priest that puts up a little shield. Yeah.
So tell me why we need the eunuchs.
Oh, okay. Well, what can you do with the eunuch?
You can extract their bodily fluids.
Some of them, but before, you don't just jump in to extracting body fluids. My God, man. Romance this thing. We can take off their testicles. The first thing it would do, you grab that.
They're already
8. Well, that's 27.
Oh, okay.
Okay, get beyond the castration. Fine. So we castrate our eunuchs, and then their body becomes a vessel of nectar. And there are ways you can give people drugs and have them produce certain substances that can then be harvested from the person, right? Drugs straight out, right? And the eunuch, you can collect from that eunuch his milk, right? Well, let's say it looks like milk. They don't. They describe it in serous, just like that girl with the grape-sized breasts that Galen talks about, and the serous exudate that comes out of her breasts that they're using. Right, that's the kind of stuff that I'm talking about. They're talking about transforming. Can you capacitate? Look, I had this down here. Right after Jesus' addiction, I was going to talk about, can you capacitate somebody with drugs? You've got to remember the societies that we're talking about will also base what they're doing on the idea that you can use drugs to take yourself to a better state. Your mind, your soul, everything. So the drug is very much the mysterium. It's very much the mystery. So much so that Galen says, hey, you realize so-and-so has his mysterium, and it's called blank. All right, so the word mystery itself becomes a drug term. So I think that's the only thing I can add to Dr. Ruck standing in the breach with his giant tools of doom in his fingers and his linguistic, his brain, and his heart. He's a good man.
What about Nero's death inducers?
They're paired with the Theriac.
When was Nero?
First century, middle of the first century.
Middle of the first. And what was his position? Who was he?
He was emperor, and he was a little bit, did some strange things. He got the power, and he's like, dude, I am totally taking it out on everybody. Everybody's going to pay. You know what I mean? And he married a boy, by the way.
Right.
Yeah, that was one thing. I'm sure you looked that up. But his arch physician had a Theriac combo that has the drug that is the death inducer, the thalassemon, paired with the galena, its antidote, and he's got the whole recipe.
Is it similar to the Theriac, to Galen's Theriac?
Yeah, it is Galen. It's not Galen's Theriac. It's one of the theriacs that Galen talks about, because there's a whole bunch of them. It's not the one that he's got Marcus Aurelius on. That one's making, people are going to research this now. I heard this is making a little bit of headway, right? Because people just read the document that talks about Marcus Aurelius and the theriac that he was taking, the drug combo that he was taking, right? And it's written there in Galen, and Galen's talking about he's doing a lot better on it. So people are going to read that.
Better.
Yes. Regenerative.
Because Marcus Aurelius was on the dope.
He was a hophead. Doing this opium and people.
Now the theriac had like a bunch of different viper venoms, viper flesh, had opium, all kinds of animal and plant products mixed into it. And it was supposed to be like a panacea, right?
Yes. But most importantly, people think, the theriac is a drug that you take that makes you invincible, gives you that ultimate health, gives you that fountain of life. No. It's not. The theriac is one half of one circle, and the other half of the circle is the death bringer.
Yes.
And together they work to open up that portal to get you to the other side and back. So that's where the cult finds the knowledge. Know yourself. You got this stuff written all over the place, right? Yeah. Oh.
So what was so special about Nero's death inducers?
From Galen's perspective, what was special is the fact that the formula is written in this, it's a dactylic hexameter again. So this thing is coming from a genuine source, right? You talk about who are the sources that preceded these people. We're talking about people like Nicander, who's that priest. People need to be introduced to the ancient priest. They don't know him or her, right? And he or she, what are they known for above all else? They're guitar players, baby. They're guitar players. They're sexy, sexy guitar players. And they are going to be able to retune you. They're going to do it, and they have rights to do it. Do you understand? They're going to make something of you, and when you come back from this experience, you will know yourself. So, this is healing. This is healing, right? And the monist virus swarmed in and shut it down. That's the type of purging that you need. You need your people to purge, or else you get tyranny.
Yes, yeah. Do you think there's something about the human brain that was something through evolution that wired the human brain to be dependent on a higher power? Something deep inside our brain, something ancient that has built this dependency on a higher power.
I think definitely. The proof is in the design. The proof is in the design. If you can go into the human body, this shocked me. As you can tell, this was part of my awakening when I was a graduate student at Madison. And I was taking my microbiology courses. And I realized, oh my God, there are receptors for cannabis in your brain. It makes no sense. It's completely contrary. Unless you should be having cannabis, it makes no sense to have a receptor there for it. It makes no sense. And I realized in studying that inner part of the system that carries that fluid, that water of life that I talked about before, and sitting right there above that hypothalamus, just dreaming those chemicals, just dropping those chemicals in there. I realized there's something that's controlling. There's something in the culture that controls. And it's what Julian, I think, the apostate said. that Christianity has a tendency, monism has a tendency to put control. And those drugs are beyond the control. The true Bacchic freedom is beyond.
Well, we are drugs. Human beings, animals, we're drugs. We're walking bags of drugs, of chemicals that are constantly fluctuating in their balance. We're never in a one particular state. Our state is always going up and down like waves, like depending on what our cortisol level is, our hormonal levels, like and every plant and animal and human being is a producer of DMT. We all have, everything has DMT in it. Everything, our brains, our lungs. First of all, how do you make something illegal that is in everything?
Right. Yeah. Right. It seems like it should be ethically wrong. It's like making the H2O illegal. You can't do that, dude.
Right.
We're all based on it.
So your higher power is not Muse. Your higher power is the Muse.
Definitely. Oh, I'm so glad. I don't know if I'm capable of receiving such an honor to say that. You know, the earliest temples, those Greeks with their gorgeous language that was coming to a peak, the temples that they built were temples to the Muse beforehand. It took me a while until I saw it in a cellular biology course, until I saw her write the story of what was going on with the dance of everything. I was like, oh God. Right. And then I was like, no, I love it. You gotta dance, baby. You gotta dance. That's all there is to it. Well, why else are you living, Danny? Why are you here? Ron, she's the one pushing you. You know what I mean? Well, I mean, seriously. Feed me.
Another thing I wanted to ask you about was Caligula.
Yeah.
Who's Caligula?
Caligula was the guy who was supposedly was pretty good. He's an emperor early first, and he comes in. He does pretty good to start with, but next thing you know, he's got senators up on the table, and he's sticking his hand up to his elbow in their anus. Yeah. Why would you do that? They say it's because he had a fever. I think that's an excuse. It's like the dude got COVID, and next thing you know, he's fisting senators.
Yeah, what was going on with that? He was sick for a long time.
Yeah. Prolonged fever. Probably messed up his brain.
He didn't try the Theriac?
Apparently he didn't get enough of it or something, because he took a dive, and when he came back, he was in the mood for fisting. Some people might say he did it on purpose. You know, Tiberius has little boys who were eunuchs. We were talking about eunuchs and what you can do with them. They can swim. I would like to go swimming. I would like to design. I am Tiberius. I'm the emperor. I have an island. It's called Capri. And on that island, it's goats. Get it? It's God. You know why? You can go to grottos on the island, and there's 9 to 13-year-old boys. There's 9 to 13-year-old boys there. And the same age girls. Pre-pubescent. And they will do what it will take to heal you. You know, you may get killed in the process. You may get killed, or somebody may have to get thrown over the cliff. You know how they deal with people on the island? Yeah, what do you do when she gets pregnant? Because this is a big deal. He's got to staff this whole island. You're thinking Epstein. Epstein is backwards and tiny. Right, compared to what Tiberius was doing. He supplies his island full of kids of all ages. It says that he has a penchant for the babies who have not yet stopped drinking from the breast. And the reason for this is because he's going to take that baby and he's going to put that baby on something. And he's going to take that baby when he's done and throw it over the cliff. Yeah. He has little kids, little eunuchs.
This is in what, the first?
Yeah, first. This is when Jesus is alive, baby. This is who's ruling when Jesus is alive. That's why the kid is such an important connection. When Jesus says, I'm not trying to bring kids, he's trying to separate himself Right, he's caught red-handed, to be honest, because he's caught next to a naked kid, right, by a SWAT team. Right? Pretty much sealed the deal, right? But you take your eunuch and you make your eunuch swim. That's a fun thing you can do. Look, just swim. I'm gonna go swimming, and every time I go swimming, I want you to swim by me, right? Like you're surrounding me, and I want you to go in. I want you to take nibbles of my genitalia. Okay, nothing to hurt me, just little nibbles. Huh? A little nibble of the genitalia. You know what the Baptists are doing? The same thing, baby. You are getting people. I brought the word. You're getting people used to the idea of performing for tyranny. That's why you need disciples. All right, I need you to eat this seed. You understand? There's a reason that you have to do it. Now, Tiberius takes it to the nth degree, to where he's staffing a whole island full of prepubescent boys and girls. And on this island, you can go find the grottos of the nymphs, if that's your thing. If that's your thing, you've got to be careful, but if that's your thing, that's your thing. And those nymphs will do what they need to do. So let's have a party with all of the senators. Let's get them all here, and let's put them in their place. And this is a tactic. It's a tactic. People think, oh my God, it's power, baby. If you can fix the senator, imagine. Trump thinks he's powerful, right? Right? I don't see him fixing anybody. Okay?
Yeah, you don't see it, but you never know. Could be doing it behind closed doors.
Let me say this so that it makes its mark.
Okay.
Right? When Nancy Pelosi is watching Donald Trump, her husband, in front of the entire Senate, like it's a big dinner party, by the way. We can do this at Mar-a-Lago if you want.
Okay.
All right, we can do it. All right, if he hasn't thought of this, let's put the thought in his head right now. Right? Pure satanic.
I think he'll watch this.
Energy. Yeah, right? What you have to do is you have to find Maloney, get inside her, right? Well, where do you go to get that? You gotta get inside their head, and you have to penetrate that dream. This is how the Magi are working. Why? Because their eyes are open, Danny. When you start to interact with the outside, apparently you get some kind of knowledge. That knowledge can be cataloged over years of people's experience. That's what the priests are doing. And they're creating a pathway for you to be able to navigate. All right? So, I don't know. Maybe there's something to it. Maybe once you blast off with that DMT or whatever the hell it is, combination of shit, and they give you the scorpion venom and you got the stuff going on, and you die and you come back. Maybe it turns on some kind of observational power you've got.
It does something that rewires your brain. It gives you a different perspective on stuff.
Maybe that's where you're supposed to be. Maybe like that is human. Maybe that's human.
Yeah.
You know? And the rest of us are zombies.
Well, it makes sense. Like when they talk about Eleusis being a portal to another world, but like if Eleusis was this place where people could go experience these drugs and have the experience of dying and being born again and going to this other dimension, which is an earth-shattering experience. It sounds just like a DMT or a mushroom trip. And if you can put a walled garden around it and make it a secret where you're not allowed to talk about it, and you have to pay to bring your goat or whatever, sacrifice to be able to come here.
And all that kind of stuff. Yeah.
You could absolutely convince people that they are meeting the gods.
Hearing the voice of God.
Because that's exactly what it is. Unless you have some sort of scientific explanation, where you like we have today, where people try to explain. I mean, we still, even today, people don't know what's happening
on DMT. There's theories of what, some people say that it's the brain. The brain is a filter that's filtering out what's really here in our reality. And the brain is filtering the things that we need to be able to perceive in order to survive. And when these drugs break that down and they show you what's really there, that's the theory that people think that's what's going on. I mean, there's people that are trying to study doing extended state DMT trips to try to figure out what exactly is going on, because we don't know. Is it inside of our brains? Is it just some sort of chemical thing that's happening inside of our heads that is giving us this experience, or is it outside? We still don't know today. So thousands of years ago, it's totally plausible that they thought that they were going to hell or going to heaven and being initiated into something spiritual. And if you can have some sort of a structure around that, some sort of cult structure where there's a leader who decides, who is able to be initiated.
Yeah. Especially if there's sexuality in the mystery.
Yeah.
If somebody wants you to,
especially if you're doing something. I mean, I don't know if that, even when that was happening, was that the sexual stuff? Was that frowned upon?
Completely contemporary.
It was contemporary. It was not. It was a ubiquitous thing.
Jesus, yeah, the Ophites, yeah, eat my.
Right.
Right. It's basically a blood cult.
Yeah.
Right. And they're right in line with Christianity. They're doing the same thing. It's why Jesus was frowned upon when they were like, "Hey, do you want this murderer?" And they're like, "No way, get that pedo." Right? And people don't see that. The history is way more. That's why I'm calling you bluff on any ism that anybody's got where they want to make jack. Right? Don't believe the stories. Go to the text. What do the texts say? Look at that and see what they say. This one says Jesus was giving his penis to Mary. God, to put on her holy mouth.
What was that? The study you sent me from the University of Tampa, where they found a mug, an ancient mug. They thought that there was breast milk and drugs mixed together.
It's female vaginal proteins. It said.
Can you find that, Steve? There's an article that just came out from University of Tampa, an Egyptian mug.
Best jar. It was visiting them, and they were looking at it, and they did some chemical analysis and found vaginal proteins. Oh God. Give me some of that best jar.
Vaginal protein?
Yeah. How do you do that, man?
There it is. Ancient Egyptian mug at the Tampa Museum of Art. Once held psychotropic drugs, human blood, and bodily fluids. Research reveals.
I told you. Look at this. Look at that. Oh, God. Those Egyptians. Dirtiness.
Keep going down. Bess. Who is Bess?
Oh, some Egyptian beauty.
Some Egyptian beauty.
Something to do with sex. Yeah. Get an Egyptologist in here. God damn it.
Huh. That's cool.
Yeah.
And when was this published? This was published recently, I think.
Recently. Just like they did the hair. The hair of Menorca. Right?
Way up, above the text. Below the photo, above the text. There you go. October 29th, 2023. Oh,
yeah. And supposedly they did the chemical analysis on it. And, people are surprised. Oh, it's got vaginal stuff in it, body fluids. Love it, baby. Why do you think you drank out of her purple flowers? That's what makes you a god. They sang about it. You can take a... No. Oh, God. Let's do it. Let's just go ahead and do it. You can take it and you can turn it into a reservoir of the water of life. And when you find your purpose, then the muse will sing. Are you kidding me?
What does that mean?
Yeah. Oh, they put purple on there. The purple, the burning purple is one of the cold drugs they're using. There's a whole trade behind it. There's a whole economy behind it and everything. And people are just now discovering and rediscovering. Oh, the purple. Right? Good. Good. They're using it. And they're right, baby. Those purple fingers. You know what happens when you get purple? You hear voices. Who wants to hear voices? Yeah. It's gone. And Mary hears her. Hears him and it makes her pregnant. Oh my God. Give her the old man with the rod. They actually gave her away. It's amazing. It's amazing. What do you do with the priest that says, you see how it can be turned into a market?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Everybody went running. When they offered Mary, who's 12, here, you gotta take her, she's pregnant with God's baby. Here she goes. They auctioned her off. Dudes are willing. They want it. It's not an auction. It's you put in your rod. Whoever rod gets her, they take her away, right?
Like a raffle?
Yeah, it's a raffle, right? It's a raffle. But they're doing a lot of raffling. They do that in the temple. The prophets do it. You don't know this. You're going to see it in the Septuagint because you don't really read the Greek. All these pikers who come up here and say, this kind of Greek is bullshit. You don't really read the Greek. I can tell by listening to you. Right? They're using the lots, what you and I call the sortes, in the temple. Whenever they want to figure out what God's opinion of something is, they go cast lots. Yeah, it's a way of reading God. Right? So when they give him, who should we give the virgin to? Who should we give her to? Because now she's 12 and pregnant with God's baby. Who do we give her to? They call her Mary Purple Fingers. Who do we give her to? We have a lot, and God ultimately tells us. We have prophets who do this in the Septuagint. They go into the temple, and it says in the text, I entered into a state of ecstasy, and I heard the voice of God saying X, Y, and Z. And God wanted me to do this. How do I know? Because I cast the lots, and that's what he said for me to do. Yeah. This is not Moses and Marlon Brando, no. This is Charlton Heston and all that.
Right.
This is the reality of the anthropology. This is what the texts show. Imagine, you and I talking about eunuchs. We don't have any eunuchs to dig up, right? Who can tell their stories. But we know how they were using them through these guys like Tiberius and through this guy, Jesus Christ, who's walking around telling you and your children, blessed are the eunuchs. For the king of heaven. Yeah. He's just not sophisticated enough to throw him over the cliff, right?
How many times have you read the Bible?
Oh God, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know because I use it all the time and I'm reading it very, very frequently.
Really?
Very, very frequently. Like, oh God, if I get through a week without reading at least 2 or 3 books of the Septuagint and New Testament, then something's wrong because I consult that literature frequently. Yeah. And I love to read it backwards. The best way to read the Apocalypse is to read it backwards.
Why is that?
Because it was designed that way.
It was designed backwards?
Yes.
What do you mean by that?
It was built.
It was what?
It was reverse engineered. The climax, right? It was punctured itself into another universe. Boom, gave you the apocalypse. Why are they doing these things? The first time I noticed this was when I was reading the PGM.
The magical Greek papyri.
The Greek magical papyri. And they have these words that will mirror, and all of a sudden you're reading backwards. You're reading forwards and backwards, right? The people who are involved in all of this high-tech drug stuff that are entering people, I mean, they've that knowledge to be able to castrate you, you also have to have that knowledge of which drugs do what's in the body.
Yeah.
And how you can manipulate. What was...
Nazi drugs.
Oh, God. how you can manipulate somebody's, what you and I would say, their mind.
Manipulate their mind.
Yeah, that's what the craft of the magi. And that's why they do the interrogations and all that kind of stuff. It's like a legal, there's a certain legal clout and tradition. Because they're able to, think about the people who traveled. Pythagoras goes to Egypt and to Persia just to learn the drugs that they're using. Right? And think about the clout that you have, the dictators, or kings, tyrants, whatever you want to call them, have entire boards of magi that they consult. And one of the favorite things that you and I can all consult is the eunuch and the chief. The eunuch and his eunuchs, like them. Because these are the problems they're able to see. Right? They've been given the gift of vision. It's nothing new. It's all over the Mediterranean, bro. Right? It's all there. And that gift is given through that serpent combo. It's wound around that staff. Yeah. And that is the theriac and death inducer. So if you've been there, you'd understand. You wouldn't have to sit here. Breathe it. Oh my God. Right?
Were there any stimulants? Did they have cocaine and heroin back then?
Yeah.
Or did they only have psychedelics?
No, the cocaine is not there, right? That's a new
They didn't have coca?
They had stimulants, but they didn't have coca, right? That's a new world drug.
Okay.
But very famously, it's not Empedocles, it's one of his buddies. Oh, I'll think of his name in a minute. He walked around with a stimulant that he got from a root and grated it really fine. It was like a powder. And he would very famously snort the stimulant. And he kept it in his favorite Colt, C-O-L-T, Colt Hoof, right? Make that thing come alive, man. I'm looking at its tiny pee-pee. He kept it in a hoof from a Colt, C-O-L-T. Yeah, I think so. And he would sniff it. It was either that or cow, I don't know. He would sniff it, and it would cause him to be able to, among other things, time travel.
Time travel?
Yeah.
With a stimulant?
Yeah. Wow. They would do it in caves, and people would end up getting older. And you get these lifespans. If you don't believe me, check out the lifespan of Pythagoras. Pythagoras was going into caves and traveling through time. He lived in a cave.
Pythagoras?
Yeah. There was a famous grottos and all that kind of stuff. What's that?
What the hell? No way. He lived 75 to 100 years. No way. 75 to 95?
He lived that old?
No, he lives way longer.
What?
Yeah.
What was the average lifespan of people back then?
200 years. Average lifespan is no different than yours.
Really?
Yeah,
the lifespan was the same.
No.
Pre-Christ.
The life expectancy, right? So statistically, more of us are likely to get killed off just in childbirth and in war.
Right. Infant mortality rate was like 50%.
Right. So there's a higher chance that you're going to die off before you reach your golden years. But that lifespan doesn't change.
Best case scenario.
They're still 80, 90 years old.
So if you're not dying from famine or war or plague, if you're going to live the same. Wow.
If you're not one of the statistics.
Did they have cancer back then?
Yeah, but it doesn't look like it's as much.
Not as much cancer.
It's not as prevalent. They do have it, though. Yeah, they do have it.
Really?
Yeah.
Did they distinguish like different types of cancers and like what? Like
no.
Were they removing? Did Galen ever do any tumor removals?
He did a breast. He didn't do a tumor removal. He did a reduction. So
he reduced the tumor.
He opened it up and then he took his hooba jubu together and blah la hoo ha and put it in there. And next thing you know, it was reduced. And I know that the ingredient, one of them was the stuff that he was getting from the priestess on Lemnos, who made that. She made an awesome drug, dude. It was a combo. They call it a Lemnian Earth. It was a Metallica Pharmaca. Do you understand? Pharmaca. Pharmaca, those drugs that are Metallica. They come from the Earth. She made the Lemnian. She's also a lyre player, dude, so you gotta give her that. And she
was a what?
A lyre player,
What does that mean?
Guitars.
A liar. Oh.
Sexy guitar playing prophetess. And she makes drugs. And one of the drugs she made, Galen went out and got like 20,000 pills from her. And they have her little seal and everything. Everybody was getting them. It wasn't just Galen. He just wanted to get 20,000 of them.
Was Galen constantly doing drugs too?
You were doing drugs from the time that you were a baby and you have an earache. What do we give them? We give them all opium, dude. Your body is the way it is because you can't handle it, you hophead. If you were raised on it, yeah, you'd be different. And they describe this phenomenon, right? You become used to it, right? You become
tolerance.
What we would say is tolerance. Yep, you do. So you got to keep giving. Well,
it's amazing that Galen was doing all this stuff. He was cutting up bodies and studying anatomy and studying pharmacology and drugs, and at the same time he was like a philosophical writer. He wrote 10% of the text that we have. 10% of the classical text is Galen, right?
Yeah. Now that's been an estimation. But I don't know if they figured that out on a G or something like that. If it is 10%, okay, great. Yeah. That's apparent to any classicist because you use research tools that are all marked by Galen. We figure out what a lot of words mean through Galen because he's so friggin' wordy. Right. Thousands of pages, baby. Just over and over again. So imagine this, Danny. Imagine that classicists ignore Galen. And they are, which they traditionally do, they do ignore Galen. Totally ignore Galen.
There was you sent me a recent dissertation from a guy in Europe.
Exeter. He
did a dissertation all about Galen.
He did a translation of the Theriac to Paizo, in which he describes the Theriac that the emperor is on, Marcus Aurelius. You'd think those friggin' historians would want to know that stuff. Right, they make all these movies, Gladiator, right, they don't even know the real stuff is so much more interesting. You know what I mean? Somebody contact somebody, personal drug empowerment. You know what I mean? How can you empower yourself? How can you take yourself to that next level? How do you grow? You've got to interact through those drugs, and that is a good thing. So you can see how it runs contrary to the modern kind of thing.
Remember when I had a guy on here a few months ago, and I asked you to give me sort of a boot camp in Plato?
Yeah.
And this guy was a Greek. He had a little bit of classical knowledge. His name's Flint Dibble, and he was an archaeologist in Athens.
Great.
And he knew some Greek stuff. And he was basically saying that Atlantis was all bullshit, that Plato...
Yeah, he's right. Plato's a dumbass.
Plato was a dumbass.
No, not a dumbass. I don't mean like smart. I don't mean necessarily. I'm sure he was a hell of a lot smarter than I am. I don't think that people understand that Plato was a liar. He was a huge liar. And his Socrates is not even a real Socrates. And they have to constantly tell you that in these courses that you take on Plato, right? They have to constantly say, well, this is Plato's Socrates, the Socrates.
So it's like they're insinuating, take it with a grain of salt because it's Plato.
This is Plato. He's a liar. And he made up the whole...
Was he a liar, or was he just like coming up with like abstract thought experiments?
The devil hates it. The devil hates it. You can't... You've got to mark that. He's a definite out-and-out liar. This Atlantis stuff is made up with sources that are made up. Everybody knew that then. He was even off from a number of years. Right? Oh my God. There is no Atlantis, people. Stop looking for it. It's a lie of Plato. Do you see how you got fingered? You went into the back alley of history and Plato stuck his finger somewhere. Yeah.
So nothing he wrote was historical. Nothing at all.
He's a philosopher, dude.
He's a philosopher, right?
Yeah. A lot of, like you say, thought experiments. You know, if you're into that thing, dude, go for it. Right? Go for it. And it's good stuff. And, you know, it's got enough facts about Socrates, who's a great person, that you can pick up kind of the background of who this dude was. And really, the only thing that matters about Socrates, and I will offend many of my colleagues, but I'll go ahead and do it. The only thing to like about Socrates is nothing that Plato said. It is what the oracle at Delphi said. She said Socrates was the wisest Athenian, right? Because he knows that he knows nothing. It was a big middle finger. It was a big middle finger to the Athenian intellectual establishment. Yeah, and it pissed them off, and what did they do? They fucking killed him. Yeah. Why is that? Because Socrates was the gadfly.
Didn't they give him an ultimatum?
Well, he could leave. He had a choice. He could leave. And
what would have happened if he left?
He could just leave all of his stuff and go.
And go down.
And he lived there all his life. Why would he do this, right? He was old, dude. Seriously? You know, the hemlock's not bad, baby. That stuff kills you pretty quick. You know what I mean? He had his thing, but he was there as a gadfly, and from the oracle at Delphi, she was his muse. And she said, listen, you Athenian rich bastards, you know nothing. I'm going to send you the one who knows everything. And that guy said, I have no idea what's going on. You know, he's like the anti-smarty. And Plato turns him into his little toy. His little toy eunuch playing Plato. What else can we do with the eunuchs? Once you cut off their testicles, they've got to be useful for something. Do you know what they can be used for? Outside of Athens, there's a district where the tragedians get their boys. Because there's something in it, baby. There's something in the magic of the eunuch. They're for the kingdom of heaven. Do you understand? This is Jesus. This is Jesus. Did you want to know who Jesus is? This is why the people run from Ammon. And I want to adopt today. I just want everybody to know that I, Ammon, through the voice of Lady Babylon, I am telling you, I am the exorcist slayer. When Huff ran away, I was sad because I looked at it. I looked at a Huff meat and I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna drain this guy. You know what I mean?
Do you want to? Should we watch his response to you, and we can break it down?
Oh, let's do that. The audience will know that he turned down 2 invitations right before.
Yes.
And after. Before the.
That's okay.
Crucified that guy, and after he crucified that
poor baby Billy Carson.
Yeah. Oh, he was like a.
You got to start around the 6.5 minute mark.
Okay, I'll be quiet.
So, there's a lot of people online that really want this guy to debate you. So let's listen to what his response is to your translation of the word Christ. Here we go.
Eternal throne as the second person of the Trinity stepping into humanity. But if you were to say to someone after this, if someone said like, hey, you met Wes Huff, how was he? And you went, this is like a condescending. You wouldn't be talking about my humility.
No.
Right? Because that word has a different meaning in its different context. And part of the problem with something like what Ammon says is that he's taking terminology that exists within the parameters of a specific field, and then he's applying them in areas where there's an entirely different contextual meaning and spectrum of understanding.
It's a big
So
turd.
part of
Catch
what
it
he
off.
said that some people jumped on was that he says that the word Christ comes from the Greek word krio, which it does, right, to anoint. And in ancient Greek medical texts, there is a usage of that, which he has capitalized on with applying drugs to your eyes. Now, more broadly, krio does mean to rub, particularly a liquid ointment or substance on your body. So this relates to everything from bathing to ritual practices in religious circumstances. But you would likewise say if you were an ancient Roman and you had a bath and you came out, you put on cream, skin cream, right? So your skin didn't dry out. That was an example of krio. You were applying it to your body. Well, within the religious connotation of Christianity is the translation of the Greek word Mashiach, Messiah, which likewise means anointed one, right? There were multiple anointed ones in the Old Testament. It was just a word that was referred to priests or kings and had a very specific connotation in the Mashiach, who would come and be different. And the Greek translation of that, which both the Greek translation of the Old Testament and in the New Testament both use, is Christ. Why? Because it means anointed one. So Ammon takes that and he says, well, in this very specific instance, in this stream of classical medical literature, it means to apply a drug to your eyes, specifically related to not the bot fly. What does he say? The bot fly. He relates it to a fly. And
I don't remember the detail. But
well, and it does mean that
You moron.
in the particular instance that it's being used. But this is where semantic range is very important.
semantic range.
Oh, God.
And this is the problem that some others have.
Let him finish. Let him finish.
Yeah,
He's almost there.
This clip, by the way.
It's about the climax.
There's context. I think I have it.
All right, fast forward through the part where he plays the clip. We don't need to play that again. Okay,
is
there.
nonsense. But you're saying that like he's stretching some of his knowledge on the pharmacological history of language and bringing that into, say, Jesus's lexicon and how he says things.
Yeah. So there's two sort of terms that are used specifically within biblical studies, but this applies to anything within the ancient world where we're trying to come up with translations in deriving meaning. The first is there's a discipline called hermeneutics, and hermeneutics is this interpretation. It's the methodology of interpretation that we use in a particular text. Before hermeneutics is exegesis, and exegesis is a Greek word that literally means to bring out. Right, the opposite would be eisegesis, to read into. So when
fingering
you're
me,
something and you're looking at an ancient language, you're trying to get at the author's intention by different levels of contextual application.
He's calling the demon out.
Stop. You're trying to stop. I can't take it.
You look like you're going through an exorcism right now.
Steve,
Is Wes Huff pulling the devil out of you right now?
God.
He's
Oh, God, stop. It's so
I've
bad.
never heard of hermeneutics.
It's
realms of how we do.
Stop. You're trying to get to the intention of the author. No, you're not. You're reading an ancient language.
You're pulling out a specific context in Galen's medical text and trying to apply it to everything across the board, which is intellectually dishonest.
Here's the problem. I'm not pulling it out of Galen. Does Galen have it? Yeah. Euripides has it. He gets a sex drug that is a Christ. One of the characters asks, is it a Christ? This is not from the medical. This is from everything. Everything, Wes Huff, you fucking fake. Yeah, this is why he wouldn't face me. I can tell you right now, and I can tell your audience. Your audience must know. This man does not really read Greek. He's finishing his PhD. Yeah, he's finishing his PhD in biblical studies. You know what that means? It means he's had a couple of semesters of Greek. Yeah, he was able to say the name Xenophon. That was nice. Dude, does he read ancient Greek? No. That's why what comes out of his mouth is theological bullshit. This is not a craftsman. This is not a skill. This is theology taking you into a back alley and putting its finger in your butt. Yeah. And that's why he wouldn't face me. That's why he wouldn't. Let's read some Greek. Let's look at where it says Jesus. They wanted Mary to suck it down.
So, who are the other authors that say that Christ is applying a drug to your eyes besides Galen?
John, the apostle. Oh, this is, oh God, this is the half of the
He's
West.
saying it's only in a few places, and you're saying it's literally everywhere.
Yeah, get this, focus on it. Now here's some Greek for you, Wes. You idiot. It's in the book of Revelation, you moron. God tells him you better Christ your eyes so they'll be open. You're not, Wes. You don't know what you're doing. You're a second-rate biblical scholar that will go down every time to a class. He says, why, Wes? Because I read those f***ing texts.
How do you really feel?
Let me tell you, sometimes I think I can feel their buttocks.
You're passionate about this, aren't you?
I can feel it. Well, it's what the devil gives you, man. It's what the devil gives you. Look, he's been pumped up in his pride. He thinks he's something now because he slaughtered somebody who was making stuff up. Well, guess what? This is the gymnasium of the cosmos, baby. All right? You'll be taken down. You'll be taken down by somebody who knows. Right? Oh, God. I love those classes. Did you talk to any classist? I would love to say, hey, why don't you get over here and start reading the text that you are. You know, Princeton just got rid of their Greek program, right?
I did not know that.
Yeah, they did. You know why? It was because it's too hard. Can I just say right off the bat, Jesus did not drug children for sex. Jesus sucked the antidote out of underage boys. There's a big difference. He's balancing by using a theriac.
He wasn't getting joy out of it. He was doing it to survive.
No, did you hear him? He was like, oh, God, take this cup away from me. As he's standing there looking at this naked kid. He's like, oh, God, take this cup away from me. I don't know. You know, he may have felt bad for him or something, but he knew that if he didn't get that... All right, it's not milky. It's clear at that age. Okay? And what comes out of it balances.
Yeah.
And he needed it. And because he didn't get it, that's why he's screaming on the cross, God, I'm so thirsty. And he starts rattling off magic names. Samakson. Oh, God. And then he just chunks off dead. And everybody's like looking at each other. And the guy with the antidotes looking at everybody else. He's like, shut. Right.
And we mentioned this briefly on the first podcast, but what is the hard evidence that the two gentlemen crucified next to him were child traffickers?
It says that. It says, calls them all Leistai. It says he was crucified in Mark. Between two Leistai.
It's in Mark.
It's either in Mark. Yeah, it is in Mark. I went back and checked because it's in Matthew too, I think. But it's between two Leistai. Yeah, it's in 14 after the 51-52 when he's with the naked kid. And by the way, these people like Wesley Huff, they're trying to say that the kid was not actually naked.
He was wearing a linen, and then it fell off when he ran away.
He ran out of his clothes.
So the logic behind that is, why would it fall off? If it's a piece of clothing, it's tethered to you. It's tied to you. It's wrapped around you so you can navigate, you can walk around, and it will stay on you. If I run away, my pants aren't going to fall off.
Correct. And explicitly in the Greek, it's even marked in the Greek because it uses the expression epigono, which is epi is just a preposition that's able to give you the positioning of something. So it's literally positioned on his nakedness.
Yeah.
It's on the part itself. It doesn't say he's a mummy or something. Or they want to turn him into a mummy. They're going to take this cloth and wrap him up like a mummy.
The word they use, the word that they use for the linen wrapped around him in Greek it means a medicated bandage.
It's a medicated bandage, and they're used all over the place. So for people to mistake this, it's like it doesn't make sense historically. You can either follow the fairy tale or you can follow the facts that are in the documents. Right? So Jesus is out there, remember. Where's Jesus hanging out? He's hanging out with demoniacs, baby. And they're all coming to him, right, for their cures. Right?
What was the party he was at in the back room? They said he was on the top level or something. This is what you talked about in the first podcast. He was doing something. Yeah.
There was some feet washing going on.
So why?
Correctly.
My question is, why was he washing feet
with his cloth? Yeah. I don't know. Why would you?
Why was he participating in the mystery in some back room somewhere, and then decide to move the party out to a public park? Well, why? What's the necessity for being in the public park? Why not just stay in the shack?
Yeah, why not just take your kid, the kid who's following him, and it ends up naked? Why not just take him in the upper room and do your thing in the upper room?
Exactly, yes.
Yeah, that's a great question. If you'll notice, the only answer, I don't have an answer to that. The only, way you can approach it is a thought experiment. What do you do with the evidence? Okay, say we're before a judge and a jury. We have to present evidence. What's the evidence? At the time, Your Honor, he was stumbling around and confused and angry in the park. And he had 3 of his students standing at guard, and they were so drugged, they couldn't stay awake. Why? Because Jesus at this party Eucharized the cup. Do you understand? Jesus Eucharized, and everybody hears the fairy tale. Ha, ha, ha. Right? That's when he adds the drugs. That's when he makes the drink. They're going to put it on the bread. The shit is so potent, they're going to put it on bread. And when they give it to you, you get it. You are that eunuch. Why does he have to go to the public park? Because he's not there just to have sex with those boys. Jesus gets that all the time. He doesn't need it. Other people need it. You take the kids to the cemetery. You see, when Tiberius makes his island with his grottos, he's meeting a demand. People want to have with children. People want to have with children. Your Honor, I'm standing before human history and I testify to you, madam. People want to have with children. And that's why you go to the public park. You prep them. He had to prep them. He's doing all the dirty dance for him. Dangling there. Yeah, John sitting on his lap. Get off Jesus' lap, John. Get off!
And then why did he end up making out with Judas?
It's a thing.
It's a thing.
Yeah. Galilee boys. That's why the female prostitutes recognized. Who recognizes the earliest apostles? It's the girl prostitutes. There's nobody found that to be historically important. Yeah, it's the girl prostitutes.
Maybe scholars just think it's better that we leave this behind us. It's not going to benefit us moving forward.
I'm sure every classicist is tied to their head and would never comment on this because they would be immediately fired if they did.
Like you did.
Right? Yeah, exactly. You can't open your mouth and talk about this stuff. It makes people uncomfortable. And they actually have ways of getting rid of you. Okay, I don't know how it is now, but when they got rid of me, they would just charge you with making somebody uncomfortable. I've made somebody uncomfortable. They're interesting. Do you know who I've made uncomfortable? Every fucking priest sitting in that audience who had been involved. Every one of them with that chorus of beautiful college virgins. They pointed those right at those priests. They pointed them right at those priests. And they told them what they were. And for a minute, the speech was free. And then they fired me. Which I'm pretty sure I had something to do with.
I also hadn't realized the first time you came on here was that when they fired you, you had already published your book about original sin.
Yeah.
So they caught wind of original sin, which you wrote before or after the chemical muse?
After the chemical
You
muse.
wrote that after the chemical muse.
Yes,
Original sin. They probably got wind of that book and decided this guy's a cancer. We got to cut him out.
They didn't probably. There's no probably about it. Monsignor Thomas Melvin came to me and said, "We know about your book, and I've been to 5 meetings about you." I said, "I'm glad. Did you read the book?" I was like, "Yeah, we read the book." And, it goes from there. And people want to deny that there was a hearing that was held, some kind of inquiry into my state of possession. And people want to poo-poo that. If you go talk to Tom Melvin, he'll tell you. He's a vicar general now, I think. But
Tom Melvin?
Yeah, Monsignor Tom Melvin. He's a great guy. He was one of my students. And he was a Catholic, former Navy.
Mm-hmm.
And he had morals like any soldier. I mean, he was, what is it? Oh, God, it was a donkey. They call it the donkey. When the helicopter comes over the carrier, listen to what this guy did. He ran out with what they call the donkey and attaches the cargo nets.
Yeah.
And then to the bottom of the helicopter. That was his job.
Oh, wow.
Right? While the boat is pitching and stuff, right? So it's pitching, but you can't see it when you're on it. So that helicopter, he said, that thing's going up and down a little bit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So he said it can be quite dangerous. And anyway, he went to a meeting. Tom, I'm going to tell him because you're a good man. I used to give confession to Tom. I loved it. It was good. Loved it. Tom said that, he was involved. His position, just to give you a little bit of history, he was a punisher. He was the one who investigated priests who had gone astray. Yeah, he knew everything. Servers, all that kind of stuff, they watched. And when the stuff got bad and people got involved and stuff, he had to go in and be a punisher. And he was mad. He was mad, man. He was mad at the attitude. Flippant. More angry about being caught than being wrong. And he said he came in one day and Tom Melvin, I'll never forget this. He looked at him sitting there across having a coffee in the school cafeteria. There was a little shop, a little buy burritos and stuff like that. And he's sitting there and he goes, I want to take a baseball bat to his head. And I just got the image of him here. This priest is sitting here. Thinks he can get away with it and he's pissed off that you're investigating. Like he has some right. He has some right. They do. They have a historical right. They've been doing that since Jesus was doing it.
And some people online have gotten a hold of your deposition, some sort of deposition where the lawyers were interrogating you about some sort of dream molesting that you were doing. And you showed me some clips of that where they were asking you about, you claimed that you were like Pan, emailing people and all this weird stuff.
7-hour deposition.
7-hour deposition.
The guy was yelling, "Are you the God Pan?" My attorney's going, "Objection!" Right? But in a deposition, there's no ruling. You just get to enter it. There's no objection. right? So they want to know about my cult. And was I running a cult, and were there goats involved? And drugs involved, and virgin Catholic girls. Oh, God. That was the good part. I was like, well, you guys are sick, right? But it's made for good fiction, right? And that's why the objections, objection, right? Oh, God, people were saying I was floating.
Yeah, I read that.
Right? So, okay. Anyway, that was the dirty part. Let's not talk about the dirty part. I did dirty things floating around.
Yeah, apparently you did, allegedly.
Dude, you know that's inadmissible. You're right. It's you got the perfect alibi. If you can harness that incubus, fly across time and space to ravage the maidens and sororities. Oh, God. Who would not? Steve, come on, man. Let's go. Let's go tonight. I'll show you. And you and me.
You'll teach me the ways.
I will. Well, love it.
All right. That's all, folks.
It's a wrap.
Thank you, Amen. That was fantastic.
Danny, I want to thank you, and I want to tell all the people of the congregation of Satan, please, from Lady Babylon, please, tell Danny thank you. Put it in your comments and tell him, Danny, you're so sexy. Fine, we want these. No, it's important, Danny, because the people have been telling me they hunger, just like I do. They hunger for the feast. Please bring me a New Testament scholar. Please bring me two, Danny, if you can. Bring me a couple. Right? And it will be absolutely delicious. And it won't just be me feasting, it will be the congregation feasting as well. I want you to know they've been harping on me. When are you going to do it? When is it coming, Danny? Right? We need it. And by the way, people, they used to do this in antiquity. Right? The Christians and the leading pagans of the day would have debates. And they would talk about stuff and they would confront.
Yes.
And that's what's so important. Any of these scholars that doesn't want to confront, it's because they're trying to cover their ass so they can make some more money to buy a bigger boat. And we got to tell these people to fuck themselves. Hail Satan.
Hail Satan. Good night, everybody. All right, Dennis. Thanks for coming, man.
Thank you for having me.
Of course, I'm very excited to chat with you.
It's a pleasure. I've been looking forward to this ever since you contacted me.
So have I. Your book is absolutely fascinating. The way it just like walks people through you and your brother's childhood and growing up, and essentially like how you guys were incubated into this world of psychedelics and the whole like 60s counterculture movements. And I thought it was really cool how it was a very grounded backstory of how you guys came to be and how you guys are also so different, but also so similar.
Mm-hmm. Yes, we were very similar. Of course, my brother was 4 years older than I was, and he was interested in all kinds of things. And being the older sibling, he got all the attention, right? And I was sort of in the background. But he was such an interesting person. I wanted to be involved in everything that he was doing, and I'm just the pesky little brother, sort of tagging along. But sometimes, it synced. And we had, since you've read the book, and by the way, I should mention with the book, the copy I sent you is the original edition, 2012 edition. There's a new edition available now.
The Brotherhood of the Screaming Abyss. My Life with Terrence McKenna.
Yeah, there's a new edition from Synergetic Press.
and it came out a couple of years ago, and it's exactly the same as the old edition, except there's a 50-page addendum, which kind of updates it. So if people want the new edition, they should buy it from Synergetic Press.
Okay.
You get one of the rare original copies. There's only about 15 of these copies left in the world. So this is probably worth something. It was $35. Maybe it's worth $50 now. But anyway, it's a special gift to you.
Well, I'm very honored. Thank you.
But the book was, I wanted to tell my side of the story, basically, with the book and recount our whole lives. You know, many people are familiar with Terence's book, True Hallucinations, which was published about 1993. And that really focuses on our trip to La Chorrera, that whole adventure that we had down in Colombia, which we're more or less famous for, in some ways more infamous for. With this book, I wanted to tell a broader story about our lives, our childhoods, how we got interested in all this, and sort of what that ensued to, what was the sequelae of that. And of course, as siblings do, we squabbled constantly, you know, when I was a kid. And my brother was very creative in finding many ways to torture me. You know, I mean, he was a master of psyops and all that. And he was, you know, I mean, he didn't actually physically beat me. He was more subtle than that. But he could scare the bejesus out of me. And he did.
He was a fan of psychological torture.
Psychological torture. And he took great pleasure in doing that, you know. But eventually I became sort of immune to it. And then I would sort of, you know, push back. And, you know, but, I mean, we had this relationship, which actually we became closer after he left home. He left to go to high school in California when he was a junior. And so all of a sudden I was effectively an only child. This was early. This was like 1962. Well, I had my own room. That was great. But I was lonely. And I was sort of, at that point, I began to realize what a true sort of soulmate he was, you know, how much I loved him, even though, you know, there was constant fighting. But when he was away, I began to appreciate him, and I began to really look forward to his visits back at Christmas and summer and so on. And we discovered that we had these mutual interests, and one of the main interests that sort of fascinated us as a continuing carrot was science fiction. I mean, that was the thing. We were serious science fiction nerds, you know. And when psychedelics came along, or began to come along in the 60s, you know, we were fascinated by this because we were both like nerds, you know. We were fascinated with weird shit. Basically, when psychedelics came along, we knew about it. We were fascinated by it. But a lot of people who became interested in psychedelics in that era they approached it from the standpoint of a traditional use or shamanism or therapeutic use, or, you know, that sort of approach, you know, that it was a spiritual thing. We were science fiction nuts. We approached it as an engineering problem. We thought, especially with DMT. I mean, DMT quickly rose in our pantheon to be the ultimate psychedelic, you know, and we thought, this is not a drug. This is a portal to another dimension. That was the way that we thought of it.
And what was the first psychedelic that you guys came across? Because psilocybin mushrooms weren't easy to come across in the United States. That
was in the future.
Right. So was it just LSD mainly?
There was LSD, there was mescaline, and there was DMT.
there wasn't much DMT around, but it was there. DMT is a very simple molecule. It's very easy to make. There were underground chemists making DMT. And when my brother was living in Berkeley, originally in Los Altos, where he was going to high school, he had connections. He had actually one of his closest friends was one of his classmates, a fellow named Rick Watson, who was another super genius weirdo. And Rick Watson was a chemist, and he was actually an amateur chemist, but he had some connections with the Stanford Research Institute. And the Stanford Research Institute was working with DMT, as it turned out at that time. So he was able to get DMT, and through that connection, Terrence was able to access DMT.
What was Stanford doing with DMT?
Good question. Nobody knows, But a lot of the people at the Stanford Research Institute were interested in psychedelics. Well, they were interested in psychedelics in many different ways. For one thing, for solving problems, for creativity, for enhancing creativity. And in the 60s, the whole government program with MK Ultra and all that was all in full swing.
Right.
Nobody understood
the height of the Charles Manson stuff when he was going to that free clinic in Haight-Ashbury.
Exactly.
Jolly West.
Yeah, that's right. And at the time, psychedelics were just this thing that the government felt that they needed to know about.
Yeah.
So there were secret ops programs at the Stanford Research Institute.
Right. Yeah, the Cold War was such a crazy time, and the fact that it collided with the psychedelic movement is just crazy.
Yeah. One of Terrence's other good friends, a friend of this fellow Rick Watson, the chemist, another good friend of his was a guy named John Parker, and he was another, amazing person. And he was the son of a big mucky-muck at the NASA Ames Research Center, which was in Mountain View, next to Palo Alto, next to Los Altos. And John Parker Sr. was the head of chemical operations at NASA Ames Research. So he was doing a lot of research on materials science. He was looking into materials to make spacecraft out of that were fire resistant and all that. But because he was a very, very peculiar person, shall we put it that way, he had side interests, and side interests included psychedelics. And John Parker studied everything esoteric that he could get his hands on: alchemy, chemistry, esoteric traditions, all of these things. He became a very good friend of Terrence's. And then he came back to Paonia, this little podunk town that I was stuck in going to high school. But one summer, John Parker came back with Terrence, to Paonia. And he took a liking to me for some reason. He thought I was cool. And I was totally in awe of this guy because he was so weird and yet so obviously brilliant, and he knew so many things. So he became a major mentor of mine, and we entered into this correspondence that lasted years, in which he introduced me to all of these amazing ideas, and it's really, that was, I guess, a major influence in my sort of esoteric education, and of course he knew a lot about drugs. I mean, we all were wanting to learn about drugs. So DMT was there, LSD was around.
And how did you take DMT back then?
The way that usually what you got was very impure DMT. It was probably made in a bathtub somewhere by some crazy chemist. It was anything but pure.
didn't really matter because it's a free base. You put a little bit of it in a pipe on top of an organic substrate, like maybe parsley leaves or something like that, or cannabis, and then you just smoked it, in a pipe. 3 or 4 big hits.
Okay.
It's very hard on the lungs, but we were smoking cannabis, so our lungs were, endured to that anyway. That's how we did it, And when you do it that way, vaping is sometimes it's a lot more gentle than taking DMT by a pipe because it is so fast. It just comes at you like a freight train. It's like, this just the world dissolves in this world of hallucinations and apparently strange entities, and all these things just opens up. But it's the same thing. It's a 20-minute outside, very, very short experience. And we were totally impressed with this. I mean, who wouldn't be? We were fascinated. We thought LSD is interesting, but DMT is the ultimate metaphysical reality pill, we thought. Although it's not a pill, but Terence used to call it that. It's the ultimate metaphysical reality. The problem we experienced with DMT was it was too darn short. By the time you got into it, it was over. By the time you got into it and sort of started looking around, you were already on the way down. So we thought, well, maybe if we could find an orally active form of some kind, it would be more prolonged and we'd have more time to look into that dimension, which is what we thought of it as. We thought of it as a place, not an experience, but an actual place that our minds were teleported to or something like that. We thought if we could find another form that was orally active, it would absorb more slowly and go away more slowly. So that's what led us to look for an orally active form of DMT in South America. This was all around 1968, 1969. And we didn't know about ayahuasca. Ayahuasca is an orally active form of DMT, but no one understood that pharmacology at that time. What we did find was a paper by Schultes, the famous ethnobotanist from Harvard, that was major influence on all of these psychedelically inclined ethnobotanists. A paper in his own house publication called the Harvard Botanical Museum Leaflets. And he published many, many things on the South American psychedelics. He was the pioneer. In those days, they called them hallucinogens. But he published a paper in that journal called Varola as an orally active hallucinogens. That was the title. And we stumbled on this paper. We thought, this is it, man. This is what we're looking for. It was this Witoto drug that they use. Varola is a genus of trees in the nutmeg family, and in many tribes in the Amazon, they make snuff out of it. The sap of Varola is loaded with DMT and 5-methoxy-DMT and related tryptamines. And various tribes, they extract sap and they powder it and they mix it with ashes and they make a snuff out of it. So effectively it's DMT. But and it's short acting, but this one tribe, the Witoto, had an orally active preparation. They made, instead of a snuff, they made a powder out of it. And they made a paste. They made they didn't dry it down completely. They made a sticky paste. They could roll that in ashes and then they ate it orally. And the reports were that
my fellow men,
the effects came on very quickly and that you saw the little people. They were big into seeing the little people, and we saw little people on DMT. So we thought, this is it. We got to go to South America. That is what led us to go to South America in 1971 to La Chirera. That was the cultural, that was the ancestral home of the Witoto. So we thought, we got to go to La Chirera. We have to find this thing. because this is it, because it may be the ultimate mystery. I mean, you got to understand, I'm 20, my brother is 24. We're both fanatics. We're batshit crazy. We're going after this quest, which we thought of as the secret at the time. So that's what led us to go to La Chorrera, was in search of this drug, which was called ukuhe in Witoto. And we got to La Chorrera, and, the whole adventure of getting there is recounted in the book. We got to La Chorrera. And on the way into La Chorrera, we encountered this anthropologist who was working with the Witoto. And we knew he was probably going to run into him. His colleagues in Bogota had said, Dr. Collier is out there. You'll probably see him. This was, you didn't send texts to people or anything. This was 1971. So we thought, okay, we'll probably encounter Dr. Collier. Well, we did. We ran into Horatio Collier, which is a different name than in the book. I've changed his name, but we ran into him in a village downriver from La Chorrera called El Encanto, which is coincidence enough, synchronicity enough, because El Encanto means the enchanted, and we were on this whole mythic quest to find the secret. And we talked to Dr. Collier, and when we got up there, you have to understand, we were very much in the hippie mode. We dressed like hippies, beads, bells, all that. So when these crazy people show up in the village, Dr. Collier is like, who the fuck are these people? And what are they here for? Why are they here? And when we said, we're here for ukuhe, then he really freaked out, and he's like, you can't just go in there and march in there and start asking for they're doing. He said, this is their biggest shamanic secret. I mean, they will probably kill you if you start talking about this. Well, so we said, okay, Doc, we understand. We'll be cool. We'll be discreet. We're not just going to, ask for it. Dr. Collier, I should mention, he was a good example of someone who had a problem with coca. He chewed so much coca. He's a little paranoid, He was paranoid about everything. But we said, okay, we'll be careful when we go, to get from El Encanto to La Chorrera, we had to go overland from the Rio Igaraparaná, which is where El Encanto was, to the Caraparaná. There was a 4-day trail that we had to travel to get to this parallel river where La Chorrera was. And it was a trail that had been made in the rubber boom days to transport rubber out of this area, and built on slavery and very, very dark history of that period. But we made it over that trail and we got to La Chorrera. And we thought, well, okay, so here we are,
They didn't have any landing strips in La Chorrera. You couldn't just fly a little plane there.
There were no landing strips. There were seaplanes, river planes. But we're hard. We're poor hippies. We can't afford. You can't afford planes,
Right.
And so that wasn't an option. But we got there, and at the time we got there, there were. It's a mission. It's a mission. Capuchin mission was there. There's a church and a little mission school where the Witoto kids would come, basically to have their minds poisoned with Christianity, and but it was between semesters, or it was on vacation, so there were a lot of empty huts in the area. So they just said, you can stay in one of these huts, while you're doing whatever you're doing. And by the way, what are you doing? And we were sort of, we're botanists, we're looking for plants, and so we got settled into this place
thought, well, we will respect what Dr. Collier said. We'll not just go out. We'll hope somebody shows up that looks like maybe we could ask about this ukuhe. Well, as it turned out, it was the rainy season, and for the first around this mission, around a couple hundred acres had been cleared. The rainforest had been cleared, and they brought in these Cebu cattle, white humpback cattle, right? And the shit of those cattle happens to be the preferred substrate for Psilocybe cubensis, the pan-tropical psilocybin mushroom, which is big and robust, and it was raining, and there were huge clusters of these mushrooms growing out basically out of every cow pie. And we thought, wow, and we knew what they were. We had no experience with them. We'd had one very brief experience on the way in at a village along the river, but just a very light dose because it was a dry day. By the time we got to La Chorrera, these things were everywhere, and we had looked. We had done our homework. We knew what the mushrooms were, but experience-wise, we were very naive, and we thought, well, that's great. We can enjoy these. We were completely casual about it. We were completely cavalier. We'll have a good time with these while we're waiting for this ukuhe to show up, waiting for the secret to surface, from some informant. So we began eating these mushrooms, and we began eating them rather frequently and rather high doses. For one thing, they became part of our diet, because there wasn't a whole lot to eat. And the mushrooms quickly...
So you were just eating these for like breakfast, lunch, and dinner?
Well, not breakfast, lunch, and dinner, but daily or every other day, and quite substantial doses, and like 10, 15 mushrooms at a time. And these things are potent, in that environment. They're extremely potent. But we loved this. I mean, it was a fantastic thing. And but the mushrooms quickly made it clear that they were the real secret. They were what we had come for, not knowing it. The ukuhe wasn't the real secret, as it turned out. And later we did access ukuhe, and ukuhe turned out to be fairly disappointing in terms of its effects. But the mushrooms were like, this is the most fantastic psychedelic we've ever experienced, And you have no experience with psychedelics.
I have no experience with psychedelics.
Okay.
Other than DMT.
Which
DMT,
I did
for the first time recently.
Well, DMT and psilocybin is very, very close chemically.
I've heard, yeah.
Right.
My only experience is cannabis and DMT.
Right. Well, DMT is dimethyltryptamine. Cannabis is 4-phosphoryl dimethyltryptamine. So it's the perfect genetically engineered, orally active form of DMT. It's easily absorbed, it's orally active, it doesn't require monoamine oxidase inhibitors to be active, it's non-toxic, and it's a kick-ass psychedelic, and it puts you in about a 6 to 7 hour intense psychedelic space, depending on how much you eat, of course. We were eating a lot. Full visionary hallucinations and all that. One thing that psilocybin does, and other psychedelics too, ayahuasca for example, but one thing psilocybin does, it sets up what you might call an I-thou relationship with you. It's like you get the impression that you are dealing with an intelligent entity. That this isn't just a drug. This is, well, our interpretation was it was some sort of, it either was an alien or it was a connection to an alien. It comes on as very in your face, and it has stuff that it wants to tell you.
Like a chemical doorway to another dimension.
Exactly. And it has a lot of knowledge, and it's eager to impart it. People get this on DMT too. in prolonged DMT or intense DMT states, people encounter entities. And it's not that they just encounter entities. The entities are happy to see you, and they have stuff to tell you. You know, they want to teach you things. And the psilocybin is that to the max. And our encounters with the mushrooms quickly became a series of encounters with this entity, which we called the teach. You know, we called it the teacher because it presented itself as a teacher, and it had knowledge that it wanted to impart. Now, I told myself I wasn't going to go down this rabbit hole with you, but I guess we have to.
I'm hooked in.
We have time, and you know, we have time, and this is maybe essential to the story. So, we were in this place eating these mushrooms, and more or less in constant dialogue with this entity, the teacher, and in that state, the mushroom really stimulates verbosity, you know, and quick thinking, and linguistic expression, and all this. And we were a very verbose, language-oriented bunch of folks anyway. You know, we were very much interested in language. For example, my brother's favorite book of all time was Finnegan's Wake, if you've ever heard of that.
Finnegan's Wake?
Yeah, by, I forget who Jesus, I can't, you know,
what was the book about?
You have to look it up.
James Joyce.
James Joyce. James Joyce, that's right. Oh, yeah. That's it.
Novel.
Hey, it's nice to have Google right there. Yeah. That's good. Yes, check out. Terrence was obsessed with James Joyce and with Finnegan's Wake particularly. I've not read it. I'm honest. I have to honestly tell you, but he read it, and very few people could understand it. But the sort of ultimate instantiation of English language.
Interesting.
Yeah. But anyway, so that was sort of the background we were coming from. And so the mushrooms had all this information that they wanted to download. And I particularly began to get effectively a message from the mushroom. Well, one thing that we noticed with the mushrooms when you take these high doses is that at high doses you can hear this interior sound that inside your head, and it's hard to characterize. It's kind of like an electrical buzzing sound. You heard it on DMT, right?
I was not expecting this,
right?
Because I didn't know. I had no conception of what to expect when I was doing this. My only expectation was what the closest I've been to this on edible marijuana, right? Which is not even in the same universe.
Right.
And as soon as I started to effectively, as soon as my soul left my body, I don't know how else to put it, I had this pulsing wow, 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 like very vivid auditory sensation.
That's it. Some people describe it as like crackling cellophane or something like that. On DMT, you get this. Well, on mushrooms at high doses, not so much at lower doses, but at high doses, you hear this thing, and not only can you hear it, but if you can sing it, you can try to imitate it with your voice. You can make this meow 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 song, and at a certain point, your voice will lock onto this thing. And so then you're not trying to imitate it, it just pours out of you. And it's a very powerful sound. I mean, it's like the kind of sound that can, shatter glass, that kind of thing. And we experienced this with the mushrooms and also with DMT, but we experienced that you could make this sound and it just seemed to have a certain resonance that actually had this effect. And so we thought, well, what is this? The mushroom. And the mushroom will say, well, what this is it's a frequency that can activate the DNA in your neural system and actually create a standing waveform of your DNA to create. I mean, I'm skipping details here, but the basic idea was that if you project this sound at a mushroom in the right circumstances, you can actually activate the DMT, the DNA in yourself and the mushroom, and create an external standing waveform that you can actually see. So it is an artifact that you're making out of your body and your mind and your brain and your DMT, your DNA and the mushroom. And this thing in religious traditions is if there's any analogy to it, it's effectively the resurrection body. We wanted to create this artifact. You would both see it and be it at the same time. It would be something external to you that you would observe. We envisioned that it would be, a purplish, violet, glowing disc, basically. But it would be telepathic, and it would obey your telepathic commands, and it would be the ultimate object. It would be, in fact, what Terence has said called the transcendental object at the end of time. And we thought that this was how you could create this thing. Well, 50 years from now, downstream from all that, I understand. We were just nuts, I mean, because obviously it didn't happen. I mean, we tried to create this thing, and the prediction was that once we created it, it would propagate through basically space-time and would collapse the space-time matrix, and it would end history, and we'd all move into the singularity, pretty much instantaneously. Talk about messianic inflation. This was messianic inflation on steroids. The mushroom was downloading all this stuff, like the blueprints how to do this. To me, it was like, and I was writing furiously, this is the procedure, what we must do. We must take mushrooms, we must include ayahuasca in there, because there needs to be harmine in this mix, because harmine is the resonator. Harmine actually, in ayahuasca, it's the MAO inhibitor that activates DMT, but in this particular instantiation, it was the intercalator. Harmine intercalates into DNA, and this is known. This is scientific fact. It intercalates into DNA, so harmine became the resonator, the antenna, effectively, that could set up this standing waveform. And the instructions were downloaded, and it was like, this is what you have to do. You have to sing to the mushroom in this way, in this very, very controlled situation, and you will create this artifact. I don't normally cop to this, you're looking at me like, gee, should I call somebody? Hold on. I mean, I'm sane.
This isn't the craziest thing I've ever heard.
Yeah.
Believe it or not.
At the time, so we did this, right? And I performed this experiment, and the prediction was that this was going to happen. Well, obviously, it couldn't happen. It would violate every law of physics known, if this had happened. But
Now, would this thing hypothetically only appear when you're under the influence of psilocybin mushrooms or DMT, or would this actually appear when you're not under the influence?
Our supposition was that once it was there, it would be there.
Okay.
And it would be something that would be controlled by thought. and it would have access to all information, and it would have access to all effectively throughout the cosmos. It would be a standing waveform like an electron in some ways. The electron doesn't have a boundary. Its boundary is space-time itself. This would be like that, but there would be a physical part of it that that would be
the time machine.
An everything machine. A time machine, a UFO machine, the transcendental object at the end of time, the ultimate technology, that would be made from our brains, our nervous system, our thought, and that of the mushroom. And that, this would be it. Well, that didn't happen. That couldn't happen. We did the experiment, and at first, we're doing this in the dark, in the hut, and there's a light, on the mushroom in front of it, and after I made the third scream, you probably read about this, right, in the book. After I'd made the third, then the light from my ruana, my serapi, fell on the mushroom and exactly bisected it. And I was looking at it, and I looked at Terence and I said, "This is our world. This is what we're looking at." And it did. We had this idea that this was all being controlled by, dome-headed beings from 22,000 miles out in orbit that were directing the whole thing, And I said, "This is our world." And so what happened was, because what we projected couldn't possibly happen, but what happened was that I basically detached from reality, for about 2 weeks. And Terence detached from reality also, but in a different way. It was like in a complementary way. This was about taking a template, kind of a reverse negative image of each other's DNA, because we were brothers, right? And it was opposite. It's very hard to articulate. It was hard to articulate it even then. But even more so now, because I'm so distant from it. At the time, it made perfect sense. It made perfect sense to Terence and me that this had happened. And at the end of this experiment, we thought, we have succeeded. We succeeded, but the timing of the appearance of this stone, we thought of it as a stone, as in Philosopher's Stone. The timing for the appearance of this artifact, basically we were correct, we were incorrect about when it was going to manifest. It wasn't going to, it didn't manifest immediately. So the question is, well, when is it going to show up? And our companions who were there, who hadn't participated in this experiment, were like appalled, totally appalled. It's like, we need to get these people airlifted out of there and into a psychiatric facility as soon as possible, but it wasn't possible. And it's good that it wasn't possible, right? Because that would have aborted what was happening, and that would have, I have no doubt that if that had happened, that would have left me, at least, insane, probably for the rest of my life, lost in this delusional place. I don't know what it would have done to Terence, but the fact that we could not end it gave it all a possibility, the opportunity to play out. And what played out over about the next 10 days or so was that Terence, became adrift in the cosmos. I was basically, my mind felt that I felt, well, there wasn't really an I anymore, but this entity that I transform myself into felt like I was, my circumference was identical with the circumference of the universe. You know, you've heard about being one with the cosmos. Well, man, I was one with the cosmos. I was the cosmos. But over the next 10 days or so, I began to condense. Each 24 hours, I started falling back together. And each 24 hours, I was a little more condensed. Like it started with the circumference of the cosmos. The next, it was the galactic cluster. The next, it was the galaxy. The next, the solar system. The next, Earth. And each one, I was sort of coming back into my body and into my mind, and Terence simultaneously. So I was 3 sheets to the wind. I couldn't look after myself.
10 days, you said this was.
I forget the exact time frame.
Roughly 10 days.
About 10 to 14 days.
And did you have any relationship to physical reality back on Earth, or was like, how did you get through the day?
Well, people had to look after me, and because I was joined to everybody, like my companion, for example, if I wanted to smoke a cigarette, I would ask Sarah to smoke a cigarette, and I could enjoy the cigarette that she was smoking. Or if I want, because I was connected to everybody, and or if I needed to take a shit, I could ask somebody else to do it, and they would do it, and that would, in my mind, of course, not in reality, but in my mind. And so I was really divorced from what we would call reality. My brother simultaneously was hypervigilant. He did not sleep for 14 days. And he was constantly keeping an eye on me. He was looking after me, That's probably why I wasn't asleep. I mean, it was probably, I've often joked, you've been trying to drive me crazy all of your life. Now you finally succeeded. So don't you feel guilty about that? And in fact, I think he probably did. And he was looking after me. He was making sure that no harm would come to me. But at the same time, he wasn't sleeping. And he was wandering the pastures day and night, mostly at night, just wandering the pastures. And he was thinking about time, thinking about cycles, thinking about the timing of this event related to the death of our mother, which had taken place like 6 months previously, and projecting time in the forward. And he was making all these diagrams on the ground with sticks about time cycles and all that. And eventually, those ideas became condensed or evolved into what became his theories about time wave zero. Right. The time map effectively based on the I Ching, but it took years to get to that point. But the kernel of that idea,
he thought something was going to happen in December of the year 2000, right?
In December of 2012.
2012. Yeah,
2012.
Sorry, yeah.
And where that date came from, came out of our expectation of when was the stone going to appear. And in the early days there, when we were both still completely batshit and all this was happening, he used to take me to this pasture every morning and he'd say, "Give it to me. Give it to me. Make it happen." I don't know. What am I supposed to do? But it was like, we were trying to force the condensation of the stone. Eventually, I came back more or less to normal. and he did too. During that period, he also had this encounter with the UFO. I don't know if you read that part.
No, I didn't read
in
that
the
part.
book. I mean, at one of these early morning wanderings, he was standing by the river and by the Choro, which was this waterfall. That's what La Chorrera is named for, looking across the river. And there were clouds across the river, and they started to roil and boil. And then this UFO condensed out of the clouds, you know, and I didn't see this, so I can't vouch that it happened, you know, but I believe it probably did. It came out of the clouds, and, you know, he was obviously terrified, and it, you know, making the usual flying saucer noises, and it was one of these things. It was an absurdity. It was the exact, you know, other UFO researchers, people like Jacques Vallée and so on, have always talked about how there's an element of the absurd in a lot of these experiences, and this was that, because the flying saucer was an exact representation of Adamski's flying saucer, which he had talked about, which he actually made a photograph of, which was shown to be, you know, a fake made from a Hoover vacuum cleaner.
Really?
Yeah.
What's it called? Adamski?
George Adamski. He was a famous UFO nut back at this time, and talked about UFOs and was, you know, probably just crazy. Like I should talk, right? But
Find my phone.
It was, yeah, George Adamski. There you go.
Do you have a picture of his UFO?
Yes, that's a picture of his UFO. Yes, it was that
one.
UFO.
Oh wow!
Exactly. God, the internet is a wonderful thing, or maybe not, but yeah, it was that UFO, and it was coming at Terrence Lowe, and it was humming, and it was very threatening, you know, and he was like, "What the fuck?" And he was terrified, and you know, and then it just went over, and that was it, and I don't believe Terrence made this up, you know. Why would he? You know, unless just to tell a good story, and it's possible. I mean, he was always happy to tell a good story. I can't verify it, but why? Why would that happen? So this was just one of many anomalous things that was happening. That was happening during this period. We were telepathic. We could understand each other. Our companions, like I say, were appalled. But Terry and I were in telepathic communication. What we were doing made perfect sense to us. You know, we understood. And so a lot of what we were trying to do was to manifest not only this artifact, but this thing that comes out of the sound, which we call translinguistic matter. A new kind of language where to say something was to see something. If the unification of visual and auditory energy, so that if you spoke in this translinguistic language, you could manifest something, like casting a spell, you know, effectively. To say it was to make it. Crazy stuff, you know, and so that was it.
During that time, that whole entire period of 10 days, roughly, were you guys constantly taking mushrooms?
No. We'd stopped taking mushrooms.
You had stopped. And
yeah.
This was just like an after effect of that.
This was whatever we triggered. Yeah, we weren't taking mushrooms anymore. Wow. We didn't have to take mushrooms. This was not about being on mushrooms. You know, we'd done the mushrooms, and maybe at toxic levels, maybe they were continuing in our in our system, but their half-life is short. They don't last days, they last hours.
Right.
And so no, this was some, if you want to look at it biochemically, go the reductionist route for a minute. What did we do? We took a lot of mushrooms, we made this sound, we may have jammed open some system, in the neural system, maybe prolonged monoamine oxidase inhibition or something like that. If we want to reach out for a reductionist explanation, it could have been some kind of serious neural disruption of our neurochemistry, and eventually that re-equilibrated and we came down more or less. It took a while. So to continue this story and sort of how it played out, I was pretty much dissociated for a long time. Terrence was looking after me. All our companions were worried, and he was. And I wanted to wander off. I wanted to go wander off because I needed to be out there healing people. Right. I mean, that was my thing. I had this messianic desire to share my powers, and heal people. Well, one day I got away from them and I climbed the bell tower of the mission and I started ringing the bell, and the whole community was alarmed. I mean, they already knew that these people were weird and there was very strange stuff going on, but we had really disrupted the peace of the community. But I broke that. And they was like, what the fuck? Who is this guy? He's clearly gone bananas. And so they said, your friend is not in control, and for his own good, we're going to confine him. The police, it was a police outpost as well as a mission. We're going to put him in this room here and keep him there for a while. Hopefully he'll fall down, he'll calm down. Not in any way, just trying to be helpful, basically, not unkind. And I could care less because I wasn't really connected to it. And at the same time, about that time, one of our companions who had not participated in that, she was concerned, and she was thinking we needed to get out of there, and she also sprained her ankle rather badly. So that was sort of a trigger. It's like, okay, enough of this nonsense. We're going to call in a plane and have you guys airlifted out of here. We're going to get airlifted out of here, which we could do. There's a radio, there was a Bush pilot that would come deliver mail occasionally to La Chirera, like about once a month. So we put in an emergency call to him, and he took us out. And we went to Leticia, and we ended up in this hotel for a while. But I'm still, really pretty shaky. And Terrence, because he's hypervigilant, he was, looking after everything. Spent a few days in that hotel, and eventually, continued this condensation process and pretty much returned to more or less my baseline. And then we went back to Bogota, and I arranged to come home. And at this point, I was like, I don't want anything to do with this. I just want to be a normal guy. I just want to get my feet on the ground. I don't know what was going on, but whatever it was, I'm glad I'm sane. I'm glad I'm functional, and I want to go home, and I want to study, return to the university, and just live my life, and so I did eventually go back. I changed my studies from what I had been studying. It was basically anthropology and religious studies, that sort of thing. But I started studying chemistry. I started studying harder sciences. I studied biology, pharmacology, chemistry, all that thing. And part of the motivation for that was that Terence was saying, and even before he'd done the experiment, but afterwards, definitely, he was saying, science will never explain this,
Right.
And I was saying, well, wait a minute, we're not scientists, so you can't say that until we know how to do science. You can't really dismiss science. And so I thought, I'm going to study science. And that was kind of what put me on that trajectory. Terence, on the other hand, was convinced that we had succeeded and that the timing of this, that effectively that the timing of the appearance of this, or this anomaly in the cosmic space-time stream, we'd just been wrong about when it was going to happen. So in some sense, I mean, it sounds cruel to say, and I don't mean it to, he persisted for years with the idea that we had succeeded. And he built the time wave around this idea, and he built a career around this.
Right.
And he was such a persuasive speaker that he got a lot of people to buy into it, And I was pretty much a skeptic at the time. I've always been kind of a skeptic of the time wave. I think the time wave was a beautiful mathematical construction around the I Ching. It is not a picture of, it's not a map of time. It doesn't have any predictive qualities. It works very well as a calendar, and if he left it at that, he would have gotten a lot of recognition from sinologists and scholars of the I Ching, but not much else. But by insisting that it predicted, this eruption of this anomaly into space-time, and there were many dates along the way that were identified, with like cometary passages and this sort of thing, kept revising the dates, and eventually settled on this date of December 21st, 2012, which it didn't hurt that he arrived at that date independently by looking at all these maps, the 384-day cycles based on the I Ching. 384 days is 6 times 64, right? And the I Ching is all about sixes and multiples of sixes because of the hexagrams. So he settled on this date of December 21st, 2012, and then it came to his attention that was actually a very key date in the Mayan calendar, the end of the 13th Baktun, in which another one of these world transitions was predicted in the Mayan calendars. Not the end of the world, but some people interpret it that way. So we thought, well, that's affirmation that, we're on the right track here. So we'll set that as the end date. And it should happen at that time. And, well, he didn't live to see it, but there was a lot of excitement about that date because of the Mayans, and largely because of the memes that Terence had released into the memosphere. A lot of people were excited about that date, and they expected something to happen. As there were, watch party. People were going down to, Palenque and places like this to wait for it and so on.
I remember.
Nothing happened. It was like the biggest non-event in human history. So that was, to my mind, that was the definitive invalidation of the time wave. I mean, Terence and I used to argue about the time wave, or shall we say, you have lively discussions, because I was a skeptic, because I was saying for all sorts of reasons, it's not really a map of time. I mean, the idea was that the wave described the aggression of novelty into the continuum. And this is a concept that goes back to Alfred North Whitehead. Alfred North Whitehead talks about novelty as something that appears. Novelty is basically that every day something happens that never before occurred in the history of the universe. Novel events, right? And the time wave is an attempt to chart the ingression of novelty into the continuum, the aggression of novel events, and to quantify them. And that was what it supposedly did, that charted. And the end of the time wave was the ultimate ingression of novelty, when this would all collapse into a singularity, because the cycles were a spiral, getting tighter and tighter all the time, right? Going back really billions of years, or even trillions of years. But in the last nanoseconds of the time wave, everything was going to just collapse. It would be a complete transformation. And so that was the theory. That was the idea.
The spiral makes sense because he talked about time speeding up, right?
Right, and the fractal nature of time.
Yeah.
All of these cycles were fractals of each other, getting tighter and tighter and tighter.
Right.
Until finally they're basically nanoseconds and even less. So it's like how a black hole is a singularity based on mass, and if it's small enough, you get a singularity. Well, this was a temporal singularity. This was the collapse of the temporal continuum, into something that could not be described by the laws of physics. And Terence and I used to have these conversations, and I would say, well, Terence, the problem with the time wave theory is that it can't be disproven, right? You cannot define the criteria that would disprove it,
right?
And so it's not a theory, because this is what science does, right? Science constructs hypotheses. It constructs suppositions, essentially, very highly structured suppositions about a phenomenon in nature or some process and so on. And if you practice science honestly, you construct hypothesis, and then you say, you try like hell to demolish it. Now, you try to say, what data does this not account for? What are the incompletenesses? What are the deficiencies in the hypothesis? And then you either try to answer those, you elaborate the hypothesis, you revise it, try to account for the data that it doesn't account for, or you shit can the whole thing and replace it with something else. This is like the transition between Newtonian mechanics and relativity. I mean, Einstein came up with relativity, and in normal experience of reality and that we experience on the macro level, Newtonian mechanics works perfectly well. But at these relativistic dimensions and speeds and so on, that all falls apart. And it's real. And Einstein came along and he said, well, this experience, this relativity explains this. We know it doesn't appear to make sense because we're not in that relativistic places all the time, but this does actually explain it. And And so in science, this happens. One paradigm gives way to another as new information comes available, and that's what we were postulating was that, or what Terence was postulating. Well, so the time wave failed its definitive test. December 21st, 2012 came along, and nothing happened. And that was kind of the ultimate test that he postulated.
Does that ultimately mean that it means that it failed, or is it possible that it could happen sometime in the future at another date? That's the thing about Terence was, I think, self-admittedly very slippery with his ideas, right?
You got it.
Well, just going on these psychedelic voyages and downloading this knowledge and being able to form it into a coherent idea that you can articulate with words. Some of these concepts and these ideas, almost by design, cannot be measured and weighed scientifically, right? They don't necessarily pass scientific method muster, but that doesn't mean necessarily that they're not useful, right?
No, they are useful. I mean, all of this. I mean, here's the thing in science: you never prove anything. All hypotheses, all scientific concepts. Science is simply a way of asking very structured questions about nature. You never prove your hypotheses because there always may be data that comes in next week, next month, 50 years from now, 100 years ago that invalidates your hypothesis. So all you can say is based on the data that we have, what we know now, this hypothesis, whatever it is, appears to be valid. That's the way science works. And that was what was lacking in Terence's construct. He was arguing, he was trying to prove it. And you don't arrive at proof. All you can do is say what we suppose, the hypothesis that we've constructed, we can't disprove it. And I guess you could say that, but the thing is, there's not enough. The time wave in itself doesn't have enough data to really be able to say that, because in some ways there are holes in it, and they're big holes that you can drive a truck through. For example, it does not take account of relativity. It does not take if it's a model of time. There, like the work that the guy that you had on the podcast, time is not something that applies to the entire universe. There are regions where time is different than where it is now. That's why the idea of time travel is actually a possibility. But the time wave is like, nope, this is it. This describes the entire space-time continuum. And it didn't, obviously. Right. And there are other things that, well, actually, again, it's I don't want to feel like I don't want to sound like I'm putting my brother down. I mean, I had tremendous respect for him, and he was a brilliant guy. But the way he was trying to prove the time wave, the time wave was more about him than it was about time. It was about his personality, his understanding of history, which was, deep. I mean, he was an incredible scholar of history, and it was about, one of the things that we used to have in our conversations about novelty was, what is really novel? What is novelty? And we talked about, and he said, well, events like the first time an atomic bomb was ever detonated on the Earth. That's a novel event. So that would be a spike. That would be a major marker to put down in this evolution of novelty. Or the first time an animal was cloned, or various, kinds of scientific discoveries. But I would say, so he was sort of a proponent of the eruptive idea of novelty. Things burst into the continuum, and are these novel events. And I advocated the idea that novelty kind of leaks into the continuum. It kind of oozes into the continuum. For example, you couldn't get to the atomic bomb. Einstein had to have the idea first about E equals mc squared, and then all these physicists came along and they developed, nuclear reactions, controlled nuclear reactions, all of these things. These were novel events, but they didn't get a lot of attention. But they created the foundation of new discoveries, so that when the bomb finally, exploded, it was possible to develop that because the foundation of understanding was there. And those were novel discoveries, but they weren't dramatic, in that way.
Yes.
Am I making sense?
No, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah,
So
it's not
novelty
like things
is there all the time.
Right. Yes. It's a compounding progression, right? Things emerge out of other
exactly
ideas. Bigger ideas emerge from smaller ideas combined, with collaboration and the evolution of ideas and these things.
Exactly. And this was so Terence, he approached this. He was not a mathematician, although the time wave is a mathematical construct. He was not a statistician, which would have been useful, to bring the theory to it. He was basically a historian, and so he was mapping with this time wave was his view of history, and there are maps of the time wave. I think they're reproduced in True Hallucinations. These huge maps, and the idea that time is fractal, that every cycle is a reflection of the super cycles and the sub cycles, so that you can see these historical resonances, and it's a fascinating idea,
It is.
And in some sense, it's true, but I don't think you can reduce it to a mathematical construct that you can, people have put the time wave into software, and you can run all sorts of programs and so on. But at the end of the day, it's Terence's view of history that's being mapped.
What do you think his primary motivations were with all this stuff? Like, what drove him?
Terence was a complex person.
Yeah,
very complex person. I think a few things drove him. I think that first it was just curiosity. I mean, there was no motivation really except an interest in understanding. And he was having these revelations, and they seemed valid, and he was taking psychedelics, and and he was just a curious person, and that's a very good quality in a scientist or anyone else. I mean, I don't think he would call himself a scientist because he dismissed science. He said science is never going to answer this. But I think eventually he reached a point where it became a shtick. He built a career on this,
right?
And talking about the time wave and talking about psychedelics and being such a excellent speaker. I used to tell him, you could stand up there and read the phone book, and people would be hanging on every word, because it's not what you say, it's how you say it, And I used to tell him. He hated for me to go to his seminars and so on, because you know, because I was the only one that would ever stand up and say anything. I would, everybody else is just slack jawed, and I would sometimes get up and say, well, what you said 20 minutes ago didn't make sense, you know, and what you're saying now doesn't make sense, and it exactly contradicts what you just said. And he would just say, well, consistency is the hobgoblin of small minds, you know, and just carry on.
Oh, it's
you
the
know.
best. Consistency is the hobgoblin of small mind. Oh, wow.
So it became an act in a certain way, and it was a career. People wanted to listen to it. Honestly, his best talks were not about the Brothers McKenna or the time wave idea. I mean, he talked about those things a lot, you know, and these ideas. His best talks, in my opinion, were when they drew from his vast knowledge of history and esotericism and alchemy and Jungian psychology and all that. And some of those talks are just mind-boggling, you know, and they do not really have to invoke this delusion. I mean, this is the thing. It's like I had this experience. I had this serious break from reality. Eventually, I recovered. In some ways, you could say Terence didn't recover. You know, he remained invested in this delusion rather, that began at La Chirera, and it really persisted throughout most of his life. And he couldn't let it go, you know. And at a certain point, he reached a point where I know later in life he had doubts, a lot of doubts. And there were other people who came along who were mathematicians who were better. They actually understood the time wave better than he did, and they came forth.
Really?
And I think later in life, he began to feel that, you know, the idea wasn't valid, you know, and it really disturbed him. It really dismayed him, because by this time, it was his career, you know, and I can understand, you know, why he would not want to let it go. But sometimes you have to let things go, you know. And then, of course, at the same time, you know, so I know that the years before the end of his life were very difficult. You know, he was depressed in a lot of ways. And, you know, people who, I mean, Terence was like this huge, iconic public figure, you know, but he was also a person. He had a family. He had, you know, a difficult marriage. He had, you know, personal things, the kind of thing that we all have to deal with, because we're human, whether we like it or not, and we have to deal with those things. And I think that his public persona and meeting the expectations of his fan base became, you know, difficult for him. Very almost like he wanted to retreat from it all, you know, in a certain way, through self-doubt, you know. And I used to tell him, well, later in life, you know, although we had been so close during all this period, we sort of drifted apart. And but then when he got sick again, I was there for him very much, and I was sort of, I would say, you know, you don't have to believe in this. You don't have to be anything other than just be yourself, you know, because you are a remarkable person, and you don't have to meet other people's expectations, you know. But he always he was reluctant to give that up. And I guess anyone would be. And in some sense, I'm sort of glad that I never, you know, I sort of didn't didn't go for this high public visibility thing.
Right.
Especially after, I went back to school and I just said, okay, I'm going to do science, damn it.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to be an ethnobotanist. I'm going to pursue that. That's what I want to do. And I don't have to be a super famous person. And so I did that. And I kind of deliberately stayed in the background and I pursued these other pathways, which I continue to pursue. And I don't have to tie myself or my ideas to a concept that basically you can't prove.
Right.
So
Yeah.
so I just said, okay, not that I don't, it's complicated to talk about, Danny. It's not that I dismiss what went on. In some ways, I was 20 when we went to La Chorrera. Terrence was 24. Most of our lives have been lived in the shadow of the events that happened at that time, but I'm 74 now. So a lot of years have gone by since then. And I've lived a life and I've made a career such that it is. And I've, made contributions to the field of ethnobotany and, mostly that. Some neuroscience, but that was kind of a detour when I did my postdocs. But always with, psychedelics have been the continuing carrot for me and Terrence for all of our lives. That's what got us fascinated, and we each pursued it in our own way, and I continue to pursue it, but it's not my obsession. I'm not fanatical about it. I just think they're very valuable. People say, for example, one of the, so you did all these things and you didn't disrupt the space-time continuum. You didn't do any of this. None of this stuff happened. What happened? What was important about that? I'll tell you what was important as I view it. We brought back the spores of the mushrooms from La Chorrera. And we played around with those for a couple of years, trying to figure out how to grow them. Finally, almost by accident, I figured out how to grow them. And the initial very simple technique, growing these things out of mason jars and all that. Very simple. I basically tried, there was a mycologist, worked for the USDA, who published this paper in Mycologia, how you could grow small amounts of Agaricus bisporus on sterilized substrates in mason jars for genetic research and that sort of thing. And I had the spores, I had the mycelium, and I decided, well, give it a shot. Let's see if it works. And what do you know? It worked very well. So suddenly mushrooms were back in our lives again. We had axis mushrooms, and we were very happy about that. And we decided to publish this book, Psilocybin Magic Mushroom Grower's Guide, which is still available. And we published it, and it got a lot of notice. And now, of course, there are lots of simpler, better ways to grow mushrooms. This was but it was a simple technique that almost anybody could do. We published this book, and it got a lot of notice. So people say, what was the real impact of our trip to La Chorrera? That was the impact. This had a tangible effect on society because it brought mushrooms basically within the reach of anyone. Anyone with a bit of patience and a spare room could grow lots of mushrooms if they wanted to. And we did. And those mushrooms got out there. The book got out there. So that had a social impact. Nothing supernatural about it or anything. It was just, we sort of stumbled on this method and we shared that method. And that's had a big impact because at that period, psychedelics were not popular. Psychedelics were, very much oppressed by the government, and a lot of people were scared. But it people that were really interested had a way to, as Terence sometimes, as he once said, just a simple way to get great dope out of mason jars. And people did.
Yeah.
And it kept them sort of alive and in people's attention. So then later, when clinicians and people like that decided that they wanted to, start working with psychedelics, mushrooms were obviously the one to use because in some ways mushrooms are the ideal psychedelic. More than LSD or mescaline or some of these things.
More than DMT?
More than DMT.
Why is that?
Again, because the DMT only lasts 20 minutes.
Right. Right. Well, unless you do it with the ayahuasca in the form of ayahuasca.
And if you do it with ayahuasca, it lasts 6 hours or so. Mm-hmm. But ayahuasca is a botanical formulation. It's complex and all that. Right. And but psilocybin, you can synthesize it. And of course, clinical trials, the FDA they want to work with pure compounds. They're very biased toward pure compounds. You can work with natural drugs, but generally, if you're like an investigator, like Roland Griffiths, for example, at Johns Hopkins, people that started doing clinical studies, they expect you to do it with pure compounds. And psilocybin's easy to make if you're a good chemist. Albert Hofmann synthesized it in 1958. And so it sort of kept it on the radar. And then when people were looking at it from a therapeutic point of view, psilocybin seemed a natural choice. And it has a lot of things that recommend it, because it lasts about the right amount of time. It's 6 or 7 hours. Like LSD is 12 to 18 hours, depending. Mescaline is, you have to take higher doses, and it lasts a long time. So it lasts about the same time. It's very non-toxic. It's totally compatible with human metabolism. Mm. And it's a kick-ass psychedelic. I mean, depending on the dose, it can be a fairly mild experience, but still very interesting. Or in a higher experience, it can be, complete with visions and all that. And it can really be, be therapeutic. Like Wade Davis says a story he tells. He said, well, our parents back in the 60s, they said, you must never take these things, because if you do, you'll never be the same again. Right. That's the fucking point.
Right.
Right?
Yeah. So, that goes to something I wanted to ask you. Like, do you think there is a fundamental change in the brain that lasts, and how long does it last when you take these psychedelics, whether it be ayahuasca, DMT, or psilocybin? And is there like a something that is unlocked? Or
yes. The answer is the data is coming out that in fact there are long-term changes in the brain in a beneficial way. So there are short-term changes. There's the trip that you have,
right.
And the trip that you have, the therapeutic sort of mechanism behind the benefits of psychedelics, whether it's psilocybin or LSD or whatever. You've heard of this concept of the default mode network. Mm-hmm. Oh, that's a neuroscience term. The default mode network is basically the neural mechanisms that feedback, internal neural feedback mechanisms that maintain what we call ordinary consciousness effectively.
Okay.
Our focus on space and time, our sense of self and being localized. Ordinary consciousness. Okay. That's the default mode network. Most of the time, the default mode network is where you want to be, because you want to be functional. You want to be able to drive a car, and get up and go to work, pay the mortgage, do these things, ordinary functioning. But it can also be a trap. And particularly for people with intractable depression and that sort of thing, their default mode network in some ways is dysfunctional, and they don't, they're in these feedback loops that are harmful, that are not supporting their mental health. What the psychedelics do is they temporarily disable that default mode network. They effectively let you step out of your reference frame. That's another way to think about it. It lets you look at your situation from a different perspective. You've stepped out of your reference frame. So if you look at your depression or your trauma, your addiction, or various problems that you're facing, you could look at that in a different way. And in that way, you can sort of defuse it. You can sort of overcome that, and you can resolve a lot of those things. So that's the immediate, therapeutic benefit of something like psilocybin. And one session may do it, or it may take 2 or 3, but basically it will resolve it. However, what they now know is there are persistent changes that last longer than that, long after the trip is over. What we're seeing is, by we, I mean neuroscientists, not me. So, this is all in the literature. What's happening is there is a change in connectivity of the synapses in the brain, sort of a change that reflects these changes that you're having in the therapeutic state. Connectivity, and also the 2 words are synaptogenesis, forming of connections between neurons, and neurogenesis, which is growth actually of new neurons.
Wow.
Psilocybin and other psychedelics initiate these processes. So yes, it rewires your brain in ways that are beneficial, largely.
I noticed this this could have been placebo, but I noticed after the DMT, which I've never noticed with anything else, is that I felt like I was thinking differently.
Yeah, you do.
Like I was able to see problems from multiple angles at once. It was very strange.
That's exactly right. It changes your perspective on things, and this can be very, very helpful and very therapeutic, particularly if you're dealing with something like intractable depression. I mean, so-called major depressive disorder, which is a clinically defined state, is what psilocybin was initially approved for in clinical studies. But now that it's getting approved, it's applied to all these other things. For example, smoking cessation. Studies with smoking cessation with psilocybin. Lifetime serious cigarette addicts, 3-pack a day people over decades, the treatment with psilocybin over 3 or 4 treatments with the proper integration, preparation, all that, 3 or 4 treatments, 80% of those people stopped smoking. Just stopped. And you know why? Being experienced myself with psilocybin and also a former smoker, psilocybin didn't make me stop smoking. Various other things did. But I think what people, if they come into it with a real sincere desire to stop smoking, they have this experience and they look at what they're doing to their body and how, they're poisoning themselves. And it's like the reaction is repulsion or revulsion, and it's like they're able to stop.
Yeah.
And No other treatment for smoking cessation even comes close. 80% of the sample. These were lifelong smokers.
That's so fascinating.
This is all done at Johns Hopkins. This is Matt Johnson's work, basically one of Roland Griffith's proteges at the time. So that's an example of these things. But the thing is, you do not have to be sick to benefit from psychedelics. I mean, it's approved for therapeutic uses, but things like PTSD and addiction and so on. But it can be used to benefit well people as well, because it does. It improves your outlook. It improves the way that you think. In fact, one of my colleagues, I was going to recommend that you bring him on the podcast, a good friend of mine and Terrence, a guy named Bruce Damer.
How do you spell his last name?
Damer.
Okay.
He's an exobiologist. He's an engineer and a biochemist, and he studies exobiology is the study of extraterrestrial life. Well, there is no extraterrestrial life that we have to study right now.
Right.
So what he studies is the origin of life. And he and his colleagues have developed some very groundbreaking theories about the origin of life. And you can look him up. You can look up his website and all that. But what's interesting is that psychedelics has been very useful to him as a creative tool, effectively as a scientific tool.
Yes.
A tool for thinking about nature and new processes. He's even founded an organization called minds.org, which is he and some colleagues are developing structured protocols to use psychedelics to apply to scientific problems. Because again, it's this ability to step out of your usual reference frame.
Yes.
You can look at your own problems. You can also look at nature, and you can see things about processes, about natural processes that you miss. One of the things I often say about psychedelics, they bring the background forward.
Yes, that's
right?
a great way of putting it.
That's the default mode network. The default mode network is defined by what it excludes from your awareness, right? Because it makes sure that your attention is focused on the immediate things you need to survive.
Yes.
If you're on the freeway at 90 miles an hour, you really don't want elves materializing out of the, you don't need that. That's not.
Yeah.
But if in a controlled state, and this is why the concept of set and setting is so important. In the proper set and setting, you're in a situation where you can let that default mode network dissolve. And then all the things that it's filtering out can come in, and you can experience them in a non-threatening situation. And you can experience this background, which is always there, but we're genetically and evolutionarily programmed to exclude those things, especially in the West. If an indigenous person has much less of this. If you go into a forest with an indigenous person, who lives in nature, that person is likely to notice processes that are always going on, but you don't see them. You don't see them until they're pointed out, right? Because you're programmed not to see them.
Like what kind of processes are you talking about?
Just anything you might look at, the way an anthill works, the way the sun lands on a leaf, the way ecosystems work, and all of this. You can sort of psychedelics can be a lens. Effectively, it's like a scientific instrument. You can train that. You can look at phenomena, maybe things that you've looked at before that you feel that you understand very well. But when you look at them from the psychedelic perspective, you notice things that you never noticed before. And this has been proven. I mean, there are people have won Nobel Prizes based on this. Kary Mullis, for example, is famous for, he discovered the PCR.
PCR, yeah.
Yeah, and he's quite out front. He was like, LSD, gave me the tools to understand this process, that gave me the ability to, as he put it, get down among the molecules and see what was going on. And so Bruce Damer and his colleagues are they're trying to develop, structured protocols to use psychedelics for this kind of thing, for problems in physics, chemistry, mathematics, and so on. All these people are, obviously far gone nerds, but very, very smart people. And Bruce is just an amazing, amazing person. He's given talks at our ESPD conferences. The last one, ESPD is something the McKenna Academy did, the Ethnopharmacologic Search for Psychoactive Drugs, was one of two conferences that we did, and the ESPD 55 was in 2022. Yeah. If people go to the website, they can see that. You can listen to Bruce's talk and all the other talks too. You might want to draw that conference to people's attention. And just he's an incredibly brilliant mind, and all the people that he's working with. And he also, another interesting thing about Bruce is he is one of these people that he's one of these people that naturally can get into this psychedelic place. He talks about endowaska. He seems to be someone that's able to induce psychedelic experiences based on his own neurochemistry.
Wow.
There are people like this. And
Yes.
he told me that's why I never took psychedelics for so long, because I didn't really want to disrupt this. I told him, forget it, Bruce, take psychedelics. And he did.
What took me so long to jump to the DMT thing, to experiment with DMT, was because my only experiences with marijuana, and I'm an extreme lightweight. So I could many times go way overboard by accident to where I'm white knuckling my chair and hurling through the void of my deepest, darkest fears, and everything is coming at me at once, and everything is the worst case scenario. Every worst case scenario I can imagine in my life is all happening to me simultaneously, and it's terrifying.
Yeah.
And that wasn't the experience with DMT. But going back to that, even though it's so terrifying and my worst fears are creeping in, there's always something positive I can take from it. Right? Yes. There's always at least one thing where I'll be like, oh, I need a pen. Where's a pen? I need to write this down. Like something I can pull out of that alien realm that is going to be extremely useful for me.
That's right. You can do that. And this is where, nobody wants to have terrifying experiences, but sometimes it does. This is where set and setting comes in. Especially with these strong psychedelics, you have to pay attention to set and setting. And I assume that a lot of your terrifying experiences were on cannabis, right? Mm-hmm. Cannabis can be very much like a psychedelic at high doses, And but set and setting are the key variables. Leary and Metchner and all these people were right back in the 60s. They were talking about it. So setting, obviously, is setting is where you do it. I mean, you want to do it in a place that you feel comfortable, that you feel safe. Those are the main things that, whether outside or inside or whatever, that's less important as long as you feel like you're in a safe environment. because you're deliberately so putting yourself in a situation where you have to let all your defenses down, all this dissolve, this default mode network, let it dissolve. That can be very threatening, and a lot of people, have a hard time. But so put yourself in a place where you can just say, whatever happens, I'm not going to die. I'm safe. These drugs are not going to kill me. It's okay, Set is much more complicated. Sometimes people say, well, set is your intention or what you want out of the trip and so on. Well, it is partly that. But set, to my mind, is you. Set is everything you bring to it. Your whole life, whatever you've learned, whatever you know, all of those things, that's the set, right? That you bring to it, that's interacting in this setting that you very deliberately structured, and then the other two variables here, which are rarely mentioned, but obviously maybe there should be one. The other two variables, set and setting, but then what is the medicine and what is the dose? Because those things are going to influence it too.
Yes.
And this is what shamanism is useful for. I mean, in ayahuasca, for example, it's almost always taken in a group, and there's a curandero or a shaman or whatever you want to call that person. They are the person that are structuring this set and setting, structuring the setting basically through songs, through blowing smoke, through maybe other types of audio things, other types of things. But basically they are controlling the setting so that people can relax into it. And shamans, if they're good, I hate the word shaman because it's a Siberian word, and the curanderos are not shaman. In fact, curandero is probably a better word, or ayahuasquero. But these people, men and women, if they're experienced, they know how to do this, and they, in this state, they get very tuned in to everyone in the group, almost telepathically. I mean, they can tell if you're having a hard time, they can tell, come over, blow a little rapacho smoke on you, maybe sing a song in front of you, maybe get you calmed down, or get you redirect what you're doing. That's their job. That's what shamans do. So this idea of taking high amounts of these things, it's good to have somebody like that, or have a therapist. A therapist can do it. I think psychotherapy, like psychedelic psychotherapy, is evolving more toward what shamans do. That's integrating some of those methodologies into.
Yeah, you have. Then there's like telemedicine shamans now. You can literally like order a shaman to come to your house and do this whole thing with you now.
There you go.
Right? Like that's,
yes.
That's a service that people provide now.
Right. Here's your Uber call.
Yeah. You just get on your app, you order your shaman, and you're ready to roll.
Yeah, this is all right. This is good. I mean, I think it's good. I think it's good to have, what we used to call a sitter, and sometimes a sitter is enough. A sitter,
I think so too.
Be a shaman, but
right.
Maybe just a trusted friend.
Yes.
Not even necessarily in the same room. But, if you get upset, hey, I'm having a hard time. Come in and pat my knee or whatever, and because, you're putting yourself in a unusual state that can be terrifying. But as you point out, there's always something to be learned,
Yes.
I mean, even the terrifying experiences are sometimes they're the most valuable.
The most valuable, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a great thing to use as a tool, and it's why it's so frustrating that our culture and our society and our government, which is co-opted by businesses and pharmaceutical industries and things like this, that pressure our society to outcast these things.
Yeah.
And and label them as these evil substances that will kill you, and they're, you know, it just, it seems like we're going in the wrong direction, you know.
Well, I think it's changing though, particularly with psychedelics. I mean,
Yeah.
Psychedelics, there's a lot of research accumulated now to show that they do have these benefits, that if properly used, they can be used, they're not harmful, and they can be very helpful. So it's kind of shifted the conversation from what it used to be. Even, well, this has all been happening since Roland Griffith started working with psilocybin and getting FDA approval, and you know, playing it straight in terms of he was a, you know, serious neuroscientist and so on. But now their benefits are being recognized. But here's the thing: I look at psychedelics, they're basically a technology.
Yeah.
Any technology can be misused, you know, and any technology will be misused. You can be sure of it. You know, a lot of times there are whole issues about people, you know, shamans or self-styled shamans that use that to dominate people,
right.
to, you know, sexual abuse, all of this stuff. Not that this doesn't happen in so-called therapeutic situations.
This happens in anything.
In anything.
Yeah.
What the problem that I think in the conversation about drugs has always been that drugs are identified as the demons. Drugs are just drugs. They just have the properties that they have. The moral quality of how you use them comes from us, you know, and that's true of any technology.
Yes.
The choices we make in terms of how to use the technology, be it drugs or atomic weaponry or anything, it comes down to us.
Yes.
We're the moral compass, not the technology's neutral.
But the biggest difference is it doesn't prey on those desires. Like it doesn't, other drugs like alcohol or nicotine or these other things, they all rely on this dopaminergic pathway, and you get addicted to it, and now you're using it to suppress other things. You're using it to suppress your, whether it be depression or any other sort of psychological thing you have going on.
Sure.
Where it can just send you down this vicious spiral, this dark spiral. But with the psychedelics, it's not something that you're going to be, in most cases, addicted to and abusing.
Right.
It's something that people are going to use as a tool. Like most people, when you talk to them about their DMT experiences or their psychedelic mushroom experiences, you'll ask them, they'll talk about it like they just got done tripping. But then you'll say, like, when's the last time you did it? They'll be like, oh, like 8 months ago, a year ago.
No, you don't necessarily go back to the well and drink again. They do not have this reinforcing effect, and that's exactly that's exactly right. These other drugs work through the dopaminergic pathway, and they reinforce you. You do it, and you want to do it again, and you want to do it again, and it's very, very hard to throw that off.
Cocaine is one of those.
Cocaine,
which we'll talk about.
Yeah, we will talk about that in that sense. Cocaine is definitely one of those, and psychedelics can be useful again by letting you step out of your reference frame and look at this addiction process. Maybe it's alcohol, maybe it's cocaine, maybe it's heroin, maybe it's tobacco. All of these things work directly or indirectly through this dopaminergic pathway. So does sex, for that matter.
Yes.
Sex involves anything that it really sort of pushes the pleasure button. Naturally, you want to repeat it.
Right.
But there's a point at which it becomes unhealthy. It becomes an obsession. And so looking at it through the perspective of psychedelics can help you get a handle on that. It helps you step away from it. It helps you diffuse it. And that's the therapeutic power when it comes to addiction. all about this default mode network. And people, this default mode network, like we said, it's very useful. It's where you want to be most of the time. I don't like the term default mode network. I call it the reality hallucination.
The reality.
Our brain synthesizes a model of reality. You talked about simulations.
Yes.
And this guy with the DMT and the simulations.
Yes.
I'm here to tell you, we are all in a simulation. Everybody's in a simulation. Our brains simulate a model of reality. We live in that model of reality. We don't know what reality itself is because we're in this model of reality. And it's defined largely by what doesn't get through.
This is like the brain filter hypothesis.
It's exactly the brain filter hypothesis. The information comes to us through our sensory neural interfaces, kind of gets all mixed together inside, and extrudes a model of reality, which is what we experience as ordinary consciousness.
Yeah.
And then you can introduce another pharmacology or something else into it, a drug, meditation, another practice. You can change that model of reality. But you're always trapped in that model of reality. We can't even say that much about, because we can't even say that much about what's outside that model, because you take psychedelics and you realize the concept of inside and outside don't make sense. You're not really separated. And, we are all one, right? That is that's the psychedelic cliche, but it's true. We're not separated.
This is like
anything.
Jung's idea of the archipelago of consciousness, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Where we're all connected under the water, but there's above, we're all little individual islands.
Right. We appear to be separate, and I'm a serious Jungian, and so is Terence. Jung was a deep influence, and I think that's exactly what's going on. So this reality hallucination, we can be grateful that we have it because it makes us functional, but it can also go off track. It can be dysfunctional.
Well, it's millions of years of our brains evolving to survive, right? And to evolve and to push our species into the future.
Yeah, and when it, when it does get disrupted, it's a problem. But then we come along and we say, my reality hallucination is turning into a bummer. It's not fun anymore. And then you can take a psychedelic and you can disrupt it.
Right.
You can reprogram it, and you don't have to worry, because the brain and physiological systems in general, they'll tend toward equilibrium. It's going to fall back together. It's going to fall back together in most cases. Some people don't, but very rarely do people not recover from psychedelics. And even if there's a prolonged...
What do you mean recover? You mean like they
back
stay
to
in the trip?
ordinary reality?
Oh, there's people that stay there?
It's been known, yes.
What do they do?
Well, they end up in mental hospitals,
really?
talking to entities that aren't there.
This is one of my biggest fears.
That's everybody's biggest fear, man.
Is it?
But it's, often, but it's very rare, for one thing. Even if you have these prolonged states, like my La Terrera experience, I was just dissociated from reality as anybody could possibly be. If I was still in that place, people would just say, "Oh, poor Dennis, he just never made it back,"
Could you imagine? Imagine if you were never able to make it back and articulate what it was. Right.
Well, I was scared about it.
Right.
But it did come back. And the interesting thing, hallucinogen persisting perception disorder.
What does it say? Non-psychotic disorder in which a
person experiences apparent, lasting, or persistent visual hallucinations or perceptual distortions using. Oh yeah, there's this guy who his name's Andrew Callahan, something like that. He's a really cool documentary. He makes a kind of like run and gun documentaries on YouTube, and he talks about how he experimented with, I think it was LSD when he was really young. I think like in his when he was like 10 or 11, and he still sees these visual hallucinations in his visual field. Like he's not tripping per se, like as you
right,
but he just has the visual part of it.
That's one of the symptoms of this, exactly.
And that's
it's
probably
very
happens
rare
more when you're a kid, right? When you're young,
right, and you don't have the neural mechanisms to reintegrate. Interesting that you mentioned that. You should put the McKenna Academy website back up, because we are having a seminar. We're having a virtual seminar in April called on this very topic. It's called. Can you go to programs? So this is a virtual seminar that we're doing in April. And this is going to be, this is talking about this, psychedelics and psychosis,
right,
and spiritual emergencies. If you scroll down, you can see the people doing it. And it's going to be a very interesting one-day virtual conference. One of our board members, Dr. Ranji Varghese, who is a psychiatrist, he has a ketamine clinic, but he's one of our board members. He's going to talk, and then these other people are going to talk, including a couple of curaderos. And all of this was sort of triggered by Lee Kaiser there on the right. Lee's a good friend of mine, and he's done a lot of medicine work with ayahuasca in the Sacred Valley. He's been into it for years. And he has had several of these psychotic interactions as a result of ayahuasca. And
psychotic, what are you're talking about?
Psychotic. So we just say prolonged dissociations from reality, whatever they are. Psychosis is such a hard word. But shall we say, he's had a couple of these, and so a lot of it, he's going to share his experience. And the indigenous people, Enrique and Loiver, were involved in helping him get straightened out, get back to reality, using their traditional techniques, and they were far more effective than psychiatrists.
I had a friend once tell me that he used to take mushrooms all the time. This was a long time ago, and he said when he was tripping too hard, he would just do cocaine, and it would pull him right out of it.
That's possible. That's possible. I know that's rather surprising, but it's possible because cocaine is going to focus you. I wouldn't reach for cocaine as necessarily the antidote to psychedelics, but maybe it brought him back to a point where he could, sort of come out of that.
When it comes to like the drugs that are legal and illegal, and what are banned and what we're not allowed to use, and what are only approved for like certain therapies, right? It's just like it's what people don't realize is we are literally walking bags of drugs.
Good point.
That we're never in one state. Our state is constantly evolving depending on what chemicals are taking over and the balance. It's just a constant balance of drugs and chemicals in our bodies.
That's right.
And it's so fun to experiment and offset that balance a little bit and see how that, if it affects us positively or negatively.
That's exactly it. Yes, you touched on a point that I often make. We're made of drugs.
Yeah.
That's the thing. We are biochemical engines that work on drugs. Neurotransmitters, enzymes, hormones, all of this, we're biochemical engines.
Yes.
And maybe more than that. I'd like to think that there's a spiritual aspect, but the functioning body is a biochemical machine that runs on drugs, and this is why drugs have their effect. if you know, DMT, for example, we know that it occurs in the brain, you know, at
Lungs too,
rather
right?
high levels, you know, and you know, I mean, it's there. It's actually a neurotransmitter. And there's, you know, recent work has shown, initially it was sort of, the focus was all about the pineal gland.
Yes.
And that data
on the left-hand side,
not
read
so
about
valid
Rabbi
anymore.
Rothschild. How'd you find out about me?
The pineal gland does make DMT, but not enough to have an effect. But there are whole new neurotransmitter systems that have been identified for which DMT is basically the neurotransmitter at levels comparable to serotonin.
DMT is in pretty much everything, right?
In fact, DMT is in everything. It's true. And you know why it's in everything? It's because DMT is the simplest, molecularly, the simplest psychedelic. And it comes from tryptophan. Tryptophan is an amino acid, one of the 20 that it makes up proteins, right?
Mm-hmm.
So tryptophan is in every living thing, you know, every living thing, because it's one of the 20. And there are enzymes. DMT is 2 steps from tryptophan. There are enzymes that take off the carboxyl group. Tryptophan is amino acid. Decarboxylases, this class of enzymes called decarboxylases, remove the acid group, and then you get amines. So you get tryptophan, you remove the carboxyl group, you get tryptamine.
Mm.
You stick 2 methyl groups on that, another enzyme comes along called N-methyltransferase. I love biochemistry because the name of enzymes describe what they do, right? N-methyltransferase, it sticks methyl groups on things, CH3 groups on things. So 2 steps from tryptophan, you get DMT. And then from that, you get all these variations. Bufotenine, 5-methoxy-DMT, psilocybin, you get this whole tryptamine family, of, most of which are psychoactive. But DMT is the primary hallucinogenic or psychedelic tryptamine, and it's the simplest one. It's not orally active. And actually, you know, you could eat plants that contain DMT, and people do. It's the part of some people's diet, but because they're not taking MAO inhibitors, they never suspect they're taking a hallucinogen. For example, DMT occurs in oranges and lemons and things like that at low levels, you know, but it's there. DMT, I think there are thousands of plants that contain DMT. It's not rare at all. Not all plants express DMT in great quantities, but it's there. And then some do actually produce significant amounts of it, you know, like acacias, for example. Acacia, which is primarily, acacia is about 1,200 genera, or 1,200 species, all through Africa, mostly Australia, concentrated.
Thank you for being so
Some of
nice.
the most potent sources of DMT and other tryptamines are found in acacias, which ironically happens to be, they're known as, generically, they're known as wattles in Australia. The wattle is the national tree of Australia. There's no record that Aborigines used these things, but they have been there. And my theory is that there's probably trace amounts of DMT in all plants, you know, because of these enzymes. Decarboxylases and N-methyltransferases are pretty much involved in cellular processes at all levels. So nobody's going to do this and nobody's going to fund it. But I'll bet if you went out and just started picking plants at random and analyzing them for DMT, you would find trace amounts of DMT. And in some cases, large amounts. And those are the ones that have become utilized, like the Chacruna psychotria, which is the admixture plant for ayahuasca, or these emmet and anthrus snuffs that are the seeds are made into stuff, or the ukuhe that we were talking about, the varolas. They contain large amounts of DMT, and indigenous people have, they're very clever. They want to get high just like everybody does, but
Right.
they become very clever at identifying these plants and learning how to prepare them.
Yeah, I mean, and even through history, imagine how much drugs people were doing through antiquity, right? Like, they didn't have the cultural boundaries and guidelines and sanctions, if you want to put it that way, around society, right? Like, they didn't have to follow these. They didn't have to fit into these norms. They were probably just roaming around, trying to have sex and get high and eat.
Pretty much,
right?
Yeah. Well, this goes back to the whole stone ape theory.
Yes,
that's another rabbit hole we could go down.
Yeah, yeah.
But
I think that's one of my favorite theories that Terrence came up with. It makes it's much more easy to comprehend than time wave zero.
Oh yeah, yeah, and it's another one of these theories. It's circumstantial evidence, but it's probably true. Terrence actually didn't come up with it. It was my idea.
Oh, it was your idea.
But, we shared ideas. I mean, he wrote the book, Food of the Gods, and he, it's a great book. If you haven't read it, it's definitely worth reading.
Mm-hmm.
And it is this idea about, but I have elaborated on that idea. And what's interesting, he suggests that mushrooms were used quite by ancient civilizations, and my theory is that mushrooms were probably the oldest psychedelic that humans have ever used, and may have been used as long ago as 2 million years, and may have had a lot to do with the evolution of our neural structures and our consciousness. Don't look at me like that. This is not such a crazy idea. There's inferential evidence for this. So we know that hominid populations evolved in Africa around 2 million years ago. And although the fossil record is, incomplete, obviously, but we have a pretty good idea of the lineage. There are fossils of starting with the first true hominids, Homo habilis, was probably the first hominid, and then there were different lineages that appeared. Homo erectus was part of this. There wasn't a single lineage. There was actually various species in this environment that were interacting and interbreeding with each other, and eventually some emerged as the dominant species. So Homo habilis, Homo erectus, eventually Homo sapiens.
Mm-hmm.
And over about 2 million years, the size and complexity of the human brain expanded, basically tripled inside. Homo habilis, the brain of Homo habilis was small by comparison, about 500 cubic centimeters. Homo erectus, somewhat larger, maybe 1,000 cubic centimeters. There you go. That's, yeah.
Oh, yeah, we went over this with, was it Gallimore? No, we went over this with Michael Masters. Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that could be. I've got another chart.
He's an anthropologist.
But yeah, this is a good one. So Homo sapiens has the largest brain. Actually, Homo Neanderthals have a slightly bigger brain.
Right.
But they're also much bigger people than Homo sapiens. Mm-hmm. So brain to body mass, that's about 1,500 centimeters, And so, the fossil evidence is there. What's also there is that in this environment, there's fossil evidence that there were cattle. These have been found. These people were living with cattle. They were hunting cattle. They were probably eating cattle. If you got cattle, you got mushrooms.
Would it have to be cattle? Could it be any other sort of megafauna?
It could have been. It could have been. I mean, yeah.
Or
it doesn't have to be cow shit that mushroom grows on.
Right.
But we do know from fossil evidence that the ancestors of the modern cow was in this environment at that time. And we know from paleoclimatology that it was a wet environment. The Sahara is a desert now, right? Yeah. But at that time, from paleoclimatological data, we know that it was a wet. There were seasonal rains, at least. It was lake country. It was savanna, so there was megafauna of all sorts, and it was a humid, wet environment. There had to be mushrooms.
Yes,
there.
Right.
There just had to be mushrooms there because Psilocybe cubensis. Mm-hmm. If you go to any similar tropical environment these days, wet with Cebu cattle or similar cows, you're going to find these mushrooms. I mean, they're just there. They follow the cows. And so in this, and these mushrooms in the environment, they're not difficult to spot. I mean, they're big, they're robust. So if you're a hungry hominid looking for something to eat, sooner rather than later, you're going to sample these, and then who knows what that effect would be. But then that's where, these long-term effects of psilocybin on the neural reorganization can begin to kick in, right? But what propagates that over evolutionary time? Well, this process, which is known as epigenetics.
Yes.
Epigenetics is a mechanism where effectively for acquired characteristics being propagated over generations.
And trauma as well, right? Like
trauma, yes, all these kinds of things. Other kinds of drugs, other kind of not so good drugs will also propagate.